This fellow right here, he's ours to talk about. He was a chef of extraordinary potential, but because he lacked any powerful connections, the head chef shipped him back to the countryside to grow fish and tend vegetables. The grief was so crushing that he was hurled body and soul straight into the world of martial arts. Here in this new world, he opens a restaurant of his own, with no fear of anyone firing him ever again. He earns the legendary title the Food Dragon. Why, you ask? Because every dish he creates is so intoxicatingly addictive that the mere aroma alone makes women swoon and lose all composure. Even the greatest martial arts masters in all the Jianghu are left utterly stunned upon tasting his creations. Not even the sharpest-tongued shrew could resist. The flavor is so transcendent that some achieve enlightenment mid-bite, glimpsing an entire sky of truth. And well, even the straightest of men find themselves bending in unexpected ways. Alright, the narrator humbly begs off from continuing this part. It's far too painful for the eyes. Enough dithering, let us begin. The story is set, and the narrator has brought us all the way here. May you all enjoy the ride. The scene opens with rice soaring through the air above a roaring wok, shrimp tossed high in great arcs, flames erupting violently, a vivid, blazing spectacle of fire and fury. That blazing flame mirrors the burning passion this young apprentice chef harbors for the culinary arts. I am more obsessed with Chinese cuisine than anyone alive, he murmurs, and the thing that captivated me most of all. He drifts back to his childhood. Son, come eat. The dish that claimed his whole heart was none other than zhajangmyeon black bean noodles. The reason this apprentice chef could never resist the allure of zhajangmyeon was the way its flavors danced upon the tip of his tongue. The black bean paste is stir-fried over roaring flames, releasing a deep, intoxicating sweetness. Rich and savory, married with tender pork and onions, folded in and blended seamlessly, a perfect symphony of flavor. Watching him devour the bowl, his father smiles and asks, "Good. Of course, with your cooking, Dad, there's nothing to criticize." Yes, jjajangmyeon is the greatest dish in the world, and in that moment, he finds the true love of his life. From that day on, he was bewitched by those black bean noodles forever. The moment he came of age, he traveled to China to study the culinary arts, nursing a burning dream of becoming the greatest Chinese chef alive. And yet fate proved bitterly cruel. His very talent stirred the jealousy of others around him, but still, he clung to the naive belief that pure skill and raw passion alone could carry him to the summit. One day, as he cooked, the head chef silently approached and placed a hand upon his shoulder. "Huan, who exactly do you think you are, just waltzing in here like?" The apprentice chef's face turns pale as a banana leaf. Head chef. Only now does he realize it was all just a child's naive fantasy. Connections. If you translate it into Korean, the word means structure, the architecture of power. A time-honored custom deeply rooted in the marrow of Chinese culture. The head chef eyes him coldly one after another. Same family? No. Same background? No. Same school? No. Same race? No. These differences are precisely what block your path to culinary glory. But for me, an outsider, what connections could I possibly have? Afterwards, the worst that could happen did happen to the apprentice chef. The result: no connections, no future. The weight of connections in this country was far heavier than he had ever imagined. For a man with no one to lean on, someone like the apprentice chef was destined to be bullied. "Please, head chef, just give me one chance." But his desperate plea earns nothing but a cold slap of ice water to the face. The apprentice chef doesn't know anyone, then get lost, go home. And so the apprentice chef boards a ship bound for his homeland. Muttering through gritted teeth, so nepotism exists in every era, every nation. Tears stream down his face unbidden. But this is too much. His hands grip the railing, trembling uncontrollably. "If I had one wish," the apprentice chef pours every ounce of his fury into the words. "Unless I die and come back to life, I swear I will never set foot in your wretched country again." But the moment those words leave his lips, a strange, inexplicable sensation washes over him. Inside the ship, the sailors are mid-conversation when they suddenly freeze, hearing something. What was that sound? For reasons beyond comprehension, the apprentice chef has fallen overboard. The icy seawater engulfs him, and just like that, on the voyage home, he meets the most absurd accident imaginable. Still conscious, the apprentice chef urges himself to swim to break free. "Stay calm. Calm down, swim to the surface." But before he can do anything, he turns his head and freezes in sheer terror. Before him looms a whale of monstrous proportions. Staring at the colossal creature, the apprentice chef cannot fathom what he is seeing. A whale. The whole ordeal strikes him so suddenly and bizarrely that he simply cannot believe it. Are my eyes deceiving me? Is this real or illusion? Regardless, the apprentice chef forces himself to stay composed, Right, calm down, whales don't attack humans, it's probably just curious. Or is this a nightmare? But life is no dream. That seemingly harmless whale opens its cavernous maw wide and devours the apprentice chef whole. Swallowed into the beast's belly, he curses his wretched luck without end, damn it all. Yet perhaps this is no ordinary death, perhaps the envoy of another world has taken his wish a little too literally. The whale carries the apprentice chef downward, deeper and deeper, into a void where not a single ray of light survives. To this day, he cannot explain what happened. And when he opens his eyes once more, he believes the apprentice chef's story has truly ended, swallowed by darkness. And yet this is not an ending at all. It is an entirely new beginning, flooded with light. Beneath a radiant moon casting its silver glow upon a crystal-clear lake, he slowly rises to his feet. His wish has been granted. He has become an ordinary young man living in Song Dynasty China, reborn into this unfamiliar existence. He stares at his own hands in quiet disbelief. No way, Liu Qingyun, that's my name now. Scene transition. Meanwhile, a scarred man is making his way somewhere when a sudden downpour catches him off guard. Seeing no end to the rain, he decides to take shelter. I need to find cover. But suddenly a shadow darts past him, catching his attention. The scarred man senses eyes watching him from every direction. 2, 3, are there no more than that? He tenses, resting his hand upon his sword hilt, ready for a surprise attack at any moment. If I get surrounded, I'm finished. In this moment of mortal peril, a small restaurant appears before the scarred man's eyes. It feels nothing short of a divine savior. This is a newly opened eatery, christened by its owner as Huya, a name evoking a place of rugged charm and warm hospitality. The perfect refuge for savoring a good meal. And would you believe it? The owner of this very restaurant is none other than the apprentice chef with a passion for cuisine that burns brighter than any flame. At long last, now reborn in a completely new identity, living in a strange and ancient era, he can finally fulfill his lifelong wish. After transmigrating into the body of Liu Qingyun, he has lived a life wholly devoted to the culinary arts, just as he always dreamed. I poured everything I had into opening this restaurant, my precious creation, day and night. He nurtures and tends to this eatery with every fiber of his being. Just then, as he wipes down the tables and chairs, Qingyun glances outside and spots the scarred man peering in through the doorway. My first customer. He cannot afford to leave a bad impression. He straightens up immediately, quick give him the warmest welcome. But before he can even finish his greeting, the scarred man strides past him without a word and settles inside. Please, come in. The scarred man is a man of few words. He picks a seat at once and orders without hesitation a plate of steamed soup dumplings and a jar of flower wine. Although Qingyun is somewhat wary of the man's icy demeanor, he still puts on his brightest smile. Right away, he reminds himself under no circumstances may a customer leave dissatisfied. After all, this is his very first guest, a moment worth cherishing. Please wait just a moment, honored guest. But after the meal, the scarred man places 3 ingots of silver upon the table. And he doesn't stop there, he lays a sword alongside them, giving Qingyun the fright of his life. This too. Before such staggering generosity, Qingyun's mind reels. He is utterly stunned. Why on earth is he this generous? 3 silver ingots in weight. Hold on a moment. When the scarred man rises to leave, Qingyun finally spins around and sees the sword lying flat across the table. Wah, the scarred man offers only a terse explanation, waving it off. He places his conical hat back on his head. Don't worry about it, it's just business as usual in a place like the Jianghu. Well then, consider it a blessing in disguise. As the saying goes, it's not the gift but the manner of giving. Just when Qingyun thinks the man is simply generous, the scarred man drops one final line before disappearing, a line that makes his heart skip a beat. But mere seconds before disaster strikes, a boot crashes through from above. He has only just been reborn. He thought Qingyun's new life would be bathed in light and promise. And yet, in the blink of an eye, everything shatters to pieces at the hands of a stranger. Watching his dream crumble before his very eyes, Qingyun's heart shatters along with it, tears surging up uncontrollably. The intruder from the ceiling is not alone in the very next heartbeat. A squad of yellow-scarved assassins bursts in all at once, turning his humble restaurant into a battlefield. You worthless rats dare set foot in this establishment, get them storm the ceiling. The scarred man cannot sit idle and watch these vermin run rampant. His hand finds his sword. Though it's far too late, Qingyun now finds himself trapped like meat in a sandwich, caught between 2 warring sides, his poor restaurant reduced to collateral damage. Yet the scarred man remains remarkably nonchalant. He flashes a grin, congratulations on your grand opening. Before the words even settle, the scarred man's blade flashes, and one of the yellow-scarved assassins loses an arm in a spray of crimson. The assassins, seeing their comrade maimed, erupt into a frenzy of panic like cattle spotting a funeral procession. As for King Yun, he is petrified, rooted to the spot, unable to move a single muscle. Though no one has laid a finger on him, the sheer shock sends him toppling. He collapses to the floor before he even knows it. Meanwhile, the assassins pour all their strength into subduing the scarred man. Out of the way, kill him all of us at once, but how could he possibly? If only he'd known it would come to this, why bother with all the struggle and strife? What a waste of breath. Liu Qingyan now ignores the affairs of the world. He covers his ears in confusion. In a mere heartbeat, his elegant tavern transforms into a sparring ground for martial artists. 3 taels of silver and a sword lay discarded on the table. Liu Qingyan feels 3 parts helpless and 7 parts indifferent. Come now, he has finally grasped a truth about this blood-soaked Jianghu, the true meaning of it all. My apologies, but are you truly going to destroy this dilapidated inn? Amidst the chaos of the fray, with a sudden thud, Liu Qingyan rises slowly and charges forward. Come, kill. He is stunned to find them retreating into his kitchen. He is running that way. Catch him, that's the kitchen. They brawl indiscriminately, leaving him with nothing. Pots, pans, and serving dishes are reduced to a chaotic mess. Before things could even begin, they end in utter regret. My tavern. Liu Qingyan recalls the beautiful moment when he embraced this new opportunity. His second life begins now. The precious tavern he poured his entire fortune into. Standing amidst the ruins of the battle, he cannot help but feel a heavy sorrow in his heart. Just as it began, the lives of these assassins reached their end at his hands. The man with the scar. Liu Qingyan feels a fate worse than death. All his hard work has vanished into the river, bankrupted spectacularly so, even the roof. His only shelter from the elements is now punctured, the rain only fueling his inner turmoil. What a bunch of martial hoodlums. This experience serves as a bitter, bone-deep lesson for Liu Qingyan. Truly terrible, he never wants to involve himself with them again. Just as Liu Qingyan struggles in his deepest agony, the appearance of a stranger offers him a glimmer of salvation. Is the shopkeeper present? Is anyone there? Hearing the call, he calms himself. An esteemed guest. Behind the man stands a young woman accompanied by 2 maidens with twin-bun hairstyles. Heavens! The rain is rising. This one wishes to rest for a while. Seeing that the past is behind him and life must go on, Liu Qingyan quickly grabs a broom. This is no time for depression. Even in the worst circumstances, one must greet guests with a smile. Suddenly, after observing him for a moment, the 2 girls murmur, a commoner. Liu Qingyan reminds himself that it is his duty as the shopkeeper. With a face as grim as if he were in hell, he busies himself cleaning up the debris. Please enter. However, his first tribulation has passed, and he immediately faces the 82nd, the twin-bun maid shoving her head into his stomach. Die, you gluttonous demons! Once more, Liu Qingyan's tavern is thrown into an uproar. After hearing his story, he shows deep sympathy for his plight. The elder is truly compassionate, so that is why it is so desolate. The man caresses his beard while conversing with Liu Qingyan. It is Zhu Tian. The earlier incident was merely a misunderstanding. We ask the shopkeeper to be magnanimous and forgive him. Bruised and utterly exhausted, Liu Qingyan lacks the strength to argue. Very well, but the girl misunderstands, saying, I forgive you, shopkeeper. Liu Qingyan returns to the matter of their accommodation. The annex is untouched, so lodging is fine. But the ingredients have spoiled, only cold noodles remain. Zhu Tian is accommodating, noting that it is not the time to be picky. He turns to the young girl and says, Today we shall rest here. We shall stay here. The girl, Zhu Tian's daughter, obeys. Yes, father. Liu Qingyan, wanting to delay no further, says, As you wish, I shall prepare the meal. A unique trait on the girl's face catches his attention. Captivated by her jewel-green eyes, he mutters, So beautiful. Zhu Tian immediately notices, That is my daughter. Liu Qingyan is startled. I am only startled because of you. But Zhu Tian remains calm. Don't be so jumpy, my daughter is not a ghost. Zhu Tian explains, Madam, I am a northerner, so her eyes. The child has a unique feature. The 2 twin-bun maids chime and wait patiently. Young miss, don't stare. Damn that shopkeeper. Seeing the girl's hesitation, Zhu Tian shares, because of these eyes, she was often teased as a child, so she is sensitive to others' gazes. Liu Qingyan's mood grows even heavier after hearing this. She is beautiful, regardless. My opening day was ruined and I have been rude to guests. This will not do. After careful thought, he bows to her. Young miss, I have something I wish to say. Liu Qingyan wants to end this tension, quickly resolving the misunderstanding so she does not take offense. It seems I was unintentionally rude. From ancient times, people have compared beautiful eyes to clear, glistening lakes, have they not? Her gaze softens and his words make her blush. Your eyes are just like a lake. I was momentarily mesmerized. Please forgive this suddenness. His words stir her heart. He turns to Zhuge Tian and leaves. I go to cook now. Deep within her heart, she is moved by his honeyed words. Hearing the praise, she is surprised and questions herself. Beautiful, my eyes. What is the matter? But now Liu Qingyan must face a difficult problem. His kitchen is a battlefield, with utensils scattered everywhere. Seeing the clutter, he loses all motivation, collapsing. My kitchen. Yet as a shopkeeper, he calms himself. No, stay calm. The grand opening was a disaster, but he, Liu Qingyan, he takes a red cloth from his pocket and ties it around his head. His fiery determination ignited. His passion for food is the driving force that keeps him from giving up. Failure is the mother of success. This is merely the beginning, so he can correct his mistakes. He grabs the knife. He stomps on the floor, sending the wok soaring into the air. Regardless, the rise or fall of this tavern depends on the flavor of the food. He is determined to create a culinary masterpiece, even from the simplest ingredients. Though his spirit is high, he must ensure everything is ready before starting. First, he must clean. Outside, the rain falls in a rhythmic patter against a stone frog. Before his porch, the twin-bun maids weep, unable to bear the hunger any longer. We are starving. Zhuge Tian begins to feel the same. Why is the food taking so long? But as he speaks, a heavenly aroma hits his nose. This scent is, after displaying his culinary skills, a masterpiece from Liu Qingyan's hands is ready to be served. I have kept you waiting. Everyone's attention snaps to the meal. This is food. Give it here. Hurry. Looking at the strange dish, Zhuge Tian feels a bit let down. What is this? Didn't you say you would serve cold noodles? With a dangerous expression, Liu Qingyan reveals true, but these are no ordinary noodles. A dish from 1,000 years in the Futurami secret recipe. At this point, everyone has surely guessed what he is serving today. The symbol of Chinese cuisine, jjajangmian. Black bean noodles. There. It is the dish that Liu Qingyan has been passionate about in every life he has lived. Surveying the ruins, Zhuge Tian speaks. Shopkeeper, I understand the current situation is difficult. He is hesitant. Seeing the food for the first time, looking at the black sauce coating every noodle, he remains wary. Since black bean noodles are not yet widespread, to Zhuge Tian they look as if they are burnt. He invites them to taste it, knowing they are unfamiliar with the flavor profile. I would not serve you something unfit to eat. Try a bite first. While Zhuge Tian hesitates, the twin-bun maid tastes it and praises, wow, it's delicious. Her eyes light up like stars. It's sweet and delicious. Elder, you try it too. The two maids cannot resist the intoxicating flavor, eating greedily. My body won't stop moving. Though he sees the girls eating with such relish, Zhuge Tian remains hesitant, staring intently at the bowl like he is preparing for war. Though the appearance may seem odd, the aroma is utterly irresistible. The two girls pay no mind to the old man's hesitation, picking up chopstickful after chopstickful without pause. No one could resist. They simply cannot stop. The flavor is truly dangerous, as if Liu Qingyan's face is taut with tension, awaiting their verdict. The girls, but what a relief it is, the flavor. The girl's mouth feels as though it has been drugged, utterly addictive. At this moment, he too thinks quietly to himself. His gut already knows the answer. How did he realize? And the secret that makes Liu Qingyan's jjajangmian so irresistible. The hearts of men are thus captivated by the existence of the divine elixir known as MSG. Liu Qingyan is meticulous in every single step, bringing everyone a flavor that is truly complete. The fresh soybean paste is made from soybeans and wheat ground into a fine pulp, mixed with salt, then left to ferment. Along the way, he faces no shortage of hardships due to the scarcity of ingredients in this era. The sauce base, that familiar jjajangmian sauce we all know, is actually. The paste traditionally calls for a special fermented sauce to be added, but where in this era could such a thing possibly exist? Liu Qingyan gradually finds himself at a dead end, missing a crucial ingredient. Isn't it true that with glutamic acid alone, that natural seasoning found in soybeans and wheat, one could never recreate the flavor of the spring? Thus, necessity is the mother of invention. Thus, he devises a plan to use kelp, the food with the highest concentration of glutamic acid, combined with shiitake mushrooms, a fungus rich in guanylic acid, yet another natural flavor enhancer. With this stroke of creative genius, he has engineered a perfect explosion of flavor. These two premium natural sources of umami are sun-dried, ground into powder, then fermented, a true feast of genuine umami. Now, with the jjajangmian served and ready on the table, even Zhuge Tian cannot resist. His chopsticks rise and he scoops up the first bite. He lifts the noodles to his mouth with a guarded expression. Liu Qingyan is supremely confident in the divine sauce he has crafted. If one were to describe it in the language of the martial world, my spring sauce is... Zhuge Tian takes his first chopstickful of noodles. Truly, the flavors now cascading across his palate are so utterly astonishing that Zhuge Tian cannot help but. Stunned with his peerless craft, the young man has created a sauce of supreme mastery, unmatched by anything under heaven. It has reached the divine demonic realm, worthy of being called the divine demonic sauce. It is not only the twin-tailed red-haired maids, now everyone is completely mesmerized by the zhajangmyeon, devouring it ravenously. He cannot stop eating, shoveling noodles into his mouth until his cheeks are stuffed to bursting. They eat until every last morsel is scraped clean, not a single drop remaining. Not a trace of sauce left. Seeing this, Liu Qingyan is overjoyed, an unconscious smile spreading across his face. Reaching the realm of slurping noodles without even needing hands, such is the most natural of reactions. Even now, Zhuge Tian can still feel the flavors detonating upon the tip of his tongue, the intricate dance between sweet and savory. He is utterly and completely conquered by this magnificent bowl of noodles. The noodles are saturated with the essence of pork. Could this truly be? Every nerve in his body erupts with sensation. A feeling of transcendence, as if soaring through the 9 heavens, into a pitch-black pinglai of pure bliss. The sky above is now cloaked in the veil of night. And inside his restaurant, the twin-tailed red-haired maid steal glances at Zhuge Tian between slurps of noodles. Even King cannot help but notice him. Zhuge Tian's now after devouring every last bite. Having finished the zhajangmyeon to his heart's content, he sits perfectly still, a surge of pure exhilaration filling his heart after savoring this one-of-a-kind delicacy. He ate with such ferocity that his robes are now completely disheveled. Only now, with his hat knocked askew, does Zhuge Tian regain his composure. My image, he cannot allow a single dish to destroy his dignified bearing. Zhuge Tian swiftly straightens himself up. Watching their enthusiastic reception of his dish, Liu Qingyan breathes a sigh of relief. It is a success. However, when his gaze shifts to King, her bowl of noodles remains untouched, and this confuses him greatly. Why isn't she eating? Why is the young miss not eating? Is there something unsatisfactory about the dish? She lowers her head shyly. No, it's just. Seeing his daughter's troubled demeanor, Zhuge Tian knows what he must do. Understanding King's concern, he reaches toward her bowl and reassures her, this dish is delicious. Your father is right here. Go ahead and eat to your heart's content. Encouraged by Zhuge Tian's words, she lowers her defenses and prepares to try the noodles. Yes, father. Watching the touching father-daughter moment, a random thought suddenly pops into Liu Qingyan's head. When will someone invent wet wipes? To eat the noodles, King must remove her face veil. The moment she removes it, Liu Qingyan is taken slightly aback. Behind the face veil is a pair of thick lips. From King's end, it is a moment of deep embarrassment. Her lips. Liu Qingyan appears somewhat disappointed when she possesses a pair of exquisitely beautiful eyes, yet is cursed with a pair of thick lips. Noticing him staring at her so intently, Zhuge Tian startles him out of his daze. It seems this young sir has been struck by my daughter's appearance. No, it is not you who should be alarmed because of me. Not wanting to be mocked, he quickly explains to Liu Qingyan, the child has suffered from a strange illness since birth, which is why she looks like this. Ah, so that is why. Zhuge Tian then reveals the reason for their long journey. Recently, her condition has worsened greatly. That is why we have been traveling far and wide in search of renowned physicians, hoping this time we might find a divine physician. Hearing this, Liu Qingyan feels a pang of sympathy. He cannot help but pity a girl as fair as jade and gold. How pitiful a girl in the full bloom of youth, yet afflicted so cruelly. But moments later, while eating her noodles, King suddenly collapses to the ground, unconscious. The two maids are thrown into panic. Young miss. What's wrong? The maids' hearts burn with terror as they rush to lift her up. King, wake up. Seeing her collapse mid-bowl, Zhuge Tian lays all blame on Liu Qingyan and roars, you brat, what did you feed my daughter? The twin-tailed red-haired maids now erupt into a frenzy. You dare poison people. Are you an assassin? What did you feed our young miss? Eyes like those of hungry tigers now converge upon him. He must be an assassin sent by some rival sect. It seems Liu Qingyan is about to have serious trouble with them. What, I only served the young lady zhajangmyeon. After a spell of unconsciousness, King begins to cough and shows signs of stirring. The maids call out her name upon seeing movement. But before long, she slips into unconsciousness once more, plunging everyone into deeper alarm. King, wake up! Seeing the situation turn dire, Zhuge Tian can no longer sit idly by. I can sit still no longer. Everyone, stand back. I shall channel my internal energy into her. the girl's face is now drenched in cold sweat. "Hold on, my dear." Zhu Tian lifts King's hand, his expression hardening with resolve, and begins pouring every ounce of his focus into the technique. The very air around them erupts with a powerful, oppressive aura that blankets the entire space. The ground beneath them buckles under the strain. It shatters to pieces under Zhu Tian's overwhelming power. A brilliant column of emerald energy erupts from the earth. Everything around them lies in ruin. Even the ceiling begins to crack and crumble. Zhu Tian keeps King's hand raised high and begins channeling his internal energy into her body. However, what catches Liu Qingyan's attention now is something else entirely. He begins to take note of King's symptoms: a swollen face, labored breathing, profuse sweating, and angry red rashes. She has suffered from a strange illness since childhood. Piecing all the clues together, a suspicion begins to form in his mind. Could these symptoms be? King now appears to have sustained severe internal damage, so severe that she begins coughing up blood. And yet, despite Zhu Tian has poured every last drop of his internal energy into her, yet the situation shows no improvement. If her qi continues to reverse like this, King will. At this moment, Liu Qingyan finally grasps the problem and calls out to the old patriarch. However, Zhu Tian believes Liu Qingyan is the root cause of this disaster. In his fury, he refuses to listen to a single word. "You brat, get out of the way now." Though the oppressive aura pins his feet in place, he forces himself forward with every ounce of will and shouts, "That's not it." Could it be? After careful observation and deduction, Liu Qingyan finally voices his thoughts. Isn't the young miss suffering from physical debilitation? This appears to be the first time Zhu Tian has heard such a claim, and he looks visibly stunned. Step by step, Liu Qingyan moves closer. Kneeling beside where King lies, Liu Qingyan, a man from the modern world, understands this better than anyone alive. He affirms his suspicion. That is undoubtedly the case. But Zhu Tian refuses to let anyone near King. He snaps, "Let me check myself, you. Stand aside." He takes her reddened, rash-covered arm and examines it closely. Yet everything around them descends into utter chaos, crumbling apart, all hope fading. Liu Qingyan, blessed by fate, narrowly escapes being crushed. The two maids' heads are spinning in the midst of this pandemonium. Seeing Liu Qingyan display such profound knowledge of these ailments, Zhu Tian's expression grows grave. He demands, "Do you also possess knowledge of medicine?" However, Liu Qingyan only knows common knowledge, not the intricacies of medical arts, and he fumbles for words. "Well, that is to say, when it comes to medicine, not exactly." But the situation has grown desperate beyond measure, and Zhu Tian has no choice but to place every last shred of trust in the young man. "Please." Liu Qingyan is now his last glimmer of hope. Tears streaming down his face, Zhu Tian begs, "Young man, please save my daughter." The sky has shifted to the warm hues of an evening sunset, and inside the ravaged remains of Liu Qingyan's restaurant, he continues tending to King with all his might. Though Zhu Tian has wept until his eyes are swollen, he can still clearly see what the young man is doing and asks again, "What are you doing?" Liu Qingyan wrings out a cloth as he begins explaining to the old patriarch what he is about to do. First things first, he needs to clear the food lodged in her throat. Then he slowly slips a cloth into her mouth. Just as he suspects, from her throat to the base of her tongue, everything is swollen and inflamed, completely obstructing her airway. Through these severe symptoms displayed by King, Liu Qingyan silently deduces the true nature of her condition. A severe allergic reaction triggered immediately after eating these are the unmistakable signs of anaphylactic shock. And the reason he possesses such experience, that story begins in Liu Qingyan's previous life. Back when he was still an apprentice chef, he once encountered a similar customer. Certain ingredients were consumed and ultimately led to death. The chef responsible for that dish was even dismissed from his post. Having grasped the cause, he begins combing through his memories of the noodle-making process. Which ingredient triggered the shock? Anaphylaxis was it. Suddenly, as Liu Qingyan's gaze falls upon the bowl of jjajangmyeon, realization strikes like lightning. A suspicion surges to the forefront of his mind. Among the ingredients, the dried nuts sprinkled atop the jjajangmyeon are very likely the culprit. At this moment, Liu Qingyan cannot stop blaming himself for such a grievous oversight. "This is all my fault." Looking at King's condition, guilt gnaws at him. As a chef who failed to anticipate the risk of allergic reactions when preparing a dish, I truly am unworthy. At this moment, Liu Qingyan resolves to do whatever it takes to atone. He turns to the old master. "Do you wish to save your daughter?" Zhu Tian answers instantly, a foolish question, but in the very next breath, Liu Qingyan poses a follow-up that gives even Zhu Tian pause. "No matter what happens, Is that acceptable? Seeing that the old man makes no move to stop him, he immediately gets to work. In the very next instant, Liu Qingyun pinches her nose shut and gently presses his lips to King's to perform artificial respiration. However, these are not people of the modern age. They know nothing of such a concept. All they see is him forcing himself upon her. You perverted shopkeeper, what do you think you're doing? Even Zhuge Tian stands frozen for a full 5 seconds, utterly baffled by this bizarre method of treatment. After Liu Qingyun completes the procedure, the two young maids rush over to check on their mistress, and one of them sinks her teeth into his arm. Both twin-tailed, red-haired maidservants, still misunderstanding Liu Qingyun's intentions, attack him relentlessly. Kill that lecherous shopkeeper. But he does not stop. Liu Qingyun continues placing his hands squarely upon her chest to perform cardiac resuscitation, and this enrages the two maids even further. There is still time. Beads of sweat roll down his face, but Liu Qingyun remains utterly resolute. He must save her. I will save her no matter what. Yet because of the gulf between eras, Zhuge Tian cannot possibly comprehend what Liu Qingyun is doing. His patience snaps. He begins to move. Of course, Liu Qingyun harbors no ill intent whatsoever. But seeing Zhuge Tian's reaction, terror grips him. The old patriarch speaks in a voice dripping with murderous intent. You dare? Liu Qingyun's face is drenched in cold sweat. Not good. The beast within Zhuge Tian has truly awakened. The sheer bone-chilling pressure of his power is more than Liu Qingyun can endure. You dare defile my daughter? At this moment, having completely misunderstood Liu Qingyun, Zhuge Tian decides he will not let this matter rest. It seems we have nothing left to say to one another. Liu Qingyun is completely immobilized under the old man's grip. His strength alone is enough to crush the life out of me. Truly a supreme master of the martial world. But even under such misunderstanding, Liu Qingyun refuses to give up on saving her. Yet I cannot stop. Stop this at once! Seeing Liu Qingyun still persists, Zhuge Tian's fury only deepens. This man must cease immediately. Meanwhile, the two maids have retreated to a corner, mourning in silence for his legendary Zhajongmyeon. I'm dead for sure. Farewell, my beloved Zhajongmyeon. Seeing Liu Qingyun remains utterly unyielding, Zhuge Tian can no longer contain himself and bellows in rage. If you do not stop, I shall send you to meet your ancestors myself. Though he hears every word crystal clear, Liu Qingyun still refuses to let go. Just as Zhuge Tian is about to deliver the killing blow, Liu Qingyun manages to speak, and his words stop the old man cold. Would you truly let your own daughter die? Seeing that everything Liu Qingyun has done was solely to save his daughter, Zhuge Tian's demeanor shifts. What? Is this man telling the truth? He truly wishes to save King. Exhausted sweat drips from Liu Qingyun's brow. His unwavering determination to save King leaves the old patriarch genuinely stunned. He would even risk his own life to do it. And indeed, Liu Qingyun succeeds. Through sheer will and effort, King is saved. She slowly opens her eyes. Zhuge Tian sees her awaken and rushes to her side, gently lifting her into his arms. You're awake, my child. However, at this very moment, the one in the worst condition is Liu Qingyun himself, utterly spent after enduring far too many calamities on opening day. Liu Qingyun can hold out no longer. He collapses to the ground. Zhuge Tian, not wanting his daughter to overexert herself, urges her gently, rest now, child. Only after she was safely rescued did Liu Qingyun finally allow himself to surrender to exhaustion. Thank heavens, young miss, please don't strain yourself. King, that lecherous shopkeeper has been dealt with by your father. Through the gaping hole in the rooftop, Liu Qingyun gazes upward at the distant moon hanging high in the sky. And a single thought drifts through his mind. At least, no one died an unjust death on opening day. Done for. Only now does he realize this new life is no walk in the park. Running a business truly is exhausting. Now darkness has descended and blanketed the land. All things have fallen into silence. And yet, from Liu Qingyun's restaurant, his groans still echo through the night. For some inexplicable reason, Liu Qingyun's face is pale as a sheet and he keeps wailing, help, someone call the authorities. He looks as though he has witnessed something truly horrifying, eyes rolled back white. Then he jolts upright, throwing off the blanket with a violent start. Who's there? Someone call the authorities. It turns out Liu Qingyun had been caught in the throes of a nightmare. This is my room. What happened? He glances to the side and there sits Zhuge Tian, right beside him, radiating an aura that is anything but normal. For reasons beyond comprehension, a powerful green energy pulses from the old man's entire body, sending Liu Qingyun shrinking back in terror, utterly convinced that Zhuge Tian is about to send him to the afterlife. Only then does he slowly piece together what happened. Why is he still angry? Could it be because of the artificial respiration and the chest compressions? Liu Qingyan is utterly bewildered by Zhu Tian's attitude. But still he saved the man's daughter and he's still like this. Cold sweat begins to bead on Liu Qingyan's forehead once more. Or perhaps isn't this about face? Liu Qingyan suddenly recalls a painful truth deeply rooted in Chinese culture, the matter of face. A hypothesis takes shape in his mind. Even though I'm his daughter's savior, he still expects me to bow and grovel first, without a moment's hesitation. Liu Qingyan throws himself to the ground. Old master, this humble one spoke out of turn earlier. I must beg your forgiveness before your wrath descends. Please calm your anger and show this humble one mercy. Forgive me, old master, forgive me. Then Zhu Tian calls out to him. At this point Liu Qingyan dares only to crack open a single eye. Shopkeeper. Yes. Surprised, far from settling scores, the old patriarch Zhu Tian is remarkably warm and amiable. No, after all, you are the savior of my daughter's life. Liu Qingyan's face is drained of every drop of color, yet relief washes over him as the misunderstanding dissolves. Thank heavens, terrifying, but understandable. After all, Liu Qingyan had performed the great deed of saving King's life, and Zhu Tian rewards him with a proper introduction. It seems our fate is no ordinary one. Allow me to introduce myself properly. I am the patriarch of the Zhu clan, Zhu Tian. However, the instant those words leave the old man's mouth, Liu Qingyan is struck dumb with shock. The Zhu clan. Could it be one of the 7 great clans of the martial world? Descendants of Prime Minister Zhu Liang of Shuhan. Those legendary clans. Zhu Tian then turns the question back on him. And you, what is your name? But Liu Qingyan's mind is somewhere else entirely. He does not answer Zhu Tian's question. Instead, he lowers his head and recites from memory, the conduct of a gentleman lies in tranquility to cultivate the self, in frugality to nurture virtue. Hearing these words, Zhu Tian's expression shifts with surprise. He slowly rises to his feet. Undeterred by Zhu Tian's reaction, Liu Qingyan continues without pause. A man of true virtue must hold himself to integrity, temper his body through stillness, and nourish his character through simplicity. Seeing that Liu Qingyan recites flawlessly, not a single word out of place, Zhu Tian can hardly believe his own ears. You know the Jizishu? Liu Qingyan confirms without hesitation, of course. Without missing a beat, Liu Qingyan lays bare his sincere admiration. Marquis Zhu Wu is the person I admire most in all the world. The reason Liu Qingyan can recite all of this so effortlessly is simple. He is a man of deep passions, devoted not only to the culinary arts, but also to the great heroes of Chinese history. Not only Zhu Liang, he has committed to memory the tales of countless other legendary heroes as well. In his previous life, he never missed a single story from the romance of the 3 kingdoms. Liu Qingyan's home was packed wall to wall with every manner of collectible novels, films, and games and figurines beyond counting. Yet even that was not enough. His passion extended to one thing above all else: Zhu Liang. Anything and everything related to the great strategist, he had to know it all. Liu Qingyan cannot help but swell with pride. To be someone who knows so much. My previous life truly was wonderful. Seeing Liu Qingyan speak of it all as though it were his dearest subject, Zhu Tian places both hands firmly on his shoulders and pulls him close. Who could have guessed it is precisely this fervent passion for Zhu Liang that leads to an unforeseen proposition. Speaking as Zhu Tian, become one of my family. He thinks his ears have failed him and asks again, what does your excellency mean? Now, as he replays the old man's words in his mind, his entire body stiffens. Wait, one of the family, does that mean from this day forward, he is part of the household? Qingyan is utterly bewildered. Could it mean a bond of kinship? Does the old man wish to become sworn brothers with him? Qingyan begins to weigh the matter more carefully. If he were to forge ties with the Zhu clan, then those Jianghu riffraff would no longer dare come here and cause trouble ever again. It would never happen again. Before such an irresistibly sweet offer, how could he possibly refuse? Very well then. What is there left to hesitate about? Qingyan clasps his hands together in greeting. Elder brother, this little brother's name is Liu Qingyan, with a confident face. He introduces himself without reservation. Zhu Tian's eyes light up with interest upon hearing the name. Oh, Qingyan, you say? At this moment, the old man analyzes the young man's name and uncovers a remarkable coincidence. Qingyan, it means azure clouds. A wonderful coincidence. My daughter's name also contains the character Qing. How fortuitous. Qingyan is about to ask what the old man means, but Zhu Tian grows visibly excited and places both hands firmly on his shoulders. It's nothing. Don't mind it. It turns out Zhu Tian is a man of deep sentiment beneath his stern exterior. Although when we first met, there were a few misunderstandings. From this day forward, there is nothing more to worry about. From now on, you are family." Hearing these words spill from the old man's lips, King Yen feels his heart grow warm, as if it has just been bathed in sunlight. Could this be the warmth of brotherhood? How warm it is! That night, while the two young maids help repair King Yen's rooftop, they chatter endlessly inside the house, sharing stories about themselves. "How old are you?" "This humble one is 22 years of age." "Oh, my daughter's 18 this year." "Yes, and where are you from, young sir?" "Fujian, huh." After a grand opening day filled with exhaustion yet brimming with memories, the sun now rises and a new day begins. Upon waking, the first thing King Yen does is walk around the restaurant to inspect the repairs. Yet he is utterly astonished to find everything spotlessly arranged, gleaming clean. As if nothing had ever happened, everything repaired in a single night, not a single trace of blood remains. Suddenly, he hears sounds coming from the kitchen. There's nothing left to eat and not a single decent ingredient in sight. King Yen lifts the curtain and peers inside. Someone is cooking. To his great surprise, two maids with red double-bun hairstyles are making breakfast. One chops ingredients into fine pieces for the pot. The other stirs them round and round. However, the finished product has turned an ominous shade of purple, looking extremely suspicious. King Yen steals a glance, and he cannot help but gape in disbelief at their culinary talent. Is this food meant for martial artists? Stepping into the utter chaos of their tiny kitchen, he feels his appetite shrivel to nothing. Unbearable, unable to witness this culinary catastrophe a moment longer, King Yen quietly turns to slip away, pretending he saw nothing at all. But his presence has already caught one maid's eye. "Shop owner, get over here and lend us a hand." Both red double-bun maids are deeply worried about King, so they rose before dawn and came down to cook with their own hands. "Our young miss hasn't eaten a single thing since yesterday." That shop owner may be a pervert, but his cooking is second to none. Hearing this, King Yen finally understands, so that's what this is about. They want food prepared for the sick. Yet King Yen cannot deny that he bears a measure of fault in this matter. "The young miss fell ill largely because of me. If I broke it, I fix it." He gently lifts both maids aside, takes over the station, and sets about preparing a nutritious, delicious breakfast for King. King Yen takes the kitchen tools from the red double-bun maid's hands and begins to cook in earnest. "Return my sword." And of course, to forge a dish at the absolute pinnacle, he cannot go without the red headband tied tight across his forehead. With whatever meager ingredients remain in the kitchen, he resolves to transform them into a one-of-a-kind masterpiece. "Please wait a moment, sir. I shall present the finest convalescent meal in all the world." With his spirit of wholehearted dedication, King Yen begins to radiate brilliance alongside those humble ingredients. Both maids, before King Yen's cooking prowess sharp and refined as distilled water, can only tip their hats in awe. Magnificent. Indeed, he is a reliable pervert after all. Yet who can comprehend this injustice? He can only silently proclaim his innocence in his heart. "I am not." "Everyone." At last, the dish is carried to King's bedside. Was this personally prepared by young Master Liu? Before her rests a steaming bowl of congee, rich in aroma and brimming with nutrition, flanked by delicate side dishes, every detail a testament to King Yen's meticulous care for the food-loving young miss. Even with her hands restrained to prevent her from devouring everything in sight, King's head still squirms like a slippery loach. Begging just one bite, please. His special attentiveness while cooking cannot help but move her deeply, for her throat and vocal cords are still swollen. "I minced and diced everything much finer than usual." The young miss begins to recall something. Moreover, while slicing cucumber with razor-thin precision, King Yen had also instructed the red double-bun maids on a critical matter. The young miss is allergic to dried nuts. He deduced this from King's allergic reaction when she ate the jjajangmyeon that day. The maid reflects and realizes King Yen's words are entirely sound. "Now that I think about it, every time she eats dried nuts, that happens." The other maid overhears talk of food and begins drooling with envy. But dried nuts are so delicious. However, when the red double-bun maid recalls further, he had issued even more instructions. Not only that absolutely no dried nuts of any kind are to be touched, strictly forbidden, while his blade sweeps in strokes as beautiful as a painting, dicing cucumber into perfect pieces, King Yen does not forget to deliver one final, crucial command. From now on, the young miss's food must be rigorously inspected. The two red double-bun maids also assisted him during the cooking, one feeding firewood into the stove, the other knowing nothing to do except wail, "It's too hot." But King Yen is so meticulous that he instructs the maids on far more than food alone. Anything in direct contact with her body must be handled with utmost care. Cutting boards, bowls, and dishes must all be kept separate from the rest. Both maids listen without missing a single word, nodding vigorously in agreement. He trusts no one else to handle this properly, so he decides to take charge himself. Always, during the time you are here, I will personally oversee this matter. To prevent any unsuitable ingredient from slipping in, he guards every step. Yet the food-loving young miss still desperately yearns to taste King Yun's cooking. When you're done, can I have some too, please, shop owner? Shop owner. King raises the first spoonful of congee, a spoonful brimming with King Yun's heartfelt effort. The shop owner's sincerity is truly precious. To produce a single bowl of nourishing, fragrant congee for King Yun had measured, calibrated, and perfected every detail with painstaking precision. And this leaves the young miss unable to suppress her admiration. After swallowing the first spoonful, she immediately feels her spirits lift considerably. Even her complexion has visibly improved. A flavor beyond compare and a care without limit. King Yun's devotion makes King's heart bloom like spring flowers. This is young Master Liu's heart. King is deeply grateful for the special affection he has shown her. A few days later, they must bid King Yun farewell. Thanks to you, King's illness has improved greatly. We must set off. Before it is too late, before departing, Zhuge Tian grips King Yun's hand tightly. King Yun responds with full courtesy, understood. Over these past days, the young man has cared for their every need without complaint. And now the old patriarch feels a deep well of gratitude swelling in his chest. Thank you for healing my daughter's illness. King Yun responds humbly, you are too kind, sir. And to repay King Yun for everything he has done, King also has a parting gift for him. King has something she wishes to give you. She shyly produces a command token and holds it out before her. It's a command token, a keepsake. King Yun holds the precious object in his hands, utterly astonished. A token. Legend has it that whoever possesses it may call upon any favor they desire. A master key, a golden pass through the entire Jianghu. King Yun never imagined he would be honored with holding something so invaluable. Though they have sworn brotherhood, this treasure King Yun feels he has done nothing grand enough to warrant such a gift, and so he intends to return it. Big brother, I have nothing of worth to reciprocate with. However, the brothers refuse to take it back, insisting that the gift belongs to King Yun. Keep it. We no longer draw such lines between us. He takes it and freezes in place for a full 5 seconds. Is this really that big of a deal? I'm not entirely sure myself, but it's probably quite important. But you too. The little one, feeling they have lingered far too long, urges them on. Let's go, already this thing is killing me. And naturally their bond does not end here. They will meet again. Rest assured, the banquet is our responsibility. You need not trouble yourself. We shall come for you soon. Hearing this, he grows curious. What banquet? It turns out that the Chinese people place great weight on honor and oath. Any sworn brotherhood must be formalized with a grand ceremony, witnessed by heaven and earth. A sworn brotherhood ceremony truly, they are the descendants of Zhuge Liang. King Yun smiles and replies in kind, then it must be held with the utmost grandeur and generosity. Having said everything that needed to be said, they set off on their way. Then we shall take our leave. Watching their departing figures, King Yun waves farewell, until we meet again. On the day of the grand ceremony, the two of them depart. Let's go, King. Yes, father. He still stands behind them, waving enthusiastically to see them off. Not wanting King to be distracted, Zhuge Tian reminds her we still have much to do. And the important matter he speaks of is none other than preparing for her grand wedding. After the Zhuge family departs, King Yun now pours every ounce of his heart and passion into cooking and running the restaurant. Amid gentle breezes and pleasant weather, his restaurant is no longer plagued by disturbances and operates ever more smoothly. King Yun still cooks with all the burning passion blazing within him. Some time has passed. Ever since the Zhuge clan departed, they did not forget the kindness and grace that King Yun had shown them. Afterward, thanks to the unexpected and boundless generosity of big brother Zhuge, the restaurant undergoes a complete transformation. King Yun cannot forget how he wept uncontrollably upon reading the heartfelt words in that letter. Fearing you would refuse, I have given that girl 500 taels of silver. I shall leave her with you for a while. Feel free to put her to work on any menial task. And so that girl returns to the restaurant. However, the girl entrusted to him is none other than the gluttonous little imp from before. If you make jjajangmyeon for me, I'll let you off. Why does it have to be this one? And naturally, with the generous sum of 500 taels at his disposal, King Yun can expand his business even further. Now the restaurant receives a complete renovation. Huya Restaurant, version 20. Beyond the intoxicating aroma of jjajangmyeon, he crafts many new dishes, no less extraordinary. Stir-fried meat with bamboo shoots. Please enjoy your meal. Yet something feels off. Glancing around, he is stunned to find the place as deserted as a haunted temple. Where are the customers? Why aren't there any customers at all? Meanwhile, the girl starts washing eggs. Where's the rice? Bring it out. Seeing that they have been open for quite some time, yet still not a single customer has arrived, Liu Qingyan's heart burns like fire. At this rate, I'll go bankrupt. The money Big Brother gave me is almost used up. What on earth is the problem? While he is utterly desperate, the girl remains carefree. There is nothing wrong with the food itself yet. The 82nd calamity descends upon his head once more. Suddenly, a hand shoves the door open from outside, and a voice bellows, "Is this Huya restaurant or not?" Hearing someone call, Liu Qingyan assumes it is a customer and spins around with delight. A customer. Yes, please come in. At that moment, a storm of footsteps pours into Liu Qingyan's restaurant from outside. However, contrary to his expectations, they are not customers at all but soldiers with unfriendly demeanors. Constables, what? And a whole troop of courtesans too. Group civil servants on a dining tour, more like. Seeing so many people pour in, Liu Qingyan thinks he has struck gold and beams as he welcomes them. Please come in. Line up everyone, please sit wherever you like. At this moment, a long-faced man appears from seemingly nowhere and demands, "Are you the owner, Liu Qingyan?" Liu Qingyan confirms and replies, "Yes, sir. Since you're a large party, please feel free to order first. Please everyone." However, he barely finishes his sentence before the twin-tailed red-haired maid is bound in ropes. Before he even realizes it, perhaps they did not come here to dine at all. Not long after, Liu Qingyan is bound as well. At this moment, he cannot help but be bewildered. He has done nothing wrong. Why is he being treated like this? Liu Qingyan is subsequently brought to the Xinyu County Magistrate's office in Sichuan Province, where someone has been waiting for him since the afternoon. That person is none other than Dalin, the young magistrate. He gnaws on a massive chicken leg in his hand. It's this one. Dalin is the county magistrate who will preside over Liu Qingyan's case. The long-faced man pours water for the boy while confirming, "Yes, it's this one right here." To be more precise, Magistrate Dalin of Xinyu County. He wears an incredibly sinister expression and whispers into the boy's ear, "I've selected him most carefully." Meanwhile, Liu Qingyan still does not understand what on earth is happening and desperately tries to defend himself. What? There seems to be a misunderstanding. I haven't committed any crime. However, Liu Qingyan barely gets a few words out before a guard slams a rod down and forces him to the ground. Silence. Then the scheming long-faced man whispers into Dalin's ear, fabricating charges to frame him. The restaurant owner looks prosperous, but he has no powerful connections whatsoever. Just cook up some charges. However we handle it, we can squeeze a fortune out of him. The moment the boy hears the word money, his eyes light up. He slams down his bowl of noodles and orders, then pass the sentence and carry out the punishment at once. The cunning long-faced man then produces a scroll and begins reading the verdict. Criminal Liu Qingyan, though you have done nothing wrong. Can you hear me clearly? Operating a business without reporting to the authorities evasion is a grave offense. Furthermore, failing to register with the Liquor Guild and the Culinary Guild, that is an offense piled upon an offense. Hearing these guilds, Liu Qingyan is utterly baffled. The Liquor Guild, the Culinary Guild, what in the world are those? Now, calamity officially rains down upon Liu Qingyan. Throw this man in prison immediately and confiscate all his assets. Seeing that he has conducted honest business and lived with integrity, yet is still treated this way, Liu Qingyan is utterly unwilling to accept it. Wait. This is outrageous. However, they do not let him utter another word. They immediately beat him, kicking him savagely in the back. Truly, these scoundrels abuse their power to bully the innocent. The soldier kicks him to the ground and orders silence. But at that moment, Liu Qingyan's protective command token slips out and clatters to the floor. Dalin, who is holding a steamed bun about to take a bite, spots the object fall and freezes mid-chew. No noise. Escort him away at once. Seeing the token, such a precious token falling from Liu Qingyan's person, the boy is utterly panicked. Dalin now looks as though he has seen a ghost. He carelessly flings all his food into the air and scrambles to snatch it up in sheer horror. Wait, don't. He understands all too well the immense value of this command token, and immediately interrogates Liu Qingyan. Where did you get this? Magistrate Dalin holds the token in his hand, drenched in cold sweat, trembling uncontrollably. Lying will not merely land you in prison, it will cost you your head. He cannot believe that a mere restaurant owner like Liu Qingyan possesses such a thing and presses him relentlessly. Confess now, did you steal it or find it? Liu Qingyan holds nothing back and recounts everything. A patron who visited the restaurant bestowed it upon me. They said it was a family heirloom. However, no matter what leaves Liu Qingyan's lips, Dallin will not believe a single word. He snatches the massive rod from the guard's hands. It seems Liu Qingyan is about to endure a beating that will shatter his bones and pulverize his flesh. Very well. How dare you forge one? He raises the rod high, ready to bring it crashing down upon Liu Qingyan, that wicked long-faced scoundrel. Having dragged Liu Qingyan to this sorry state, still stands there grinning with delight. He truly deserves to descend into the 18 levels of hell. A model corrupt official, truly at the cutting edge. I must follow his example and become a corrupt official myself. But unexpectedly, the one who receives the blow is not Liu Qingyan but that thick-skinned scoundrel instead. Though he does not understand the reason, Liu Qingyan is deeply satisfied. Dallin's strike sends the man crashing into the wall with a bone-jarring blow. At this moment, Liu Qingyan is utterly stunned, left speechless as Dallin flips sides faster than a rice cracker in a frying pan. The boy now drenches in cold sweat, uttering words completely opposite from those he spoke just moments ago when he forced an innocent man to kneel. What the hell do you think you're doing? The long-faced man slowly rises from the rubble, burning with indignation, and retorts, but the magistrate himself ordered this. This boss Dallin has no desire to hear another filthy word spill from that mouth. In a flash, he leaps into the air and slams the man flat. Shut your mouth. Inside the government office, the yard erupts into chaos. Guards throw this rat into the dungeon and gag him. Then, in a move no one saw coming, Dallin turns to Qingyan with a warm smile. The reversal is nothing short of staggering. From where I stand, are you all right, brother? Qingyan blinks, utterly bewildered by the sudden familiarity. Come again, we are no brothers. I thank you, Magistrate Dallin. But Dallin waves the formality aside. Call me Big Brother instead, just like that. The vast gulf between magistrate and commoner shrinks to nothing. We're practically family. Perhaps after seeing the formidable command token in Qingyan's hands, his attitude shifted a full 180 degrees, now radiating nothing but warmth. We're the same, you and I, soon. Both Qingyan and the little girl are escorted inside. County Magistrate Bao Dallin's residence. Good grief. I nearly caused a catastrophe just now. Who could have guessed that brother would turn out to be someone from the Zhuge clan? The red-bunned maid with her voracious appetite gapes wide-eyed at the spread before her, a table laden with every delicacy imaginable. After learning of Qingyan's terrifyingly prestigious background and his ties to nobility, Dallin spares no expense, treating them to a veritable 5-star banquet. Please help yourselves as if you were at home. Such fine fare doesn't come around often. Both he and the little girl beam with excitement. Many thanks, Big Brother. Yet Dallin still finds the formality irksome and corrects him. Why so stiff? Haven't I already said, you and I are old friends? Bowl of noodles in hand, Qingyan relents. Yes, Big Brother. Although this world is truly small. Who could have imagined that the magistrate himself had ties to the Zhuge clan? Dallin fans himself leisurely and urges them on. Hurry, try the food. Eat. In his previous life, Qingyan had endured nothing but humiliation and bullying because he lacked powerful connections. Now everything has been reversed. How sweet it is. So this is what it tastes like to have backing. Yet this is merely Dallin's outward facade. Deep down, Qingyan knows full well the man is only being friendly because he doesn't want to offend the Zhuge clan. Thought he was just some country bumpkin, but who would have guessed he carried that token? And moreover, in the command plate there was also the name of the Zhuge clan's young miss. This shocks him tenfold. It means this bumpkin is no mere acquaintance, as a close friend of the Zhuge clan. In other words, he is the young miss's betrothed. Dallin nearly chokes on his own breath. Timely discovery of this man's identity, otherwise, Dallin would have been done for long ago. Dare to lay hands on the Zhuge clan's son-in-law, his head nearly parted ways with his neck. Watching Qingyan and the girl devour their food ravenously, Dallin wonders, has the brother cooled his anger by now? Noticing Dallin's lingering gaze, Qingyan asks, is something troubling you, Big Brother? Naturally, Dallin cannot admit what truly occupies his mind. He waves it off. It's nothing. An official's life is fraught with worries. Qingyan, in turn, grows curious. Then why won't you eat a single bite? There's so much fine food here, yet you haven't touched your chopsticks. Dallin explains, you understand. Cuisine. Ah, that's right, you mentioned you own a restaurant, didn't you? These Sichuan dishes are decent enough, I'll grant you that. But compared to the cuisine of my homeland, they fall far short. A wave of bittersweet nostalgia wells up within Dallin. Every now and then I remember the flavors of home, and thin blue seas, white-capped waves, and seafood as far as the eye can see. The bounty of the ocean from his homeland floods his mind's eye. My hometown is Guangdong. Not only that it's renowned for its abundance of fresh, exquisite seafood. He recalls the days when his life was bound to the sea. Strangely enough, every time he gazed upon the ocean, he felt compelled to swear an oath. Young Bao Dalan, 21 years of age, I will pass the imperial examination and become a great official. His burning ambitions blaze before his eyes once more. Back then, Dalan had resolved to protect the common folk with a heart as tender as a mother's and as vast as the sea. Like the boundless ocean itself, he would use that heart to shelter all living souls. Looking back on those days, then glancing at who he has become, Dalan feels a sharp pang of guilt. I was nothing but a naive boy who had never seen the world. After hearing of Dalan's homeland, King Yun falls into quiet contemplation. Guangdong, he slams the table and leaps to his feet. Startled, Dalan jerks, what is it? Big brother Dalan, you saved me from behind iron bars today. In return, King Yun wishes to repay your kindness with his craft. To honor your generosity, this little brother humbly offers to prepare a small dish. In the spacious kitchen, King Yun dries his hands, poised and ready. He gives the order, fire. At once, the red bun maid springs into action. Fire, fire, the girl focuses on kindling the flames. 103. Meanwhile, King Yun is far from idle. His mind races. Let's begin. First, prep the ingredients. His knife flashes as he begins slicing beef. Watching his fluid, practiced movements, two long-haired maids exchange stunned whispers. Who is that man? The other replies, ah, I hear he's a friend of the magistrate. Sir. Spotting the red-bunned girl standing nearby, another maid approaches and asks, why is a man like him working in the kitchen? The girl hastily wipes the sweat from her brow and answers, that's Liu Qingyun. He's famous throughout Xinwu and all of Sichuan as a lunatic. Mind Yao, but his cooking, that's genuine. Hearing herself slandered without cause, King Yun bristles internally. Don't spread baseless rumors. After a laborious process, he wipes his drenched brow and murmurs the auxiliary ingredients. This should be sufficient, he thinks to himself. Just now I noticed something about the big brother's condition. Could it be homesickness? A dish that evokes the taste of home would surely lift his spirits. But the problem is we're in Sichuan. It's nothing like Guangdong. This land lies leagues from the sea. Fresh seafood is impossible to come by. He picks up the plate of aquatic ingredients. Mind worrying with calculations, so I'll substitute with what I have. River crab for sea crab, freshwater crayfish with claws removed for prawns, and freshwater mussels for sea clams. Flames roar to life, his determination burns hotter still. His mind races through every detail. While the seafood simmers in the broth, I'll prepare the spice blend, a substitute for chili peppers, which are exceedingly rare in this era. First, Sichuan peppercorn, mildly numbing, delicately fragrant with its signature crimson hue. Then the greater numbing pepper, fiercely spicy, intensely aromatic. Next, the lantern pepper, also known as the long pepper, carrying a citrusy scent and a gentle, lingering heat. Then saute garlic and scallions in rapeseed oil until golden, creating a chili oil substitute embodiment of that signature numbing tingle on the tip of the tongue. Spicy, representing bold, unapologetic heat. The signature numbing, spicy, fragrant complexity of mala seasoning that is precisely what makes this peppercorn oil extraordinary. The blazing flames draw gasps of admiration from the maids. His wok technique is absolutely masterful. The final step, stir fry in a second wok, then drizzle the finished peppercorn oil over the prepared ingredients. The rich, intoxicating aroma of the peppercorn overwhelms any trace of fishiness. From the freshwater ingredients, the fragrant steam surges upward, thick and irresistible. A maid can't contain herself. That aromate's maddening, that hot, numbing fragrance. How can it smell this good? Two others watch in open admiration, truly skilled. So hot. King Yun allows himself a quiet smile. That level of confidence is just right. He bows slightly, a humble gift from this little brother to big brother. Staring at the steaming, crimson bowl of noodles before him, Dalan rests his chin on his hand, bewildered. What dish is this? I've never seen anything like it. What's it called? Even King Yun hasn't settled on a name. He stammers, this. Well, I hope this doesn't cause any confusion. It seemed that big brother deeply misses the flavors of Guangdong, so this little brother took the liberty of recreating a taste of home. This dish is Kalagundong mala stir-fried noodles. But in truth, it's spicy seafood noodles. Dalan's eyes glisten. Touched, he murmurs, thank you, brother. But in the depths of his mind, he sneers, HMPH, just a bowl of noodles from some restaurant on the verge of bankruptcy. How could it possibly satisfy the palate of someone who has feasted on mountain and ocean delicacies his entire life? Yet the instant the first strand touches his tongue, Dalan's eyes fly wide. What is this? This is no ordinary bowl of noodles. With that single taste, the flavors in his bowl carry him across mountains and sea straight back to Guangdong. His vision blurs. How is this possible? A single bowl of noodles, and it contains the entirety of Guangdong, the taste of my homeland. His mission complete, King Yun steps back. Shall I take my leave? Please enjoy, big brother. The moment he turns away, Dallin devours the noodles with reckless abandon. The numbing spice sets his mouth ablaze. Sweat pouring down his face, but he doesn't stop. Gulp, 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 gulp. His appetite is monumental. Shaking heaven and earth itself, King Yun staggers back in shock. Gee, good lord, that eating speed is terrifying. Su Nuinuan, the red-bun girl, echoes in awe. Wow. Deaf to the world around him, Dallin continues to devour, wolfing down every last strand with frantic urgency. Even King Yun stands slack-jawed. Is this the legendary realm that transcends mere noodle eating? Sudden limit slurp. Dallin's vision fractures. The world around him dissolves into mist. He stares dazed at the figure materializing before him. Who are you? The handsome young man speaks. You've changed a great deal. Me, 2 years from now. Not just in appearance, but bullying the innocent, satisfying base desires. This truly what we always dreamed of. The words strike like a blade to the heart. Dallin freezes, then fury ignites. He tries to shout the vision away. Yao, you brat, your mouth still reeks of mother's milk. What could the likes of you possibly know? Without power you accomplish nothing. That is how this world works. For an impetuous, naive fool who knows neither the height of heaven nor the depth of earth, you don't even deserve a single strand of these noodles. Unmoved by Dallin's rage, the vision responds with perfect calm. Do you truly believe that? Press close. Dallin's mind reels. What if I do? But what escapes his lips is, no, I don't. What I've always longed for isn't the taste of home or fresh seafood. It's the image of my former self. A young man ablaze with passion, one who always hungered for justice. Could it be the me of those days? Then past and present converge, touching each other, a kiss that binds two streams of time, ending the flashback. The entire pavilion flashes with blinding brilliance. King Yun, he comes back to his senses. Suisheng asks, brother, what's wrong? The bowl is empty. The young man bows his head low and praises, truly delicious, my friend. Is this dish called Guangdong-style spicy stir-fried jjajangmyeon? He replies, yes, sir. The young man continues, a dish that makes one ponder many things. Your culinary skill is truly admirable. Ah, so that's all it was. His face softens as he replies, yes. Then he thinks, what on earth did I create? Even the young girl hesitantly responds, wonderful. Suddenly, the red-bunned maid's eyes light up with admiration. Magnificent. This terrifies him. You too. Night descends in silence. A voice breaks through. A love. In the adjacent pavilion, Dallin is hard at work. He orders the servant beside him, next, return this money and the confiscated goods to them. The servant responds, yes, sir. As for this one, set him free, and compensate him fairly. The other servant receives the order, yes. Suddenly remembering someone standing before him, Dallin says apologetically, ah, how careless of me. It's already so late. I summoned you here and made you wait. Junior brother, I hear your business hasn't been going too smoothly. Caught off guard, he scratches his head, his face full of worry, and honestly replies, big brother, I don't understand. We does no one ever come to my shop. Could it be that my cooking is lacking? But Dallin reassures him, brother, I assure you it's not the food. Then he turns to the servant, summon brother Tian and brother Bayan here at once. The servant responds, understood. The servant calls out, brother Tian, brother Bayan. Meanwhile, Dallin confides that he wishes he could help personally. But work is overwhelming. I must fix things, correcting all the mistakes from before. Therefore, I shall introduce you to a few friends. No sooner had the words left his lips than they appeared. They greet him warmly. Meeting new connections is always a delight. An honor to meet you, young master. King Yan stares at them, utterly stunned. They introduce themselves one by one. Sharpface introduces himself. I am Tian Mu, right-hand man of the Culinary Guild of Xinwu County. And I am Bayan Mu from the Wine Guild. Watching them strike dramatic poses, King Yan stands frozen. Dallin says they are all seasoned veterans in the world of commerce. These two will assist you. The two wave their arms about, dancing and shouting, young Master Liu. Your Ristarantha will bring it back to life, just you watch. Seeing this, he falls deeper into contemplation. Ah, more strange ones have appeared. But the red-bunned maid gazes in admiration. Magnificent. Are you going to keep scaring me like this? The two simply make themselves at home. Dallin even teases him, ah, brother, before you head back, could I trouble you for one more bowl of that spicy stir-fried jjajangmyeon? Hearing this, King Yan screams internally, so that was your true motive all along. And just like that, King Yan gains two more eccentric friends. From the mountains rings out hearty laughter, ho ho. Tianmu and Bianmu ask, is this young Master Liu's restaurant? Tianmu remarks, not bad looking actually. They examine the place. Bianmu says, let me see, it's a bit remote. But the road access is convenient, the location isn't bad at all. Tianmu also praises there are even rest quarters. If it gets late, one can stay overnight. Night. Tianmu asks in confusion, why is business so deadweight? Bian, what's wrong? Seeing this, he quickly asks brother Bian what happened. Bianmu groans, ugh, ah, leaving everyone around bewildered with question marks. Tianmu collapses to the ground in fright, what is it? King Yun is equally baffled, scratching his head at their bizarre behavior. He asks what's going on. Internally he wonders, is something wrong? A terrified voice cries out, good heavens, what's with that lantern? Turning around, they see the red-bund maid holding a lantern. While Tian and Bianmu cling to each other in terror, the girl asks, this one? The two scream, put that thing down this instant. Their behavior makes King Yun wonder, have they been possessed by ghosts? He looks up at the lantern and asks, what about the lantern? Tianmu answers with a roar, you fool. Hang that thing up, and who dare set foot in the shop? He continues, an open restaurant must hang persimmon-shaped lanterns. Hearing Tianmu's words, King Yun's face goes blank, utterly lost. The maid exclaims, oh my. Tianmu immediately educates them, that type of lantern is only hung when a shop is closed or out of business. He elaborates, a persimmon lantern is completely different from a regular one. Bianmu sobs, trembling, young Master Liu is utterly ignorant. He knows nothing. A disgrace to the merchant community. After witnessing this entire display, King Yun vaguely understands he never imagined this lantern carried such meaning. He thinks this, that, but how was I supposed to know any of this? He explains to everyone, I truly knew nothing at all. King Yun's expression grows serious, sweat pouring down his face as he reflects, the original owner of this body, King Yun's memories are in my head too. He sinks deeper into thought, but he was a man with absolutely zero martial talent. Yet he dreamed of becoming a supreme martial arts master. In his mind's eye, he sees a clueless King Yun waving a wooden stick around wildly, muttering, die, all of you. Hey, the overlords of the Central Plains are all dead. Dying was one thing, but the old King Yun was even more hopeless at business. Not just commerce, knowledge and wisdom were all equally lacking. The fool only ever knew how to think in one direction. Fine, killing everyone is boring, let's move on. And so King Yun continues his contemplation. Next life, I'll pick a body that's smarter and more capable. Everyone else gets hidden stats, special attributes, but me, beside him. Bianmu and the others are still going on about the earlier issue. We haven't even started, and we've already hit a dead end. As they walk, they say to each other, let's go inside. As the group enters through the gate, far away near the base of a tree, a figure cloaked from head to toe watches them. The curly-haired, cloaked figure bites his finger and mutters, this time I absolutely must. Inside the restaurant, Tianmu and Bianmu fly to King Yun's side with stacks of documents. Now then, young Master Liu, hurry and fill out these forms. Their sudden rush startles the red-bund maid, who gawks and accidentally bites into the scrolls. The two stand on either side, holding ledgers open for King Yun. Sign, Tianmu says, there are also tax declaration forms for the government. Bianmu continues, paying taxes is the duty of every citizen of the Central Plains. Sob, sob, sob. Bianmu goes on to sell alcohol and food in your establishment. Don't forget to register with the Wine Guild and the Culinary Guild. Hearing all this, King Yun thinks seriously, once I complete all of this, I can finally operate as a legitimate business. Tianmu pauses, wait, I feel like something's still missing. Bianmu responds, now that I think about it, this restaurant, whoosh. King Yun is still sitting stiffly with the pile of paperwork. Bianmu helplessly looks at the maid gnawing on the documents, besides that foolish little mutt over there. He turns to look at King Yun. Expression contemplative, and young Master Liu is both the owner and the head chef, and then there's Bianmu and Tianmu glance around. Poking into every nook and cranny, they wonder who else is there. Could it be over here? Or perhaps here? What about here? The two run all over but find no one. Panting from exhaustion, seems like there's nobody at all. There definitely isn't. Both exchange sly glances and mutter, so there's no other choice, is there? What should we do? King Yun approaches with the completed forms. I've finished filling everything out. Can we start doing business now? Immediately. Bianmu shouts, right, then starting now. These two self-proclaimed gods of chaos strike a dramatic pose and declare arrogantly, we shall select the sole mascot face off this establishment. A shop assistant. The scene shifts to the shop assistant selection. A row of applicants sits lined up for the interview. Tianmu eagerly says, "Come now, all the candy." "Dates, where are you?" Witnessing this spectacle, King Yun is utterly astonished. He thinks, what? An audition out of nowhere like this? Mu chuckles away, while the girl maintains a stern expression at him. Tianmu announces, "Candidate number 1, please enter." A one-eyed young man responds, "Yes, sir." King Yun thinks, if I want business to go smoothly, having an extra hand to wait tables wouldn't be bad. Tianmu leisurely begins, "Now then, one-eyed young man, straighten your face." He mutters, "What's this about?" piquing King Yun's curiosity. The one-eyed youth's expression transforms instantly as he unleashes his rapid-fire patter. Saliva spraying everywhere, 1 plate of stir-fried chives with meat and 2 baskets of steamed buns. The chef's skill needs no praise. The dishes will be served immediately. Please wait a moment, honored guest. Then he launches into another volley. The bill goes on credit. Go live in a temple. This leaves King Yun and the others utterly horrified. King Yun thinks, what the hell is this? Wait, is this rap? Does hip-hop have roots in ancient China? The young man keeps going, nearly biting his own tongue. "If you want chicken, just holler for me." Tianmu facepalms in exasperation. "Oh heavens above, speak properly." He waves dismissively, "I'm sorry, but I simply cannot accept this." Tianmu's blunt elimination makes the guy spew from his mouth. The 2 remaining applicants beam with glee, while Mu and the girl gesture him out the door. King Yun says helplessly, "Hey, wouldn't it be fine to just pick anyone?" Tianmu asks, King Yun continues, "Why do you insist on making a waiter perform a rap show? Doesn't he just need the talent to serve?" The words barely leave his mouth before Mu screams in his face, his hair flying back, "Stop talking nonsense, shut up and listen." Young Master Liu, accompanied by the girl's piercing shriek, King Yun nearly jumps out of his skin. Then Mu softens and explains, "The voice of a waiter is the voice of a restaurant. Therefore, a waiter's eloquence and customer service ability reflect the class of the establishment." The red-bund maid nods along. "Exactly." Mu switches back to shouting, "Do you understand yet, young Master Liu?" "Understood." King Yun thinks, "I don't understand a thing, but I'm terrified." Tianmu's voice cuts through the commotion, "Very well then, let us continue." The audition is far from over. A melodious sound fills the air, the singing voice of a long-haired youth. The artist's magnificent singing moves Mu to the point of tears and snot streaming down his face. Then comes the singing of the banana-head youth, whose voice sends both Mu and the girl into rapturous delight. After finishing his performance, he gives all 3 a beautiful hair flip and presents his scorecard with a solemn expression. Mu 7, Tianmu 9. The girl's verdict, "This is a bowl of zhajangmyeon." Witnessing these scenes, King Yun is absolutely horrified, screaming internally, "Ugh, why do I have to watch a rap audition in this era? This is sheer absurdity." The banana-headed youth has tears streaming down both eyes, while the red-bund maid slurps down noodles like a maniac. And the young man, hair covered his eyes completely, broom in hand, performing as though he were shredding a guitar solo. The 3 candidates brawled chaotically, while the little girl demanded yet another bowl of noodles. Tianmu flips the table. Seeing this utter chaos, King Yun's face darkens like the bottom of a cast-iron pot. "Enough. This won't do." He leaps to his feet and slams the table, bellowing, "Everyone, stop at once." He declares that his restaurant is no place for frolicking and dancing, then continues his restaurant is simply a place where hungry diners can savor good food. King Yun's expression turns solemn as he speaks, resting briefly after days of exhaustion. "Therefore, I have no need for any waiters." Hearing King Yun say this, Tianmu waves his hand. "Fine then, everyone head home." Mu and the girl feel dejected since things had been going well. The 3 of them crowd together. King Yun's restaurant doesn't need a waiter after all. How strange. Odd indeed. Mu actually agrees, which is highly unusual. The little maid then blurts out, "King Yun is such a pervert," leaving King Yun stunned. He thinks that's none of your business. He sighs and says, "Either way, the decision stands, no waiters needed." Suddenly, a bizarre figure flies in through the door, exclaiming, "Wait, it's not over yet." Tianmu and Mu seem to recognize this person. Tianmu says, "You again." Mu sneers with contempt, "You followed us all the way here. You cling on like a leech." The figure drops to her knees at once, pleading earnestly, "Please, I beg you noble lords, give this humble girl a chance to participate in the selection." Tianmu looks down at her. Didn't we already tell you that you don't qualify? You can't even speak properly and your background is..." Mu beside him also sneers, "HMPH." The girl stammers, "But I..." She speaks with fierce determination. "This humble girl is willing to endure any hardship. Just give me one chance and I will give it my absolute all." Tianmu raises an eyebrow. "Even if you try, it's pointless." Besides this rundown restaurant, thou could someone as big, dark, and reeking as you possibly serve as a waiter. The girl pleads pitifully, please just give me a chance. Tianmu presses on furthermore. Young Master Liu already said he doesn't need any waiters. No sooner has he finished speaking than King Yun interjects, wait. King Yun, with a serious expression, tosses a golden hat, advancing the girl to the final round. You're hired. Hearing this, Tianmu freezes, huh? But just now the young master said he didn't. King Yun waves his hands frantically, hired. You're hired already. This ridiculous display leaves the other three speechless, while the girl is utterly baffled as to why she was accepted. She is overwhelmed with gratitude toward King Yun, her eyes brimming with tears. Thank you for accepting me, sir. Thank you. My master. Those words make him want to die of embarrassment. King Yun's face flushes crimson. My master. That might be a bit too much. About that. I don't actually mind. Seeing this scene, the remaining three can only silently judge what a pervert. Upon hearing King Yun's words, the girl hastily adds, then I shall call you Master King Yun. She asks shyly, is that all right? Let's go with that. And so, after that thoroughly fair selection process, I hired a young woman named Jialian as a waiter. The scene is peaceful when a booming voice suddenly rings out, hey, Jialian. Jialian asks in confusion, is this an advance on my wages? And they're dragon coins, no less. King Yun asks back, what's wrong? Is that not allowed? Before he can react, he sees her, face planting straight onto the ground, thanking him profusely. No. Thank you, master. King Yun says in surprise, you really don't have to do that. He had simply noticed she looked destitute and decided to advance her 1 month's wages. Who could have imagined Jialian would be this overjoyed? She remains prostrate. I swear to dedicate my very life to you. Tianmu muses, though it's still a bit excessive. However, Brother Tian and Brother Bian were sent by Dalanji, and they've agreed to stay, to help out until the restaurant is running smoothly. Tianmu considers the situation. How about we rearrange the restaurant's interior a bit? What say you, young Master Liu? Do you have the coin? The red twin-bund maid hangs up persimmon-shaped lanterns. Everything is ready. The bell has been rung. Now all they need is to wait for their first ordinary customer, both King Yun and Jialian. Spot something. Jialian rushes out to invite the customer in. Everything seems perfect. The customer, wearing a wide hat and bearing a scar across his face, speaks. King Yun breaks into a cold sweat. Wait, what is this? He can only scream internally, it can't be. Please spare me. The man lifts his hat, revealing a pair of sinister, snake-like eyes. It is the scarred man. He speaks in a dark, chilling tone. Long time no see. This restaurant of yours is quite presentable now. His very demeanor makes King Yun scream inside his head, get the hell out right now. Inside King Yun's restaurant, a voice dripping with mockery rings out, long time no see. The scarred man steps further, and this restaurant of yours is quite presentable indeed. Everyone inside is stunned, King Yun most of all. He is so shocked he cannot form words. Only Jialian cheerfully extends an invitation. Come in. Suddenly, behind the scarred man, a whole host of similarly scarred men materializes. On the other side, the yellow-scarfed assassins also pour in, equally numerous. King Yun's vision swims. What is this? Is there something wrong with my eyes? Am I hallucinating? In the next instant, both groups sit down at opposing tables, each side laying concealed weapons across every surface. Jialian, quick on her feet, moves to invite everyone to order. But before she can finish, she is gagged. King Yun hastily drags her inside. They're not customers. Keep quiet. Jialian still doesn't understand what's happening, but Tianmu and Bianmu are already terrified. Both sides speak in unison, each placing 3 taels of silver and a sword hilt upon the table. The yellow-scarfed assassins throw down the gauntlet first. The day of reckoning has arrived. The scarred man is no less imposing. I, too, have debts that demand repayment. Hearing this, King Yun slumps in defeat. That means from now on, they'll be waging war inside this restaurant. It's the unwritten law of the martial world. Jialian finally grasps the situation. Everyone drops flat to the floor to avoid the coming battle. Tianmu speaks up urgently. Hey, young Master Liu, judging from that conversation. He presses on, this isn't the first time, is it? King Yun answers swiftly, indeed. On opening day, they already came and caused a ruckus once before. Meanwhile, the two groups bicker furiously ahead. The scarred man jabs a finger at them. You blood demon scum, all you know is how to ambush. The yellow-scarfed assassins retort just as fiercely. That's called tactical flanking, you green forest dimwit. King Yun laments mournfully, once be chalked up to bad luck. But why in the heavens are they back for a second time? Tianmu, hearing this, can only groan helplessly. So this restaurant has become their regular haunt. The red twin-bund maid nearby whines, I'm hungry. Can she not sense King Yun's agony at this moment? But they haven't even eaten anything here, though there certainly are plenty of flavors to choose from. The yellow-scarfed assassin slams the table in fury. Enough with the nonsense already. King Yun's face is etched with worry. Has it started? Tianmu beside him is equally anxious. The flavor of fists, the flavor of blades. He watches both sides clash violently and speaks through clenched teeth. They've become addicted to the flavor of brawling in this restaurant. They're regulars now. King Yun wails, what the hell is this? Damn it, Jialian is about to cry over the restaurant too. Only the red twin bun maid shouts, I'm hungry. Tianmu watches the all-out brawl before him and sighs if word gets out that this restaurant is a fighting pit for the martial world. He exhales, it's all over. Bian-mu has already ducked inside a large earthen jar to hide brother Tian. The situation is too chaotic. Jialian stammers, master, this humble girl cannot let her master be in danger. The red twin-bund maid grows frantic, I can't stand being hungry anymore. Tianmu, hiding inside the jar alongside Bian-mu, call me when it's over. King Yan looks at everyone around him, thoroughly dissatisfied. The red twin-bund maid charges furiously into the heart of the battle, throwing punches and kicks as she screams, I can't take it anymore. Jialian wraps her arms around King Yan's head and buries it against her chest, startling him. This humble girl will protect her master with her life. She declares with conviction, please master, believe in this humble girl. Little does she know, King Yan's entire face has turned beet red. He can barely breathe. With the scarred man's gang and the yellow-scarfed assassins locked in fierce combat, Jialian shields King Yun's body with her own. She means to keep him safe from the crossfire, but he is already in agony. Og, I can't breathe. But the situation takes a sudden turn when a blade hurtles toward the two of them. Jialian screams and ducks behind King Yun's back. He too is utterly terrified. Sweat pours down King Yun's forehead like a river. Upon seeing the blade before him, he rounds on her, you said you'd protect me. And you dare use me as a human shield? Jialian's eyes glisten with tears, but I was so scared. As for your corpse, this humble girl will surely give it a proper burial. King Yun's fury only deepens, I'm not even dead yet. Bury what? The scarred man is sent hurtling toward Jialian's table, scaring her into fleeing. King Yun takes in the pandemonium before him. First things first, get outside. He dashes toward the door, calling out to Jialian, hurry. Suddenly, a group of people appears outside the restaurant. A purple-haired girl among them remarks, it seems rather noisy in there, doesn't it? The moment the door swings open, both King Yun and Jialian burst outside. King Yun slams straight into the purple-haired girl's chest. His hands grope against what lies before him, and he thinks to himself, quite generous indeed. He nearly pulls away, but Jialian also rushes out, sandwiching him snugly between the bosoms of two women. He can't help but savor the unexpected bliss. At that moment, King Yun no longer cares about anything. He blurts out, here's your bill. He couldn't care less now. The purple-haired girl holds all the cards. The purple-haired girl seizes King Yun by the hair in a rage and yanks him forward. The girl called Yang Yang, flanked by her guards behind her, fixes King Yun with a stare brimming with killing intent. You are courting death. The brat King Yun hangs limp as a noodle in Yang Yang's iron grip. A pity, I'm pressed for time, so I'll end you quickly. Jialian startles and cries, if so, please hand my master's corpse over to this lowly one. Yang Yang lifts King Yun's head by the hair. Master, so this is Liu King Yun, the owner of this restaurant. Could this man be? Meanwhile, the brawlers from inside have spilled out onto the street. One of the yellow-kerchiefed assassins trashes everything in sight, filling Yang Yang with utter disgust. What a nuisance. She signals her guards to advance and commands, handle this quickly. Behind her, she's a volley of flying daggers shoots forth, piercing clean through the wooden tables. The table explodes with a thunderous crash. Inside the restaurant, a red twin-bund maidservant strikes a yellow-kerchiefed assassin square in the jaw, sending him coughing up a mouthful of blood. Another assassin glances behind and shouts, who the hell are these people now? This is, Yang Yang sneers with contempt, you dare cause a ruckus here. If you want to live, get the hell out. She steps calmly inside, issuing her command and the brawlers within are forced to freeze. I have business at this restaurant. A yellow-kerchiefed assassin sneers, what? How dare you? Do you have any idea who the Blood Demon sect and the Black Forest are on this territory? Typical woman always sticking her nose where it doesn't belong, but the scarred man seems to recognize something. He halts. Wait, yet the yellow-kerchiefed assassin remains stubbornly defiant, utterly unaware of the fate that awaits him. What could possibly happen? He spits out without thinking, you're already old enough to be married off, you know. Why don't you go find yourself a husband and stop meddling in men's affairs? The yellow-kerchiefed assassin hasn't even finished his sentence when a chopstick pierces clean through his hand. Yang Yang's eyes flash with killing intent. How dare you speak to me like that in Tang clan territory? Only now does the scarred man realize who she is. The Tang clan. Did she just say the Tang clan? That cold, piercing gaze, that ruthless, domineering temperament. Could she be the young miss of the Sichuan Tang clan? The deadly figure of the poisoned butterfly, Yang Ying radiates murderous fury. Die. The yellow-kerchiefed assassin begins to tremble. Tang clan. Thenny's that poison. The red twin-bund maidservant, however, is absolutely delighted to see her mistress. The girl greets her and punches the yellow-kerchiefed assassin square in the face. It's been far too long, miss. The assassins cry out in terror as someone help stop. The hand pierced by the chopstick moments ago has begun to rot away. Yang Yang lightly licks her lips. She twirls the chopstick idly. What were you saying about poison just now? Poison makes no distinction between men and women. The yellow-kerchiefed assassin raises his rotting hand and wails. The scarred man steps forward. Are you all right? Next round is, but the assassin keeps crying my hand by constantly flailing his arm. The venom splashes onto the scarred man's face. Damn your mother, a voice echoes from inside. Everyone disperse, we'll settle this another time. Yang Yang shakes King Yan's utterly limp head, considering the matter settled. Fine, all that commotion has worked up my appetite. She lifts his head up first. Time for the main event. I want to taste that legendary zhajongmyeon. At this moment, King Yan stands at the stove, stir-frying noodles. In short, that terrifying woman is the young miss of the Sichuan Tang clan, preeminent sect in the Jianghu for poison arts and hidden weapons. A mighty sect that dominates the lands of Sichuan. Liu Qingyan's imagination conjures terrifying images of Yang Yang and her father sect leader Tang Jian. The poison king whose only treasured daughter is none other than the poison butterfly, Yang Yang. He cooks while trembling inwardly, unsure what she wants but praying she'll finish her zhajongmyeon and get the hell out of his sight. Jilian brings out a steaming, tantalizing bowl of noodles. This is the signature dish of our establishment. She introduces it to Yang Yang with a trembling voice. Our zhajongmyeon, miss. The red twin-bund maidservant shoves the guards aside. I want some too. The guards step aside. Yang Yang eyes the dish with interest. The aroma is acceptable, I suppose. King Yan notices something peculiar about the way she holds her chopsticks. He frowns inwardly. Why does she grip them so awkwardly? A voice chimes in. Truly, young Master Liu are quite ignorant. It is Tianmo, who explains. The index finger controls hidden weapons. The middle finger handles poison. These two fingers must never touch bowls, plates, or food. That is the Tang clan's ironclad rule and discipline. Only then does King Yan understand. I see. Tianmu notices the guards approaching and adds, if you have any more questions, just call for me. Yang Yang licks her lips while the flavors are stimulating enough. What truly determines the caliber of a dish? Is its structure? Without structure, it's no different from animal feed. King Yan gazes eagerly at the woman before him, thinking, you certainly know your food. That makes me all the more confident. The noodles common in this era are dried noodles, dough rolled thin, cut into strands, oiled, and left to dry in the sun. Among modern noodle varieties, perhaps only Japan's Okinawan soba shares a similar structure to this type. Without the elasticity of fresh noodles, these dried strands are brittle and snap easily. Not everyone's preference. But as Yang Yang slurps a mouthful of noodles, King Yan declares with absolute confidence, my zhajongmyeon is different. My noodles are handmade. The modern method of hand-pulled noodles won't appear for another 500 years. The Song Family's Guide to Nourishing Life, published in 1504 by a Song descendant during the Ming Dynasty, is the first text to document the technique and concept of handmade noodles. To them, the bowl he has crafted is nothing short of an out-of-place artifact, an anachronism that should not exist in this era. King Yan's skilled hands churn out perfectly elastic noodles, smooth, supple, with the unmistakable springiness of handmade craft. Yang Yang slurps strand after strand into her mouth. What is this? The elasticity as though the noodles refuse to be chewed. This is something the people of this era have never tasted. Yang Yang pays no heed to her guards calling miss. Behind Hirsch focuses solely on devouring every last strand. Magnificent structure. Yang Yang's expression of pure satisfaction tells one everything about how delicious it truly is. The noodles. How can they complement my signature dark bean paste so perfectly? The noodles are so exquisite that Yang Yang rises to her feet just to savor them. Seasoning. These noodles absolutely incredible. The flavors washing over her. Yang Yang's expression of utter bliss says it all. Absolutely divine, an unforgettable experience. Yang Yang goes completely limp before the flavor of the zhajongmyeon. Her entire body slumps over the table, sending her guards into a panic. They rush over crying, miss, are you all right? This bizarre spectacle leaves King Yun watching from the kitchen, bewildered and slightly alarmed. What the? Why did she just collapse like that? Could it be an allergic reaction? Unable to hold back any longer, he summons every ounce of courage and rushes over, asking with both caution and concern, "Miss, is something wrong?" But all that answers him is her heavy, labored breathing, gasping as though she's lost all strength. "Ha, ha," he murmurs a silent prayer. "No way. This can't be happening." Suddenly, she bolts upright and seizes him by the collar, her eyes blazing with authority. "Father asked about that young man's quite good, isn't he?" Her cryptic words leave him stammering, "Miss," recalling King's words. Yang Yang murmurs in reminiscence, "His cooking truly is the finest under heaven, sister." Even she can no longer deny it at this level of deliciousness. It's no wonder King has fallen so deeply for him. But just as Yang Yang sinks deeper into that reverie, King Yun suddenly leans in and gently places his hand on her neck. "Miss, wait. Are you truly all right?" The unexpected gesture catches her completely off guard. What do you think you're doing?" he murmurs to himself. Her heartbeat is normal, but why is her body temperature so high? That's strange. The instant those words leave his mouth, a scroll smacks him square in the face. He tumbles to the ground from the devastating blow. Jilian, ever loyal, rushes to his side in alarm. "Master." Meanwhile, Yang Yang, her face flushed crimson with both fury and embarrassment, points at him and screams, "How dare you play such indecent tricks? If it weren't for King, I would have." She hurls the scroll at his head as she speaks. He lies thoroughly thrashed, while the red twin-bunned maidservant has also been trussed up and gagged like a silkworm cocoon. At that precise moment, Tianmu and Bianmu poke their heads out from inside a jar, peer down together, and exclaim in unison, "Oh, that's the seal of the Zhuge clan patriarch." She suddenly remembers, "Ah, that's right, it's a letter from Uncle Zhuge." "Read it quickly." Hearing this, a realization dawns in King Yun's mind. Uncle. So the two families have a connection. That's how she knew about the Zhajongmyeon. Meanwhile, Jilin frets anxiously over him. Seeing King Yun's head lolling to one side, "Ugh. Master," Tianmu and Bianmu carefully open the letter and begin to read. "Liu Qingyun, your 80th grand birthday celebration of Elder Tang Bailing is fast approaching. The poison king of the Tang clan." Yang Yang stands beside the scene, arms crossed. She smirks and sneers, an old crone who still insists on throwing herself grand birthday parties. Hearing this, King Yun's mind conjures a cascade of vivid images about the Tang clan. The poison butterfly, the poison king, and then there's the poison king as well. Truly a clan that no one dares cross. Elder Zhuge and Elder Bian continue, "As the patriarch of our clan, this old man ought to attend in person. But due to pressing matters, this seat wants Liu Qingyun to attend in my stead." Hearing he must attend this grand birthday celebration on behalf of the Zhuge clan patriarch, Zhuge Tian himself, Liu Qingyun nearly leaps out of his skin. "What? I have to go." At that moment, she plants her hands on her hips and stands before him, her face radiating absolute authority. "You heard me. So stop dawdling. Depart at once for Chengde, domain of the Tang clan, the heart of Sichuan, and the Tang clan's very stronghold. Chengdu, this was once the imperial capital of Shuhan under Liu Bei's reign. A legendary land of myth. As a die-hard fan of the Three Kingdoms and Zhuge Liang, I once swore an oath to myself that I would make a pilgrimage to Chengdu at least once in my life." And so, the very next morning, the entire party sets off on their journey. Tang Bailing walks along, munching as she goes, a flour cake clutched in her hand. Her eyes sparkle as though she has unearthed a hidden treasure. Flour cakes can really taste this good. The red-haired twin-bun maid is also chewing noisily beside her. Bland. Meanwhile, Liu Qingyun trudges at the front, a mountain of heavy luggage piled high on his shoulders. It is not as though he is some pack mule, but the sight of the red-haired maid perched atop the luggage, eyes blazing with delight as she shouts, "So delicious," not to mention the guards all eating heartily without a carries enough to drive him mad. And Tang Bailing, she kicks the back of his head between bites. "Hey, hey, give me another one." He clenches his teeth, enduring the torment, and snaps back irritably, "No way. These are emergency rations, not snacks. We still have over half a month of travel ahead." But Tang Bailing is not one to take no for an answer. She seizes his head and pulls his face inches from hers. Her voice dripping with menace, "I said hand it over. Stop your yapping." He lets out a shriek. "Og." Flour cakes, those simple things made from kneaded dough, baked until hard-meat for easy portability and long storage. Since they are provisions designed for marching armies, the taste is, naturally, nothing to write home about. That is precisely why I decided to improvise. I mixed flour with milk and eggs, kneaded the dough, let it rise, then deep-fried it to perfection. The result, a donut with the shape of a plain flour cake, but a flavor that is worlds apart. Then I drizzle a coat of melted sugar over the Topa timeless classic. The glazed donut is complete. That is, compared to the original flour cakes, which are hard as rocks when you bite into them. Who in their right mind would not find these delicious? But there is one thing I forgot: emergency rations are not supposed to be too delicious. He is utterly crestfallen. Liu Qingyan sighs inwardly. No matter how he looks at it, worry gnaws at him. He recalls the scene when Jia Lion tearfully saw him off. Bidding her master a safe journey, he had gone reluctantly. Elder Zhuge and Elder Bayan had also offered their farewells. Rest easy, we shall manage while you are away. Though Elder Zhuge, Elder Bayan, and Jia Lion remain behind to watch the restaurant. He wonders whether the shop can truly operate normally in his absence. The thought is shattered by the maid's shrill voice: "Hurry it up. You perverted innkeeper, the sun is about to set." The group halts beside a small stream to make camp. He labors to pitch the tent while the twin-bun maid stands nearby, endlessly pointing out errors. Move it a little to the left. No, the other way. He sighs, working and cursing under his breath. Why does every single task fall on me? Setting up camp, hauling luggage, is always me doing the suffering. Memories flash through his mind. One time he tried asking the guards for a hand. Could you carry some of this for me? Their reply came without a shred of hesitation: no. A guard must remain swift and unburdened. No exceptions. Another time, he ventured, then how about we all help set up camp together before dinner? The answer nearly broke him: I shall go hunt a fresh deer. He can only mutter in defeat, they are nothing but a pack of lazy bums. Mark my words, I will end up preparing dinner alone again. Just as his frustration peaks, an unfamiliar aroma catches him off guard, freezing him mid-step. He turns his head to trace the source. The maid immediately scolds him: you are slacking off again, you perverted innkeeper. By the stream, Tang Biling sits cooking, her movements gentle yet surprisingly adept. HMPH, Miss Tang is cooking. He approaches with curiosity. Oh, soup. She lifts her head to glance at him. Want to try some? She also hands a portion to the maid. This lowly one shall partake first. Then she explains: grandfather always insists that a girl must learn to cook before she can find a husband. And since young Master Liu also possesses culinary talent, I wanted him to have a taste. I wanted to see what he thinks. The words barely leave her lips before panic grips him. Liu Qingyan groans internally. Ugh, my teeth and jaw feel like I am chewing on actual rocks. But the instant the thought crosses his mind, he freezes. Wait, hold on. The Tang clan specializes in poison arts and hidden weapons. Could they have? A chilling image floods his brain. An image of Tang Biling wearing a sinister grin, standing beside her terrifying father. Young master, how does it taste? Then the nightmarish vision of lethally potent poison cackles. Grandfather really did overdo it. Too much poison. And they die instantly. How would they even savor the agony? They lace the soup with poison. He snaps back to reality. Tang Biling rests her chin on her hand, smiling at him. Nonchalantly she says, those are just stones. Why are you making such a face? Have you never heard of stone soup? You pick the stones out first, then eat. The maid beside her chimes in matter-of-factly. Just chew them carefully, it is perfectly fine. He replays her words in his head, unable to believe his own ears. Stone soup. A soup made by cooking with actual stones. The ones with algae clinging to them like seaweed and various sea vegetables. I have only ever read about it in ancient cookbooks. Who would have thought someone actually cooks it for real? She suddenly grows anxious. Her eyes widening like a child terrified of being criticized. How does it taste? Is it not good? His eyes go blank, he says nothing more. He reaches into thin air and pulls out an entire cooking toolkit. Please wait just a moment. He issues orders like a master chef commanding his brigade girl. Prepare spice set number 3: carrots, eggs, a hot wok, and seasonings. The twin-bun maid snaps to attention. Number 3: carrots, eggs, seasonings. Tang Biling stands by, utterly baffled. Prepare what? The maid responds with perfect composure. This servant has no idea either. Before anyone can finish speaking, ingredients are already flying through the air. The cooking kit bursts open with dramatic flair. Tang Biling mutters in bewilderment. What on earth is he doing? She thinks to herself, I do not understand why, but his hands dance across the scorching wok with practiced mastery, each ingredient melding together under his deft motions. he says. First, pick out the stones and remove the algae before eating. Algae on its own is bland and carries an earthy stench, so it needs salt and pepper. It is also slimy and offers no satisfying bite, which is why noodles and fresh herbs are essential. He seems like an entirely different person. She stares at him, captivated, a strange flutter stirring in her chest. Beside them, the maid begins wailing, "I am so hungry," she thinks to herself. Yet she too finds herself swept up in that same wave of anticipation. HMPH, how utterly presumptuous. And the maid's relentless prodding, "Bring it out already, you perverted innkeeper." At last he sets the bowl before them, his voice calm, and even here it is seaweed-style stone soup noodles. She eyes the bowl of noodles, her face full of skepticism. What is this supposed to be? It is just stone soup with noodles thrown in, is it not? Making a big fuss over nothing. The maid beside her devours her portion like a starving wolf, loud slurping and gulping echoing without end, slurp, gulp, gulp. Tang Bailing slowly lifts a strand of noodles to her lips, places it in her mouth hand, her eyes fly wide open. Blazing with utter disbelief, "This is leagues better. How is this possible? What did you do to this dish? You must have slipped some secret ingredient into it." He scratches his head, looking bewildered. "There is nothing special about it at all. I simply reseasoned the broth. And since Miss Tang enjoys a good chew, I added stir-fried carrots and shredded egg crepes to eat alongside the noodles. Other than that, it is no different from the soup that the young lady made." His words leave her flustered, yet she cannot help but argue back, "But just a few added ingredients and the flavor transforms completely. That is impossible to believe. Our clan employs the finest chefs and they make dishes like this every single day. Stop lying and reveal your secret technique at once." Before she can finish, he cuts her off. His voice is steady yet unyielding. "Miss Tang, cooking is not merely about technique or secret recipes. It demands an understanding of the diner's palate and the sincerity behind every bite. That is the true secret to transforming raw ingredients into something extraordinary. Call it a secret technique if you will, it would not be wrong." His words strike her like a sudden blow. She flushes red, at a complete loss for a rebuttal. Only then does he exhale in quiet relief. "Phew. That was close, nearly gave away my real secret seasoning." Her voice rings out, laced with a faint tremor. Tang Bailing yanks him back with startling force. Her eyes blaze with a mix of fury and embarrassment. Her face scarlet, she demands, how dare you speak to me so insolently?" He can only raise his hands in surrender, his face pale as a sheet. "Ha. I am sorry, but MSG consumed in excess is genuinely bad for your health." She suddenly loses all composure. That wicked little mouth of his, "Please, please have mercy on me." Beside them, the carefree maid is busy licking her plate clean, her eyes sneaking glances at the two of them. Suddenly, a guard bursts out from a nearby thicket, drenched in sweat. "Found you." His sudden appearance startles the young lady, who lets out a shriek, "Ah!" And with one swift motion, she slaps an entire bowl of noodles squarely onto King Yan's face. The guard drops to his knees, expression grave, gasping for breath. "Please be careful, miss." She panics. "No, it's not what you think. It's nothing really." The guard doesn't hesitate. He lunges forward to shield her. "Miss, get back." At that very moment, another figure appears. With a devastating kick, he crushes the food on the ground before everyone's eyes. A cold sneer rings out. "Oh, and who might this be?" The maidservant beside him sighs in awe. "So massive." Li Fu stands before Yang Yang and declares, "Miss Tang, what an honor. What matter brings you to grace the territory of our green forest?" Li Fu presses, "Tell me, Miss Tang, what brings you here?" Yang Yang answers in fear, "Green forest chief, Li Fu." Meanwhile, King Yan's face is still stuck in the bowl, unable to break free. When he finally pries it off, he finds himself surrounded by towering, brawny men. The body of the knocked-out subordinate crashes to the ground. The sight before King Yan sends a chill down his spine. The Green Forest, the legendary criminal alliance of 72 mountain strongholds spanning the entire Central Plains. Though they practice neither internal energy nor the martial arts of the great clans, the raw strength of each member and the sheer scale of their organization cannot be underestimated. Even the most illustrious martial clans dare not look down on them. In other words, they are the most infamous underworld syndicate, the most powerful criminal organization of the era. Li Fu plants his enormous blade into the ground, continuing his interrogation. "Why won't you answer?" He thinks to himself, the poison butterfly of the Tang clan. This woman, suddenly. Li Fu's face flushes red as he thinks, why did she come here? I'm dying of curiosity. A few days prior at the Green Forest stronghold, Li Fu sighs, "Miss Tang, I want to get to know her, to strike up a conversation. She's so adorable." He suddenly slams his wine cup on the table in frustration. "But how do I get close to her? while gnawing on a chicken leg. Li Fu grumbles, how come none of you ever talk about romance? A lackey replies, big bro speaks the truth. We spend every waking hour surrounded by these stinking brutes. Indeed, Li Fu and his lackey sit in a corner drowning in wine while the others train. The more they talk, the more bitter he feels. And the deeper he drinks, women are truly incomprehensible. The lackey continues, oh, there's a new recruit who just joined recently. Then another man steps forward, there's one right here. He's well versed in the ways of women. Hui Ding scratches his head sheepishly. An honor to meet you, big bro. I'm Hui Ding. Li Fu's eyes light up, a handsome devil no less. The name, Hui Ding explains, if you want to get close to women, you first have to strike up a conversation with them. Li Fu eagerly asks, strike up a conversation? What's that? Hui Ding answers, just start with simple questions. The moment he finishes, the other men standing around watching are filled with admiration. While this new recruit is one sharp cookie. Hui Ding glances around and continues, there's one more thing very important. Back in the present, Li Fu recalls Hui Ding's lessons conversation. Greeting and a smile, he speaks Miss Tang. Li Fu suddenly flashes a terrifying grin. I asked what brings you here. King Yun, seeing this, hides behind Yang Yang in terror and whispers, I think he's angry. Yang Yang calmly addresses Li Fu, Hero Li. There seems to be a misunderstanding. He hoists his blade onto his shoulder, a misunderstanding. Yang Yang explains, we merely stumbled into green forest territory by accident while on our journey. We'll be gone by dawn, no trouble at all. He replies, is that so? Hui Ding beside him whispers praise, perfect, big bro, very natural, very natural. But both King Yun and Yang Yang are drenched in cold sweat. She continues, the Green Forest and our Tang clan have always maintained cordial relations. I sincerely hope this incident won't affect the long-standing ties between us. Li Fu responds flatly, But after a long pause, no one says another word. Silence drags on, then all three, Li Fu and his two lackeys, suddenly whirl around. He immediately hisses at his lackeys, I don't know what to say next. The lackey panics, it's over. Hui Ding intervenes, no, nah, stay calm, big bro. At this moment, Li Fu's entire gang is huddled in a tight conference, leaving Yang Yang's party utterly bewildered. A guard mutters, there's no telling what they're thinking. Yang Yang chimes in, it's like observing pack animals, utterly incomprehensible. Hui Ding continues his counsel, the next step. It's time to display the allure of a mature man. Li Fu is puzzled, the allure of a mature man. How do I show that? Hui Ding replies, women adore men who are diligent, always focused on their craft. Li Fu nods, all right, I'll do it right away. He turns and speaks with gravity, I understand now, Miss Tang. Since that's the case, I shall make an exception and grant you passage. Just one head will suffice. He's trying to embody the fearsome bandit chief. Li Fu gives it his all, but his image only grows more savage, terrifying them even further. Hui Ding stands frozen, stunned by Li Fu's performance. He thinks the chief is truly mesmerizing. Just watching him, even I feel moved. Big bro has surpassed me in the blink of an eye, and it's only his first time. Yang Yang confused. What? Why is he suddenly? King Yun can only cower behind her. Li Fu plants his enormous blade before the guard. These guards will serve Miss Tang well on her journey. Then he turns to look at the red-haired bun maidservant, who is sitting atop the fallen guard. Already dead, he murmurs, as for this one, whom not sure who this is. So it's best not to touch him. He swiftly swings his blade toward King Yun and declares, only this one's left. I don't know who you are, but I'll choose you. Suddenly, a familiar figure darts past Li Fu. One arm draws a hidden weapon with decisive precision, the other reaches out and presses against Li Fu's body. It is Yang Yang stepping forward to shield King Yun. Stop right there, Hero Li. King Yun, emboldened, calls out, well done, Miss Tang. Fire the poison needles, now. But the guard interjects, no, it's too dangerous. Their bodies are forged through the Green Forest's external cultivation techniques. The hidden weapons and short blades of our Tang clan can scarcely leave even a scratch upon them. That is precisely why the Tang clan has always feared the Green Forest. If it's just one head they want, then hand me over. Surely the young lady knows this. Then why is she acting this way? Li Fu's fury erupts. He roars, his body blazing with surging heat. Yang Yang cries out in alarm, hero. His body is growing stronger by the second, I can barely hold on. Please, calm down and listen to me. But then out of nowhere blood gushes from his nose. Miss Tang's hand touched me, how wonderful. Yang Yang startles, Why is he bleeding? I didn't even do anything. His lackeys rush over in panic, big bro. Big bro, they wail and weep. I knew you could do it. You touched a girl's hand. We're so proud of you, big bro. Even the red-haired bun maidservant chimes in to praise him. He's incredible. Li Fu, still bleeding from the nose, says it's all thanks to you guys. Then they all embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. Yang Yang and everyone else stare in disbelief. What in the is this, some kind of prayer ritual? King Yun thinks in terror, I can't understand this. I just cannot understand the martial world. It's truly full of inexplicable things. Li Fu speaks, Miss Tang, I don't wish to rush you. As per the young lady's wishes, we shall take our leave for now. He adds, That's right, I recall the Poison King's birthday celebration is fast approaching, isn't it? She replies, yes, but why do you ask? Li Fu sheathes his blade and flashes a strange grin, then we shall meet again there. I very much look forward to it. Yang Yang's group shudders. Is he still angry? Under the moonlight, the lackeys take turns heaping praise on Li Fu. Perfect, absolutely perfect. Big bro has finally secured a second meeting. Yes, she's wonderful, big bro. He replies, quiet, I'm thinking of names for our future son. Dawn breaks. They resume their journey. The little girl points ahead. Look, we have reached the road. Yang Yang. Let's move then. Yang Yang eats as she walks. She says about 10 more days to go. The long road makes the little maidservant drowsy. The girl yawns. Bow, you perverted shopkeeper, wake me up in 3 days. Another day passes. King Yun is utterly exhausted, carrying both Yang Yang and all the luggage on his back. She cheerfully sighs, so comfortable, the red-haired bun maidservant grumbles as she trudges along, I'm starving. They've finally arrived. The girl shouts, there it is, we've finally made it. The moment they reach the city gates of Kengcheng, Yang Yang commands, I'm exhausted, so open the gate at once. The girl also collapses in fatigue. King Yan stares in awe, so this is the Tang clan of Sichuan. Yang Yang tells him, come inside quickly. I'll give you a tour, but first let's pay our respects. King Yan greets them blankly. Inside the main hall stands an enormous serpent statue. A man with a thick, imposing mustache speaks. Oh, so you've arrived, the representative of this huge clan. That Liu King Yan fellow? He asks with a fierce, intimidating expression. The room is choked with thick smoke, sending King Yan into a violent coughing fit. Yes, King Yan wonders why there's poisonous fog filling the room. The man continues, the patriarch of the Zhuge clan, Zhuge Tian, has already told me all about you. He wouldn't stop raving about how you saved his daughter. Hey, so this is the patriarch of the Sichuan Tang clan, the Poison King, Tang Jian. Liu Qingyan is caught off guard, thinking Zhuge. Big brother even told you about me. As I was saying, Jian. He continues, you must have had a hard time escorting my daughter here. I wonder if Yang Yang caused any trouble. Though he asks casually, in his heart he is thinking, if you say something foolish, I will kill you. Liu Qingyan senses the threat and replies with a trembling voice, no, of course not. Tang Jian chuckles warmly. Thank goodness, he recalls the memories of the past days. Indeed, nothing happened, only targeted violence. Tang Jian speaks up, come now. You all must be exhausted from the long journey. Rest up quickly, I have prepared rooms for all of you. The twin bun maid excitedly calls out, time to eat. As for Liu Qingyan, he keeps coughing from inhaling the smoke. He replies, yes, clan leader Tang. Thank you, sir. He looks at him, thinking what Zhuge Tian said before, I have indeed met a young man. Upright and talented. I intend to betroth my daughter to him. He looks at Liu Qingyan, who is being supported by Yang Yang because he inhaled too much smoke. If you dare say anything strange in front of my father, you are dead on the spot. As for Liu Qingyan, he can only meekly reply yes. So this brat is the husband of the Zhuge clan's only beloved daughter. A few months ago, on a night when the moon hung high, 2 voices drift from outside and in. It has been far too long since we last sat together savoring a cup of wine, hasn't it? Another voice chimes in to respond, indeed it has. By the way, old friend, how is King doing? Inside, it turns out Zhuge Tian and Tang Jian are drinking tea and conversing. Tang Jian continues, recently, her illness has been growing worse. I am taking her to find a physician. Zhuge Tian lets out a heavy, sorrowful sigh. He speaks truly, these are delicious dishes. Laid out on the small wooden table, Zhuge Tian says in a dispirited tone, I have taken her to see doctors all across the Central Plains. Yet she remains uncured. It is deeply worrisome. Tang Jian can only offer words of comfort, you must be quite worried. Our Yang Yang and your king have both reached marriageable age. Tang Jian rests his chin on his hand. Utterly helpless, she's Yang Yang cares nothing for romance, spending all her days buried in martial training, doing nothing to ease his frustration. Zhuge Tian forces a smile and replies, that's true, but I'm not worried about that. At night, in the stillness of the deep evening, lanterns glow from the eaves and their voices carry clearly even to those outside. Zhuge Tian, sounding rather weary, speaks although King's face is not conventional, and her unusual eyes have caused her much suffering since childhood. Nevertheless, he speaks with unwavering conviction, I firmly believe there will be a magnanimous man, a noble soul such as that. Waiting out there for little King, Tang Jian reaches out to pick up a piece of raw fish with his chopsticks, then cheerfully continues, "Ah, of course. But after all, a man must have some capability, no? Surely the Zhuge clan's son-in-law would be no ordinary man. This is the Zhuge clan, a premier noble house of the Central Plains." Hearing his old friend speak with such gusto, Zhuge Tian strokes his beard and retorts, "Well then, what about your Yang Yang? Would you be willing to marry her off to a commoner?" Tang Jian begins to laugh heartily as well, joking, "How about we make a wager, whoever finds a son-in-law first wins." Outside, the moon has risen higher than the rooftops. The conversation between Tang Jian and Zhuge Tian continues. Zhuge Tian humors his old friend, "Oh, interesting. The winner gets to be the elder brother." Tang Jian grins broadly, "Ha ha, deal me dear younger brother." Zhuge Tian can only reply helplessly, "Look at you. Cough cough, just you wait." Tang Jian laughs merrily, "Ha ha." Behind them, Tang Jian lounges leisurely in his chair, while Liu Qingyan thinks irritably. Zhuge Tian said it well. Yang Yang places a hand on Liu Qingyan's shoulder, growling, "If you dare spout nonsense in front of me, you're dead." The twin bun made yawns wide, so sleepy. Seeing his face twist, Yang Yang barks an order, "Smile for me this instant, you." Liu Qingyan instantly forces an excruciatingly stiff smile, "Ha ha." Tang Jian, with his cigarette holder clenched between his lips, thinks to himself, "That unremarkable brat. It seems I've already won the bet." He is feeling pleased when a sudden thought strikes him. Wait, no, his Yang Yang still doesn't have a sweetheart. Who on earth will take her away? The scene shifts to Yang Yang's side. A lavish spread of dishes is laid out on the table. She calls out, "Let's eat first." The twin bun maid looks at the spread excitedly and exclaims, "Wonderful." Yang Yang grabs a large steamed bun with one hand and shoves it into her mouth, while the other hand wields chopsticks to pick up noodles. The twin bun maid is stuffing food into her mouth ravenously. Yang Yang tastes the noodles on the table, puzzled. Our household's food is quite good, so why do I feel like something is missing? His cooking has something different. Indeed, a woman's mouth says one thing while her heart thinks another. Yang Yang falls silent for a moment, then mutters dismissively, "He's nothing but a show-off." She holds the steamed bun, glancing toward the window, thinking, "I wonder if he's doing all right." Meanwhile, in the bathing chamber of the Tang residence, steam rises without end. Leftover dishes sit on the table in the room. Liu Qingyan's voice rings with pure satisfaction, "This is heavenly." He soaks in the water and murmurs, "A full belly and a warm zone, oh, this is comfort." Plumes of steam rise endlessly. Liu Qingyan muses, "I didn't expect the guest rooms to have private baths. The Tang clan truly lives up to its reputation as a premier noble house. Should I build a private bath in my restaurant too, I wonder?" He slowly sinks lower into the water, thinking, "Wait, no. I only swore brotherhood with the Zhuge clan, and now I've come to the Tang clan as well." His body is submerged in water, along with the bewilderment of how everything turned out this way. Bubbles rise through the water, merging with his thoughts. Thinking back, ever since being swallowed by that whale, everything has spiraled far beyond my comprehension. But there is one thing that puzzles me. For some reason, the memories of Liu Qingyun, the previous owner of this body, have gaps and inconsistencies. While he is deep in thought, a wounded hand reaches toward him and a ghostly voice echoes Liu Qingyun. Hearing someone call his name, he opens his eyes in alarm, only to see a blood-stained hand stretching out before him. At that exact moment, Yang Yang and the little girl barge in. She shoves the door wide open and shouts, "Hey, I've been calling you forever, why aren't you answering?" The twin bun maid peeks in and asks, "Hey, you pervert restaurant owner, any leftover food?" He is currently being confronted by the mysterious figure in the water. She places both hands on his cheeks, calling out, "Liu Qingyan, my son." He is rendered speechless. Meanwhile, Yang Yang steps into the bathing chamber, looking around in confusion. Where did he wander off to? How? The silhouette of a beautiful woman materializes, her entire body drenched in blood, yet she speaks, "You must survive no matter what." Liu Qingyan leaps up from the bathtub, screaming, "Get out." He looks down in shock and cries out in terror, What the? Was that just a hallucination? It must be fatigue playing tricks on my eyes. HMPH, the air is thick with steam. Yang Yang, flustered and stunned, stares straight at. He stammers, is that what?" Hearing her voice, Liu Qingyan turns around dumbly. "Huh. Miss Tang, why are you here?" The twin bun maid still holds 2 or 3 steamed buns in her hands, staring at him. "Oh, new friend is here." Liu Qingyan also goes blank and asks aloud, "Where are you looking?" He reacts slowly. He stammers this. Why is Yang Yang? Yang Yang covers her eyes, but it's useless. She screams in panic. While the little girl, utterly innocent, offers a steamed bun toward the newcomer and asks want a bite. She screams and starts throwing right hooks at him. Liu Qingyan now has to fend off the twin bun maid while screaming in terror miss. Wait. Moments later, an eruption of violence unfolds. Outside the room, a massive explosion rings out, dust and debris filling the air. In the distance, majestic mountains stand draped in white clouds. Birds spread their wings and take flight. A scream echoes through the air. No. I mean we didn't. I lock the door. Lock the door. Liu Qingyan, covered in bruises, desperately apologizes. I'm sorry you had to see that. Yang Yang's face turns beet red with embarrassment. She stammers, I'm fine. He adjusts his clothes while looking around, puzzled. Where is this? Yang Yang walks ahead. Speaking, didn't I say I'd show you around? This is the rear garden of our Tang estate and we still have a long way to go. Liu Qingyan, trailing behind, responds with a few mumbles. He follows after her, exclaiming it really is vast. Yang Yang doesn't share his sentiment. It's probably only about the size of a small village. Meanwhile, the twin bun maid is excitedly looking around. Wow, mushrooms. Delicious. Yang Yang adds a piece of information. Grandfather loves this garden. Liu Qingyan's face pales with fear at the mention of the Tang clan's patriarch grandfather as in the Poison King. He has barely taken a few steps before sweat pours down like rain. Liu Qingyan trembles at the mere thought of the Poison King. Just hearing the name Poison King is enough to terrify me. I'm terrified of that man just thinking about it. He shudders. Mustering every ounce of courage, he stammers out a question. So, is the great Poison King here as well? Yang Yang quickly replies, I'm not sure. He is very unpredictable. Liu Qingyan is quite startled when he looks and spots a pufferfish in the pond. Is that a pufferfish? Don't people normally keep koi carp in ponds? He stares intently at the plants here. Now he notices the flowers and grass here are quite unusual. He rests his chin on his hand and speculates, could these be rare medicinal herbs? Meanwhile, the little girl has turned bright yellow from eating the mushrooms. Yang Yang walks ahead and coldly warns, don't touch anything carelessly. He startles, looks at her, and replies, yes, sorry. The little girl's skin continues to shift to blue. In the bushes, two yellow and white snakes coil around each other. After some time, they finally arrive at a place where purple petals drift through the air. Yang Yang announces, we're here. Liu Qingyan cannot help but gasp in astonishment. Before him stretches a garden of flowers. Beautiful purple blossoms. Within it stands a tall tower and several houses. Yang Yang introduces with pride, from here on is the true rear garden pride of our Tang clan of Sichuan. He stands utterly awestruck, letting out a gasp of wonder. Wow. He strides into the flower garden with fierce determination. The short girl with twin red hair buns is so tiny she vanishes entirely beneath the sea of blossoms. She cries out, I can't see a thing. Liu Qingyan stands perfectly still, inhaling the fragrance carried on the wind. He murmurs softly, the scent of these flowers, rich and sweet. Yang Yang fixes her gaze upon him and utters something truly terrifying. Hey, swallow that and you're dead. Aren't you afraid? The moment she finishes, suspicion and dread seize him. Yang Yang says with perfect calm, every single plant and creature in this garden is venomous. Those petals come from Aconitum, a supremely lethal poison herb. Her words send him flailing in sheer terror. Seeing Qingyan's panicked state, Yang Yang offers a word of comfort, but as long as you don't eat any of it, you'll be fine. Just licking won't cause any harm. The red-bunned girl plucks a flower and pops it into her mouth, chewing as she speaks. MQ it thoroughly and it's perfectly fine. By now her entire body has turned a deep shade of purple. If it is indeed aconitum, then it must be the hegemon blossom of Joseona plant used to brew lethal poisons, with toxicity beyond measure. Qingyan is utterly horrified. Every single plant and creature here is venomous. He nearly lost his life just now. Suddenly something wet and slimy slides across his face. Qingyan jerks his head upward, his heart nearly leaping from his chest. What was that? The thing that grazed his face is the tongue of a massive red toad. But the toad is colossal. Its sheer size alone is enough to send Qingyan reeling in terror. He screams, Og, what is that thing? A monster! In the next instant, an old man materializes atop the red toad's head. His distinguishing feature a gleaming bald crown. He leans on his cane, blinking in bewilderment. What monster? Yang Yang spots him and cries out with joy, grandfather. Qingyan is cowering behind her, utterly stupefied. The old man hears her call and asks with a note of confusion, Yang Yang. He is none other than the supreme ancestor of the Sichuan Tang clan, the Poison King, Tang Bailing. Bailing stands atop the toad's head and demands with displeasure, what's this? It's been ages since you last visited your grandfather. Where have you been? What have you been doing? "You've left this old man bored to death." She replies politely, "I was running errands for father." King Yun thinks in terror, that man is the Poison King. He doesn't look all that fearsome though. Meanwhile, amid the tense atmosphere, the red-bunned girl comes dashing back over. The toad speaks up in greeting, "Would you like to become sworn brothers with me?" He is still hiding behind Yang Yang. "But still, what on earth is that giant toad?" He speaks up, "Miss Tang, what is that creature?" Biling looks at him in surprise. "Creature? What creature? That's a spirit beast." Seeing the toad looking hurt, nearly on the verge of tears, the girl immediately steps in front of it and declares in a high voice, "Apologize to my friend Hong Chan at once." Yang Yang quickly introduces it. Its name is Hong Chan, the red toad, and it feeds only on venomous creatures. You're probably not to its taste. The girl standing above shouts down at the two of them, "You perverted shopkeeper." Biling retreats behind Hong Chan and produces a white basket brimming with mushrooms. He asks Yang Yang, "This young man accompanying you, who is he? Has he taken up cooking as well? Have you finally found yourself a sweetheart?" That single remark turns Yang Yang's face scarlet. She stammers and sputters. She rushes forward to strike at Biling, but he dodges every blow with effortless ease. "What? Is that so? Old master, have you gone senile?" Yang Yang immediately introduces him. "This is young Master Liuth, one Uncle Zhuge mentioned." Unbeknownst to anyone, a scorpion has appeared on top of King Yun's head. She continues. Still flustered, he is the representative sent by the Zhuge clan to attend grandfather's birthday celebration. "Sweetheart, what sweetheart?" Meanwhile, Hong Chan extends its tongue and gives King Yun's face another long, wet lick. It turns out the toad's true target was the strange creature perched atop his head. Biling listens and says dismissively, "Well, that makes sense. No ordinary nobody could catch your father's eye after all." While King Yun sweats like a waterfall. She desperate to paint a favorable image of him before grandfather blurts out, "But this one's cooking. I've heard his culinary skill is the #1 delicacy under heaven, I believe." Biling's expression shifts instantly. He demands, "What?" Yang Yang realizes she has misspoken. Panic floods her heart. "I'm dead." She immediately corrects herself. "What I meant, Ish is utterly lowly and foolish." His voice rises, soft yet deliberate under heaven. Biling breaks into a bone-chilling grin, fixing his gaze on the two of them, a #1 delicacy. Biling's expression shifts sharply. "What?" Yang Yang's heart seizes with dread. "I'm dead." She quickly amends her words. "What I meant, Ish is utterly lowly and foolish." His voice drifts out, soft and measured, under heaven. Biling flashes that same spine-chilling grin, his eyes locked on the two under heaven. #1 delicacy. She is so terrified her words tumble out in a jumble. That's not what I meant at all." In the midst of the beautiful violet garden, a bee suddenly appears. In the next instant, Hong Chan's tongue darts out from behind it. He calls out to Yang Yang, "Do you know why our ancestors became so obsessed with the pursuit of fine cuisine?" Yang Yang answers with wide eyes, I don't know." King Yun stands behind her, thinking his granddaughter doesn't seem to care much about fine food. Yang Yang seems to sense his thoughts and glares daggers at him. He picks up a mushroom and continues, "Because we are constantly in contact with poisons, our sense of smell becomes extraordinarily keen. And because our sense of smell is so keen, we become all the more demanding when it comes to selecting ingredients and perfecting the flavors of our dishes." Biling recalls the chefs of years past and continues, "That is precisely why I have traveled across the entire Central Plains, meeting countless self-proclaimed culinary masters, food gods, food kings, but every one of those grand titles was nothing but empty boasting. Not once have I tasted a dish worthy of the name #1 delicacy under heaven." He surveys the plants draped across his body, his tone dripping with contempt, and yet a brat who has lived a mere 20 years dares to proclaim his cooking is the finest under heaven. Why? King Yun thinks with reluctant acknowledgement. "As much as I hate to admit it," the old man has a point. "The ingredients and cooking techniques of this era are limited, after all." But then, he suddenly asks Biling, "Old master, are you by chance hungry?" Biling does not answer directly. He counters him, "Why do you ask? Do you wish to show off your culinary skills?" King Yun answers with absolute certainty, "Yes." He possesses unwavering confidence in his craft, armed with the experience and techniques of 1,000 years in the future. He ties a cloth band tight around his forehead and declares, "Then allow me to prepare a feast worthy of you." Yang Yang watches this scene unfold, her face flushing red. Biling gazes at him and speaks with a mysterious air, "It seems you have some backbone after all. In that case, shall we make a wager of it?" Yang Yang cries out in shock. King Yun asks in confusion, "A wager?" He swiftly lays out the terms of this wager. "If you can create a dish that satisfies me, I shall grant you one request." King Yan meets his gaze with unwavering confidence. Deal. He already knows what he will demand after I win. I'll have the old man upgrade my restaurant. Even Yang Yang stares at him in astonishment. Hey, you can't just say things like that. Suddenly, something dawns on him, but a proper wager needs both rewards and punishments, right? At the same time, Bailing speaks. By the way, Hong Chan seems a bit thin, doesn't he? King Yan hears Bailing's words, rests his chin on his hand, and ponders, I've never cooked for a toad before. Besides, the old master said it only eats venomous creatures. Yang Yang stands beside him. Flustered, what the old master means is, he cheerfully gathers the available ingredients and continues. In these Central Plains, there are far too many who style themselves supreme martial sovereigns, worthless trash who love to put on airs and strut about like peacocks. In my eyes, they are the true poison gnawing at the heart of the Central Plains. The moment King Yan hears this, his eyes widen in shock. No way. Bailing then steps onto Hong Chan's head and adds, if you lose. King Yan's face drains of all color. Bailing casts a spine-chilling glance his way and speaks, in other words, if you too are a poison of the Central Plains. Bailing fixes his gaze upon King Yan and declares in a booming voice, Hong Chan shall feast well. Everyone who came before you met that very fate. Hong Chan carries him away in a single mighty leap, leaving behind one final line, call me when you're ready. King Yan is bewildered, trying to convince himself the old master. He was joking, right? Ha ha ha, eat poison. Medicine. Yang Yang shakes her little head and speaks with certainty, although the old master is certainly eccentric. I have never once seen him joke about a cooking wager. King Yan collapses to the ground, thinking helplessly, is this truly the end of my second life? Yang Yang lets out a long, exasperated sigh. How did everything end up like this? King Yan seethes with indignation. This is all your fault, running your mouth about my #1 delicacy under heaven dish. She seizes him by the hair buns and drags him along without hesitation. Fine, what's done is done. Stop moping and come with me. She adds, I have something I want to show you. He is surprised, something to show me. They arrive at a small house nestled within the purple garden. She looks up and says, here it is. Yang Yang swings the door open and introduces it. It may be a slight exaggeration, but this place houses every ingredient under the sun, the pride of our Tang clan. A sanctuary for those who worship fine cuisine. He gasps in wonder. Inside the house, shrouded in darkness, a shaft of light pierces through as the door swings wide. She declares this is the ingredient vault of the Tang clan of Sichuan. Everything lies deep within this garden. He gazes at each and every ingredient. The Poison King's words ring true indeed. Yang Yang asks excitedly, then let's make Zhajongmyeon again this time. HMPH, she cheers happily. With all these ingredients, it's sure to make grandfather happy. King Yan picks up each item, lost in deep contemplation. Of course, if I combine my heavenly demon paste with these magnificent ingredients, I'd be fairly confident in the result. He falls silent for a long moment, then declares firmly, no. Yang Yang cannot help but cry out in shock, I am Liu Qingyun, a man who takes cooking seriously. In matters of cuisine, I face my opponent head-on with honor. Remembering the contempt in the old man's eyes, he straightens his garments with confidence and declares, this time, I'll make something different. He turns to Yang Yang. Does the old master have a favorite dish? She clicks her tongue in disappointment, muttering, I thought I'd get to taste it again. Nevertheless, she ponders for a moment and replies, him. Although the old master is a true-born Sichuan native, he has an especially fierce love for spicy food. King Yan falls silent. In this era, the only spicy seasonings available are Sichuan peppercorns and pepper. Suddenly, a glint catches his eye. He cries out in astonishment, he is dumbstruck, and shouts, no way. How is this here? Yang Yang glances at the object he's pointing at and answers, oh that. Merchants from the western regions or India occasionally bring exotic ingredients here. She adds with a puzzled look, I suppose they didn't know how to prepare them, so they just left them sitting around. What is that? He is bursting with excitement. This is one of the 2 key ingredients of future Sichuan cuisine. Liu Qingyan introduces cheerfully chili peppers. In the beautiful purple flower garden, Tang Bailing slumps with exhaustion. I'm hungry. While the red toad and the maid with twin red ponytails happily extend their long tongues to catch prey. Bailing sits at a small table and heaves a sigh. Is it not ready yet? From behind, a voice calls out, Poison King. Liu Qingyan steps out from the purple flower garden, a covered dish in his hands. Beneath the lid, he speaks in a mysterious tone, lift the cover if you would. Wait a moment, the dish today. He proudly introduces a brand new creation, mapo tofu over rice. Tang Bailing asks, slightly taken aback, is that all? With such precious ingredients, you chose tofu. Mapo tofu is a dish created in the late 19th century during the Qing dynasty in Sichuan, named after an old woman with a pockmarked face who first prepared it. Biling scoops up a spoonful of rice and takes a test bite. Then he offers his verdict, an interesting take on tofu. The spiciness is passable, but calling it the finest flavor under heaven is a bit much. A second later, he suddenly exhales a plume of scorching air. Liu Qingyan smiles. If you're so confident, then take your time and savor it, old master. Biling chews the rice in his mouth and says at first, it was just an ordinary spicy taste. He suddenly realizes, what kind of flavor is this? Even Vin sitting beside him can't help but drool. His entire head is beginning to turn red. Biling stammers, wait a moment. Vin glances back at him helplessly and says, Grandpa, no one is fighting you for it. Eat slowly. Purple petals drift down. He smiles, it's begun. Biling eats while burning with fury, it's so spicy. Since the Poison King seems to be in poor health, I chose tofu as the main ingredient for today's dish. Cut the tofu into bite-sized pieces, perfect for mapo tofu. Then give them a quick flash fry in hot oil to bring out the tofu's aroma, preserving its shape while maintaining that silky smoothness within. But the true star of today's dish is not the tofu. It's this chili peppers. When it comes to spiciness in Chinese cuisine, people immediately think of mala-numbing spicy, mala hot pot. But strictly speaking, in this era, mala does not yet exist. The ma refers to the numbing sensation on the tongue produced by Sichuan peppercorn. Chili peppers exist, yes. But the la, the fiery, searing heat born from chili peppers, has not yet appeared in the Central Plains. No one knows how a small quantity of chili peppers ended up here in the Tang clan of Sichuan. Surely the heavens have heard the prayers of chefs yearning to explore a bold, new kind of spice. Vin asks with concern, old master, are you all right? His entire head bright red, he stammers, I'm fine. Panting, not spicy at all. Outwardly that is, but inside he is screaming, so spicy. Unlike the numbing tingle of sanchul found in Sichuan peppercorn, the capsaicin in chili peppers gradually accumulates, generating a searing, building heat. Liu Qingyan stands with arms folded across his chest, smiling. Quite to the old master's taste, isn't it? Biling endures. The heat keeps building, but Liu Qingyan continues, but you can't stop. That's the beauty of addictive spice. Biling can't hold back any longer and shouts, moreover, the rich, silky smoothness of the tofu melds with the spiciness. My tongue feels like it's about to explode from the heat, yet I cannot stop. His entire body burns as if engulfed in raging flames, as though his 5 viscera and 6 bowels are being scorched by fire poison. But I, the Poison King Tang Biling, have long since mastered the 100 poison immunity. How could I possibly fall to mere spiciness? The air around him crackles like a battlefield on the verge of eruption. Biling's expression grows ever more solemn. He opens his mouth, gasping, panting. It's nothing at all. Fine, let him pant. He stares at the food on his spoon and murmurs, just one more bite. In the very next instant, he shoves that last bite into his mouth. Biling slowly chews the food, but only for a moment before a raging fire ignites within him. My 100 poison immunity, his entire body turns crimson from the spice, rendered speechless, defeated. Yet he feels satisfied, deeply, profoundly satisfied. In the beautiful purple flower garden, petals flutter on the breeze alongside Biling's words of contentment, truly magnificent. He happily wipes his mouth. I'm full. Delicious. Liu Qingyan clasps his hands and bows. Poison King, it is this humble one's great honor to have hosted you. Vin glances at him and thinks shyly to herself, every time he cooks, it's as though he transforms into an entirely different person. Why does my heart feel so restless? Biling contentedly rubs his belly, climbs atop the red toad's head, and adds, you have treated me to a magnificent feast. Therefore, I shall grant you one wish. Take your time to think it over before you speak. Amid the cool breeze and drifting petals, his words blend with the picturesque scenery. Whether it be wealth, treasures, or even a person, my apologies, he suddenly remembers something and pats the red toad's head. Poor red toad will have to go hungry today. Seeing its expression, Liu Qingyan can only murmur helplessly in his heart, don't be so disappointed. A few days later, the grand birthday banquet arrives. He sits upon a rock, deep in thought, the wish then. Thinking of everyone back home, he asks himself, if I'm serious about the restaurant, I should definitely ask for money or some precious treasure. Liu Qingyan gazes up at the clear blue sky and heaves a sigh of relief. After all, tonight is the birthday feast. Once the banquet ends, I can finally return to the restaurant. Vin suddenly appears and asks, a feast? What feast? What are you doing here all by yourself? He can't help but let out a surprised grunt. He answers blankly, no, I just wanted some time alone to think. Vin plants her hands on her hips. I'm so bored. Hearing this, Liu Qingyan thinks helplessly, did you even hear what I said? Meanwhile, the maid with twin red ponytails is furiously devouring flowers. Vin immediately suggests, if you're free, come watch the banquet preparations with me. They even invited the famous banquet grand chef to come. The girl grows excited. Let's go see the banquet preparations right now. A brief note on banquet grand chefs: they are specialized chefs who serve exclusively at grand feasts and celebrations. Liu Qingyan asks with interest, oh, a chef so renowned that the Tang clan had to specially invite him? I'm quite curious. Observing their techniques would certainly benefit the restaurant, so he quickly replies, sure, let's go. Vin immediately hops down into the flower garden. She urges, then let's hurry. Before they finish preparing, the maid with twin red ponytails also rushes along. Hurry up, you weirdo. Liu Qingyan walks behind her, thinking to himself, only the young miss actually cares about me. Vin walks excitedly and declares we need to hurry. She adds cheerfully, the best food is the kind you sneak a taste of. While walking, Liu Qingyan sighs helplessly, I knew it. At the main kitchen of the Tang clan estate, a man carrying a vegetable barrel hurries past the three of them, calling, coming through, coming through. Liu Qingyan immediately says, excuse me. Vin shouts in amazement, this place is a true culinary paradise. Liu Qingyan is equally astonished, the number of chefs here is staggering. She quickly explains, because tonight is the birthday banquet. Everyone is gathered here to prepare. While the two of them talk, the little girl is already grabbing carrots and munching on them. Vin has set her sights on a pot of food and shouts excitedly, that looks delicious. Give me a taste. The chef hastily waves his hands, not yet, young miss. Liu Qingyan also peers into the pot. Oh, that one is lenyang mut. Lenyang mut is a dish prepared from Ningxia lamb, braised together with numerous ingredients until the meat becomes fall-off-the-bone tender. Especially in Sichuan, where lamb is exceedingly rare, this is the most expensive and precious dish of all. He peers quietly into the pot. The dish is no easy feat to prepare, and it certainly looks appetizing. I wonder who this famous banquet grand chef is. Meanwhile, Vin shouts angrily, stingy, just give me one bite. The maid with twin red ponytails has already dipped her mouth in to slurp up the food that isn't even finished yet. The chef is utterly at a loss. A sudden shout rings out, who dares make a ruckus in the sacred kitchen? After seeing who it is, he says, oh, it's the Tang clan's young miss. What brings you to the kitchen? The speaker turns out to be none other than the banquet grand chef Zhang San. Vin gnaws on a chicken leg while explaining, it's nothing. I just came to watch everyone prepare for the banquet. As for this one here, he was curious to see Master Zhang's culinary skills. Liu Qingyan clasps his hands and speaks cheerfully, it is an honor to meet you. This humble one is called Liu Qingyan, owner of a small restaurant. The kitchen is already laid out with an abundance of exquisite dishes. Zhang San speaks in a contemptuous tone, a restaurant. What, one of the 72 grand eateries of the capital? Liu Qingyan scratches his head, looking slightly awkward actually. No, it's just a small restaurant in Xinyu. Zhang San strokes his chin, his attitude dripping with condescension as a banquet grand chef. I must travel far and wide, and yet I still have to converse with a country bumpkin like you. Liu Qingyan blinks, A beat, Zhang San introduces himself with arrogance, do you even know? I am Zhang San, successor of the great Shu culinary patriarch, Master Jian, responsible for the imperial cuisine of His Majesty the Emperor. Vin glares daggers at him. This man's way of speaking is truly insufferable. Liu Qingyan quickly holds her back. Calm yourself, young miss. This reminds him of something just like in his previous life for some reason. Talented chefs always seem to have personality problems. He recalls a chef screaming, you put too much garlic in this dish. You Koreans must be absolutely obsessed with this stuff. Zhang San glances over with disdain and says, feel free to look around. But don't cause any disturbance. If you have questions, just ask. Then he adds mockingly, though one would need to have some knowledge to even ask the right questions, wouldn't one? Liu Qingyan is rendered utterly speechless. He awkwardly scratches one ear and murmurs his thanks. Sir, he silently counsels himself, just endure it. This is someone else's kitchen after all. Suddenly Vin speaks up in surprise, what is this dish? The little girl also says in wonder, I've never seen this dish before. The moment Liu Qingyan sees the dish, he recognizes it instantly. He quickly explains to both of them, this is the wash-hand crab, a dish prepared from live crab. But I've never seen anyone use the crab shell as decoration quite like this. It is a crab salad made by extracting fresh crab meat, mincing it finely, then tossing it with the seasonings for the hand-wash crab. This dish is prepared with remarkable speed before one can even wash their hands. It is already plated and served. hence the name. He holds the dish up, examining it with a critical eye. A truly fine dish must first please the eye before it pleases the palate. Looking at this hand-washed crab salad, one can tell you are a... The talented young chef Tang Yang stands nearby, drooling at the sight. Zhang San's expression remains unchanged. He sneers, "Oh, this country bumpkin actually has some knowledge, must have overheard it somewhere." Before he can finish, King Yan adds another line, "However, this dish cannot be served at the banquet." Zhang San's face twists with shock and fury. "What did you say?" He holds the dish up for inspection. Sure enough, the shell and mouthparts of the crab have already turned black. Tang Yang stares at that very spot. Indeed, when a crab is no longer fresh, the tyrosine in its body fluids oxidizes and begins to turn black. Though the crab is not yet spoiled if steamed or grilled before the condition worsens, it is still perfectly edible. But for raw dishes like this salad, freshness is absolutely paramount. King Yan declares the crab simply is not fresh enough for a raw salad. Tang Yang voices the consequence: if you eat that, you could end up with a stomachache. A girl with 2 red pigtails glances over, thinking just chew it thoroughly and swallow. What's the big deal? King Yan falls silent for a moment, then speculates perhaps it was just an oversight because you've been too busy. Zhang San roars furiously. What oversight? Enraged beyond reason, he slaps the dish right out of the young man's hands and bellows, "You dare presume to judge my cooking?" A splash of sauce from the hand-washed crab salad streaks across his face. In that fleeting instant, something catches his attention. He thinks, "What is that smell?" Zhang San, meanwhile, continues his tirade, jabbing a finger. "I, Zhang San, am a disciple of the Grand Sous Chef. Master Qian, you dare critique my cooking? That is no different from insulting my master." The hand-washed crab salad lies spilled across the tile floor. Zhang San continues in a venomous tone, "Since this country bumpkin doesn't know his place, I cannot let this affront slide." While Zhang San seethes with rage, King Yan covers his mouth in astonishment, thinking in disbelief this was no oversight. He deliberately used excessive vinegar and Sichuan peppercorn to mask the fishy stench. He hesitates for a beat, then looks squarely at the man. "Sir, you knew the crab was no longer fresh, yet you deliberately concealed it." Zhang San, struck at his very core, stammers, "What? You're talking nonsense." A sharp shout cuts through the air. "Stop right there." Tang Jian strides into the room. He demands, "What is going on here?" Zhang San, seeing it is Jian, immediately tattles. The hall master arrives at just the right moment. He hurries over to Jian's side, pointing straight at King Yan. "This country bumpkin started trouble out of nowhere. He slandered my cooking and disrupted the banquet preparations. What's more, he insulted both me and my master. I can no longer hold my tongue." Jian falls silent for a beat, then turns to King Yan. "Is this true, young Master Liu? If what Chef Zhang says is the truth, then I cannot let this matter go unpunished." King Yan lowers his head slightly, saying nothing. Then he speaks, "In this world there are countless chefs. Some are green and unskilled. Others are arrogant and refuse to learn. There are all manner of chefs just as there are all manner of dishes. But the worst of them all are." King Yan points coldly at Zhang San and raises his voice, "Chefs who are dishonest about their own food." Jian perks up, intrigued by the young man's words. "Oh." He lets out a sound, then thinks, "Well, Wealthi's kid has some nerve." Jian speaks, "Since the two of you hold such differing views, there is only one solution. By the rules of the Tang sect, all disputes are settled through martial combat. But today is the grand birthday celebration, and both of you are chefs. Therefore, I believe a cooking contest would be the fairest way to decide the victor. What say you?" Zhang San protests with a roar. "You want me, disciple of the Grand Sous Chef, Master Qian, to compete in a cooking match with this country bumpkin?" Jian quickly replies with a smile, "You needn't worry about your dignity. The country bumpkin you speak of is none other than a representative of the Zhuge clan." King Yan immediately produces his identity token and holds it before Zhang San's eyes. The gleam of the token blinds him. "What?" Jian keeps his smile as he continues, "Though you are a disciple of the Grand Sous Chef, Master Qian, the prestige of the Zhuge clan is no less distinguished. Every contest must have its conditions for victory and defeat. Jian addresses both parties. Should the loser swear never to set foot in a kitchen again, then this shall be a fair contest worthy of the honor of both sides." King Yan is taken aback. That serious? The invited guests have already gathered outside. Jian continues, "Our guests will assemble in the rear courtyard for the banquet. We shall let them judge and decide the winner. That way, it will be fairer." King Yan ponders in silence. A life or death duel between chefs. Zhang San, still brimming with arrogance, declares, "Very well, I'll show that country bumpkin what real cooking looks like." Jian strokes his beard with a grin. Then the theme of today's contest shall be a dish worthy of gracing the grand birthday celebration of the Sichuan Tang sect. May fortune favor you both. This is a tense contest, and yet King Yun is exhilarated. For some reason, I can't help but feel fired up. The sky begins to gild itself in gold as the glow of sunset spills across the land. Voices of gratitude ring out. Jian declares with vigor, "Esteemed friends and sworn brothers of our Sichuan Tang clan, have journeyed far and wide to attend my father's grand birthday celebration." In stark contrast to his enthusiasm, Tang Bailing lets out a bored sigh. "What a pain. I'd rather be out catching venomous insects." Before him lies a table laden with the finest delicacies, surrounded by honored guests and sworn brothers. Yet he shows them no respect whatsoever. "Next year I'll just play dead." The crowd responds with hearty laughter. "Ha ha. The old master is still as spirited as ever. Happy birthday to you. May you enjoy boundless longevity." Jian suddenly announces, "As I mentioned earlier, today we shall hold a culinary duel to liven up this celebration." Zhang San steps forward with supreme confidence as Jian's voice carries on. "First, allow me to introduce Zhang San, disciple of the Grand Shu Chef, Master Kayan. He has overseen every aspect of the culinary preparations for today's grand celebration." Upon hearing this, two guests murmur amongst themselves, "Oh, so all these dishes are imperial-grade cuisine." As expected of the Tang clan's grand celebration to be blessed with such exquisite flavors. Jian continues his introduction, "And Zhang San's opponenter today on behalf of my sworn brother to attend the grand celebration." At this, he turns his head aside and speaks with an air of mystery, a distinguished representative of the Zhuge clan. The face of a young man, a handsome youth, steps into view. Tang Jian's voice rings out, "Young Master Liu Qingyun." Bailing remarks with mild surprise, "Oh, why are there so many fish?" Jian, holding the cup in hand, continues, "The theme of today's culinary duel is a dish worthy of gracing the Tang clan of Sichuan's grand birthday banquet." Zhang San's expression at this moment is utterly solemn and razor-focused, a battle of honor and face between two men. With that, Jian raises his wine cup and declares with a bright grin, "Begin right now, on this side." Tang Yang stares at the bucket before her and asks in disbelief, Young Master Liu, you really intend to use this to cook?" Without a moment's hesitation, King Yun plunges his hand into the water bucket and replies firmly, "Yes." She asks in astonishment, "Have you ever made this dish before?" He holds the fish in his hand and gazes at it with absolute confidence, replying, "Of course I have." But inwardly he thinks, this is, after all, the very first time in this life he has ever held such a fish. The person sitting beside Bailing is so startled they can barely speak. "What? Wait, don't tell me that's..." Bailing also asks curiously, "What is it, Jian?" He tosses the fish onto the butcher's block and thinks to himself, today's ingredient is none other than pufferfish, the golden pufferfish. Heitan. This species of pufferfish inhabits the waters of China and Korea. During the spring spawning season, they swim upstream into the rivers, and their flavor reaches its absolute peak. Seeing this, everyone erupts in shock. Heitan, what? What did you just say?" Zhang San, busy with his own cooking, cannot help but smirk the moment he hears the news. Then he sneers, "You country bumpkin, daring to use Heitan. Are you trying to poison the honored guests?" Even Jian is stunned at this moment, rendered utterly speechless. Then a whimsical image of two little fish suddenly materializes, chattering playfully. "Ever tasted tetrodotoxin before? You confident about this?" In ancient China, the pufferfish was called Heitan, meaning river pig. Though lethally poisonous, it is praised as the flavor worth dying for, and is immensely prized by gourmands. However, due to limited knowledge of pufferfish detoxification, people could only rely on experience to prepare it. Countless deaths occurred from imperfect methods such as boiling pufferfish with water celery in hopes of neutralizing the toxin, and these tragedies have been recorded throughout the annals of history. King Yun thrusts out his hand and commands Tang Yang, "Dig it out." Quick as a flash, he slices a precise line down the fish's body, thinking, "First, I sever the spine at the base of the skull to drain the blood. If the cut runs too deep, it damages the organs. Too shallow, and the blood fails to drain." He then tosses the fish into the water bucket before Tang Yang and says, "Pufferfish blood is also toxic, be careful." She lets out a terrified squeal, "Eek, eek, eek." Soaking the pufferfish in water helps flush out any remaining blood. Watching him prepare the fish, the guests murmur with concern, but to decide the winner, do we really have to eat Heitan? Though its flavor is said to rival the food of the immortals. On this side, King Yan extends his hand and commands once more the cutting board. Tang Yang cries out furiously, "No! Do you take me for your servant?" But he pays no heed, barking his order again, the cutting board, with no other choice. Tang Yang has no option but to hand it over to him. Here, with blade in hand, he continues to deliberate to ensure hygiene and safety. I must use the proper blade for each stage of preparation. Immediately after, he unleashes a flurry of cuts, impossibly fast and exquisitely precise, leaving Tang Yang utterly dumbstruck. The 9 rivers blade, the fillet knife, the roasting cleaver, each one deployed to cleanly excise the liver, the eyes, the ovaries, every poisonous, inedible organ. Unlike everyone else, Biling sits to the side, silently watching him. Suddenly, he speaks, "Heitun," for some reason. "I find myself greatly anticipating the dish you will create." Hearing this, the man beside him says anxiously, though the Poison King has reached the realm of being impervious to all poisons still. Right at that moment, Zhang San interjects with a mysterious air, "Come now, forget about that dangerous dish. Taste my creation first, a royal court cuisine. A traditional recipe personally handed down by my own master, the very same secret dish I once presented to the emperor himself." Upon hearing this, the two who had been whispering immediately begin to salivate, blurting out eagerly, "Oh, so, what's this dish called?" Zhang San's face radiates supreme confidence as he places a dazzling, irresistible plate upon the table. He proudly proclaims the very dish the emperor once praised, "My specialty huigyoru, twice-cooked pork. A Sichuan classic prepared with pork and fresh vegetables, reminiscent of Korea's stir-fried pork." Upon hearing this, Jian picks up a chopstickful. After tasting it, he immediately praises delicious. But what does this dish have to do with the Tang clan? Zhang San explains, if the emperor is the son of heaven, sovereign of all under heaven, then the Poison King is the supreme overlord of the Sichuan martial world. A dish worthy of the Poison King's grand birthday celebration must be one that has received the emperor's own endorsement. While he speaks, everyone tasting the dish praises it, rich and flavorful. Only the twin pigtailed maidservant eats as though she has lost all self-control. Zhang San's voice continues to ring out, in other words, it must be a dish befitting an emperor's caliber. But a second later, Biling shatters Zhang San's confidence to pieces. He simply sits there, not even deigning to pick up his chopsticks. Zhang San asks in alarm, "Lord Poison King, what is your assessment? Why won't you touch it?" Jian suddenly speaks up in reply, "It's not the food that's the problem. It's because he already knows you've been lying." Hearing this, Zhang San panics, What do you mean lying?" Hearing his words, Tang Jian immediately says, "I'm in tea." Piqued with interest, he asks, "Oh, what do you mean by that?" Liu Qingyan immediately explains, "The main ingredient of the braised star anise pork is pork, and pork is a taboo in the imperial court. This man is definitely not a descendant of the imperial chef. He knows nothing about imperial court cuisine whatsoever." Zhang San instantly breaks into a cold sweat, stammering, What slander is this? You're framing me, I've been wronged." But after hearing this, several guests have already begun to retch. "Pork! That filthy, disgusting meat, so there's pork in this, pork in that." Unlike the modern era, people in this age consider pigs unclean. Thus, aside from impoverished commoners, pork is not regarded as a mainstream ingredient. At this moment, Tang Biling speaks up with an air of disdain. "Why are there so many people with no manners these days?" Right. Killing intent suddenly shrouds the area around him before he continues, "Every single one of them is a toxin gnawing at the martial world of the Central Plains." Seeing this, Zhang San trembles from head to toe, killing intent. "Impossible, I struggled so hard just to get here." According to Zhang San's own account, he was born into a poor family in a remote, desolate village. When Zhang San was 8 years old, all he could do was whine and cry, "I'm so hungry." He had no means to study, nor the physique to train in martial arts. Zhang San's mother cooked braised star anise pork for him. The two of them shared a cheerful moment. "Our family only has pork, you know. Eat up, son, best mom in the world." Back then, the braised star anise pork was made from cheap, humble cuts, yet it became the dish that brought him the greatest happiness. Young Zhang San happily chatted with his mother, "Mom, your cooking is delicious, just like the imperial chef's dishes." Wait, could it be that Mom is the imperial chef? She laughed and replied, "Who knows? Mom, teach me how to cook this dish." "Sure thing. It's very easy to make." "Oh, wait, so I'm actually the imperial chef's successor." "That's right. That's my boy." The only thing he could learn was neither scholarship nor martial arts, it was cooking. But he had no connections, no background whatsoever. When Zhang San turned 14, he was beaten and driven away, "Cursed at a country bumpkin like you dares to come here. when Zhang San turned 15. He was driven away once more. Do you even know where this is? Get lost. He couldn't even land a job as a kitchen assistant at a small eatery. But there was something that saved him when Zhang San was 16. He sobbed as he spoke, but this humble one, then when Zhang San was 17. He no longer cried. Instead, he said with newfound resolve, "This humble one once studied cooking under the imperial chef, Your Excellency." The imperial chef. A lie born from desperation, yet it became the truth for him. After hearing those words, Hu Ban's attitude shifted instantly. His tone changed to one of reverence. "Ah, the imperial chef. This humble one has been terribly rude." Though this path began with a lie, he never once grew lazy or dishonest. Rumors continued to swirl. "I hear you were the head chef of the largest restaurant in Kaifeng. I hear you have ties to Su Dongpo. I hear the emperor himself praised your cooking as the finest under heaven. One day, I will truly become the imperial chef's successor." When Zhang San was 18, he cooked while mocking the fools around him. "I want to become a true imperial chef." Back to the present. Ria, he thinks in terror, "But I never expected to die today at the hands of the Poison King." At this moment, Biling still radiates terrifying killing intent. Repeating the same venomous words, every single one of them is a toxin gnawing at the martial world of the Central Plains. Biling raises his hand and shouts, "I can't hold back anymore." Zhang San shields himself in terror, whimpering "Eek," but to his utter shock, Biling merely points behind him and exclaims excitedly, "Let me taste that dish." "Bring it here now." Zhang San, 19 years old, this is something he could never have anticipated. He can only gape in bewilderment. Wah wah wah. Seizing the opportunity, King immediately responds, "Yes, sir. My apologies for the wait. Today's dish is pufferfish sashimi." Praise erupts instantly. "Oh, magnificent. Incredible, but wait, eating raw pufferfish. Unbelievable." Tang Jian's voice suddenly rings out. A flower sculpted from pufferfish sashimi sits atop a deep purple plate. He stares at it with rapt fascination and continues, "And it's the supremely venomous pufferfish at that. Could this be?" King responds immediately, "Yes, that's correct, Tang clan leader." The next dish is, while he speaks, Yang carries another plate over and adds one more serving. Suddenly, gorgeous flowers of dazzling, vivid colors bloom upon the plate in Yang's hands. At the same time, King's voice sounds, "The hegemon flower, the symbol of the Tang clan. The flower fish fin pattern recreated as a dish." The image of the purple bouquet materializes once more as King speaks. "The Tang clan's flower fish fin, a dish crafted from the hegemon flowers of the rear garden. A single pristine slice of fish, so translucent one could almost see my reflection in it." He continues, "The symbol of the Tang clan. Please, honored guests, enjoy." Looking at the alluring fish before them, everyone's mouths water, yet all wear expressions of doubt. They say pufferfish poison has no antidote, and eating it raw, no less is it truly safe. Biling speaks without hesitation, "Let me test it first to see whether there's poison." He then pops the fish straight into his mouth. Seeing this, two guests immediately shrink back. "Well, the Poison King Lord is immune to 100 poisons after all. Please eat first, my lord." But suddenly he lets out him. Seeing this, the attendants cry out in alarm, My lord." Then Biling says, trembling, still not certain, "I can't let you all be put in danger." Saying this, he picks up an entire chopstick load. Shoveling mouthful after mouthful of fish in, he murmurs contentedly, "Just one more bite." A guest can't hold back any longer and shouts, "I can't take it anymore." Instantly, countless chopsticks scramble and clash, fighting over every morsel of the dish. Indeed, isn't it said that its flavor is worth gambling one's very life for? "I want to try a piece too." Seeing this spectacle, King says, "If there isn't enough, I'll have more brought out. Take your time and savor it." He then thinks to himself, for them, this pufferfish dish is more than just food, it is the novelty of a recipe never before seen. The thrill of courting death with a deadly fish, a story worth sipping a few pots of wine over, a truly grand culinary tale. They eat as they exclaim, "It's just a single dish." If a mere piece of fish scares you this much, how can you call yourselves the young generation of the martial world? Moreover, the deep umami sweetness of pufferfish at peak season, King exclaims in astonishment, praising, "How can sashimi taste this incredible?" Combined with his razor-sharp technique, it creates a flawless structure. At this moment, even Yang and the twin-bunned maidservant exclaim between bites, chewy yet tender, everything melds into a single, perfect piece of sashimi. King's eyes brim with confidence. For them, this is more than just a dish, it is an explosion of flavor that shatters every boundary of culinary perception. With a thunderous boom, the surrounding scenery takes on an eerie, otherworldly quality. The crowd stares at the spectacle before them, unable to conceal their shock. "No, That's another person widens their eyes, stammering you. Do you see that? Yang rushes to Tang Jian's side, stammering, father, father, could that be? Tang Jian calmly savors the food and replies, ah, yes indeed. Biling, enjoying the meal from one side, asks, what is it? It's been ages since I've seen a dragon this grand. Before the crowd, a majestic white dragon materializes, radiating an awe-inspiring aura that sends shivers through every onlooker. A man in a green hat breaks into a cold sweat, stammering, is that a dragon? The man in red beside him can't believe his eyes. Staring as the white dragon sweeps toward Liu Qingyan. Young hero, the dragon's serpentine body coils around King, startling him. WHWH what? Tang Jian, seated at a distance, burst into laughter. Ah, so that's how it is. The food dragon, behind him looms the magnificent shadow of the white dragon. A new title is forged for King Food Dragon Liu Qingyan. This unexpected turn leaves King's heart pounding. What is this? How terrifying, and just like that, I've gained yet another flashy alias. Tang Jian laughs heartily, then it's decided you have won today's culinary duel. With the unanimous approval of everyone present representing the huge clan, the one and only food dragon, Liu Qingyan. Hearing this proclamation, Zhang San's face goes chalk white. He collapses to the ground, gritting his teeth. Biling, seated to the side, pats his belly and lets out a long, satisfied breath. Phew, absolutely delicious. But on second thought, it wasn't the pufferfish that was poisonous. Biling's expression darkens instantly, his voice dripping with killing intent. It was that scoundrel daring to slander the reputation of our Tang clan. The moment Zhang San hears this, his face drains of all color. He bursts into wordless sobs and scrambles to flee. The Biling casts a cold glance at Zhang San, this crafty swindler. He immediately calls out, red toad. A massive toad surges forward at terrifying speed. The red toad slams down onto the earth, sending violent tremors rippling across the ground. Zhang San tries to run, but the shockwave from the impact sends him sprawling face first in terror. Biling speaks in a deep, commanding voice, today you shall feast to your heart's content. The red toad immediately flicks its long, glistening tongue toward Zhang San, sending him into a blind panic. King immediately rushes forward to intervene. Wait. The red toad startles and freezes mid-motion. Standing behind, Yang watches in alarm. What is that idiot doing? It's too dangerous. King drops to his knees before the red toad, stammering, poison King Lord, you promised to grant me one wish. Do you remember? Biling smiles gently and replies, of course, how could I forget? Then, Liu Qingyan hears these words, carefully studies Biling and speaks, then my wish is this, please show him mercy. He burns with determination. He must not die. In the silent darkness, his voice rings out in a grave tone. You put on a magnificent show, Lord Zhang. You may leave now. Zhang San stares at him, utterly speechless. A long moment passes before he finally speaks. Before I go, I wish to ask you one thing. Hearing this, Liu Qingyan is taken aback. Yes, Zhang San asks, his expression grave. How did someone like you end up in this huge clan? Granted, your cooking is super, but your appearance and personality are nothing remarkable. Hearing these words, his face darkens. Sweat beads across his forehead and he is rendered speechless. Zhang San continues, to put it nicely. You're nothing more than a lowly country bumpkin. I've had to climb all the way to this position through sheer hardship. Don't tell me you bribed your way in. Liu Qingyan rubs his chin, eyes darting, and replies, ah well. If you want to call it a bribe, then the only thing I can remember offering is a single dish. Hearing this, Zhang San cannot help but be astonished. What? You're saying one dish was all it took to forge ties with the huge clan? How is that even possible? Liu Qingyan forces an awkward smile. Is that so? I know nothing of fame or power, but I believe that a single dish can bring joy to everyone. Isn't that enough? The moment Zhang San hears these words, he freezes completely. Memories of his childhood come flooding back. Mother, I've made up my mind. A young Zhang San declared with unshakable confidence. Hands planted on his hips, I will become a famous chef, wealthy and successful. You'll see, mother. His mother laughed softly and said, Zhang San, success is wonderful, but a true chef can achieve something far greater than that. Really, mother? What could be greater? She smiled warmly and replied, a delicious dish can bring happiness to both the one who cooks and the one who savors it. That is the true joy. His mother's words caused young Zhang San's eyes to light up, brimming with wonder and admiration. Wow, chefs are the greatest. The memory fades and Zhang San finally understands everything. He lowers his head, voice choked with emotion. Yes, that's exactly right. He startles and quickly calls out, hey Lord Zhang. Zhang San laughs through his tears, so that's what it was. Mother was always smiling so happily. Liu Qingyan is drenched in sweat from head to toe. Utterly bewildered, he stammers, "Why are you crying all of a sudden?" Zhang San wipes his eyes and says, "Little hero Liu, I have one request." He meets Liu Qingyan's gaze with a solemn expression. "I know that having lost the culinary duel, I must abandon the path of cooking, but I beg of you allow me to cook one final time before I depart. I implore you wholeheartedly. Please grant me this wish." Hearing these words, Liu Qingyan falls into deep contemplation. "Actually, that is exactly what I was about to say." Before he can finish, Zhang San immediately clasps his hands and drops to his knees. "Thank you, little hero Liu. Na thank the food dragon. From this day forward, I will cook dishes that bring joy to everyone, and to myself." With those words, he turns and walks away. Watching his retreating figure, Liu Qingyan murmurs, "I believe you will." Liu Qingyan lowers his head and smiles. "The dish you just made, there's no one in all of Sichuan who doesn't know how to cook it. From now on, Huiguoru will. Huiguoru will become the most beloved home-cooked dish, the very soul of Sichuan cuisine." He walks over to a boulder, sits down, and gazes at the distant sky with a long, relieved exhale. "Phew, I'm exhausted. Finally some rest." Liu Qingyan glances around the surroundings and says, "Now that I'm used to it, this rear garden is actually quite comfortable. Beautiful scenery. No one to bother me." He turns his head toward the red twin-bund maid sitting beside him, carefully handling each insect one by one. He muses, "The insects are already taken care of by this little fool. Come to think of it, I don't even know her name." After a moment, he asks softly, "Hey, do you have a name?" Silence is his only answer. Liu Qingyan glances over, slightly surprised. He turns to look and sees the girl staring at him with blazing, luminous eyes. Seeing her expression, Liu Qingyan can't help but be taken aback. What is it?" The girl leaps to her feet and declares with delight, "My name is Jian." Jian. The girl steps forward, patting his arm with a smile. "In all the Zhuge clan, master, you're the first person to ever ask my name. At first, I thought you were just some pervert." Hearing this, he bursts into laughter, rubbing his arm. "In my own estate." Jian looks up and adds, "Who knew you turn out to be a kind-hearted pervert?" Liu Qingyan feels utterly helpless. "I am not a pervert." In the darkness, Liu Qingyan stretches with a groan. Exhausted, his entire body sags like a desiccated husk. "I need to prepare to head back to the inn." The red twin-bund maid hears this and exclaims with excitement, "When we get back, you have to make a bowl of jajangmyeon right away." At that moment, Yang rushed forward from behind and shouted, "Liu Qingyan, what are you doing here?" Qingyan was taken aback. "Miss Tang, is she hungry again?" At this thought, he let out a weary sigh. "I'm just resting for a moment." Yang dashed toward him frantically, shouting, "I've been searching everywhere for you. This is no time for rest." Hearing her words, he misunderstood. Bewildered, "She's famished again," but at that instant, she burst into sobs. "Save me, my father. My father has been poisoned by fugu." The moment these words reached him, Qingyan's face went deathly pale. "That's impossible. Could it be that?" He couldn't help but stare in shock, his voice grave. "Miss Yang, did you?" She collapsed to the ground, covering her face as she sobbed. "I only did exactly what you showed me that day." A memory surfaced, the time of their competition, when it all began. The moment the competition judge finished speaking, Qingyan immediately drew his blade and began preparing. The dishes laid out on the table. Yang sat beside him, resting her chin on her hand, watching his deft hands at work. "So you actually know which parts of the fugu are poisonous?" He continued preparing the dishes as he replied, "I do. Though each species of fugu differs, generally the blood and gills are the parts that require the utmost caution. The eyes and internal organs, especially the liver, also contain extremely potent toxins. During preparation, the toxins can transfer to the blade, so keeping the knife and cutting board pristine is absolutely crucial." Yang sat beside him, listening attentively to every word. Yang tilted her head, pointing at something on the table. "What is this part? It looks rather strange." Qingyan glanced over. "This is," he gestured at the glistening white piece on the table, "fugu milt." The milt is a non-toxic part. It's perfectly edible. You can grill it, pan-fry it. And if it's fresh enough, you can even eat it raw. Yang blushed at his explanation, stammering, "Me milt, you can actually eat that." Qingyan calmly confirmed, "Of course." He eyed the fresh fugu milt resting on the plate. The flavor and silky texture are comparable to the bosom of Zaishi herself. Unfortunately, there's so little of it that it's nearly impossible to serve at a banquet. Hearing this, Yang's face flushed crimson. "Bosom." Suddenly, she perked up and asked excitedly, "Can you teach me how to prepare fugu?" King Yun deftly worked on the dishes as he replied, "It's not entirely out of the question." He considered for a moment. With your Tang clan training, your blade skills are likely far superior to any professional chef's. The handling of toxins goes without saying, he added, but you must exercise the utmost caution. Back to the present, King Yan's face drained of all color, his forehead drenched in cold sweat. Cold. He stared at the dish before him. He cursed at himself. I should have been more careful. Yang stood beside him. Her voice choked with tears as she recounted. I mentioned the fugu milk to him and my father wanted to try some. His expression darkened. His tone somber. Where's the clan leader now? Looking at the ruined dish scattered across the floor, King Yan was struck with horror, his heart sinking. This isn't milk, these are the ovaries. A part containing lethal toxins. She dashed ahead to lead the way, running as she listened to his explanation, not milk but ovaries. King Yan immediately confirmed, yes, this part is extremely dangerous. She couldn't hold back her despair, tears streaming down her face, but their appearance and location look exactly the same. King Yan ran right behind her, blaming himself. If you don't know, the mistake is easy to make. This is my fault, I should have warned you more thoroughly. Then he urgently asked, how long ago did your father eat the ovaries? Yang answered instantly, about 2 ki, that's 4 hours. He shouted, we need to hurry. Yang ran while wiping her tears, sobbing, just tell me my father will be all right. You saved Kinger before, didn't you? King Yan gritted his teeth at her desperate plea. Unfortunately, even 1,000 years from now, there is no universal antidote for fugu poisoning. But then he shot a glance at the twin-bunned maidservant running beside him. Did you bring what I gave you? The girl replied at once, rest assured. Young Master Liu, King Yan thought to himself, but I do have a method and it's fast. Yang suddenly halted in her tracks. We're here, this is the place. He lifted his gaze to the cavern looming before them, radiating an aura of solemn authority, and couldn't help but start in surprise. A cave. The 2 gate guards, upon seeing the 3 of them, turned to Yang and demanded, Miss, why are outsiders here? She paid them no heed, rushing inside. Then glancing back at King Yan behind her, my father is inside, get in here quickly. At that instant, a guard tightened his grip on his weapon, his expression darkening. This is the Tang clan's forbidden ground. Seeing King Yan about to step forward, both guards immediately crossed their weapons in an X, blocking the path. Forgive us, but we cannot allow outsiders to enter. The sudden confrontation jolted him. His face turned ashen, cold sweat breaking out across his brow as he looked to Yang. What? The guards still glared at King Yan, insisting that Tang clan laws must not be violated. Yang stepped forward. She placed her hands on their shoulders. There's no time for this. One guard whipped around in shock. She struck with full force. King Yan flinched behind her. Yang's blow sent the guard crashing to the ground. Her expression hardened. Her voice choked yet razor cold. Your clan's precious rules mean nothing. If the clan head dies, so does the law. Having dealt with the guard, Yang rushed deeper inside without a second glance. Move before it's too late. King Yan cautiously advanced, step by careful step. His eyes darted nervously. He glanced back at the guard lying motionless on the ground. In moments, the 2 of them had ventured deep into the cavern. Before them sat a towering figure in meditation, wreathed in swirling currents of a strange, purple aura. Tang Jian's entire body is drenched in sweat, his face deathly pale. He speaks weakly, biling, and young hero Liu as well. Liu. King Yan hastily covers his nose. This miasma of poison. Tang Jian exhales streams of toxic mist and speaks in a grim voice. How shameful. Liu. King Yan is startled. Is he using breath regulation to expel the poison? Biling stands to the side, sobbing, Father, it's all my fault. Liu. King Yan carefully observes Tang Jian's condition. He silently judges profuse sweating, twitching pulse. The toxin has already seeped into his body. Tang Jian forces a smile and gently consoles her. No, don't blame yourself. The fault is mine. Because I have yet to master the 100 poison immunity grand art. Liu. King Yan stands to the side, hand covering his nose. Brows furrowed. Breath regulation seems ineffective. We need to act fast. Not just the sect leader, even I. Someone without a shred of internal energy will be affected by this poison. Liu. King Yan coughs a few times, then turns to the red-bunned maidservant. Bring me that thing. The little maid obediently produces a cloth pouch and hands it over. Yes, here. Biling steps forward, peering at the items in his hands, and asks, what is that? In his grasp lie a flower root and several herbs. Liu. King Yan answers, Emperor flower root, aconite tuber, and black aconite herb. Tang Jian's eyes widen in surprise. Biling looks at him, bewildered. Emperor flower root. Isn't that an extremely toxic substance? Why would you? Liu Qingyan carefully examines the flower before him. Indeed, the toxicity of the emperor flower rivals even pufferfish venom. Using poison to fight poison in the realm of toxins, nothing sounds more absurd, yet exceptions do exist. Take for instance pufferfish and the emperor flower. When afflicted by pufferfish venom tetrodotoxin, the neural channels in the body become blocked, leading to paralysis and respiratory failure. As for the emperor flower's toxin aconitine, it also causes paralysis and respiratory failure. But its mechanism is the polar opposite. It overstimulates the neural channels until they burn out. If both poisons enter the body simultaneously, the result is still death by suffocation, but they can suppress each other. Buying precious time before the inevitable, Liu Qingyan carefully examines the items in his hands. Ordinarily, no matter what method is employed, the fatal outcome remains unchanged. But what passes for ordinary in this world is nothing like what was ordinary in my previous life. Martial artists possess meridians broadened through internal energy cultivation, making their bodies far more sensitive to external stimuli, and utterly unpredictable in their reactions. That is why their responses to my dishes have been so peculiar. He thinks carefully. I cannot predict what will happen when two opposing toxins invade the sect leader's body at once. Liu Qingyan hesitantly extends the concoction. Without pause, Tang Jian reaches out and takes it. Biling gasps, huh. Liu Qingyan thinks in silence, but one thing is certain. Tang Jian holds the concoction and declares, then I must take this aconite now. You want me to drink yet another poison? Why? Liu Qingyan answers cautiously, yes, right now. He thinks if we do nothing, the sect leader will certainly die. Under the moonlight, Tang Jian speaks, your medical arts are truly peculiar. I shall ask no further questions. But Biling, the moment she hears her father's call, she rushes over. Father, Tang Jian's expression darkens. You too. His aura flickers with an eerie intensity as he speaks in a low voice. Do you trust this young man? Liu Qingyan is so overwhelmed by the oppressive force that he collapses to the ground, gasping for breath. This unwittingly draws concern. Are you all right? Biling stands to the side, fists clenched, choking back tears. She says yes, I trust him. Tang Jian hears these words, smiles faintly, and immediately swallows the concoction. If you say so, then I shall trust him as well. In his mind, he thinks, Brother Tian, I truly envy you. Biling watches with anxious eyes fixed on her father's condition. Please, please. The moment he swallows it, gulp, the surrounding air instantly turns suffocating. The red-bunned maidservant says anxiously, I feel strange. At this very moment, Tang Jian coughs in agony. Hack. Streams of toxic mist pour endlessly from his mouth. Biling cries out in anguish, Father, Father. Tang Jian grits his teeth against the unbearable pain and lets out a howl, his vision swimming. Watching the scene before him, that purple mist enveloping every corner, Liu Qingyan sighs helplessly in his heart. Damn, I'm done for. At this moment, a vision materializes, raging flames. A voice rings out, search for the blood flower demoness. Yin Zuhua, the traitor of the demonic cult. It is the voice commanding a squad of soldiers. Anyone who dares shelter her, kill without mercy. The cold voice continues, a single life is not enough to atone for the crime of betraying the heavenly demon. Destroy the blood flower demoness and all her accomplices, if you do not wish to have your soul and memories seized. Beware the soul-ensnaring art of the blood flower demoness. In that moment, hanging by a thread, a gentle voice speaks, I'm sorry, Qingyan. Before his eyes, the silhouette of his father stands there, 1,000 swords piercing through his body, yet he forces himself to look upon his son. The father speaks gently, I had thought we could escape forever. In the end, this day has come. The boy's eyes brim with tears as he sobs, Father. That face, his father's face from that moment, forever haunts Liu Qingyan's heart. His father speaks softly, no matter what you see, hear, or learn. No matter how bewildered you become, never hate your mother. He reaches out and touches the boy's face, my wife. Your mother. She gave up everything for you. At that very instant, that terrifying figure materializes behind Liu Qingyan's father. He speaks in an ice-cold voice, found you. The father seems to pay no heed to the looming death. He continues gently, remember, stay true. The young Liu Qingyan of that time is consumed by sheer terror. Father. A sudden wave of pain jolts him awake. Biling has just delivered a thunderous slap. Wake you pay. Seeing him groggily regain consciousness, Biling chokes back tears. Ha. Are you awake yet? Liu Qingyan gradually comes to. He suddenly remembers Tang Jian, the poison. The sect leader, pufferfish venom. I'm done for. Thinking this, tears stream down his face. Good heavens, I only wanted to help. Biling hears these words, caught between fury and tears. This brat is so fragile. Honestly, she suddenly collapses against him, startling him half to death. "You worried me half to death, you fool." He stares blankly, looking around in bewilderment. W8, the sect leader. Biling answers, "Relax, thanks to you my father pulled through," she speaks through her tears. Liu Qingyan finally heaves a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, a weight lifts from his heart. He thinks now I can safely leave the Tang clan. In that quiet moonlit night, a soft cough suddenly cuts through the silence. Tang Jian stands behind them, taking in the scene before his eyes. He crosses his arms. Young people these days. Truly shameless. I wonder what will become of this martial world. He coughs again. Biling, perched on his back, smiles and reassures him, "Come now, just pretend you didn't see." Biling replies casually, "Even if they find a matrilocal son-in-law, so what? In all the Central Plains, how many can truly be called a dragon? I doubt we can easily prevail." As Biling speaks, she and the red-bund maidservant quickly help Tang Jian away. Biling speaks up again, "But a draw still leaves us a chance, doesn't it?" Hearing this, Tang Jian's eyes immediately light up with excitement. "Oh, is that so?" He gazes at his precious daughter, still clinging to Liu Qingyan and sobbing, while the young man looks utterly bewildered. Tang Jian seems to harbor thoughts of his own. He murmurs, The next day, peaceful mountain scenery stretches before them, as though yesterday's events never existed. Liu Qingyan enters the kitchen, looks around. The utensils have all been packed away. He wearily wipes the sweat from his brow. The travel provisions are ready. I'm all set to depart. The red-bund maidservant stands beside him, wolfing down the food in her hands. One last meal. Liu Qingyan murmurs dreamily, "Come to think of it, what was that dream I had while unconscious?" He closes his eyes, mulling over that dream. He falls into deep contemplation. To call it a dream would be wrong, it was far too real. Strangely, the memories stored in this body contain no such scene. The same happened last time. The more he dwells on it, the more suffocated he feels. He clutches his head in frustration. I just don't know. It must be because my body is too weak. This exhaustion is getting to me. Liu Qingyan cries out wearily, "I need eel rice to recharge. Eel power, strong body." The little maid stands to the side, observing his state, and mutters he's lost his mind. Just as he eagerly anticipates returning to his restaurant and a normal life, a sudden shout from outside pierces the air. That's impossible. Liu Qingyan glances over in surprise. What's going on? He opens the door and steps outside to investigate. The sight that greets him, Biling, has seized the messenger by the collar, demanding, "Why are you dragging someone who needs rest elsewhere?" The messenger sputters, on the verge of tears. This humble one, I'm merely here to deliver a letter from the patriarch." Liu Qingyan is puzzled. The little maid's eyes go wide. "Oh." The little maid hurries over to the large carriage before them. It's a carriage from the Zhuge clan. Biling frowns at him and snaps, "Go back in a month." He asks, perplexed, "What's going on?" Biling waves dismissively, It's nothing. Go inside and rest." The messenger, whose collar she still grips, looks at Liu Qingyan and asks, "Are you perhaps young Master Liu?" He answers, puzzled, "Yes." Upon hearing this, the messenger straightens his attire, produces a scroll from inside his robe, and says, "Indeed. First I must deliver this letter." He steps forward. He unfurls the scroll before Liu Qingyan's bewildered eyes. A letter from Patriarch Zhuge Tian. The Zhuge clan sends word regarding the matrilocal arrangement. Young Master Liu hears these opening words and is utterly baffled. What matrilocal arrangement? The messenger continues, "First, I must thank you, young master, for representing our Zhuge clan. The betrothal rites at the estate have been prepared, and the patriarch wishes to invite you back." Upon hearing this, he suddenly recalls, I forgot Zhuge Tian once said something about becoming family. Could this be a brotherhood oath ceremony with the patriarch? The messenger finishes and rolls up the scroll. That is all. The patriarch has even prepared a carriage to escort you back. Liu Qingyan can't help but feel a pang of frustration. Again, is it really this hard just to cook? My normal life. Biling stands beside him and forces a smile. You must still be exhausted. There's no need to rush. Liu Qingyan answers her softly. I've already made my promise. I can't delay any further. Biling hears this and lets out a reluctant sigh. But then she turns around and storms off in a huff. Fine, if you want to go, then go. Seeing Biling's attitude, he can't help but be surprised. She's quite cold today. The messenger standing beside him bows respectfully. I shall escort you whenever you are ready, young master. Biling stands behind a tree, fuming. This is outrageous. Why must they rush the wedding? Does he really like King that much? Meanwhile, on another side, in a room filled with pastries and tea, a woman's soft humming drifts through the air. The silhouette of Zhuge King sits at a desk. She carefully lifts her brush to paint Liu Qingyan's portrait, wondering, was his nose bridge a bit higher? She pauses mid-stroke, resting her chin in thought. It's been so long so. I can't remember clearly. I wonder if he's doing well. Zhuge King's eyes dart as she thinks. She eagerly picks up the brush and continues her unfinished strokes. Right, the nose bridge was higher and more masculine. In the blink of an eye, his portrait takes shape. She gazes at the painting, brimming with confidence, spitting image. Identical at that very moment. A red-bunned maidservant pushes open the door. My lady, what are you doing? Zhuge King startles and frantically crumples the freshly painted portrait. Ah. The maidservant watches her lady's flustered actions in surprise. Huh. What was that? Let me see. She hastily throws the painting away and forces a smile. This is just... right, it's just a spring painting. A spring painting. The maidservant hears this and sighs helplessly. Ah, youth. Zhuge King tries to change the subject. Why are you here at this hour? The maidservant presents a letter. The messenger sent to the Tang clan has returned. Here is the information about that oddball you asked for. My lady. The moment she heard those words, King's eyes lit up with excitement. We're really receiving the letter. Quick, let me see it. The maid also peered at her curiously. What does the letter say? Well, King replied softly, the young master has demonstrated his culinary prowess on multiple occasions. Each time, he was recognized as having reached the realm of divine flavor. Moreover, using cuisine and cunning to punish the swindler who dared slander the Tang clan's honor and sabotage the banquet. He was subsequently bestowed the title Food Dragon. When Uncle Tang was on the brink of death, it was King Yun who stepped in and saved his life with miraculous medical arts. Hearing this, the maid with twin red pigtails exclaimed in astonishment, oh, so that pervert is actually useful miraculous medical arts. All just to save someone. Definitely. Suddenly, King recalled the mortifying scene from that day. Her face flushed crimson and she hastily blurted, wait, why would you bring that up? That was just medical treatment. But the girl suddenly went pale. But then, the one saved by those miraculous medical arts was Uncle Tang himself. King froze in shock, her eyes flying wide open. An impure image of two men flashed through King's mind. She went rigid, then hastily defended, it's just medical treatment. Both master and servant had conjured the same mental picture, but while King wore a dazed, lost expression, the girl declared it miraculous and scandalous. King was so overwhelmed with shock that she collapsed. The cry startled the maid with twin red pigtails, who cried out in a panic, ah, miss, please wake up. The scene shifts to outside the Zhuge manor, where a suffocating tension hangs heavy in the air, anxiety etched on every face. Zhuge Tian's voice, how is the girl? The long-bearded elder sighed and answered slowly, though I take her pulse every day. Her condition only grows worse. Zhuge Tian immediately furrowed his brow. Then can the wedding proceed as planned? The old man pondered briefly, then replied with caution, I fear it is impossible to say for certain. Every time her emotions are stirred, the illness relapses or destabilizes. It took tremendous effort to barely stabilize her condition. Why has it worsened now? What's the cause? The cause is undoubtedly... Hearing this, Zhuge Tian fell silent, worry flickering in his eyes. There is no need to keep this secret. This matter is no secret. It is undoubtedly caused by the lingering qi of the Northern Sea Gang, my wife. The girl's mother hailed from the Northern Sea Gang. The elder cleared his throat to ease the tension. Zhuge Tian sighed softly, his voice dropping low. King Yun will be arriving soon. What are we to do about the wedding? In another scene, King Yun bids farewell to Jian and Bailing, maintaining a respectful demeanor. If the opportunity arises, I shall certainly visit again. Master Jian burst into hearty laughter. Why such distant words? This left King Yun slightly bewildered. Jian crossed his arms and regarded him warmly. His tone earnest yet gentle. You are my life-saving benefactor and an honored guest of the Tang clan. Consider this place your home. Hearing this, King Yun lowered his head even further and replied bashfully, yes, thank you, sir. Jian continued with a nod and a smile, remember to convey my regards to Tianxing. Those words made King Yun pause. He thought, honored guest in ancient China, is that all this amounts to? But still, he nodded and replied with sincerity, then I shall take my leave. Outside, the envoy was already mounted and waiting. If you're ready, let us depart. The maid with twin red pigtails sat atop the carriage, unable to contain her excitement. I'm going home. Meanwhile, King Yun leaned back against the seat and exhaled softly. Outside, Jian and Bailing stood watching the carriage recede into the distance. Jian clasped his hands behind his back and mused, though it hasn't been long, you've changed greatly since I first met you. Bailing nodded, a trace of admiration in her eyes. The title Food Dragon is only the beginning. He will become a truly extraordinary figure. Bailing continued, at least 3 or 4 wives, wouldn't you say, Yang? Though Yang pretended to be indifferent, anyone could see the girl was already love-struck. Jian laughed heartily in agreement. Couldn't be more obvious. Jian said with a scheming glint, as long as young Master Liu agrees, we'll take Yang Yang as a concubine. Meanwhile, Bailing's expression seemed to harbor an even deeper scheme. Unlike a mere secondary concubine, a formal concubine holds status equal to the primary wife. Jian furrowed his brows slightly, then burst into laughter. Then I've won the bet. Bailing chimed in, and we've married off our daughter to boots. A dark, ominous aura seemed to billow around the two of them, the air in their vicinity becoming so stifling and terrifying that a shiver involuntarily ran down one's spine, a creeping dread lodging itself deep in the heart. Though he had no idea what those two were plotting, at least he was returning safely. Just then, the girl sitting atop the carriage tilted her head curiously. She flipped down to ask, why didn't you say goodbye to Miss Yang? He paused, a flicker of hesitation crossing his face. Well, recalling the past few days, he realized that, for reasons unknown, Miss Tang had been avoiding him and refusing to speak with him. He never had the chance to say goodbye. King Yan murmured with disappointment, I suppose it makes sense. The incident where the Tang sect leader was poisoned by pufferfish, I bear some responsibility. Her anger is only natural. So while preparing travel rations, I left behind a gift in place of a proper farewell. As he spoke, he quickly pulled out a portion of food. Speaking of rations, before he could finish, the girl had already dashed into the carriage. Hurry, give it here. What? Meanwhile, at the Tang estate, Yang Yang stood frozen upon hearing that young Master Liu had departed. He's gone. What? How could he leave without saying goodbye? Her voice trembled with anxiety, but the Tang sect leader's stern gaze forced her to stop. Sit down. She had no choice but to comply reluctantly, her eyes hollow and lifeless. I'm not hungry. But before she could rise, he placed an exquisitely crafted wooden box before her. His voice was calm yet firm. This is the dish young Master Liu prepared before he left. Rather than hollow words of farewell, he left behind a goodbye steeped in substance and flavor. Yang Yang involuntarily halted in her tracks, turning back to stare at the box with a look of faint astonishment. This is eel rice. In another scene, inside the carriage, the maid with twin red pigtails sat beside King Yan, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at the eel rice in his hands, exclaiming in amazement, wow. Oh, this. What is this? He smiled, eating leisurely as he explained, this dish is made from the wanli fish. The girl devoured her portion ravenously while asking, wanli fish? Isn't that the fish that looks like a snake? I never imagined it could taste this good. He gazed at the food box with a contemplative expression. That's only natural. In this era, eel isn't exactly a common ingredient. Though not as venomous as pufferfish, eels do carry toxins. I found them in the pond by the rear garden's entrance, the very one with the golden pufferfish, not in the general ingredient stores. Due to their serpentine appearance, eels have never been popular as food. Their mucus and peculiar mode of locomotion make preparation extremely difficult, if not properly cleaned. Consuming the residue or flesh containing trace toxins, while not fatal, will cause severe discomfort and fatigue. Nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, even cellulitis, which is precisely why eels were never used as food. But human curiosity regarding cuisine is boundless, and time, along with accumulated experience, has yielded the knowledge and techniques to transform eel into a premium ingredient. One with a rich, robust flavor and meat more tender and delicious than any ordinary fish. But his stream of thought was quickly shattered by the frantic gobbling sounds and the ravenous eating pace of the girl beside him. So delicious. He merely smiled, slowly savoring his own portion. Inwardly, a swell of pride rose unbidden. Of course, eel is a truly magnificent ingredient. The girl continued eating without pause, the only sound being enthusiastic chomping filling the air. His gaze suddenly grew deep, and a profound thought surfaced in his mind. But the true reason he made this eel dish, sometimes there are things that words simply cannot express. Jian's voice rang out, shattering the wonderful stillness. Delicious, truly worthy of the food dragon. I have never tasted fish this exquisite in all my life. HMPH, his eyes drifted toward Yang Yang and he let out a soft cough. She was still, silently staring at the food box before her, her expression contemplative and distant. What is this? Rations. A farewell. Jian turned and called out Yang Yang. She remained frozen in place. Yes, father, he sighed softly, his voice growing deeper and more contemplative. Though it hasn't been long, I've observed that young Master Liu, even with a simple dish, always pours his heart and soul into it like a storyteller or a painter. They say the wanli fish spends its entire life in the river, but when spawning season arrives, they swim out to the sea. It is as though they made a pact from the very beginning that they would always return to where they once lived, like the Wanli fish. Young Master Liu also wishes to say he will come back. His feelings have been embedded within this dish. So Yang Yang, you should at least try a bite. But before his words had even ended, Yang Yang had already buried her face into the food box. She devoured the food like a woman possessed, cheeks bulging on both sides. This is so frustrating. This is just too. Suddenly, droplets fell upon the table. Too delicious. Yang Yang wept as she ate. Back inside the carriage, his gaze grew pensive, lost in thought. Sometimes there are things that words simply cannot convey. He suddenly chuckled softly, blurting out something with neither head nor tail. Eel is actually very good for men, you know. He couldn't quite articulate what he meant, but he had finished eating all the same. King Yan let out a long, contented sigh. Phew. So warm. Outside the carriage, the envoy finally spoke. If you're tired, just let me know. If the matrilocal son-in-law gives the order, I'll have the horses stop and rest. He looked up and replied shyly, yes, thank you. Then he peered outside, curiosity getting the better of him. May I ask you something? What does my mean exactly? The envoy laughed and explained briefly, it's nothing complicated. It just means the son-in-law who marries into the wife's family. King Yan's face went blank, his eyes glazing over. Ah, I see, a matrilocal son-in-law. But as the words slowly seeped into his brain, he shot bolt upright, face twisted in pure panic. A matrilocal son-in-law. The carriage continued to barrel forward. He sat rigid as a board, sweat beading on his forehead, unconsciously gnawing at his fingernails. Every nerve stretched taut. Wait, isn't something terribly wrong here? The maid with twin red pigtails also huddled in place, her eyes wide with equal panic. That can't be. His face was completely dazed, his voice choking. Am I really the son-in-law of the Zhuge clan? But what made the situation even more bizarre was the girl's next remark, we've run out of rations. Huh? He was utterly bewildered. All he could do was sigh helplessly. But then, thinking back, thoughts began racing out of control. Something doesn't add up. He recalled the elder's stern face at the time. Where did you get that? Tell me the truth. He replayed every event that had transpired, all the occurrences from the very beginning, those tiny, insignificant details that, when strung together at last, suddenly made perfect sense. The first time Yang Yang laid eyes on him, those eyes had been brimming with suspicion. Could this person be? Why everyone stared at him like that, and even Jian and Bailing's half-finished sentences. Oh, so you're the one. Here he is, the Liu Qingyan that the patriarch mentioned, the finest under heaven. Those gazes, those words now at last. All became crystal clear. Why did they all look at me like that? The mysterious puzzle pieces finally locked into place. So then, the proposal. The agreement to become one family. At that moment, the last memory to surface was Zhuge Tian's voice, gentle, yet laden with hidden meaning. Become one of our family. His heart constricts, his mind detonates with an inescapable truth. It was never about sworn brotherhood. It was about becoming a son-in-law. Dusk descends, the dying sun bleeds crimson across the heavens as the carriage rolls on at an unhurried pace, carrying a most reluctant matrilocal son-in-law. Inside, he buries his face in his hands, his breathing ragged, each exhale a desperate attempt to purge the frustration gnawing at his chest. I'm so stupid, impossibly, unforgivably stupid. How did everything end up like this? Ever since transmigrating into the body of Liu Qingyan in this era, he had harbored no grand ambitions. Fate dealt him a weak, untalented bodisso. The dream of becoming a peerless martial master with heaven-defying techniques was nothing more than a pipe dream. He had crossed 1,000 years into the past with neither useful memories nor information, making a fortune impossible. All he knew from his previous life was cooking, so he opened a restaurant. Yet he never aspired to become the greatest chef in the Central Plains. He harbored only one humble desire: an inseparable part of the Jianghu, experience a sweeping romance with a peerless beauty of the martial world. He drifts deeper into his beautiful reverie. My little dream, the girl beside him immediately rebuts. There's nothing small about it and nothing precious either. He hollers, say what you will, I was single my entire past life. The girl startles, Has this fellow lost his mind? And yet his thoughts continue, but now the beauty is nowhere to be found. A haunting image materializes in his mind. King, her gaze half teasing, half dreamy. Young master, she said. Kiss me. He jolts upright, The image sharpens with terrifying clarity. King, her lips and face distorted, warped beyond recognition. She draws closer, whispering, hurry up. He panics. Wait, he thrashes, struggles, but every limb feels as though it is pinned by an invisible force. At last that monstrous visage crashes down upon him. He screams and bolts upright, ripped from the nightmare. his limbs flail wildly. Cold sweat streaming down his body. The twin-bund maid standing nearby watches the spectacle with dead eyes and a weary sigh. So young. And already like this, Tusk, he leaps to his feet, a fierce gleam of resolve igniting in his eyes. No, I cannot give up like this. This second life of mine I must escape. He lunges toward the carriage door, but before he can so much as touch it, a servant's voice rings out from beyond. Sir, we have arrived. King Yan freezes, his mind reels. Before his eyes sprawls the bustling grandeur of Fulong Mountain Zhuge clan's headquarters. The Zhuge clan, a man exclaims. A radiant face peers forward. Oh, Ahais, that must be him. Another man clasps his hands before his chest and bows. You have finally arrived, sir. Up on a balcony, a beautiful young woman leans over the railing. Her eyes sparkle with excitement as she cries out, "Oh, is that young Master Liu?" The woman standing beside her smiles knowingly and corrects her, "You should call him young master or matrilocal son-in-law." The moment those words leave her lips, the crowd below erupts into a deafening roar that echoes across all of Fulong Mountain. The matrilocal son-in-law has arrived. The Sichuan food dragon young Master Liu is here. Fulong Mountain, engulfed in this roaring jubilation, leaves him standing stiff as a board, his face drained of all color. It's over. I didn't even have time to think and I'm already here. While he stands frozen in a daze, a steward approaches and bows reverently. Sir, please follow us, we shall escort you to the guest hall. The words drain the last remnants of color from his face. He swallows hard, scrambling for any question to stall for time. Why yes, oh, by the way, Zhuge clan. Is it always this lively here? The steward chuckles warmly, his voice brimming with enthusiasm. Ha ha ha. Far from it, everyone in the clan has been eagerly preparing for this day. Servants, handmaids, young martial disciples. Even the elders have thrown themselves into the preparations. Who could have ever imagined that young Lady King would one day ride the wedding carriage? This is truly a joyous occasion beyond anyone's expectations. Moreover, sir, you saved the young lady's very life and the marriage was promised because of it. Everyone in the clan owes you a deep debt of gratitude. The crowd surges once more, voices thundering in unison. We humbly welcome you inside, young master. It is an honor to receive the matrilocal son-in-law. Meanwhile, off to the side, two maids with twin red hair buns greet each other with cheerful familiarity. One of them asks after the situation, so how's that restaurant fellow doing? The one addressed sighs heavily. Don't even mention him. I should focus on my own cultivation. She then tugs him aside by the sleeve, her voice dropping to a serious, conspiratorial whisper, "Come here." The girl perks up eagerly. What is it? She leans in, eyes bright. Is there food? The maid shakes her head. The patriarch wishes to see you. He stands there utterly bewildered. Surrounded by the swirling commotion, his thoughts are a tangled mess. I want to tell them it was all a misunderstanding. But if I say that, I'll become the villain, an irredeemable one. There's no turning back. The feeling grips him like a cow being led to the slaughterhouse. Ah, the beauties of the Central Plains, how cruel fate is. He heaves a bitter sigh, his mind still wandering through visions of beautiful women. When suddenly the steward's composed voice yanks him back to reality. Oh, my daughter is here already. King glides forward, her silhouette graceful, her beauty radiant as the morning sun. Young Master Liu, two simple words but they steal the breath from his lungs. The martial world is truly wretched. My little dream, he muses bitterly as he raises his eyes to look at the instant his gaze meets hers. King Yun's eyes ignite like the first ray of dawn piercing through the endless night. Wait me dreams before him. King appears as though a goddess has stepped from the canvas of a masterpiece, a celestial maiden descending into the mortal realm. Has it become reality? His face flushes scarlet. He stumbles forward, stammering, "Why, young lady?" His thoughts pivot 180 degrees. The martial world is the most wonderful thing in existence. King lowers her gaze, twin roses blooming on her cheeks, her lips trembling. My husband, no, young master. Without warning, a pair of powerful hands seizes his arm and yanks him aside. Zhuge Tian's booming, exhilarated voice thunders, "My son-in-law has arrived at last." King Yan startles, "Oh, old master." The patriarch claps him on the shoulder with a force that rattles his bones, laughing heartily. Come, rest in the guest hall first." He dares not refuse. "Yes, sir." The steward at his side beams and chimes in, "The young master has arrived. All that remains is to hold the wedding ceremony, young lady." She blushes crimson. Indeed, but at that very moment, an inexplicable chill sweeps through the air, raising goosebumps along the steward's arms. Strange. Why do I suddenly feel so cold? Is it cold already at this hour? King falters as well, her gaze drifting away as though she cannot bear to meet anyone's eyes. Yes, how peculiar, heeding her words. The steward can only offer a parting reminder, please take care of your health until the wedding day, young lady. Night falls. Inside the guest hall, King Yun sits at a small table, the flickering candlelight casting dancing shadows across his contemplative face. Dietary restrictions and allergic reactions could, those really cause such a transformation in her appearance. Even if that were the case, the change is far too dramatic. He recalls King's face from before and compares it to now. Unlike my own era, this world holds many inexplicable mysteries. Perhaps cultivating internal energy expands one's meridians, amplifying the effects of medicine, poison, and food alike. In this world, cuisine may wield a power far greater than I ever imagined. Suddenly, the twin-bund maid bursts in, shouting, "What are you doing, you pervert?" He blinks in confusion. "Huh, what's wrong?" She marches up and shoves a slip of paper into his hand. "The patriarch wants to see you. Take this and read it." He accepts the paper, bewildered. "What's this?" But the girl is already at the door. "No idea, I'm going to sleep. There's something important the patriarch wishes to discuss with you. Go find him, follow the map he drew for you. Here's the map, by the way." Zhuge King Yun reads the lines of ink in bewilderment. Right now, at this hour. Outside, the moon has climbed high and hangs full and round in the sky. Inside King's chamber, she sits at her desk, her tender gaze caressing the painting she has just completed. She stares at it, enchanted. Murmuring to herself, "I really must practice my brushwork more." Her luminous eyes are drawn to every stroke as though hypnotized. "You're even more handsome than I imagined." King's face erupts in a deep blush. She chides herself, "I haven't even greeted him properly yet. Tomorrow I'll go pay my respects tomorrow." She springs to her feet, then hesitates. "Actually, I want to see him right now." But he must be exhausted. In the dim shadows, a figure stands silently before King's door. It is King Yun, map in hand, eyes scanning the surroundings with caution. The door ahead, is this the place? I followed the map correctly, didn't I? And yet deep within his chest, his heart churns with unease. What could the old master possibly want to discuss at this hour? It couldn't be that, could it? There is someone standing outside King's door. It is King Yun. He stands beyond the threshold, map in hand, muttering to himself, "I followed the map, exactly this should be the place, right?" Inside the chamber, she sits in quiet contemplation when she catches the sound of a voice outside but cannot make out what is happening. Without warning, the door swings open. Both of them freeze in shock. Their gazes collide for a single breathless instant, then he sputters, "Wah!" His eyes flutter rapidly, his mouth fumbling for words. What is this? Did I come to the wrong place? I clearly followed the map." The moment she sees him, she whips around. Her eyes dart to the painting behind her. A piercing shriek tears from her throat, echoing through the entire building. Outside, the guards posted at the entrance snap to attention, startled. A small, wiry guard whispers nervously to his heavy-set companion, the young lady, but the fat guard remains utterly impassive. He merely raises an eyebrow and replies with practiced calm, "Keep your voice down." The smaller guard persists, voice trembling, but the young lady is clearly in her chamber, and the fat guard cuts him off. "The patriarch's orders. No matter what happens, we do not interfere." Struggling to regain her composure, she stammers, "Liu, young master Liu." King crumples the painting in her hands, her fingers trembling violently. At this hour, why are you?" He is no less flustered, still clutching the map, his eyes darting in bewilderment. I don't understand what's happening either." His gaze drifts and lands on the object clutched in her hands. Despite the awkwardness strangling his voice, curiosity wins out. "By the way, young lady, what is that you're holding?" "It looks like a painting." His words strike like a blade against her psyche. King's face drains to the color of ash. Her eyes go wide with panic as she stares at him. "He saw it." Her voice quavers, barely a whisper, tears already gathering at the corners of her eyes. "It's nothing, just a hobby. I paint from time to time, that's all." Though she wills her words to sound casual, every fiber of her expression betrays the opposite. A thread of worry tugs at King Yun. He steps closer, concern clouding his features. "Young lady, are you unwell? You don't look well at all." She retreats hastily, and "No, it's nothing." But he is not convinced. His hand rises with practiced ease to press against her forehead, checking her temperature. Could her illness have relapsed? Even without obvious symptoms, one must remain vigilant with her constitution. "If you develop a fever or experience any difficulty breathing, inform me at once." His actions and his words spread through her like a gentle warmth blooming in her chest. Just as always, his hands are so warm, and his heart so kind. His voice remains steady, reassuring, "Good, it seems you're fine." in the quiet chambers of her mind. A thought takes root, perhaps that is exactly why he can cook dishes so extraordinary. A faint smile tugs at her lips. Besides coming to find me at an hour like this, how bold. I know it's dangerous, but the crumpled painting slips from her fingers and flutters to the ground. A sudden impulse seizes Heracles. Irresistible, she closes the distance between them, her eyes shimmering with a blend of determination and turmoil. Young master. Her sudden advance startles him. He stumbles back a step, sputtering, "Why, young lady, we haven't even married yet." Yet the fragrance wafting from her is intoxicating, neither perfume nor flower, but something otherworldly. For one reckless heartbeat, he loses himself in it. She tilts her face upward, eyes drifting shut. Sweet as honey, yet carrying a strange, crystalline chill, beautiful and frozen all at once. Something prickles at the edge of his senses. This isn't right. He instinctively retreats a step. So cold. From thin air, translucent patches of ice begin to crystallize. They spread across the room in creeping, branching fractals, engulfing both him and her. He forces himself to remain calm. His voice tight with urgency, "Young lady, I don't know what's happening, but this is extremely dangerous." Yet she stands motionless, as though frozen from within. Her gaze is hollow, her entire body frozen in a frigid mist. He steps closer. He places a hand on her shoulder, and instantly senses a bone-chilling cold emanating from her. "What is this?" he cries out. "Young miss, she seems to have lost consciousness." The ice continues to spread. "Ice, young miss, wake up." The frost thickens, turning into jagged, monstrous shapes, as if determined to swallow them both whole. No, in panic, he turns to look at the ice encasing them both from the outside. His scream fades. Through the door gap, a guard outside rushes over young miss. A chubby guard also lunges forward, restraining his comrade. "Hey." The family head ordered no interference. Zhuge Tian suddenly appears from behind. His voice is low but heavy with authority. "Enough." The two guards outside startle in surprise. One exclaims, "Family head." He steps forward and coldly commands, "You two leave. I shall take care of King Yun." Zhuge Tian says, "I had anticipated this. Yet I did not expect it to be this severe. How will I handle these two children? If only she were here, they would have a pillar of support." He raises his hand, and his palm radiates a warm light. Pouring his internal energy into the frost, a massive force ripples outward, shattering the ice into fragments. Revealing the scene inside, Liu Qingyun is kneeling on the ground, his arms tightly wrapped around Qing-A, trying to shield her with his own body. The sight makes the family head pause. Light floods the room and Liu Qingyun gradually awakens. He opens his eyes, bewildered. Zhuge Tian steps closer, lifting Qing-A with one hand and supporting Liu Qingyun as he collapses from exhaustion with the other. Liu Qingyun recognizes the man supporting him, his eyes widening in shock. "Oh, old master." The old man looks at him, his voice laced with relief. "Liu Qingyun, thankfully you are unharmed." Remembering Qing-A in the old man's arms, he asks frantically, "Is the young miss all right?" Zhuge Tian looks down at the fainted Qing-A, a flicker of concern on his face, but his voice remains calm. "The girl needs time to wake. Do not worry, although it has never been this severe, this is not. It is not the first time Qing-A has suffered like this." His words leave Liu Qingyun utterly astonished. What do you mean, master? This isn't the first time. Is all of this because of the young miss?" Zhuge Tian closes his eyes, exhaling as if releasing a heavy burden. He speaks slowly. "It seems we must postpone the wedding." Liu Qingyun answers, though he is confused. "Very well." A moment later, his eyes widen in disbelief as he exclaims, What did you say, The Northern Sea Ice Palace. Zhuge Tian turns his back to him, his gaze distant, as if submerged in old memories. His voice is somber. "I apologize for not informing you beforehand." Liu Qingyun replies, "Oh, it is fine, master. I understand you were in a difficult position." Liu Qingyun recalls the words just spoken, his heart still in turmoil as the pieces of the puzzle begin to connect. The young Mrs. Mother comes from the Northern Sea Ice Palace, so my wife is from the north. That explains why Qing-A has blue eyes. I always assumed she was of Western descent. The Northern Sea Ice Palace, a powerful demonic sect of the Central Plains, has always plotted to topple the martial arts world. Liu Qingyun is stunned by the explanation. So all descendants of the Northern Palace share these symptoms? Zhuge Tian shakes his head, looking troubled. "I do not know either. We have not been in contact with the Ice Palace for a long time, and there is no longer any threat from them." Zhuge Tian sighs. Looking up at the sky, "I have so many questions, but there is no way to get answers." Liu Qingyun senses his distress and nods gently, attempting to comfort him. "I see. Why do you look so sad, master? Zhuge Tian continues. The symptoms only began to appear after you healed her. It happens whenever her emotions fluctuate violently, or when she uses her internal energy, the condition worsens. Hearing this, his face flushes red as he stammers in defense. So it was because I accidentally entered the young Miss's room. Perhaps the map was wrong. Zhuge Tian smirks as if he had predicted this reaction. I drew it that way intentionally. I wanted to see if the two of you were compatible. The statement feels like a slap in the face to Liu Qingyan. A whirlwind of emotions churns within him. Surprise. For thinking to himself, this is typical of the Zhuge clan, but the old man continues, his tone becoming serious given this situation. Postponing the wedding is necessary. If you, someone without internal energy, were to consummate the marriage with Qing A, before he can finish, Liu Qingyan's face turns crimson, and he shouts in panic, "What?" The old man speaks trembling, his gaze heavy. The consequences are too terrifying to imagine, and the mere thought chills Liu Qingyan to the bone. What exactly are you imagining, master? Liu Qingyan sighs, trying to steer the conversation back to the main point. So, is there any way to resolve this? How did it come to this? Zhuge Tian stands still, face filled with calculation. I have some ideas, but first we must do one thing. The vague comment leaves him puzzled. The old man looks at him with a sense of duty. But his words are more unexpected than anticipated. We must console the guests who were disappointed by the cancellation of the wedding. Liu Qingyan agrees. I understand. The old man nods gently and speaks softly. You are exhausted. Go and rest. He clasps his hands and bows. Understood, old master. I will come to pay my respects tomorrow morning. As Liu Qingyan turns to leave, the old man mutters, I really have troubled you. I apologize. Hearing this, he turns back, curious. The old man shakes his head and smiles. Oh, nothing, you may go. Liu Qingyan turns and replies, understood, I am off. Zhuge Tian stands there. He closes his eyes and thinks with a smile, thank you, Liu Qingyan. I am both grateful and slightly regretful, as you are the first person to provide my daughter with a pillar of support. The next morning, Liu Qingyan drags himself to the door. Oh heavens, this body, why is it so weak? He panics, remembering last night, the cold radiating from head to toe. Thankfully I'm still alive. Liu Qingyan mutters to himself while opening the door. I miss the hot bath at the Tang sect, or maybe just warming up by the fire. So warm, but immediately after he notices something amiss, his eyes widening in horror. In front of him is a pile of burning rubble. The flames surge, causing him to jump back in fright. It's hot. Fire! In the midst of the panic, he sees a servant leisurely carrying decorations, looking completely unbothered. He is stunned. The servant tosses the items into the flames, sighing, if only it were a real fire, that would be better. Before he can react, another person chimes in with a frustrated voice. Without any explanation, the wedding was just cancelled. A male servant nearby adds, what is going on? Liu Qingyan pales, thinking it's only natural, everyone was looking forward to it. Their disappointment is understandable. A servant standing nearby speaks up with dissatisfaction. The young Mrs. condition is cured. So it wasn't her fault. A maid sighs. A servant girl with 2 red buns in her hair strokes her chin, her gaze assessing. Yes, young miss, there is no problem at all. The atmosphere, already tense, becomes chaotic as the servants start gossiping about Liu Qingyan. Usually, these things are the man's fault. The girl next to her nods in agreement. Liu Qingyan stands behind them, disgruntled. Hey, they are speaking so loudly. A male servant nearby interrupts, his face not particularly pleasant, adding, he also has problems with women. The maid with red hair buns fakes a gesture of plugging her nose, grimacing, he even smells. This makes Liu Qingyan even more indignant. Are they talking about me? Damn it! Suddenly the male servant realizes something, his face turning pale. So the groom is impotent. Liu Qingyan panics. What do you mean? The girl agrees, highly likely. He yells, that is not true. Seeing him, the servant pretends nothing is wrong. HMPH, young Master Liu. So you are here. The girl pretends to hold her nose. He smells. The maid adds, I have never smelled anything like it. Liu Qingyan thinks helplessly, come to think of it, I've been single in both lives. I haven't done anything yet. He shouts in panic, it's not like that. The maid questions him suspiciously, is it not? The male servant doesn't believe him. Then the girl says something irrelevant, he must be hungry. Liu Qingyan thinks to himself, of course I haven't tried it, so I can't be sure. Everyone shares the same thought, our young miss is truly pitiful. Zhuge Tian suddenly appears, cutting through the atmosphere. Everyone, I truly apologize. I hope for your understanding. One of them complains, are you canceling again? Another fat man speaks, how could that be, Excellency? Zhuge Tian calmly explains, it is not a cancellation. Due to some minor issues, it must be postponed. I will send letters to inform you of the new date later. He smiles to show my sincerity. I will treat all honored guests and family members to fine delicacies. To make up for the wait, everyone seems appeased. If you say so, then we have nothing more to say. After all, the banquet is for eating and drinking. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouts, HMPH, the Zhuge clan is always like this. Liu Qingyun is surprised. Who is that daring to speak to the old master like that? The girl next to him explains, that is Sima Jai of the Sima clan. Liu Qingyun asks, his voice revealing surprise, what Sima Jai? Sima Jai shakes his head and continues, only good at using sweet words to deceive everyone. There is no sincerity in your apology at all. Anything else? Zhuge Tian says vigilantly, you have come here too. He mocks him, long time no see, Zhuge old master, first son of the Sima clan. Sima Jai, the maid with red buns, clenches her fists, trembling with indignation. That man used to bully the young miss when they were young. Liu Qingyun asks, really? The girl adds, this guy is terrible. When Qing-A was young, she was a shy girl. She ran up to the children playing ball with a naive question, can we play together? But Sima Jai sneers. He holds up the ball. Play together, you say? She answers fearfully, He steps closer. Glaring at her, how many times have I said never? Making her even more afraid, Sima Jai pinches Qing-A's cheek hard. I am Sima Jai, and when I grow up, I will marry the greatest beauty of the Central Plains, understand? You little bund. But luckily, the maid with red buns arrived in time and yelled, how dare you touch our young miss? Get lost. These brats only learn bad habits. Thinking of this, the girl says angrily, he was a little villain from a young age. That little villain. Liu Qingyun stands by, seeing the indignation in her eyes but failing to grasp the full situation. So how old is this kid? His train of thought continues. Has nothing changed for hundreds of years between the Zhuge clan and the Sima clan? He continues to act arrogantly or perhaps show some sincerity and apologize. For example, kneel down, apologize to the old master. For instance, Zhuge Tian hears this and speaks with a sharp tone. From Kongming comes Zhongda. Have you ever heard this saying? Liu Qingyun startles, listening to the old man. The dead Zhuge Liang still defeats Sima Yi. The part I like best in the romance of the Three Kingdoms. Chancellor of Shuhan Zhuge Liang passes away at Wuzheng Plains. Sima Yi hears the news and seizes the chance to attack, but Zhuge Liang had foreseen everything and prepared his strategies before passing away. He used a wooden statue of himself to defeat Sima Yi, forcing him to flee. It is a famous story of Zhuge Liang's wisdom and vision, as well as Sima Yi's fear of him. But Sima Jai does not grasp the depth of Zhuge Tian's words. He just shakes his head triumphantly. I don't understand why you keep mentioning that. That is merely a rumor spun from idle tongues. Zhuge Tian is so furious that his face turns crimson. He glares at Ma Jai with eyes that could rip the man apart. You are no longer a child. Watch your words and conduct. His words ring out like a blade powerful and razor sharp. How dare such filth leave your lips? You will pay dearly for this. Hearing this, Ma Jai merely smirks. You would raise a hand against your own guest. Oh, how frightening. Ma Jai does not stop at mockery, doubles down on his threats. I shall reduce your clan's honor to dust. No better than common bandits. Zhuge Tian's eyes narrow to slits, his voice hard as forged steel. You lowly scoundrel, if you have the spine, face me in single combat. This does not frighten him in the slightest. The Zhuge clan. Murder, someone's trying to kill. However, seeing the patriarch on the verge of losing control, Liu Qingyun rushes forward and blocks his path, his face etched with worry. Father-in-law, wait, everyone is watching. If the two clans clash, my small dream will turn to ash. His words fall like cool water on a blazing fire, tempering the old man's rage. Zhuge Tian's eyes still burn with fury, but clarity returns. I let my emotions carry me, yet Ma Jai shows not a shred of fear. He continues to taunt. What now? Is the Zhuge clan only good for empty boasts? Hearing this, Zhuge Tian can no longer contain himself and lunges toward the Sima clan's man. And as for that wretch, I will. Qingyun stands beside him, panic-stricken, and grabs at his arm. Wait, please calm yourself. He stammers in fear. Oh, my dear father-in-law. Though you bear the appearance of the martial marquis, you lack his magnanimity. Ma Jai bellows once more. Who knows if this so-called food dragon even lives up to the rumors? Liu Qingyun turns around, bewildered. Why am I being dragged into this? Ma Jai sneers. The Zhuge clan hasn't a single decent dish to its name. The Zhuge clan only knows how to make buns. For such a clan to boast a food dragon, how laughable. These words make Liu Qingyun ponder. Is he referring to the legend that Zhuge Liang invented the steamed bun? to drive away evil spirits at a raging river where human heads were demanded as sacrifice before passage. Huge, liang-shaped dough into the form of heads, stuff them with minced meat and cast them into the waters. Ma Jai's mockery deepens. If this food dragon is truly so skilled, then why did he marry into a family of bun makers? No, Miss Ching. Hearing this, Zhuge Tian roars in fury. You wretch, instead of a banquet I shall hold a funeral for you. But suddenly, Liu Qingyan places a firm hand on the patriarch's shoulder from behind. His voice rings out cold and steady. If I use that humble bun to leave young master Ma utterly astonished, will you graciously offer me an apology? Ma Jai bursts into laughter, throwing down the gauntlet. Buns are a cheap meal that 8 out of 10 people in the Central Plains eat for breakfast. If you can astonish me with that bun, then I will apologize to you. But if I am not astonished, his smile turns vicious. Then you will crawl beneath my legs like a dog and beg for my forgiveness. Hearing the terms of this wager, Zhuge Tian is too disgusted for words. But Liu Qingyan merely sighs and answers with quiet resolve, very well. Zhuge Tian turns, unable to hide the shock in his eyes. Liu Qingyan steps forward and says calmly, I shall prepare them at once. Zhuge Tian chases after him, trying to stop him. Wait, Qingyan, watching the scene unfold, Ma Jai thinks to himself, the Zhuge clan's son-in-law. How perfect! You shall be the first sacrifice to avenge my ancestors' humiliation. At this thought he bursts into wild laughter, throwing his hands skyward. Oh ho, ha ha ha. The onlookers can only exchange bewildered glances. That man is truly strange. I want nothing to do with him. The scene shifts to another location, where Zhuge Tian speaks with Liu Qingyan, a tinge of regret in his voice. Cough, cough. I let my anger get the better of me. He says you did not need to do this. Qingyan replies gently, it is fine, father-in-law. There are lines that must not be crossed. I will make sure he never dares to speak such filth again. I can endure much, but not this. Everything. Zhuge Tian looks at him, satisfaction clear on his face. You have truly become one of the family. It warms my heart to see you worry so for King and the clan. But Liu Qingyan harbors different thoughts. He ties a silk band around his forehead, his eyes burning with quiet fire. I cannot forgive anyone who dares look down upon the steamed bun. Beneath the canopy of a cherry blossom tree, petals drift through the tranquil air like silent snow. The silhouette of a man paces back and forth, his steps heavy with worry. Zhuge Tian lets out a long sigh, quiet sorrow weighing upon his heart. The cancelled wedding ceremony has brought shame upon the clan. He closes his eyes, feigning a few coughs while cursing under his breath, hands silently adding the wretched Sima clan to his grudge. Behind him, Ma Jai sits with a sinister grin, fingers steepled, lips curled in smug satisfaction. I'm famished. Is there still nothing to eat? When will those special buns be served? Do you intend to starve us to death before feeding us? Hearing this, Zhuge Tian whips his head around, fury blazing in his eyes, and silently swears, I will kill that wretch. At that moment, a tray of buns suddenly appears. Steam rises in thick, curling tendrils, carrying an intoxicating aroma. The scent surges over them like a wave. Every face in the room goes slack with bewilderment. All heads turn in unison. Liu Qingyan offers a gentle smile. My apologies for the wait. He carries 2 trays of buns in both hands, aided by a maid with red twin buns. Each steamer basket is placed upon the table with care. Everyone at the table lets out a chorus of surprised murmurs. Someone speaks up, not plates, but whole steamer baskets. The maid with red twin buns begins distributing the buns, saying 1 for each. Ma Jai pries open his steamer basket, a contemptuous sneer twisting his lips. What is this supposed to be? Zhuge Tian's expression also carries a hint of anxiety. Sweat beads across his brow as he stammers, What is going on? Liu Qingyan responds, his tone tinged with puzzlement, Huh. Ma Jai presses his face against the steamer basket with a perverse grin, jeering, no matter how closely you look, it is still just an ordinary bun. The other diners lift their buns for a closer inspection and chime in, indeed. No matter how you look at it, it is just an ordinary bun. Another voice rings out from the crowd, what is so special about it? I must say I am terribly disappointed. Yet another declares, could the food dragon be nothing but a rumor? Zhuge Tian turns to look at Liu Qingyan, calling out in disbelief, Qingyan. Liu Qingyan merely smiles and says in a measured tone, do not worry, father-in-law. Hearing this, Zhuge Tian freezes for a moment. He says nothing more, simply staring at the young man. Zhuge Tian slowly recalls what Liu Qingyan once said, the Martial Marquis is the person I admire most. He also remembers a woman who once spoke fondly of the extraordinary Zhuge Liang. Known image of a pink-haired woman surfaces in his mind, her voice echoing everything related to him. I wish to know it all. Liu Qingyan speaks. After today, no one will dare look down upon you. He crosses his arms, a look of triumph on his face. Nor upon the bun created by the martial marquis. The maid with red twin buns also pipes up proudly, don't you dare eat it like that, you pervert. Liu Qingyan opens the steamer basket and begins. Now, allow me to demonstrate the proper way to enjoy this dish. First, the name of this dish is, but Ma Jai pays no heed. He picks up the bun and shoves it straight into his mouth. With his mouth full, he still manages to blather. Do you really need instructions to eat a bun? Just eat the thing. Then crawl between my legs and be done with it. Seeing him pop it directly into his mouth, Liu Qingyan's face drains of color. W8. The little maid also exclaims he ate it. It looks so delicious. Seeing Ma Jai eat, the surrounding guests also pick up their buns and pop them into their mouths. One man mutters, indeed, what person in China does not know how to eat a bun? The man beside him chimes in, do you really need instructions to eat something like this? Liu Qingyan's face turns pale. He raises his hands, trying to stop everyone. "No, please be careful." A sharp splat rings out. Ma Jai's face contorts grotesquely as liquid gushes from his mouth like a waterfall. He howls, it's scalding. The scalding soup filling erupts from his mouth in a steaming geyser, sending droplets spraying into the air. Droplets splatter onto Zhu Tian's hand, making him yelp, what in the world? Qingyan, why does a bun have boiling liquid inside? Liu Qingyan stammers a reply. That and the proper way to eat it. This dish is called soup dumplings. Soup dumplings, a dish that appeared relatively late in the history of Chinese cuisine, during the 18th century under the Qing dynasty. They are buns steamed in small bamboo baskets, with a filling made by cooking down pig skin or beef tendon with spices until it solidifies into a savory gelatin. When steamed at high temperatures, the gelatin within the filling melts, forming a scalding, rich broth sealed inside each bun. Therefore, one must first tear open the skin, sip the broth, and only then eat the rest. His face is stricken with panic as he thinks, but eating it all in one bite like that? By now, every single diner has erupted, spraying soup filling skyward, faces twisted in agony, tears streaming down their cheeks. Ma Jai's mouth still drips with broth. He speaks through gritted teeth, how absurd, stuffing it with scalding hot soup and calling it food. This is a trap. I am astonished, all right. He flips the entire table in rage, bellowing, you dare do this to me. The guests nearby cower and wail, have mercy. But as Ma Jai runs his tongue around his lips, leaving nothing behind, a treacherous thought creeps into his mind, but it was delicious. Those seated with him, all traces of agony have vanished from their faces, replaced by the unmistakable bliss of having tasted something extraordinary. A sweetness and rich meaty depth that ordinary buns could never achieve. A perfect marriage of dough and broth. Each burst of savory filling had been launched skyward, yet one after another they cannot help but praise. This is truly magnificent, is it not? Who would have thought a humble bun could be elevated to such heights? This surpasses even a wedding feast. Zhu Tian's face lights up with undisguised delight as he hears someone exclaim, truly. The foremost clan of the Central Plains, the title of food dragon is well deserved. Someone else chimes in, wonderful indeed, though the broth is so scalding hot it burns both the lips and the roof of the mouth. But after the burn comes an exquisite flavor. The maid with red twin buns asks innocently, is it raining, I wonder? Meanwhile, Ma Jai, the one who had mocked the loudest nose, shovels bun after bun into his mouth, heedless of the scalding heat. Though I am furious, I cannot stop eating. He eats and eats, an apology forming silently in his heart. Forgive me, my ancestors. This unworthy descendant. Today I must bow before the Zhuge clan's buns. Today must kneel before the buns of the Zhuge clan. The frozen expressions of the crowd, they all turn their gazes skyward, voices rising in disbelief, and the bewilderment on Liu Qingyan's face has not yet faded. Confusion reigns, the steam rising from the soup dumplings and the broth splattered everywhere have driven the humidity sky high. Combined with the sunlight refracting through the moisture, it creates a prismatic phenomenon in midair. The scene shifts to a certain estate elsewhere. A voice calls out, Zio Si. The maid with red twin buns, Zio Si, runs back and forth in a panic, crying, where is the young miss? Her body has not yet recovered. King responds shyly, her voice soft, do not worry, I am fine now. But the little maid persists, you must rest more. Please go back to bed at once. Just then the little maid glances outside and asks in confusion, it isn't raining, so how can there be? King gazes out the window with a gentle smile. I cannot stay in bed forever. Besides, who knows how, but At that moment, a magnificent rainbow arcs across the cloudless sky, radiant and impossible. She continues. With such a beautiful rainbow, beside her the little maid stands frozen, thinking, is this an illusion? Beneath the cherry blossom tree, together with a rainbow born from the food upon the dining tables. At that very moment, a voice rings out, so delicious. Before Liu Qingyan's bewildered expression and Zhu Tian's exasperated face, a man across the table praises aloud, nay, you must call him the food dragon. Then another leans forward, young Master Liu, may I ask you a question? He can only manage a reply, of course. The two men beam with utter satisfaction. What is the name of this dish? Someone chimes in, such exquisite cuisine, calling them mere dumplings is truly a waste. He scratches his head, thinking, as long as they taste good, that's all that matters. He replies, ah, those are called soup dumplings. The green-hatted man eagerly pipes up, oh, soup dumplings. He flinches and corrects, dragon. Not dumply. The green-robed man continues praising. One bite, and the piping hot broth bursts forth like a dragon's breath. It gushes out, that's why they're called soup dumplings. The gray-robed man beside him strokes his chin in agreement, remarking, indeed, the offspring of the food dragon himself. These must be soup dumplings. Before his bewildered expression, they huddle together, gossiping excitedly. The food dragon personally incubated them for 10 months to perfect this disguise. That what this means. The gray-robed man chimes in once more, magnificent. Everyone around nods in fervent agreement. Incredible as petrified. In their hushed whispers, these remain a rare delicacy, a dish 10 months in the making. Qingyan can only think to himself, 1,000 years from now, in both Korea and China, many people still confuse soup dumplings with pot stickers. Zhu Tian speaks up then, dear guests, please see yourselves out safely. The men all look utterly satisfied, strolling away, smacking their lips in praise. Delicious, I must spread the word about this dish. The offspring of the food dragon, you say? Only then does he realize that misunderstanding began right here. He turns toward Zhu Tian and Qingyan. At this moment, Sima Jai kneels at their feet. Zhu Tian hides his mouth behind his fan, staring the man down before asking, what did you say? Sima Jai stammers, ah. He clenches his teeth in frustration, his expression full of indignity, yet he forces out an apology. Hearing this, Liu Qingyan says that apology should suffice. But Zhu Tian cuts in, hold on. His expression is utterly smug as he presses. This old man can barely hear the voice of a living heir of the Sima clan, it's so frightfully faint. Amid Sima Jai's humiliation, Zhu Tian continues, how could such a voice possibly reach the ears of the Zhu clan's ancestors? Qingyan, standing beside him, can only think children. His face stiffens as he thinks, well, the two clans still bear grudges against each other. Zhu Tian continues to prod, taunting, what did you say? Sima Jai's face twists with rage, utterly unable to utter a word. A cascade of hair billows in the wind, adorned with a stunning jade hairpin of vivid green. King calls out, father, young Master Liu. She asks what's going on. Everyone turns to look at her. Zhu Tian asks, King, are you well? She looks past him, young Master Sima. How come? He had his head bowed, but at the sound of her voice, something clicks in his mind. He thinks that voice, it's the dumpling girl. Zhu Tian beams, young Master Liu has helped our clan reclaim its honor, truly a magnificent son-in-law. Liu Qingyan scratches his head, utterly embarrassed. Sima Jai raises his head, thinking, you've got to be kidding me. Indeed, no matter how much you humiliate me, the one who must marry that dumpling girl is still you. The moment he lays eyes on her, his expression freezes solid. She gently speaks, it's been a while, Jaiji. No. King brushes her hair aside, revealing her beautiful face for him to see clearly, and continues, young Master Sima. He stammers, the dumpling girl. His expression is priceless, a melange of regret and helplessness. Sima Jai slowly recalls how he once declared, I, Sima Jai, shall marry the #1 beauty of the Central Plains. To think the dumpling girl was the very woman of his dreams all along. Her expression turns bashful as she murmurs, about young Master Liu. Were you startled last night? Qingyan stammers back, it's fine, that sort of thing is perfectly normal. Hearing their exchange, Sima Jai stands there bewildered. Last night she, on her own, picturing yesterday's events, she says shyly, I got a little too excited. Hearing this, Sima Jai's mind immediately wanders into the gutter. Excited. What exactly happened? Zhu Tian chips in. Fortunately, this old man intervened in time. Sima Jai's face goes blank. Shell-shocked, he intervened too. Liu Qingyan replies, fortunately, the master was keeping watch. Sima Jai thinks keeping watch was acceptable. As if that weren't enough, a red pigtailed maid adds, the commotion was so loud I could hear it from far away. Sima Jai flinches that loud. His face drains of all color, he despairs. I've lost the rivalry between our two clans. Lost in love, he collapses helplessly and lost his pride as a man besides. King cries out in alarm, young master Sima. The young maid observes that Sima fellow fainted. He's out cold. Zhuge Tian cheers bravo. He adds with a grin, should we applaud? No, King Yun. Hurry, use your divine physician's medical skills. Under the moonlight, he panics wildly. Night has fallen, a man's voice echoes through the darkness. I truly don't know what to say to you anymore. Two figures stand upon a bridge. One of them continues, once again, I must impose upon you with a difficult matter. The other replies, it's no trouble at all. Whatever concerns Miss King, I will certainly help. Zhuge Tian's expression turns solemn as he gazes downward, saying, hearing you say that puts my mind at ease. Would you be willing to travel to Dongjing to investigate King's illness? King Yun replies, Dongjing's in the capital of Kaifeng. His thoughts race with excitement, the place famous for. A vision of the Kaifeng capital materializes, the capital of the Great Song Dynasty. This place is renowned for its 72 grand restaurants, celebrated as the grandest capital in all the realm, where the finest chefs and most discerning gourmands of the Song Dynasty converge. Zhuge Tian gently confirms, indeed. Seek out the government office in Kaifeng and ask for another member of the Zhuge family. Hearing this, Liu Qingyun asks, another Zhuge. Who might that be? Zhuge Tian gazes into the distant sky, replying, he is King's unclemmy younger brother. Since childhood he has been exceptionally brilliant. He currently serves as an official in Dongjing. Liu Qingyun responds, ah. Zhuge Tian continues, he is also highly skilled in medicine. In the past, he was the one who took King's pulse. If there is anything wrong with King, he would know best. Indeed. Although I should have gone personally, he recalls this afternoon's events, the red pigtailed maid, the ancient texts. The Sima Jai incident, a pity the fellow is still alive. Zhuge Tian sighs, but because the young master of the Zhenan Sima clan fainted right here at the Zhuge estate, I must go to the Sima clan to clear up this misunderstanding. Meanwhile, two red pigtailed maids bustle about, packing his luggage for the journey ahead. Zhuge Tian says, I've prepared a boat, have a Huan load the luggage aboard, travel through Ezhu, follow the currents of the Yangtze, and you will reach Kaifeng. He closes his eyes and speaks softly, I would have liked to keep you here a few more days to host you properly as a son-in-law. He glances toward King, who is carefully counting, is this too much food? He continues, King's condition grows worse by the day, so I hope you can depart as soon as possible. A young maid cries while clutching a box of supplies, he's leaving again. As he speaks, Zhuge Tian's hands reach toward Liu Qingyun, reluctant to entrust such a heavy burden upon you, but I have no one else to turn to, therefore, he grips Liu Qingyun's shoulders firmly. His gaze filled with utmost gravity, can I trust you with my daughter? If you refuse, I won't blame you. Staring at those hands, Liu Qingyun feels a chill run down his spine. If I refuse, will he kill me? He stammers, why yes, I agree. Zhuge Tian releases him. Liu Qingyun stumbles backward. Zhuge Tian says, oh, thank you. Liu Qingyun replies immediately, then I'll go prepare. Zhuge Tian's face breaks into a warm smile. You've worked hard, rest for today. Liu Qingyun rubs his aching shoulders, muttering, where am I going this time? Zhuge Tian falls silent and lets out a long sigh. After Liu Qingyun has gone, he gazes at the still surface of the lake. Indeed, the sensation I felt was no illusion. Although it is not the internal energy of a martial cultivator. There is a strange current of qi within him. Zhuge Tian speaks, come out. Instantly, a mysterious masked figure materializes from the shadows. Yes, Patriarch, Zhuge Tian asks, what have you uncovered about King Yun? The figure replies, his past is extremely murky. He pauses, then adds, however, there is one notable detail. Over a decade ago, young Master Liu's village was attacked and burned to the ground by the heavenly demon cult. Zhuge Tian gazes into the distance. That was the era when dark cults ran rampant. Such things were not uncommon. The figure continues, indeed, but it appears that attacks specifically targeted young Master Liu's family. And though his father perished, his mother vanished without a trace. The figure lowers his head, although I know the Patriarch holds young Master Liu in high regard if he has ties to the demon cult, your excellency should maintain his distance. Zhuge Tian cuts him off, you have no authority to decide such matters. The figure flinches, realizing his misstep, and immediately apologizes. This subordinate spoke out of turn. Zhuge Tian says gently, it's fine. Zhuge Tian closes his eyes and tells him, I know you worry for my sake. But at this moment, no one can replace King Yun by her side. He lifts his gaze to the heavens. picturing Liu Qingyan and King together. He speaks with quiet conviction, and I choose to believe in the Qingyan I have seen with my own eyes, not the murky past that shrouds him. Amidst picturesque landscapes and towering mountain ranges, Liu Qingyan's boat sails toward Kaifeng along the river. The journey smooth and uneventful. With his huge clan guard standing at the bow to keep watch, Liu Qingyan's expression is serene as he takes in the scenery. He thinks although the wedding has been postponed, he gazes at King's contemplative face. His own expression dreamy, but getting to travel by boat with Miss Kingate's no different from a honeymoon. On the luxurious pleasure boat, seeing her shy expression, his heart swells with joy. Is this the closeness I've always wished for? She speaks up, the currents seem rougher now. The water rocks the boat, but his expression twists in discomfort. Qingyan lets out a violent retch. King's face fills with worry as she asks, young Master Liu, are you all right? He curses inwardly, this damn seasickness-prone body. His face drained of all vitality, he replies, I know I'm fine. He berates himself, this frail body of mine. King says with concern, if you're too tired, please close your eyes and rest. The scene shifts to the bow where the huge clan guard stands. He laughs heartily, ha ha, young Master Liu needs more training. If you had sufficient internal energy, you wouldn't get seasick at all. At that moment the waves surge violently once more. To King's astonishment, both men grimace in misery. The guard, along with the two red pigtailed maids, all cling to the railings and retch. Liu Qingyan asks, all of you, the guard confesses, actually, this is my first time on a boat too. Hearing this, Liu Qingyan breaks into a cold sweat, wondering is this voyage even going to be all right. Looking at the three of them retching up everything in their stomachs. He thinks with worry, thank goodness we're traveling along the Grand Canal waterway under imperial control. If it weren't nighttime, wouldn't mountain bandits attack us? Just as he ponders this, a thick mist materializes out of nowhere, engulfing their vessel to everyone's bewilderment. He exclaims in shock, why is there fog all of a sudden? Hearing this, Liu Qingyan also raises his head in confusion. Then, around their boat, three small vessels gradually emerge. An anchor hook is hurled onto their deck. He cries out in alarm. The bandits have already clambered aboard, each one grinning smugly at King's group. One of them speaks, you dare pass through the territory of the three water demons without permission. He stammers, water bandits. King is absolutely livid, they dare exploit the fog to evade the authorities and commit evil. Liu Qingyan speaks up to calm her, but we have bodyguards, don't we? He says by now everyone is so seasick their bodies are racked and their spirits half broken. He wonders aloud, death by seasickness. The bandit leader speaks in a cold, commanding tone, hand over your money and jewelry as passage fees. If you cooperate, we'll spare your lives. King turns to him and asks, young master, may this one take action? Hearing this, he panics, looking at her, how could that possibly be all right? Her eyes burn with determination as she declares, though I have never fought anyone before. This one is still a daughter of the huge clan. Though my martial arts are not formidable, I have used the finger flick technique to shoot birds before. His face fills with confusion as he thinks finger flick technique. The one that concentrates internal energy into a fingertip and flicks it out like a bullet. Wonderful. But birds and people are very different. She continues, I will teach them a lesson they won't forget. Hearing this, he waves his hands frantically in protest. No, they're dangerous. Miss, you must be careful. Liu Qingyan says with deep concern, I'll handle this myself. At that moment, his mind drifts back to his conversation with Zhu Tian. Moreover, when everyone was preparing for his departure, Zhu Tian had solemnly instructed Liu Qingyan, remember my words carefully, not let King become overly excited or allow her emotions to fluctuate violently. He pressed on, and one more thing. Zhu Tian looked at him with complete trust, instructing thoroughly, her internal energy remains unstable. Avoid letting her use martial arts before reaching Kaifeng. Liu Qingyan clasped his hands and bowed, yes, your words are remembered, father-in-law. Zhu Tian stuffed a large bundle into his hands, take this. Stunned, he asked, what is this? Zhu Tian answers, I've prepared everything you'll need. You'll want money to spend on the road. He exclaims, this much money? Zhu Tian says gently, go on, take it. It's for the long journey ahead. Hearing this, he beams with joy, thank you, father-in-law. The bandit leader weighs the bag of money in his hand, overjoyed, heavy, wonderful. Liu Qingyan stands beside him, utterly crestfallen, the money for courting the young lady in Kaifeng all gone. The bandit leader gloatingly tosses his blade to the ground, snarling, money's done. No, hand over the boat. Hearing this, he replies in disbelief, wait, that's a separate matter. His heart races with worry, without a boat, how do we get to Kaifeng? The bandit leader's face turns vicious as he swings his blade, is that so? Then we have no other choice. The blade slices through the air toward him. The bandit roars, "I never intended to spare you anyway." Blood sprays from his body as he collapses backward. Under Zhuge King's horrified gaze, her expression freezes in utter shock. Her eyes fixate on the blood gushing before her as he tumbles straight into the pile of passengers rendered unconscious by seasickness. She screams, blood pours from his forehead. He curses inwardly, "If I die, will I meet my ancestors? Which side of the family?" He says fearfully, "I'll give you everything, just spare us." Suddenly, a wave of frigid energy surges from behind. He looks back in bewilderment. Why is it so cold all of a sudden? His heart pounds. Could it be? No way. Around her, waves of bone-chilling energy radiate outward, brimming with killing intent. He calls out urgently, "Miss, please calm down." The bald bandits huddle together, shivering. Why is it suddenly freezing, leader? Another bandit speaks up, "That woman is strange." The bandit leader stubbornly insists she must practice some bizarre martial art. But she's just a woman. He sits at her feet, pleading, "I'm not injured at all. I'm fine. Just give them the boat." Her expression darkens with fury. "How can you say you're fine?" Despite the blood still streaming from his forehead, he presses on, "No, really. I'm fine." The frigid aura erupts even more violently. Tears begin rolling down her cheeks. "That's not true. I am not fine at all. How could I possibly be happy when—" "Hey!" He can only stare in shock at her blazing fury. She has lost all semblance of reason. Her voice rising in accusation, "You will pay for this with your lives." The bandit leader, undaunted, charges forward with his blade. "Woman, attack her." At this moment his expression is indescribably a mixture of worry and helplessness as he watches her. He gasps, then thinks, dangerous. Even if she can take down one with the finger flick technique, there are still two more who haven't gone down. What she just unleashed was a beam of immense power, sending the bandits flying. The boats below have all shattered apart. The blast of light is so devastating it cleaves the water in two, churning monstrous waves that violently rock their vessel. He clings to the mast in terror, screaming, "What the hell was that? Was that the explosive finger technique? Or the thunderclap finger technique?" Most of the bandits have tumbled into the river. The bandit leader, struck by the attack, loses half his hair. He trembles in terror. "Impossible. Is everyone all right?" Before he can finish, she advances and points at his forehead. Scared now, he quakes violently. The bandit blubbers, "I'm sorry, I'll return everything." Zhuge King glares at him. "No need." Liu Qingyan grits his teeth, worried that if this continues, it will be like last time. He thinks she's consumed by fury and she's using martial arts. She raises her hand, ready to deliver the killing blow. "I only need one thing to put an end to this." Liu Qingyan shouts from behind, "Miss, there's no need to kill them." She responds coldly, to his surprise, "Let me handle this myself." Her eyes gradually lose their humanity, filling instead with hatred. To protect young Master Liu, these dangerous people must die. Witnessing that aura, he can only stammer, thinking terrifying. She's become a completely different person. He recalls his promise to Zhuge Tian, steeling himself against the fear in his heart. He speaks firmly, "Stop it." She whirls around to face him. "Furious young master, let me handle this. I'll deal with it myself." Before she can finish, he cuts her off. "No." His expression is deadly serious as he locks eyes with her. "If I do nothing, how can I protect my woman?" Hearing this, the deathly aura surrounding Zhuge King vanishes instantly, replaced by a shy, crimson blush. She asks adorably, "Your woman?" "Yes." The three seasick passengers overhear this. A shameless display of PDA. Their faces twist in utter disgust. "What? My woman?" the three speak in unison. The moment the words leave their mouths, all three simultaneously retch, leaving him utterly mortified. Everything is finally settled. Voices of complaint ring out from inside the boat. Why is nobody around when you actually need them? What's that supposed to mean? Before long, everyone grows accustomed to the seasickness and faces brighten. The little maidservant with twin red hair buns looks utterly devious, licking her whip with a disturbing grin. The water bandit attack turns into a stroke of luck. The girl swings her whip at the bandit. "Row the boat, you pirate." The bandit leader screams in agony, "I'm already rowing. I've got an extra hand now." "That's hard enough." Liu Qingyan's expression freezes. He thinks thanks to this we'll arrive in Kaifeng even sooner. Zhuge King says with concern, "Hey, don't torment him like that." His heart lightens with relief. Thank goodness Miss King has calmed down. She's not going berserk like last time. He strokes his chin, mulling it over. "But there's something that's been nagging at me. Is it really like that?" Looking at her hair, he realizes without knowing when certain strands have changed, yet she remains blissfully unaware, laughing and chatting away. "Look, young Master Liu." She gazes around, beaming. The fog has cleared. He continues his brooding thoughts. The young lady's hair has turned silver in places. Liu Qingyan stands excitedly at the bow. "We're almost at Kaifeng, everyone. prepare to disembark. The scene of Kaifeng unfolds before Thema bustling dock of magnificent beauty. Though they have arrived, his heart remains heavy with worry no matter how I look at it. This is connected to the North Sea ice vein condition. He sighs deeply, truly worrying. But at least we've arrived safely. The little maidservant with twin red hair buns ties up the boat, muttering, "Docket, docket." Liu Qingyan asks in bewilderment, "Docket?" The girl answers, "I don't know. I picked it up from that pervert." At this moment, Liu Qingyan remains lost in thought. I'll be meeting Master Zhuge, father-in-law's younger brother, very soon. He glances at King ahead, thinking with hope uncle will take the young lady's pulse and find a way to cure her condition. Finally, he strides forward with a broad grin. I will achieve the ultimate goal of my second life. She turns around, radiant with joy. Is this Kaifeng? My love. He remains absorbed in his thoughts, marrying the most beautiful woman in all the Central Plains. The scene transitions to Kaifeng, the imperial capital of the Great Song. Gazing upon the bustling spectacle, the twin-bunned maidservant looks around in wonder, while beside her, Zhuge King and Liu Qingyan wear worried expressions. He remarks, "It's quite lively." As they walk, he says, "Father-in-law mentioned he works at the government office." A voice calls out, cutting him off. Over here. He looks over curiously, to both his and King's surprise. The two twin-bunned maidservants sprint toward an identical-looking girl. The girl calls out, "Over here." The two maidservants who had been traveling with them beam with joy and rush over Bow Wow. The three of them take turns chattering. "Master Zhuge was busy, so I came to greet you in his place." One girl says, "It's been so long." Then another girl beside her chimes in, "I almost didn't recognize you." Seeing this, his face registers pure shock. Another are bound to be even more. He staggers back in disbelief. Zhuge King calmly greets them, "Long time no see. How have you been?" The girl runs over excitedly, "I've missed you so much, miss." The girl stares at Liu Qingyan and asks, "Oh my, who is this young man?" He coughs awkwardly but can't help thinking son-in-law. "There's no way I'd admit that. These maidservants are insufferable." Fine, out loud, he declares, "I belong to Miss King." His eyes grew warm. He thought to himself with a troubled mind, "We haven't been married yet, so we're not husband and wife. Then are we lovers?" Just as he was drifting into reverie, a maidservant with twin red buns of hair tapped him on the shoulder, startling him from his thoughts. Then she spoke, "A new servant. How hard it must have been for you." Looking him up and down, the young girl turned her head and muttered, "But why would they buy such a frail servant? Could it be that the clan has fallen on hard times?" Hearing this, King could only smile awkwardly, leaving him utterly uncomfortable. The girl beside her continued, "You don't believe me? He's actually the son-in-law." Hearing this, the other girl burst out laughing as if it were a joke, saying, "You must be joking." Then the girl on the left added, "I'm afraid it's the truth." Hearing that, the girl was stunned, pointing at him, "Such an ordinary, useless wretch, and he even reeks. He's not even fit to be a servant." Another girl chimed in, "And he's a pervert to boot." King spoke up to defend him, "Stop it. Young Master Liu is a very good person." Hearing her words, a girl sighed, "Our young lady is truly pitiful." At this moment, he could only scream internally, "Please, all of you, stop talking." The girl stared at King and asked, "Young lady, why was the wedding called off?" "I wanted to attend as well, truly." She could only blush, stammering and fumbling over her words. "Ah, well," seeing her so flustered. He thought to himself, "This is too difficult to explain to the young lady. I'll have to make something up." Just then, another girl answered, "The wedding was postponed because the groom is utterly incompetent." He was stunned, crying out, "What?" Meanwhile, another girl chimed in, "How dreadful." He collapsed inward, saying wearily, "I knew it." But in his heart, he secretly admitted then again, "She's not entirely wrong." King sat down and addressed the twin-bunned maidservants. "You don't know his good qualities. He cooks wonderfully." Although there was something peculiar about the look on her face. Her next words filled him with boundless elation. "He's very manly. He doesn't fear my father's imposing aura, and he has a heart of genuine warmth." She spoke with a face brimming with love and truth. "Young Master Liu is the most wonderful man in all the Central Plains." Hearing this, he closed his eyes and murmured, thank you, miss." In his heart, he thought, men are so easily swayed by a woman's words. Before the bewildered faces of everyone present, including King had declared, "We've already wasted too much time." The mother and daughter behind them could only cover their eyes, for reasons unknown. His face was flushed with excitement as he said, "Let's set off at once." She blushed crimson with embarrassment and could only nod, watching his departing figure. King praised, "You were truly wonderful, making those girls witness such utter shock." One of the girls remarked, "Her condition is more serious than I thought." The other two girls spoke in turn, "Snap out of it." "What?" At another clan's residence inside, the two of them sat with perfect composure while the twin-bunned maidservant stood watching them. The girl looked at them and said, "A guest has come to see him and is currently speaking with him. Please wait a moment." He calmly closed his eyes. "It's fine. Let him attend to his business." He thought to himself, he's an official in the capital. It's only natural that he'd be busy. Just then, a voice from within the room roared, "This is absolutely outrageous." Peering through the window lattice, he continued to listen. "All of this is because of you, Zaijian." Hearing this, he thought, Zaijian. That name, I feel like I've heard it somewhere before. Just then, inside the room, the two figures continued their exchange. One spoke, "Enough, stop this, I'm utterly disappointed." The other replied, "Hey, just sit down and eat already." The voice inside continued to boom, "My mood is foul. How can I possibly eat?" He sat outside mumbling, Zaijian. Zaijian, seeing this, King beside him asked with curiosity, what could those two possibly be arguing so fiercely about? As if something suddenly clicked, his expression turned dazed. He couldn't help but blurt out the name Zaijian. In his heart he thought, "I remember now." An image of a supremely dignified elder flashed through his mind. Zaijian Sushi, the famed poet and statesman of the Song dynasty, and also before his thoughts could fully form. The person inside flung the door open and stormed out, fuming. "You promised to treat me to a fine feast, and yet you resort to such tricks." Despite the man behind him trying to hold him back, "No, wait. How would I dare deceive you?" Imagining the array of exquisite Chinese dishes laid out upon the table, he continued his internal monologue. A legendary gastronomer of Chinese history, he created numerous iconic Chinese dishes. The man in the golden robes continued storming out, bellowing, "Even if you dangle rare delicacies before me, I will never change my decision." At this moment, King outside was visibly surprised, gasping, "That person is..." He covered his mouth to hide his astonished expression. His mind still racing, and he is also a man who has been etched into the annals of history. The elder's face now came into full view, features twisted in towering fury. He bellowed, "I will absolutely never make peace with those Goral dogs." He recalled he was the foremost voice of the anti-appeasement faction. The Song dynasty, 10th century. Images of war and chaos, scenes of utter devastation and desolation. Unlike the preceding dynasties of the Central Plains, the Song dynasty did not display overwhelming military might against its neighbors. The political situation grew increasingly unstable. After the Song dynasty suffered defeat in its war against the Tangut-led Western Xia and the Khitan-led Liao, the Goryl seized a great victory over Liao and became a crucial ally for the Song in containing them. The Goryl exploited this international situation to extract financial gains from both Liao and Song, inflicting severe damage upon the Song economy. The Song dynasty was deeply displeased with the Goryl's attitude. Yet it was an unavoidable choice to prevent war with Liao. The faction branded the Goryl as barbarians and constantly denounced the policy of appeasement toward them. The faction's position met fierce opposition from the court, which feared it would offend the Goryl. Just then, from within the residence, a voice brimming with righteous fury erupted, "I will absolutely never make peace with those Goryl dogs. A mere petty nation dares to act so brazenly. I can endure this no longer." As he watched them argue, he thought with concern Sushi was famous for opposing appeasement, not for being anti-Goryl per se. His mouth unconsciously let out a series of groaning sounds. King beside him noticed and spoke up with concern, "Young Master Liu." Zaijian's expression was one of towering fury as he continued, "You Goryl dogs have forgotten your place as lowly subjects. You exploit both Song and Liao for your own gain. You are nothing but bandits and beasts." Seeing this, Zhuge Qi could only reply gently, "Times have changed. Things are no longer as they were before." King, standing behind, saw, and softly called out, "Uncle." Hearing her voice, he turned around and asked King, "What are you doing here?" Only now could his face be seen clearly. How was Zhuge Qi, the younger brother of Zhuge Tian. He continued, "Ah, my dear niece, it's been so long. But right now your uncle is Liu." King Yan greeted him, "Greetings, uncle." Hearing this, Zhuge Qi turned to him, beaming, Oh, you must be Zaijian." Stormed off in a fury, "I'm leaving." This left Zhuge Qi thoroughly flustered, and he called out, "Wait!" He grabbed Liu Qingyan's shoulder and said, "Forgive me, but I need a favor from you." Liu Qingyan startled and immediately replied, "Of course you had, is it?" Then Zhuge Qi turned back and called out to Zaijian, "I want to introduce someone to you." Zaijian raised his hand dismissively, "Your tricks are far too transparent." Enough to block his departure, Zhuge Qi immediately introduced, "This is the food dragon." Hearing this, Zaijian froze in his tracks. Then Zhuge Qi continued, "Surely you've heard of his reputation." Zaijian paused, pondering the food dragon. "What kind of dragon is that?" "I've never heard of such a thing." Zhuge Qi threw an arm around his shoulder, laughing, "You've never heard of him? You, a man of legendary appetite. And you haven't struck where it hurt, Zaijian yelped. What? Then Zhuge Ke continued, then allow me to tell you about the food dragon. Zhuge Ke draped his arm over Liu Qingyan's shoulder. Young Master Liu is the one and only love of Zhuge Tian's daughter, and also the proprietor of the grandest restaurant in all of Sichuan. Before earning the title of Food Dragon, he was already renowned throughout Sichuan for his peerless culinary skills and miraculous medical arts. Hearing this, Liu Qingyan was stunned. Beside the flustered, stammering king, Zhuge Ke continued before earning the title of Food Dragon. He was already renowned throughout Sichuan for his peerless culinary skills and miraculous medical arts. Zhuge Ke, as if painting a vivid picture, continued in the culinary duel at the Tang clan. The aroma of his dish attracted a ferocious beast. The beast took a single bite and prostrated itself at young Master Liu's feet, weeping profusely. Hearing this, Liu Qingyan was bewildered, wondering what beast is he talking about. Afterward, the beast transformed into a dragon and soared into the heavens, and he was henceforth known as the Food Dragon. No sooner had the tale ended than Zaijian, drooling as he listened, turned to ask, is this really true? Liu Qingyan was utterly floored, never expecting the man to be so gullible. He screamed internally, there's no way any of that happened. Pressing his advantage, Zhuge Ke continued, that's not all. He even brought Tang Jian, the sect leader of the Tang clan, back from the dead with his cooking. He narrated with animated gestures. He continued, though the sect leader had been dead for 3 days, he was resurrected just to savor the Food Dragon's cooking. The Food Dragon's dishes. By now, Zaijian had been completely swept up in Zhuge Ke's tales, drooling and stroking his beard. He asked, and what about the soup dumplings he made at the Zhuge clan? Zhuge Ke replied instantly, 1 bite, and a 7-colored rainbow appeared in the sky. Zhuge Liang himself descended from the heavens and devoured 2 entire plates of dumplings. Zaijian gasped, oh, truly. Zhuge Ke continued, Zhuge Wu was so moved that he shed tears. His tears swelled the Yangtze River beyond its banks, and that year the harvest was bountiful. Hearing such an outlandish tale, King asked hesitantly, is that really true, young master? Liu Qingyan could only manage, well, it's somewhat similar. Then Zhuge Ke pointed at Liu Qingyan and declared loudly, the Food Dragon wishes to demonstrate his culinary prowess for you. Liu Qingyan yelped, what? Zaijian had been completely swayed, but he only pretended to reluctantly agree, refusing the Food Dragon. That would be quite difficult. Liu Qingyan screamed internally, just refuse him. Your expectations of me are far too high. Zaijian turned around and spoke calmly, very well, I shall accept your invitation. I'll be heading back for today. Zhuge Ke was overjoyed. Oh, the scene grew lively with voices overlapping. Wonderful. Come again tomorrow then. Zaijian heard this and replied, regardless, I will not change my decision. Zhuge Ke nodded, heh, you really are stubborn, after seeing him off. Zhuge Ke exhaled with relief. Phew, the hard part is done. Now only the easy part remains. Before the bewildered gazes of Liu Qingyan and King, he continued, all you need to do is win him over with your cooking. Liu Qingyan was thunderstruck, cursing inwardly, do that. As if, upon the tranquil surface of the pond, the two of them sat together in conversation. Zhuge Ke said, I received your letter and am well aware of King's condition. You both have a matter you wish to entrust to me, yet even upon arriving, you've been worrying about me. I truly feel undeserving. Liu Qingyan replied, it's nothing at all. If you don't mind, he glances over at the old man and asks, may I ask, Uncluhi, do you wish to persuade Master Sushi? The old man replies gently, how could it be a bother? I'll be relying on you for many things yet. He sighs, then continues, I worry for this old friend of mine. His fiery temper and stubborn streak have seen him demoted and exiled to his hometown time and again. He has only just returned to Kaifeng. If he utters such words at court, he'll be demoted once more, and not merely because. For that very reason, he rises to his feet. Have you ever experienced war? He answers, never. Gazing at the twilight ahead, Zhuge Ke speaks with melancholy, a long time, over 20 years now. The Zhuge clan and the North Sea Ice Palace waged a great war. In that war, I was utterly useless. Unlike my elder brother, I knew only books possessing neither martial talent nor martial skill. As he recounts, the memories of that era resurface. I hid and scurried for days on end. All I remember is the stench of blood and the screams. That was when I realized miraculous strategies and the legendary exploits of heroes exist only in storybooks. After that, I resolved to become an official to build a nation of peace. But I failed to persuade one person. Relations with Goryeo are vital to restraining the Liao. Listen. So, clutching the cloth strip in his hand, he gazes into the distance and speaks. I want Sushi to understand that no matter how steep the price, preventing war is entirely worth it. He ties the cloth strip around his forehead. Then he rises to his feet. His eyes burn with unwavering resolve. Uncle. Hearing the call, the old man turns his head. Why are you? Zhuge exclaims in astonishment out of nowhere. Liu Qingyun maintains his stance and speaks, leave him to me. Confusion, he radiates an aura of blazing determination and declares, Uncle, your heart and your will into this dish they go, and then I shall present it to Master Sushi. He turns and walks away. In that case, lend me your kitchen for a day. The scene gradually shifts to the amber light of dusk. Zhuge Ke's voice continues to ring out, the food dragon, is it? Under the scrutinizing gazes of the maids with twin red buns. Zhuge Ke clasps his hands before his chest, his expression brimming with admiration, and says, what an admirable young man. The scene transitions to the following day. The maid with twin red buns is sweeping. In the courtyard, a voice rings out from within the manor, my apologies for the wait. His face radiates confidence as he presents the dish. Shall we talk over our meal? Zai Chan reaches for the lid, drooling. Secretly laughing to himself, this must be the food dragon's legendary dish. The dish is unveiled in all its splendor before their astonished eyes. Zhuge Ke is the first to speak. Wait, could this be? Liu Qingyun replies at once, indeed. With a gentle expression, he says, it is pork, sir. The old man's face shows surprise. How can it be such a disappointing dish? Seeing this, Zai Chan interjects, hold on, my friend. My dear sir, he stares at the dish, thinking this is clearly humble pork, yet it is so translucent. Just looking at it, one can tell it is tender and succulent. Moreover, there is a mysterious fragrance that pork should never possess. As he ponders, a drop of drool escapes unconsciously. The drool lands squarely on the meat. Zai Chan stammers, I've actually drooled, forgive my discourtesy. Then suddenly he freezes, no, wait a moment. He wonders how tender can this meat possibly be. A single drop of saliva and the surface of the meat seems to dance. Zai Chan cannot contain himself as drool escapes his lips. Realizing it has fallen onto the meat, he hurriedly wipes his mouth, cough, I've truly drooled, forgive me. But immediately after, his expression shifts to alarm, no, wait, inside. Zai Chan thinks to himself, how tender must this meat be? Gazing at the succulent meat on the platter, rippling like the surface of a lake, radiating an irresistible allure, marvels, a single drop of saliva, and the surface of the meat dances like waves. This delectable meat is called dongpo pork, a dish that Sushi would go on to create after being exiled to Hangzhou. Qingyun reflects, but I don't want to simply copy another man's dish, especially not when that very man is sitting right before me. At the very least, I must stamp my own identity into this dish. I am the food dragon after all. In an instant, his entire being surges with internal energy. He commands, prepare the ingredients: pork belly, a cleaver, and a jug of white liquor. The three maids with twin red buns obey without hesitation, rushing to fetch what he needs right away. Chef Qingyun slaps the meat down upon the cutting board, his mind already racing with calculations. The heart of dongpo pork is pork. I will use an entire slab of pork belly. First, singe away the hairs. Next, he pours the liquor over the blade. 1,000 years from now, I'd use a blowtorch to remove the hairs. He deftly grinds the knife against a small whetstone. But for now, we make do with. Instantly, the liquor-soaked blade erupts in a flash of light. Sparks burst behind Qingyun as flames roar to life along the knife's edge. High-proof liquor ignites easily potent spirits. Two of the maids with twin red buns gape in awe. Yet another closes her eyes. Arms crossed, she scoffs, looks easy enough, just do it like that. He grips the blazing knife with intense focus, readying to slice the meat. He reminds himself careful not to pierce the skin. He swings the knife, his movements are majestic. Now comes the most crucial step in Liu-style dongpo pork. Before the flames on the blade die out, Qingyun raises the knife with one hand and steadies the meat on the board with the other. His thoughts continue, I'll cut the meat into uniform cubes, trim the excess, and use the blade's residual heat to sear the cut surfaces of the dongpo pork. Ordinary dongpo pork would be deep-fried. Watching scraps of meat scatter in every direction, the maids with twin red buns pounce like puppies, scrambling and yelping meat scraps. Woof woof. Undeterred, Qingyun continues his work, then binds the meat with twine, shaping the cut. But my method is different. Instead of frying, I use a heated blade to sear the cut surfaces. This way, the meat won't deform during cooking and the texture will be even more tender. Thick smoke billows upward as he devotes his full concentration to the preparation. The steps that follow are the same as conventional dongpo pork. Qingyun stirs with focused precision, braising and steaming the meat over a long, slow heat. During this process, the pork transforms, becoming as soft as gelatin. The maids with twin red buns have by now collapsed onto the floor, fast asleep. From a humble ingredient, something they have never seen before is born. Gazing at the full moon beyond the window, King Yun muses, I hope that through this long, lingering process beneath the moon shining high above, alongside the words I pour forth me heart and feelings will find their way into this dish. Returning to the plate of fragrant meat, Zai Chan scoops up a morsel and praises the meat is so tender it can be scooped with a spoon. I have never tasted meat this soft. Jujki appears somewhat taken aback. He raises his hand and says, but this is merely pork, isn't it? Zai Chan, is it not? Young Master Liu used such common ingredients. Zai Chan furrows his brow, staring at the meat, and speaks with a hint of indignation. How can you say such a thing? Isn't the distinction between noble and base something that men themselves have created? King Yun chimes in with agreement. Indeed, people are often blinded by prejudice, seeing only what they wish to see. Hearing this, Zhuge Qi sheepishly strokes his chin. Ah, I see. In his heart he thinks this dish is far more than the story you wish to tell. Zai Chan pops the meat into his mouth with a look of pure bliss. I shall try a morsel as well. Zhuge Qi understands. This dish is Liu Qingyun's heart made manifest. The meat enters his mouth and Zai Chan savors it with solemn reverence. His face overflows with satisfaction. I don't even need to chew, it dissolves instantly in my mouth. Not dissolves is not the word, he feels, as though he is sinking into water. A single morsel of meat, and all 5 of my senses are spellbound. He luxuriates in the sensation, then suddenly exclaims, Ah, I nearly forgot how I've savored this magnificent dish without even learning its name. King Yan smiles and answers with composure, this dish is called Dongbao pork. Its true name is Dongpo pork, named after sushi. The character Bo Chinese letter, wave, and Po Chinese letter, slope differ by only a single stroke. Though they share the same pronunciation in Chinese, the characters and their meanings are entirely different. King Yun thinks I stand before a legend of Chinese cuisine, and through the name of this dish, I have expressed my reverence in my own way. Zai Chan gazes at the succulent meat, drool pooling at the corners of his mouth, eyes burning with desire. Eastern. But I ask the meaning behind this name, young man. He answers, waves rolling toward the east. Zai Chan suddenly spits out the meat he had just swallowed. After hearing King Yun's words, you do not disdain pork as a humble ingredient. Moreover, you make no distinction between noble and base in cuisine. The revelation leaves him sputtering and coughing. I hope that your magnanimous heart will be like great waves surging eastward across the boundless ocean, vast and unyielding. Zai Chan feels himself plunging into those depths, riding a great fish up to the surface, erupting in laughter. Wahahaha. Drool still clings to his lips, his face radiant with satisfaction. So this is the wave of flavor. The title of food dragon is well deserved indeed. He sits cross-legged atop the back of a great fish, riding across the sea, murmuring, I wonder where this wave will carry me. Then he exclaims with glee, raise your hands. Enough, back to reality. Zhuge Qi is utterly bewildered. He looks at Zai Chan and asks urgently, is he all right? King Yun hesitates. Ah, well. Watching Zai Chan lost in the plate of meat, King Yun murmurs he should be fine. Zai Chan is still imagining himself riding a great fish across the boundless sea when he suddenly jolts awake. Waves rolling toward the east. Staring ahead, he mutters, the east is. Gazing into the distance, he exclaims, Goriao. He strokes his beard, reminiscing a tiny kingdom that dared wage war against the Liao for decades, stubborn beyond measure, refusing to know its place. Regret it now, do they? Zhuge Qi suddenly interjects, sounds rather like someone I know. Zai Chan spins around in surprise. Huh. Zhuge Qi, still drooling, adds, stubborn, heedless of counsel, speaking blunt truths without regard for consequences, and now demoted. It was only a matter of time. He continues, among my own friends, there is one just like that. Zai Chan fires back, no. How dare you? Compare me to those wretched Liao barbarians, Zhuge Qi responds, but someone once said the distinction between noble and base is made by man himself. Zai Chan tries to rebut, but can only stammer, what? That, from the side, King Yun clicks his tongue in exasperation, watching these two men lost in the world of their meat. He asks, is everything all right? Zai Chan, the flames of his nation's plight burning in his mind, declares, perhaps my fury is not directed at the Liao but at the state of our great song. He continues, still drooling, a nation as mighty as our scouring before the Liao, bowing our heads and paying tribute to beg for peace. While that insignificant little nation, The two Zhuge members and Zai Zham stand before a towering building engulfed in flames. He speaks first into Zhuge's silence. They dared to stand against a mighty empire and claimed victory. Thinking on this, Zai Zham declares outright, I will never compromise with those wretched curs. The plate of meat lies empty. He sets down his spoon and speaks in a somber tone, I feel ashamed. The truly despicable one is not he who lowers his head to stare at an empty plate, Zai Zham tells himself. It is I who is blinded by arrogance and prejudice. A voice rings out in admiration, delicious. Zai Zham rubs his freshly sated belly and praises once more, your culinary skill is truly extraordinary, far beyond anything I expected. Truly worthy of the name Food Dragon. He wipes his mouth and continues, and the story you wish to tell? I understand now. This dish is more persuasive than any speech. More persuasive still. Hearing this, the surrounding guests bristle with displeasure. What? A figure stands before them. Liu Qingyan clasps his fists in salute. You flatter me, sir. The old man gives a slight hum of acknowledgement. Hearing Liu Qingyan's reply, Zai Zham strokes his beard and rises to his feet. Farewell. I shall take my leave first. I need time to think. Suddenly, Liu Qingyan draws something from within his robe and calls after him, before you leave I have something I wish to give you. Hearing this, Zai Zham turns back. What is it? Zai Zham opens what Liu Qingyan hands him and freezes. This is the recipe for that dongpo pork from just now, Liu Qingyan replies calmly, yes. This is but a humble token of my sincerity. Thank you for praising my dish and understanding my heart. Gazing at this dazzlingly precious gift, Zai Zham murmurs the food dragon's recipe, no different from a martial arts manual. He looks up, can I truly accept such a precious gift? Can I truly accept such a precious gift? Liu Qingyan replies with composure, it is nothing. Inwardly, he feels a twinge of guilt after all. Dongpo pork was originally Master Sushi's creation. With this recipe, he can prepare the authentic version. Zai Zham cheerfully clutches the treasure to his chest, pushes the door open, and departs, not forgetting to say, thank you, Food Dragon. I will not forget this kindness. Liu Qingyan calls after him, take care. Only now does Zhuge Tian, standing behind him, speak up, it's been ages since I've seen him that happy. Then again, the food was magnificent. Liu Qingyan unties the cloth band around his forehead as he answers, it's certainly not just because of that. His words leave Zhuge Tian puzzled, what do you mean? Liu Qingyan explains pork is an inexpensive and readily available ingredient. This answer only deepens Zhuge Tian's confusion. A soldier reaches out and sends Sushi flying. Sushi was a renowned poet and writer. Yet his unyielding and stubborn temperament saw him dismissed by the imperial court and exiled to the provinces. Sushi cooked as he studied the recipe in his hands. He lived in exile in remote lands like Hainan and Huizhou until the day he died, spreading humble pork dishes among the impoverished folk wherever he went. A table laden with food, dishes savored in the warmth of familial harmony. He cooked for starving farmers, not exotic delicacies, and lived among them without distinction of rank or class. In later ages, he was remembered as the greatest poet of the dynasty, a patriot and statesman, and the creator of dongpo pork. In the darkness of night, a voice calls out, Uncle. It's King. The figure inside responds warmly, Oh, King, come in. King enters alongside Liu Qingyan and says shyly, I'm sorry to disturb you, Uncle. At this late hour, no less. Zhuge Tian replies with a kind smile, why would you say such a thing? Liu Zioxi has helped me greatly. It is only right I repay the debt. On the desk lie many scrolls and ledgers. He says, it has been too long since I last took your pulse. Your uncle has been reviewing his medical texts. Zhuge Tian adds, Sit down, your uncle will be done in a moment. Come, give me your hand. King, somewhat anxious, obeys and sits. Yes. Yes, off to the side, Liu Qingyan cups his chin in thought. It's almost Harith dream of both my lifetimes. Zhuge Tian takes King's hand. Both their palms drip with sweat. Cold but Zhuge Tian asks in a trembling voice, are you prepared? King answers, yes. Watching this scene, Liu Qingyan finds it baffling. He fails to understand, it's just taking a pulse, isn't it? Zhuge Tian says, worry still etched across his face, it's been so long since I last took your pulse. Seeing their sweat-drenched, bewildered expressions, Liu Qingyan wonders why the need to be so tense. King is no less anxious, adding, it's been more than 10 years, hasn't it? Liu Qingyan thinks simply her body is just a bit cold. Uncle should prescribe some medicine, and that would be the end of it, no. Yet between the two of them, it feels as though a fierce battle rages. A flash of light erupts between them, shaking the entire room. Zhu Tian's hair flies wild, veins bulge across his face, and his brow furrows deep. First, I shall examine the pulse at the wristo, diagnose the qi flow and the inch, bar, and cubit positions within the body. You have changed compared to 10 years ago, so I must examine you more thoroughly. Seeing dust and debris swirl into the air, Liu Qingyan panics. A dangerous pulse. What kind of diagnosis is this? Healing disease might as well become murder at this rate. Watching the two of them take a pulse as though clashing in a battle of spiritual power, Liu Qingyan can't help but wonder, is medical practice in the martial world always like this? As long as she survives, it counts as cured. Zhu Tian strikes a lance of blue qi into King's chest. She closes her eyes and lets out a pained grunt. Watching the scene unfold, Liu Qingyan's confusion only deepens. Clearly, uncle doesn't practice martial arts, so how is he so adept at manipulating qi? Truly worthy of being a descendant of the Zhu bloodline. Zhu Tian speaks to reassure her. Bear with it a little longer, King. Racked with pain, King furrows her brow and endures. Zhu Tian closes his eyes and announces, I shall be gone for a moment, then return. Suddenly, a stream of qi emanates from beside King, and a delicate butterfly materializes in the air. Ah! Zhu Tian gazes at the small butterfly resting on his palm and smiles. You have changed so much, child. Just barely, and I might not have recognized you. You have truly grown up. Compared to the little caterpillar clinging to a branch and weeping, he continues, when you were small, you used to, ha ha ha. You are still as shy as ever. Then he follows the little butterfly as it spreads its wings and takes flight. Come now, child, lead me on a stroll. Zhu Tian halts in his steps, a sharp breath escaping him as he gazes at the stream of qi. Before his very eyes, he wonders. This torrent of fire qi reveals a garden of pure terror, filled with rows upon rows of horrifying carnivorous plants. Zhu Tian exclaims, the thing that has been tormenting you all this time, it is this strange affliction, the carnivorous plant. It opens its gaping maw to devour the butterfly whole, but then looking again at the small carnivorous plant, it barely threatens the butterfly now. He smiles and continues, thanks to Liu Xiaoxi, it has weakened considerably. Countless skilled physicians were helpless before it. The butterfly gently alights upon the carnivorous plant's bloom. And yet Liu Xiaoxi appeared wielding wisdom, as though he came from another world. Enter Lito, save you. Suddenly Zhu Tian feels a bone-chilling cold seep into his bones. It wraps around one like a specter. This cold qi, is this what he spoke of? An ice monster materialized, born of the North Sea Ice Palace bloodline. Gazing upon that terrifying creature, Zhu Tian whispers, you must have carried this since birth. I never sensed it before. The carnivorous plant trembles before the imposing aura of the ice monster. Why now of all times? He suddenly jolts. Could it be? Watching the ice monster swallow the carnivorous plant whole, Zhu Tian understands. His expression turns grave. Also, that is how it is. What cruel irony. He looks upon the ice monster and the fragile butterfly, then delivers his verdict. The fire qi of the strange affliction had inadvertently suppressed the cold qi of the North Sea Ice Palace. The cold qi monster opens its maw full of razor-sharp fangs before the butterfly. When the strange affliction vanished, this power erupted unchecked. Precisely. She had no time to adapt to or control this power. Zhu Tian strokes his chin in contemplation. In other words, King is fighting against her own body. Hearing this, Liu Qingyan trembles and asks, then, it's all my fault. So I cured the young lady's illness and... He presses on, but surely there must be a way to treat this. Zhu Tian answers, I cannot blame you for this, but as for the matter. Liu Qingyan urges him desperately, but Zhu Tian sighs, even a divine physician cannot cure what is not truly a disease. Liu Qingyan clutches his chest, staggering, overcome with despair. It can't be, my dream. There are only two paths. His lament echoes beneath the moonlight high above, give up, or make the dream a reality, and then freeze to death. On a quiet moonlit night, reflections shimmering upon the water, someone sighs, how can one cure what is not truly a disease? A voice answers, it cannot be done. But if things go on like this, how can the wedding ceremony ever proceed? The young woman stares blankly downward, the world around her still buzzing with noise. Perhaps there is a way to suppress and manage the symptoms. A voice speaks with iron resolve, if there is a way, then we must act at once. Another voice responds, sadly, my medical skill has not yet reached that level. King startles, letting out a soft gasp. She lifts her eyes and looks around. It is Liu Qingyan, speaking with fervor, after all the hardship we endured to reach this place, there's truly no way. Zhu Tian answers, Liu Qingyan, I know of a renowned physician, but... She looks dazed. The king abruptly rises to her feet, leaving Liu Qingyan stunned. She says, forget it, I'll take my leave first. He can only manage, huh? She continues, I'm too tired. Her eyes betray not a flicker of emotion. "Tomorrow, I will come to visit uncle and young Master Liu." Liu Qingyun reaches out in alarm. "Miss," but Zhuge Tian looks at him and says, "Liu Zioxi, there is something I wish to discuss with you." He turns back. "Yes, what is it?" Zhuge Tian asks carefully. "What do you know about King's mother?" Liu Qingyun furrows his brow in thought. "I heard from my father-in-law that she hailed from the North Sea Ice Palace." Zhuge Tian responds, "Then this will be easy to explain." Zhuge Tian fumbles through a pile of documents and says, "Perhaps that strange affliction was the lightest burden King has had to bear. The other day, I told you about that great battle." Liu Qingyan scratches his head, racking his memory. "Yes, it was a war between the North Sea Ice Palace and—" The old man doesn't let him finish recalling. He continues, "King was the only flower that bloomed amid the flames of war." Liu Qingyan thinks to himself, "Well, I figured as much." Excitement blooms openly across his face. "So in that war, the patriarch and the young Mrs. Mother, before his eyes." A scene materializes through the smoke and fire of battle. A noble gentleman, clutching a young woman tightly against his chest. He sighs, "Father-in-law, a truly extraordinary man." The good boy returns to reality. The old man tidies the scrolls and sets them back on the shelf. For King, the pain of her strange illness pales in comparison. His words leave King stunned. The true suffering the girl endures is the hatred of those who lost loved ones in the war against the North Sea Gang. The old man says in measured tones, "That is why he has always shielded King. I understand your frustration over the postponed wedding. But the one who suffers most right now is King herself. Her mother's bloodline has become a burden upon her." Each word awakens Qingyun. The old man continues, speaking of what drove the two apart. Late into the night, Qingyun sprints through the corridors in search of King. His voice rings out, thick with worry. "Young miss." He realizes it. Damn it, he was right. The silhouette of a maidservant with twin red hair buns materializes before him, smirking with contempt, searing itself into his mind. The entire journey she called him a pervert, an idiot, a stinking fool. "King Wu is in Hall Sichuan." He looks around. Where is she? Qingyun runs while cursing himself. I only knew how to bask in being her savior, only thought of beauty and marriage. He stops abruptly. Breathless young miss, his thoughts keep spiraling, never once considering the young miss's own feelings. He reaches toward King's retreating figure, rushing after her in a flurry of apologies. "Young miss, I have been truly selfish." She does not turn around. "Do not come near me." The words freeze Qingyun in his tracks. His mind in total turmoil. He stammers, but he curses himself. Of course she's angry. No wonder he's been single for 2 lifetimes. The azure glow encircling King grows ever brighter, cold chi radiating outward, swathing her in its frost. Qingyun panics, terrified. It's too late. The cold chi has erupted. This is bad. He speaks urgently. "Wait, calm down and talk to me." The frost mist gradually subsides, the ground trembles beneath them, and King's voice quivers, "But I'm trying to hold it back." Before Qingyun can even process what's happening, beneath the pale wash of moonlight, the young woman stares at him with tear-filled eyes brimming with desperate longing. She says, "I don't want to hurt you like last time, so please don't come near me." Seeing her whimper and cry, the young man is stunned, rigid, his face drained of all color. "I made a girl cry. No man who's ever loved anyone could be like me, and I'm supposed to be the man here. How pathetic." She sniffles, her face flushed red, tears still streaming. Her voice trembles. "If my body were normal, the master wouldn't have to suffer so much. Or perhaps, if the one betrothed to me weren't you." Qingyun is stunned. Even now, she's still worried about him. "I really am the worst kind of man." He blurts out, "Young miss, shall we go on a date?" She responds blankly, He fumbles to explain, "Oh no, that's not what I..." Regaining his composure, he speaks, "I would like to invite the young miss for a stroll through the Kaifeng night market. Would that be all right? Just the two of us." The words make her whip around, as if reading his intent. She lifts the hem of her robe to cover her mouth, but the blush spreading across her cheeks betrays a heady mix of bashfulness and barely contained excitement. Qingyun raises his hand. The young miss can refuse, of course. Refusal is perfectly fine. His voice shrinks to a whisper. "I understand, let's go back." But the young miss facing him now has eyes that glisten with expectation, her head nodding and shaking in rapid succession, leaving the young man more bewildered than ever. "Wait, I don't understand." He struggles to decode her expression. Does the young miss mean yes or no? That evening at the Kaifeng night market, the scene is bustling beyond measure. Endless rows of brightly lit vendor stalls stretch into the distance, illuminating the entire imperial capital. The night markets of the Song dynasty flourished alongside the boom in economy and commerce, teeming with people at all hours and overflowing with every variety of delicacy imaginable. In Gamesen they never close, open all through the night. Whether rain or snow, amidst the dense sea of people, King and Kingyun stroll side by side. He looks around, this place is really lively. She lowers her head. Indeed, the night market is alive with energy, though the air between them carries a distinct note of awkwardness. Kingyun presses his lips together, fretting, but what do I do next? He sweats profusely, screaming internally. Tugging at his collar to cool his flushed neck, if I knew how to date, I wouldn't have been single for 2 lifetimes. Uxificating. He steals a glance sideways. King is still looking down, expressionless. Anxiety gnaws at him, she still doesn't look happy. He berates himself again, I don't even know how to go on a date. How am I ever supposed to get married? What a fool I am. As for King, she says nothing, but inside, her heart is a whirlwind of emotions. She thinks, this is the first time I've ever gone out alone with a man. Other than father, the thought alone sends color flooding to her cheeks. Just the 2 of us. A soft, contented smile graces her lips. King sinks into the warmth of happiness, thinking, if it weren't for young Master Liu, I could never have dared to dream of something like this. Strolling through the bustling crowd, meanwhile, the fool beside her clutches his stomach. I'm a bit hungry. King's slender hand drifts upward, reaching gently toward Liu Kingyun's large, sturdy palm, carried forward by a current of intense, surging emotion. To share these moments of happiness, my young master. But at that very moment, Kingyun's attention drifts elsewhere and she shyly pulls her hand back. He walks up to a vendor stall, his eyes glued to the candied hawthorn booth. So Tanghulu already exists in this era. Candied hawthorn skewers Tanghulu trace their origins to the Song dynasty, when hawthorn berries were dipped in melted sugar. King. She steps closer and asks, what is this? He replies, this is Tanghulu candied hawthorn, a type of candy. She drools, candy shaped like a gourd. Kaifeng really does have so many wondrous foods. Suddenly realizing her lapse in decorum, she flushes scarlet, hastily covering her mouth and turning away. Kingyun suddenly realizes, it's mealtime too. He gazes at the row of vivid red skewers, stroking his chin. Wait here for a moment, young miss. He thinks to himself, though Tanghulu is usually made with hawthorn berries, the true key ingredient should be. She asks in surprise, young Master Liu. He responds excitedly, done in a flash. With that, he dashes to the fruit vendor. Give me a basket of your freshest, coldest stored fruits. Then sprints to the stall owner. Lend me your cooking tools for a moment. Hands chopping, hands cooking, the dish is completed in no time. He presents a skewer of spun sugar Tanghulu, beaming, special Liu Kingyun-style Tanghulu, made exclusively for the young miss. Though merely a common street snack in the modern world, before the young miss's eyes it gleams with an otherworldly radiance. She murmurs, how wonderful. He grins with satisfaction. Please enjoy, young miss. He knows full well that rose Tanghulu would become every woman's favorite treat 1,000 years in the future. She takes a bite and King is utterly stunned. She thinks, this taste, I never imagined it could be like this. The flavor erupts in her mouth, plunging her into a world of her own. She exclaims, the sweetness numbs my tongue. Yet it's so gentle, and the fresh coolness of the strawberries leaves me utterly bewildered. King's body trembles, strawberries flooding her mind. Her heart aflutter. Could this be the taste of young Master Liu? Incredible, the flavor of young Master Liu himself. The scene. Bustling and alive, Yuhin, suddenly Kingyun's voice rings out, young miss, everyone is staring. Be careful. Kingyun scrambles after her in a panic, while King laughs joyfully and replies, but I'm having so much fun. Hearing her response, all Kingyun can manage is a helpless groan. Her gaze is then captured by something. King calls out excitedly, Kingyun, look, young Master Liu, there are so many fascinating things over here. Hearing this, he scratches his head and replies sheepishly, yeah. Yet inwardly he thinks it's just Tanghulu and she's this happy. She really is just an ordinary girl after all. The thought barely finishes before he reverses course. Wait, could it be the sugar and the candy? Then he sees King bouncing along merrily, flitting from stall to stall. Excuse me, oh my, what's this? An old vendor woman praises her. What a lovely young lady. So lively and spirited, it makes King shyly wave her hands. Oh heavens, ma'am, you're too kind. While skipping along, King spots a crowd gathered up ahead. She asks curiously, why is there such a crowd over there? Hearing her, Kingyun also turns to look. The two make their way toward it, to see what's going on. Kingyun spots it and immediately thinks, fireworks. The shop owner warns everyone, stay back, it's dangerous. Everyone keep your distance. King exclaims, wow, this is my first time seeing fireworks. Seeing her so overjoyed, Kingyun looks at her in surprise. This is the first time I've ever seen that expression on her face. Watching the shop owner light each fuse with a candle, King Yun reflects, come to think of it. She's still very much a child at heart who loves to play. She must have been hiding her true self all this time. King on the other side watches the fireworks launch skyward and shouts in amazement, fireworks. Watching King gaze up at the sparkling fireworks with such excitement, King Yun quietly reproaches himself. It's all because of her circumstances. Seeing her like this now, I realize how utterly heartless I've been. As the fireworks bloom across the night sky, King Yun feels a twinge of regret. I shouldn't have rushed the wedding. I want to take my time to truly get to know this person. Gazing at the starlight shimmering in King's eyes, his thoughts flow from her past to the emotions stirring within her at this very moment. Meanwhile, King's thoughts are entirely different. She nibbles on her sleeve, wailing internally, I'm hungry, it's already dinner time. King Yun strokes his chin, pondering, come to think of it, all we've eaten so far is tanghulu. Hearing this, all King can do is shyly hide behind her sleeve and steal a glance. At him, King Yun turns to suggest, I spotted a restaurant earlier. When he turns back, he's taken aback by her expression. All he sees is King with her eyes wide and sparkling, nibbling on her sleeve as she stares at him. King Yun startles at the sight, young miss, are you that hungry? He leads her to another place no less bustling. Drawing a gasp from King Itho, she grows slightly apprehensive. Indeed, this establishment is quite upscale and expensive. He explains this place is very famous in Kaifeng. King looks a bit embarrassed. This is my first time visiting a place like this, dining in restaurants such as these. Does the young master frequent establishments like this often? King Yun thinks helplessly, if I say it's my first time too, she'll probably look down on me. So he lies sheepishly, of course. I come here all the time. His answer fills King with admiration. She cheers instantly, wonderful, as expected of the food dragon of Sichuan. Hearing this, all he can do is scratch his head and laugh it off. Ahaha. He thinks to himself, well, in my previous life I did work at a Chinese restaurant inside a hotel, so it's not technically a lie. They arrive at a rather grand establishment. King Yun announces, we've arrived. King looks at the place before her, her face paling slightly. But this is, King Yun notices and asks, what's wrong, young miss? Is it too expensive? The entrance of the tavern is adorned with rows of ornate lanterns. King Yun hurries to reassure her, you don't need to worry, your father gave me plenty of money. King Yun continues chattering away. Or is the young miss nervous because it's your first time in a place like this? I come here all the time, so just trust me. Beside him, King covers her mouth with her sleeve, her heart gripped by dread. A hooded lantern swings above the entrance as the doors burst open and a man comes strutting out, beaming from ear to ear. Wahaha, magnificent. Seeing the scene, King Yun freezes in place. The man tugs at his robes and calls back inside, I am most satisfied today. This truly is the finest establishment. King Yun still doesn't understand a thing. He continues praising, look at that. They're heaping praise so enthusiastically. And yet King beside him already has a face as black as the bottom of a pot. Only now does he finally see where they are. Two alluringly dressed women appear at the doorway, waving farewell, do come again, hero. Truly pathetic. Meanwhile, the other fellow strolls off in a daze of bliss. Only now does King Yun notice his own face has gone deathly pale. What kind of place is this? A man saunters past him, whistling a merry tune. Not yet eaten, yet already full. Not yet drunk, yet already intoxicated. He cranes his neck and gazes up at the hooded lantern, a dreadful suspicion forming. Could that hooded lantern be? This isn't an ordinary restaurant at all. A woman spots him and murmurs softly, oh my dear customer. But then several voluptuous women rush toward King Yun, clinging to him like vines. One of them reaches out and tugs at his sleeve. You brought a woman here? My, what a unique taste you have. Another reaches up to caress his chin. Then let's move to a more expensive room, shall we? Only now does panic seize him as the realization crashes down. This place is a brothel. King's expression turns ice cold. Young Master Liu, the words send a chill down King Yun's spine. Miss, it's not what you think. She cuts him off, each word dripping with venom. And what was it you said just now? King Yun breaks into a cold sweat. What? King's aura churns like a gathering storm. You said you come here often, but a place like this, seeing the fury building on her face. King Yun's soul nearly leaves his body. He waves his hands frantically. Miss, please listen to me. But she drives the nail in, emphasizing every word, often, daily, like meals, all the time. Hearing her accusations, he can only stammer in a panic. There seems to be some kind of misunderstanding. Wrong. Above, fireworks blaze across the sky. Below, thunder and lightning crash upon the earth. King scream tears through the heavens. Young master, you pervert. Scene transitions to the huge clan residence. Oh heavens above. King Yun, face black and blue, groans in agony. His entire body aches. At least the misunderstanding has been cleared up. He recalls the earlier ordeal, wincing, well, it's over at least. But the compensation money for the brothel has left me penniless. Going broke is nothing new, but as he thinks of King's hair, a troubling suspicion creeps in. Why has Mrs. Hair turned even more silver? It must be connected to the power of the North Sea. Resting quietly, hopefully nothing is seriously wrong. He recalls the hooded lantern, the universal symbol of a brothel, and mutters to himself, it's all because this Liu Qingyan's body is even more clueless than I thought. Everyone knows that. He scratches his head in frustration. How could the original owner not know anything at all, as if he'd lost his memory? Infuriating, just as his anger peaks, two doors swing open. A girl with twin red buns in her hair appears. What are you doing, you pervert? He retorts him, what's wrong, hungry again? At those words, the girl's eyes light up instantly, drool practically pooling. How did you know that? Hurry up and make me a bowl of jjajangmyeon. Then she suddenly catches herself. No wait, Master Zhuge wishes to see you. Hearing her words, King Yan is bewildered. At this late hour, under a not quite full moon, the air hangs perfectly still. A voice breaks the silence. I summoned you here because I wish to take your pulse. Hearing Zhuge Tian's words, King Yan is utterly startled. He blinks. I don't have any illness. He pats himself down, bewildered at a health check. Zhuge Tian had written in his letter, I want you to take King Yan's pulse. I harbor some concern. Now Zhuge Tian says aloud, I've heard that you are. He thinks, if I tell him the senior brother wants to investigate him, he'll grow angry. So Zhuge Tian rephrases, everyone is saying you're impotent, is that true? Hearing this, King Yan's jaw hits the floor. What? Who said that? He waves his hands frantically. That baseless rumor. He thinks to himself, well, I don't even know if there's a problem or not. His mind drifts to fantasies of unleashing overwhelming power before King. But if he could be diagnosed using that strange method, perhaps I might awaken some kind of power. He bows his head in acceptance. It's nothing serious. Then I'll trouble you, uncle. Seeing King Yan's trust, Zhuge Tian sweats and responds, I'll do my utmost. He reaches out, places his fingers on King Yan's wrist, and begins the pulse reading. Then let us begin. King senses a surge of qi. She exclaims, that qi fluctuation, a pulse reading. Could it be the young master? She leaps to her feet. No, uncle doesn't know the young master has no internal energy. The maid shares her panic. That wretched pervert, Zhuge Tian says calmly, I'll step out for a moment and return. King is terrified, shouting as she runs this forceful pulse-reading method. Meanwhile, King Yun's eyes are wide open, staring blankly. King's panicked voice echoes relentlessly, it's extremely dangerous for the young master. He has no internal energy at all. The scene immediately descends into absolute chaos. Scene transition. A vast, empty void stretches in every direction. Zhuge Tian speaks, let's explore a bit. He gazes around, bewildered. Why is it so empty? What possible reason could there be to have me take his pulse? He shakes his head, scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, the ground beneath him trembles. Zhuge Tian stiffens. What's this? The ground is shaking before his eyes. Colossal city walls materialize from nothing. Zhuge Tian recoils in shock. What is this? I've never seen anything like it. Through a window frame in the wall, he catches the silhouette of a figure within a human shape. He peers inside and offers a cautious greeting. It is an honor to meet you. Might I ask who you? But upon seeing the figure clearly, he realizes this isn't Liu Qingyan. He reasons, there are cases where the image within one's consciousness doesn't reflect their true form. He continues to address the figure, forgive me, but could you perhaps guide me, sir? The figure turns away without sparing him a glance. You have come to the wrong place. Whatever you seek, it is not here. The figure's bluntness leaves Zhuge Tian thoroughly embarrassed. He thinks, usually it's not like this. He presses on, pleading please, but the response is a curt refusal. The figure's eyes blaze with anger. There is nothing here worthy of granting you. You have clearly wandered where you do not belong. The figure's killing intent crashes over Zhuge Tian like a tidal wave, forcing him stumbling back several steps. He senses something deeply abnormal, a lion-headed bird. The figure stares at him with deathly eyes, as though should Zhuge Tian refuse to heed the warning, he would be sent to his grave. Therefore, turn back. Zhuge Tian reels, both bewildered and terrified. What manner of creature is that? He beholds a ferocious lion-headed beast wreathed in demonic flame. He thinks that's the black fire of the demonic cult. Zhuge Tian channels every ounce of his strength just to avoid being sent flying. He gasps, my medical arts cannot contend with something like this. I can no longer continue the pulse reading. His vision floods with a bizarre road teeming with horseless metal carriages hurtling at impossible speeds. He stands frozen in the middle of the road. At this point, Zhuge Tian is truly and utterly baffled. What in the heavens is this? He sees a crowd of people clad in strange modern garments, a style of dress he has never witnessed in all his years. He stands bewildered in the torrent of strangers and wonders, what tribe is this? What nation is this? Or is it merely a hallucination? Watching the rushing crowds blur past, he turns back inward and tells himself, I simply cannot comprehend any of this. Scene shift, he materializes once more submerged in surging water, drowning. Water engulfs him from every direction. He cannot breathe. The scene crumbles into ruins. Zhuge Tian collapses onto the floor, thrashing wildly to break free of the phantom water. He wipes the cold sweat from his brow and lets out a shuddering breath. Phew, that was my first time taking a pulse like that. He turns and freezes in shock to find King already there. King, why are you still? King is beside herself, frantic with worry. She catches King Yun's limp body. No, she can barely form words from fear. Uncle, young Master Liu. Zhuge Tian quickly raises his hands. It's nothing serious, I was merely taking his pulse. King looks at King Yun, his eyes have rolled back, utterly white. She screams in terror. Young Master Liu has stopped breathing. Even Zhuge Tian is stunned. King Yun's face is now deathly pale, without the faintest trace of life. Scene transition to another place, where flames rage with terrible fury. A voice rings out, the blood flower demoness in Zuhua. A man with bristling hair recounts the tale. An elder of the holy cult who could have believed it. Committed countless atrocities across the Central Plains. He continues, yet she fell in love with an ordinary man in the Central Plains, betrayed the heavenly demon, and fled to this place. Below unfolds a scene of chaotic, swirling battle. Tears stream down the man's face as he speaks with crushing sorrow. If not for that love, her husband and the entire village would never have been dragged into this. She hides like a cornered rat, and we are powerless to catch her. A boy bearing an exact resemblance to young King Yun sobs without ceasing. He calls out for his father. The man sneers, it's all because your mother betrayed the holy cult. This is the consequence she must bear. Upon hearing those words, the boy's expression freezes as though struck by lightning. He stares up at the man in disbelief. The man speaks, hey, brat. Amid the raging inferno, the man continues, don't tell me you don't know a thing. Don't know the holy cult, don't know the blood flower demoness. Not even knowing who your own mother is. What? Hearing such words, the boy stands dumbfounded. The old man continues, how interesting. His voice echoes, laden with menace. Could it be that woman used the soul-stealing art to erase your memories? As expected of the blood flower demoness. Without warning, a subordinate rushes in to report, bloodthirsty ghost. My lord, the blood flower demoness has appeared. The old man lets out a sigh, so you finally show yourself. The woman in crimson, the one known as the blood flower demoness, is sobbing uncontrollably. No. The old man glances at the boy and grins cunningly. Perfect. The boy sees the woman and bursts into tears. Mother, father is. The soldiers spot the blood flower demoness and charge toward her, shouting, kill them. At that moment, the aura surrounding the blood flower demoness shifts entirely. She speaks calmly, her voice steady. King Yun, close your eyes. Every last soldier is suddenly seized by an unseen force, their bodies no longer obeying their own will. I can't control my body. The old man turns to King Yun and says, watch closely now, this will be quite the spectacle. Hearing this, the blood flower demoness protests, he doesn't need to see this. This is nothing but a nightmare. Another voice cuts in, commanding him, open your eyes wide and watch every last moment. King Yun opens his eyes and is horrified by the carnage surrounding him. Mother, the voice speaks again, this is the true face of the woman you call mother. A scene of bloodshed unfolds before him. The figure standing at the center of this crimson storm is none other than his mother, the very reason she is feared as the blood flower demoness. Blood splatters across the air, splashing onto King Yun's face. He stares down at his blood-soaked hands. I remember now. That day, King Yun realizes in horror the fragile little world he knew. No, Liu King Yun's world. Blood droplets coalesce into the shape of a bewitching, brilliant flower, blooming above King Yun's body, followed by a voice that crumbles into silence. The scene cuts to the present. King performs mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, jolting him awake. 3 people surround King Yun. Zhuge Qi says with concern, Liu Xiaoxia, wake up. The little one keeps saying don't die. King's face is wrought with anxiety as she calls out Liu Gongzi. He coughs and 2 streaks of tears flow ceaselessly down his face. That expression, that look in his eyes, it startles King Ah, she freezes. Oh, why is Gongzi crying? She panics, bursting into tears herself. Wah, did I do something wrong? Was the food too salty? Nah, but the gluttonous little one eagerly reminds him, come on, you're alive now. Make me some Zhajiang Mayan. Above, the sky gradually brightens. A perfectly round sun hanging high overhead. A lingering verse drifts through the air. Oh, heavens above, my entire body aches from head to toe. King Yun cradles his aching back, rubbing his chin in thought, why can't I have a single peaceful day? I didn't transmigrate into this world just to become some swordsman of the martial world. He sits there mulling it over, come to think of it. Liu Qingyun's childhood was nothing short of miserable. Though the memories are hazy image of young Qingyun dazed and prostrate beside his father's corpse, and above it, that taunting grin can still feel the depth of that boy's pain. But there is one thing he cannot comprehend. The images flash through his mind like a film reel rewinding at speed. Why was I drowning in sorrow when I woke up? Could it be that I empathized with a character from a story? Zhuge Ke appears out of nowhere behind him, asking what is a film. King Yun jumps in fright. His face goes pale as he stammers, that film means it's. Zhuge Ke ignores his fumbling entirely and sits down beside him, paying no mind to the cold sweat pouring down King Yun's face. I understand now. You possess no internal power, yet I took your pulse by force. Fortunately, you're only slightly feverish. Zhuge Ke speaks with a tinge of guilt. I apologize. This is entirely my fault. I had no idea you possessed no internal power. Off to the side. The maidservant with twin red buns calmly casts her fishing line. Zhuge Ke's expression remains placid. He rambles on, I knew you were frail, but I never expected you to be this fragile. King Yun winces at the harsh truth. Zhuge Ke doesn't seem to care about his embarrassment and hesitates, as if wanting to ask something. Let me think about this first. The visions you experienced, while taking your pulse, I discovered certain things. But what he discovered, he dares not say aloud. I myself don't fully understand what they are, so I won't bring it up. Off to the side. The maidservant with twin red buns dozes off while fishing. Finally, Zhuge Ke cuts straight to the point. Do you have any connection to Manichaeism, also known as the demonic cult? King Yun is stunned by the question. He stammers internally, those two words demonic cult echo in his mind. He struggles to recall. There is certainly something there, but his memories are hazy, incomplete as though shattered glass pieced together at random. What kind of life did you lead, Liu Qingyun? Images from his past life spiral through his mind, plunging deep into the current of memory, leaving him utterly bewildered. King Yun remains lost in thought, oblivious as Zhuge Ke continues, I don't wish to ask uncomfortable questions. The maidservant with twin red buns startles as the fish bites. Zhuge Ke speaks plainly, but I need you to be honest with Methai's concerns my granddaughter and my entire clan. King Yun himself desperately wants answers. He responds, still dazed, I don't mean to hide anything, but I truly cannot remember. Zhuge Ke nods in understanding. As I suspected, something is blocking your memories. Straining to recall sends a splitting pain through King Yun's skull. He hesitates. The truth is, I once had an accident on the road. King leans in, listening intently. He naturally has no idea about the conversation between the two. I nearly drowned. King can only fall silent at his account. He recounts painfully, after that accident, my memories became fragmented and dim. The maidservant with twin red buns suddenly lights up, exclaiming joyfully, I caught one. Zhuge Ke sympathizes. I see. You've been through quite a lot, haven't you? King Yun pours out his heart. Perhaps that is precisely why. His eyes brighten with resolve. I treasure everything that happened after I joined the Zhuge clan all the more. I cherish what I have and those who stand beside me. King blushes furiously. Gongzi. The maidservant with twin red buns feels a wave of inexplicable joy wash over her. King Yun suddenly remembers something and shouts. Zhuge Ke whips his head around. Oh, did you remember something? King Yun keeps stammering. I forgot. Zhuge Ke grows impatient, pressing him. What is it? Out with it, but King Yun continues to hesitate. Well, that thing. Meanwhile, the maidservant with twin red buns has hauled in a rather large carp. Tonight I'm making carp sashimi. Zhuge Ke thought it was something important. Did you remember something from when I took your pulse? King Yun shyly leans over and whispers into his ear, Uncle, about my manly matters. Can the pulse reading fix that? Can't you do anything about it? Zhuge Ke finally understands. So that's what it is. The reason I took your pulse was precisely that matter. Now it is Zhuge Ke's turn to stammer, leaving King Yun brimming with expectation. But the thing is, Zhuge Ke shakes his head solemnly. Dead is the most fitting word to describe your condition. King Yun is so shocked he can barely choke out the words, dead. How? Zhuge Qi sighs helplessly. My medical skills simply cannot save you. Off to the side, the maidservant with twin red buns wrestles furiously with the carp. Two of them look ready to go to war with each other. What a magnificent carp! King Yan shouts at the top of his lungs. Is it truly that serious? His spirits plummet to rock bottom. This useless body of mine, is there truly no hope left? Zhuge Qi opens a door for him. It's not that there's no way. King Yan's eyes light up with wild hope. He fixes his expectant gaze on Zhuge Qi. What do we do? Uncle, Zhuge Qi continues, you've surely heard of the Medicine King. King Yan is visibly surprised. Huh. The Medicine King is, before he can finish, Zhuge Qi cuts him off. Indeed, it is the Medicine King, one of the 8 great martial experts. The 8 great martial experts across the vast central plains, the martial world stretches even wider and more unpredictable. Among the countless experts, only those who have reached the absolute pinnacle of their respective domains earn the title of the 8 great martial experts. The hazy silhouettes of these legendary masters take shape in the air. Poison, medicine, sword, saber, fist, spear, theft. Medicineth, soul healer among them. A series of grand characters materialize, each representing a distinctive discipline, accompanied by Zhuge Qi's explanation. A grand master of the healing arts capable of resurrecting the dead and slaying the living with naught but his needles. King Yan is stunned. Uncle, you know the Medicine King? Zhuge Qi does not deny it. I once studied the healing arts under the Medicine King's tutelage. King Yan lowers his head, lost in thought. If it's the Medicine King, then perhaps. Yet the more he thinks, the more bewildered he becomes. Perhaps he can save this one after all. Zhuge Qi immediately snuffs out his hope. However, there is a complication. But King Yan's resolve is ironclad. Difficulties exist to be overcome. Zhuge Qi's expression grows slightly troubled. I've already inquired about the Medicine King's whereabouts. He resides in the Beast Palace, deep within Nanmen. Hearing this, King Yan's confusion deepens. Nanmen. Isn't that the very place Zhuge Liang once led his armies to conquer? The lands south of Yunnan province and stretching into Southeast Asia. A mystical landscape unfolds. Ancient trees of immeasurable girth rise like titans, their canopy so dense it swallows the sunlight whole. In this era, Nanmen is a land of mystery, shrouded in primordial jungle and treacherous swamp, a wild territory where plagues run rampant. Venomous herbs and poisonous insects thrive alongside ferocious beasts and savage tribes. Nanmen. He envisions the chaotic, untamed wilderness of Nanmen and his entire body breaks out in a cold sweat. A bone-deep chill runs down his spine. Liu Qingyan grinds his teeth. The southern barbarian lands are more perilous than the central plains, yet for the sake of a cure, he does not hesitate. But to prove himself a man, he is ready to surmount any obstacle. Zhuge Qi cuts off his train of thought, handing him a scroll. Take this. He is surprised. This is. Zhuge Qi makes no attempt to conceal the truth. It is a letter for Master Medicine King. I have written of your plight and that of Kinger, hoping he might find a way to heal you both. Liu Qingyan stares at the scroll in his hand, filled with uncertainty. Does Zhuge Qi mistake his hesitation for disdain? Take it. Liu Qingyan falters, reluctant to accept it, yet his uncle had previously declared the young lady's condition incurable. Zhuge Qi speaks, facing the reality of the situation. Regardless, you two must eventually hold your wedding and consummate your union. Master Medicine King will know how to cure you. What is that twin-bund girl fishing out of the lake? Is it dead? Will it come back to life if dried out? Liu Qingyan trembles like a leaf. The southern barbarian lands are too far, the journey fraught with danger. I cannot let the young lady risk her life for my own greed. Liu Qingyan turns away, biting his lip as he refuses. Thank you, uncle, but I shall seek out Master Medicine King another time. Taken aback, HMPHY. Liu Qingyan remains steadfast, replying, my affairs, I shall resolve myself through cultivation. Ah no, I do not wish to cultivate. Daichi as well is still in the middle of his refusal, so I must decline. Suddenly, a hand snatches it away. He is quite startled to find it is Kinger. She is the one who took it. Under the moonlight, she looks seriously at Zhuge Qi. Thank you, uncle. I will convey your regards to Master Medicine King. Liu Qingyan panics. He tries to stop the young lady, but it is too dangerous. Yet she remains resolute. Turning to leave with finality, I depart tomorrow. For once, I shall be a little selfish. Hearing this, Liu Qingyan is even more stunned. Kinger glances at him, blushing as she thinks, I must hasten the wedding and the consummation. I must leave at once and prepare my luggage. She looks forward to the journey, telling herself under the beautiful scenery, this is not merely the young master's greed. The next day, before the Zhuge family villa, everyone is bustling with preparations. Liu Qingyan loads the map onto the cart. He heaves a sigh. The twin-bund maid does not forget to bring along the fish she caught yesterday. Whoosh! Kinger tells Zhuge all the luggage is loaded onto the boat. Zhuge appears saddened. It is a pity to part so soon. You should have stayed to rest a few more days. Kinger is cheerful. This matter cannot be delayed further. Once everything is settled and the wedding date is set, I will send you an invitation. He laments, I am useless to you. What a pity. My medical skills are lacking and now I must let you travel so far. Liu Qingyun, exhausted, replies, it is all right. You helped me find Master Medicine King and I am very grateful. Zhuge brightens considerably. Save those thanks for Master Medicine King. He will surely cure you. But Master Medicine King is deep in the southern barbarian beast palace. I am truly worried. What? The twin-bund maid rejoices at finding food. What is this? Found it. Zhuge anxiously takes Kinger's hand. Take care of your health. Kinger, whatever happens, you must remain strong. Kinger blushes, gratefully reassuring him, do not worry, uncle, I know. The southern barbarian beast palace is very dangerous. Nearby, Liu Qingyun squabbles with the twin-bund maid. Shut up, you pervert, eat less. Kinger seems to trust Liu Qingyun, replying, but I am not going alone. Mentioning this, she grows shy, as if bathed in a radiant aura. With young Master Liu by my side, I would travel to the ends of the earth. Outwardly, Zhuge maintains his composure, of course, but inwardly, he is extremely worried. That is precisely why I fear young Master Liu's past. He turns to watch the chaos unfolding nearby. Liu Qingyun falters, it might be even more dangerous. Liu Qingyun is fighting over food with the twin-bund maid. She grabs his hair and Liu Qingyun screams in pain, you bald freak, I'm dead. Zhuge sighs, perhaps it is not so dangerous after all, as long as the maid can handle him. Their squabble continues. The insults flying about the bald pervert. The battle ends with the twin-bund maid victorious. Kinger looks at them both and says, let us depart. She quickly agrees, the twin-bund maid full of spirit as she grips the reins. I am full. Go. Which way? Liu Qingyun looks behind. Is everyone on the boat? Set sail. Finally, the carriage rolls forward, everyone joyful. Only Liu Qingyun struggles under the weight of the passengers and luggage. They haven't gone far when Zhuge's face shows silent concern, the voice of the twin-bund maid echoing, hurry up. You pervert. Liu Qingyun groans, give me a hand, would you? Zhuge watches the scene, silently judging, though this sight is somewhat bizarre. It feels oddly natural. He feels slightly more at ease, pinning his last hope on Master Medicine King. If young Master Liu's past is linked to the demon cult, I must uncover the truth at all costs. He looks at the scroll. Comforting himself, Zhuge appears very calm. We cannot allow the fragile peace of the Central Plains to be shattered. It will be all right, everyone be careful, he says. He pats the twin-bund maid's head, thinking he cannot let the flames of war erupt again. The sky turns brilliant and a voice strains, HNGH. It turns out Simajai is struggling to climb the rock. HNGH, finally here. He hangs precariously from the cliff face. Is it really on the mountain? Reaching the peak, Simajai wipes the sweat from his brow. He looks back at the path he traveled. If one wants to hide, they should at least choose a proper place. Suddenly realizing something, he shouts in panic. Have I been tricked? Damn beggar sect, he mutters. The 9 great sects, or the beggar sect, they are all just beggars, those greedy. They are full of greed, grinning as they introduce themselves. If the information is that important, you should at least give me a chicken bone. Simajai realizes, have I been swindled by those beggars? His head throbs. I should never have trusted those beggars. But suddenly a voice sounds from behind him. Is this the one the beggar sect mentioned? Simajai startles. Turning to see 2 figures wrapped in white bandages, only their eyes visible. He jumps in fright. Who are you? The 2 figures hesitate. HMPH, I wonder if this is him. Simajai taps his chest. Reassuring himself, I thought these beasts would at least introduce themselves. That is the martial arts world's etiquette. I am the eldest son of the Sima clan, the most handsome man in the Central Plains. But before he can finish, he is unexpectedly hoisted away by the 2 strangers. Too talkative and annoying. It is definitely him. The person is waiting. Let us go. Simajai is completely bewildered, struck with terror. Yes, one can only hear Simajai's loud cries inside a magnificent, opulent palace. Where are you taking me, you country bumpkins? Finally, the 2 mysterious figures bring him to a place and push him down. Elder, I have brought him. He groans in pain. Simajai looks around. Bewildered, I never expected a hideout like this in the mountains. A booming voice sounds, the eldest son of the Sima clan. You come seeking me yourself. If you have nothing to say, I will not spare you. Simajai trembles. This man is, I came here to find you, he says. He looks at the ferocious man before him. Elder Shizugui, the right hand of the Tianmo. The terrifying man commands, speak. Sima Jai forces himself to speak a youth over 20, surnamed Liu, wearing a red headband with a mysterious past. And most importantly, Elder Shizugui remains silent, so he continues. His cooking skills are extraordinary, inexplicable. If it were not for the soul-stealing technique, Elder Shizugui rubs his scarred face, lost in thought. It is the Blood Blossom Witch and her son. Sima Jai, surprised he knows, says loudly, It is him. The man turns his terrifying gaze towards Sima Jai. But you surely didn't bring me this information for free. No. Hearing his reply, the man flares with anger, causing Sima Jai to jump. He barks, tell the truth. Elder Shizugui's chilling gaze bores into him. What do you want? Money or a position in the demon cult? But what Sima Jai desires surprises the man. Women. His lecherous expression emerges. I want the girl he is with, his woman. Sima Jai's answer makes the ferocious man cackle. Unexpectedly, a man from the Central Plains can be this alluring. The man's compliment makes Sima Jai grin sheepishly. Ha ha. Thank you. Elder Shizugui's expression softens. It happens to be mealtime. Eat with me. Sima Jai is surprised. Huh. Eat. The subordinate quickly replies, I shall prepare it at once. Within minutes, the subordinate places food on the table. Enjoy your meal. Upon opening it, a hideous sight appears before Sima Jai, making him wince and cover his face. Cough. The smell is inedible. Elder Shizugui turns toward his subordinate in rage. Who cooked this? The subordinate, thinking he was about to be praised, eagerly raises his hand. It was me. This dish was made from. He scratches his head proudly. I stole it from a cat and a deer carcass I hunted last year. He suddenly freezes. Huh. Hearing only that much, the Elder Shizugui slams his palm furiously against the table, making Ma Jai leap back in fright. He shoves the subordinate's face down onto the surface. A table full of filth. How many times have I told you? The subordinate howls in agony. His eyes gleam razor-sharp as he enunciates each word, the fundamental principle of cuisine is that one must use fresh, quality ingredients. Elder Shizugui swings his arm, sweeping every dish off the table and shattering them to pieces. Ma Jai scrambles backward to dodge the flying debris. HMPH. Having vented his fury, Elder Shizugui hurriedly wipes the filth from his arm. Disgusting, this wretched slop. Another subordinate rushes over, clutching the body of the one who was just beaten half to death, and says in a trembling voice, I'll cook something else. But Elder Shizugui replies, no need, it would be a waste of effort. He suddenly shifts the blame entirely. All of this, it's Blood Flower Demoness's fault. Ma Jai, standing behind him, hears his words and has no idea what he's talking about. Elder Shizugui crosses his arms and gazes out the window. If over a decade ago, the plan to infiltrate the Central Plains through the Blood Flower Demoness had succeeded instead of ending in that meaningless betrayal. His eyes flash with a terrifying gleam. By now, the Central Plains would belong to the heavenly demon divine cult. Ma Jai swallows hard behind him, dread crawling up his spine. Gazing at the food scattered across the floor, he mutters, I would be eating the finest cuisine of the Central Plains every single day, not this garbage. Then he suddenly assigns all blame, leaving Ma Jai bewildered. All of this is because of them. If not for their interference, the dream of the heavenly demon divine cult would have been realized long ago. Ma Jai's eyes go wide, a mix of awe and horror. The true purpose behind the demonic cult's invasion of the Central Plains was simply to eat good food. On the other side of the forest, where King Yun's group is traveling, a wailing voice echoes through the mountains. I'm so hungry. They look at the carps. Only bones remain, that says it all. The maid with red pigtails has been the one moaning all this while, oh heavens above. So hungry I'm going to starve to death. The girl swings her whip toward King Yun. I'm starving. I don't even have the energy to discipline you anymore. He can only endure her tantrum helplessly. You already devoured an entire day's worth of rations. King tries to coax her. We don't have much food left, just bear with it a little longer. The red pigtailed maid jabs her finger toward King Yun. It's all that pervert's fault. But King speaks up in his defense, making King Yun's face flush scarlet. Young Master Liu has also been working hard. You should endure a little as well. King Yun's joy doesn't last long. Suddenly, a series of loud rumbling sounds rings out, cutting his sentiment short. Miss King is truly a goddess. HMPH, what a thunderous growl of hunger. The sound came from King's stomach. Her eyes go round as saucers, her face burning crimson. King Yun glances back worriedly at the source of the noise. Finally, he sighs in defeat. How about we stop and find something to eat? The red pigtailed maid cheers wildly. Hurrah, setting up camp. But only King feels utterly mortified. In a flash, the red pigtailed maid has the tent pitched. Meanwhile, King Yun is deep in thought. He examines the two small jars of ingredients in his hands, pondering. Seasonings are running low and ingredients are limited. If only I could find more ingredients around here. The red pigtailed maid thrusts something freshly picked in front of him. I just pulled this Is it edible? King Yan's face brightens. Oh, wild green onions. King Yan holds the bundle of onions, a diffy cult thought crossing his face. He opens his mouth to speak, but halfway through, he suddenly stops. But with only green onions, how am I supposed to make anything? A chicken peeks out, clucking softly. The two of them stare at each other, eye to eye. Cluck. The chicken panics and flaps up violently right into King Yun's face, making him scream, A-A-H-H-H. Cluck, cluck, cluck. He suddenly realizes, wait, a chicken. A wild chicken. King Yun brandishes the bundle of green onions and points, catch it. The red pigtailed maid charges after it in a flash, woof. Get that chicken. They chase it relentlessly as the chicken flees in panic, clucking frantically. Looking at the chicken ahead plump as a rotisserie, King Yun's determination to catch it only burns hotter. No good, it ran into the thickets. The girl trips and tumbles to the ground. He dives headlong into the bushes after the chicken. I won't let you escape. King Yun clutches something's leg in his grip. Got it. But what he caught is not the chicken. The bird is standing right beside him, clucking away. He stares at it in bewilderment. Huh. Both of them look up. What King Yan has grabbed turns out to be the leg of a massive bear, towering over them like a living mountain. They are so stunned that only a choked ah escapes their lips. The bear rears up, opens its maw, and unleashes a thunderous roar, grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr forward to face the fearsome beast and commands it to stand still. The bear is 10 times her size, bellowing furiously, rage rolling off it in waves, but the red pigtailed maid shows not a flicker of fear. HMPH. King Yun watches the scene unfold, his heart leaping into his throat. He stares at them in sheer disbelief. "You are going to save me." "Why not? It's dangerous for everyone here." They seem to be negotiating with each other. The bear listens attentively as the red pigtailed maid explains something. Voice growl. "What?" King Yen's eyes bulge as he watches them. You can speak the language of beasts." "Who on earth is this girl?" At this moment, the red pigtailed maid is happily perched on the bear's back. "All right then, let's make a deal. First, let me taste that pervert's cooking." The massive bear is now drooling rivers. The girl atop it delivers an ultimatum to King Yun. "If it's not delicious, I'll let him eat you." King Yun's face goes pitch black. "Don't use a man's life as a bargaining chip." Everything falls peaceful and still. A voice rings out through the forest, followed by a flurry of decisive actions from King Yun. "Chop the green onions into large segments." "Ready." "Light the charcoal grill for me." The red pigtailed maid is equally busy. "Dice the onions." "Ha!" The girl works with lightning speed. "Orders received." "Fan the stove." Roger. King Yun swiftly butchers the chicken into pieces. "A pity there's no oil pan frying. We'll have to wait for next time. I've already cleaned the bird." "No, cut it into bite-sized pieces." The cooking process unfolds non-stop under King Yun's dexterous hands. The chicken is reduced to tender cuts of fresh meat, deboned and soaked in wine to purge any trace of gaminess. A single bird can be transformed into countless dishes, and this one is crafted from the simplest foraged ingredients. Yet the flavor rivals any fowl delicacy. The bear sits nearby, making King a touch nervous, but the aroma is undeniable. Skewers sizzle over crimson flames, releasing waves of intoxicating fragrance. Grilled chicken skewers, charred green onion skewers. King Yun seasons the dish with practiced finesse. "Could you lend me a brush, a calligraphy brush, perhaps?" He mixes the basting sauce, soy sauce, minced garlic, sugar, and a pinch of MSG. King quickly produces one. "Yes, here's a brush." "Wait." But before she can finish, King Yun snatches it. "Let me borrow it for a moment." She stammers but that's a painting brush. The elegant calligraphy brush in King Yun's hand transforms instantly into a professional basting tool. He grips the brush and sweeps it in swift, precise strokes across each skewer on the grill. Apply the sauce too early and the meat burns too late and it tastes bland. One must find the perfect moment to baste. When the surface turns a glistening golden brown and the aroma erupts into the air, everyone's mouth water-stimulating sight, scent, and taste in one devastating assault. The fragrant, sizzling skewers are finally presented by King Yun. After this, no one can resist the intoxicating aroma of grilled chicken on a stick. He beams with satisfaction. "Sorry for the wait, everyone." Wisps of steam curl upward. Smoke and aroma drift between two mountain peaks as a voice rings out. "Dinner is served." It is King Yun, holding hot skewers aloft, grilled chicken and charred green onions over charcoal. ordinary ingredients, simple preparation. That's precisely what makes the flavor so predictable. Yet despite his words, the bear and the red pigtailed maid drool uncontrollably and lunge at the food. Give it to Mehari, the familiar aroma proves dangerously irresistible. King, the girl, and the bear snatch the chicken skewers with greedy abandon. In moments, not a single skewer remains in King Yun's hands. He slumps, "Hey, where's my share? The food's completely sold out." King eats each morsel slowly, savoring it with quiet reverence, the smoky fragrance of charcoal melding with the sweetness of the sauce. Paired with the searing heat of the chicken, the red pigtailed maid stuffs food into her mouth by the fistful. Praising without end, with such simple ingredients and basic preparation, how can it produce such flawless flavor? The bear merely growls, but translated into bear tongue, it means the seasoning alone might have been bland. But thanks to the green onions, it becomes twice as appetizing. The girl shovels food into her mouth in a frenzy. Om nom nom nom. King Yun, the creator of this feast, can only weep. My skewers, my precious skewers. King Midchu suddenly realizes, so that's why he borrowed the painting brush, not for calligraphy, but for cooking. The hearts of the three diners at this moment, in perfect harmony. They think excitedly, using green onion as paper and chicken as the brushstroke, with fire as his color palette. He has painted a vivid and exquisite masterpiece. In the blink of an eye, night descends. A perfectly round moon hangs high in the sky. The forest stands silent and still in the darkness. Golden donuts sizzle in the pan of oil, accompanied by King Yun's lament. Now the cooking oil and flour are almost gone too. King Yun says as he lifts the donuts from the pan, "We need to find a village to buy more ingredients. Who knows how much farther we still have to go? I'd better make plenty of donuts to stock up." He glances at the twin ponytail red-haired maidservant and the bear, both sleeping soundly, and mutters under his breath, "These ones are nothing but trouble. If only I had an ice chest." As King Yun speaks, the silhouette of a woman appears behind him. It is King. She covers her mouth in puzzlement. "In an ice chest." King Yun jumps in fright. That's before he can think of an explanation, King comes up with a reason on her own. That must be some kind of cooking term, right? Hearing this, he hastily plays along. Yes, cooking is a very profound art. King gently continues, "You don't need to explain. After all, I know nothing about cooking." King Yun forces a smile and changes the subject. "You must be tired, miss. Why haven't you gone to sleep yet?" Hearing this, King unexpectedly blushes with shyness. She speaks haltingly, leaving him bewildered. It seems I'm not sleepy." King Yun doesn't press her about the shyness and covers for her instead. At this hour, one always feels hungry. He silently thinks, could it be that the miss is the kind of person who can't sleep on an empty stomach? King Yun invites her to try. This is a freshly fried donut. Would the miss like a taste? King asks in surprise, "Isn't that just rations?" The twin ponytail red-haired maidservant catches the scent of the donut and immediately wakes up. "Ooh, what smells so amazing?" But the other twin ponytail red-haired maid shushes her. "Quiet, the bear is sleeping." The bear waves its paw and covers the little maid's mouth, giving the two of them some privacy. King takes a bite of the donut and praises it without reservation. "Wow, it tastes like an entirely different dish." King Yun replies, "Indeed, eating it right after it's fried makes all the difference." Meanwhile, the twin ponytail maid, whose mouth is muffled by the bear, cannot utter a word, but the other twin ponytail maid is more perceptive. She and the bear gaze at the two with knowing looks. "What a wonderful moment." King remarks, "Young master's cooking is truly peculiar." King Yun looks at her blankly. Peculiar how?" Their conversation continues under the brilliant moonlight in that quiet forest. "I've also eaten many fine delicacies across the Central Plains with my father," she adds. "Oh. For example," King answers, "things like shark fin or bird's nest. But young master's dishes use none of those rare ingredients, yet are still incredibly delicious, truly worthy of the title, finest under heaven." She speaks while watching him fry the donuts. King Yun looks at the ingredients on the wooden plate and says, "Of course I can cook those lavish delicacies too, but cooking to me is not a tool for showing off or flaunting." He speaks with heartfelt conviction, and at this moment the image of his present self and his past self merge into one. Though their identities differ, they share one soul. King Yun says, "No matter how time flows and no matter how our lives change." King rubs her eyes, thinking drowsily, "I'm tired. Was that just a hallucination earlier?" King Yun recalls his father's words, "Son, do you prefer black bean noodles or do you prefer your father?" He continues, "Cooking is a way of preserving precious moments." He wipes the sweat from his hands, traces of flour still clinging to his fingers, and says, "For me, cooking is exactly that." Behind him, King's face flushes crimson. She whispers, "So that's how it is." King thinks bashfully I asked such a foolish question. He needs the dough and replies, that's why sometimes I think perhaps this is just a chef's silly notion, but I believe there's one thing, more important than the food itself. He pauses, the truly important thing is who you eat with, no matter what the dish may be. King's face burns red, she thinks to herself, feet together. King Yun tears the hot, freshly fried donut in half before her and says, I made this from leftover ingredients, there's only enough for one. Let's share it, shall we? He then offers her the other half. King stammers, two together. She suddenly understands, so that's it. Because she gets to eat with young Master Liu, the food tastes this wonderful. Along with King's awakening, dozens of butterflies flutter through the breathtaking night forest. The moon shines brilliantly, illuminating the entire world below. The next morning, amid the verdant forest, King Yun's voice rings out, check if we've packed everything. Then we set off. Suddenly, he looks bewildered, wait, but is it coming along too? The twin ponytail red-haired maid, cradled in the bear's arms, shouts angrily, you, how dare you leave my friend behind? You heartless pervert. If anyone gets left behind, it should be you. The little maid continues, besides, she's very useful, she's strong and can do heavy labor. King Yun thinks about it and concedes, fair point, pulling a horse cart is exhausting. He says, you have a point. Then he agrees, fine, let's all go together. The twin ponytail red-haired maid shouts, I don't need your permission. Meanwhile, another little maid is already climbing onto the cart roof, wondering, what's that smell? And King blushes at his words, what, two, together. The horse cart sets off, let's go. The bear growls, roar. King Yun suddenly realizes, so that's how it is. The twin ponytail red-haired maid is perfectly at ease. The little maid lets out a contented sigh, finally, some peace and quiet. As it turns out, the one pulling the horse cart is King Yun, while the bear sits atop the cart roof, cracking a whip to urge him on. King Yun thinks helplessly, give me a break. Meanwhile, under the dazzling moonlight high above, Ma Jai recounts, I don't remember it clearly anymore. He hangs his head, dejected, the Sima family and the Zhuge family, perhaps it stems from the 100-year blood feud between the two clans. In the image, a young Ma Jai reaches out both hands, laughing, what? Play together? When he and King were young, they played together, but it was never a pleasant experience. When exactly? He would pinch her cheeks and tease her. How many times has she said this already? HMPH, you should know your place, you little dumpling. She would be teased until tears welled up, or maybe it was because I was young back then and didn't understand anything as a child. He would tease King until she sobbed and ran away. A twin ponytail red-haired maid bellows, get lost. Another maid comforts, are you all right, miss? She had never hated her. And she didn't know why, but his two lackeys opened their duck-like mouths to mock her. Who are you calling a dumpling? One of them continued to tease her, then from now on I'm calling you dumpling. Zhuge, before she could finish. The kid gets smacked on the head by a shuttlecock. He whips around toward Ma Jai, hey, Sima Jai, look before you throw. He wondered perhaps it was youthful recklessness. Ma Jai could no longer stand listening to those words. He charges forward and slams a fist into the kid's face. The other kid is caught completely off guard, only managing to choke out a strangled gasp. Continues from above. He grabs the kid by the collar and slams him to the ground, roaring, shut up. You bastard! The other one panics, what? Why did you suddenly? Ma Jai threatens in a steely voice, only I am allowed to tease dumpling. It seems that from childhood, he had already resolved to marry a daughter of the Zhuge family. And so the two children bolt away, leaving Ma Jai alone behind. As they run, they curse, this lunatic, let's get out of here. I'm not playing with you anymore, but Ma Jai shows no fear. He wipes his face and sneers coldly, HMPH. I never wanted to associate with the likes of you anyway. You're nothing but nameless small fry in the martial world. He shouts after them beneath the glittering night sky, I'm on an entirely different level. I am the heir of the Sima family, he bellows. Then murmurs to himself, the most handsome man in all the Central Plains, Sima Ma Jai. So why has Ma Jai? He stares at his own hands, unable to accept it, and erupts in fury. Why did it turn out like this? I'm the nameless small fry. The image of King happily at King Yun's side flashes through his mind, and he seethes, that country bumpkin stole my woman. That food dragon everyone knows of him. Ma Jai clutches his forehead in frustration. I, the eldest son of the Sima family. What am I even doing? I'm no different from a nameless small fry in the martial world. He covers his face, his expression twisted with resentment. It's all because of this chivalrous name. I've carried it for far too long. Ma Jai laughs and strips off his clothes. I don't need this title anymore. He tosses away the robes and hat, pulls out the hairpin, and mutters to himself, these clothes, cast them off and be free. He runs a hand through his hair with newfound confidence. I am no longer a descendant of the Sima family, am I Ma Jai of the demonic cult? Noth Heavenly Demon Divine Sect. Majai's aura blazes with violent intensity, the surroundings erupting as if engulfed in infernal flames. The time has come to show the martial world my true self. As he speaks, the estate is swallowed by a sea of fire. Shiksu watches the inferno from afar, his expression one of deep satisfaction. At last I've broken free from this wretched place. He gazes at the blazing scene and whispers, I've found a lead on the blood flower demoness. I will avenge her and fulfill the heavenly demon's dying wish. He turns to issue orders. First, find Liu Qingyun, son of the blood flower demoness. He will surely know where his mother is hiding. Two subordinates respond at once. Understood. Yes, Shiksu warns, disguise yourselves carefully. We must not be discovered by those from the central plains. And no, causing trouble before we find Yinzu. Understood. His subordinates obey immediately. Shiksu suddenly recalls something. Where did that Sima kid go? The two subordinates answer quickly. He said he went to change clothes. Something about wanting to reveal his true self, breaking free from the constraints of the chivalrous title. They all watch expectantly toward Majai's direction. What's taking so long? Suddenly something catches Shiksu off guard. What kind of getup is that? He sees the new outfit and envisions a rebellious, unconventional image. Spot on. The Tianmo cult rebels against the laws and constraints of the Central Plains. Their own underlings gasp in shock. What? A seductive curve slowly reveals itself. Shizugui watches. Drenched in sweat, he demonstrates his resolve through actions rather than words. Simajai appears full of femininity, a carrot clenched between his teeth. This is the real me, the true self I have hidden for so long. Simajai dons a daring black bikini, showing off his figure amidst an aura radiating from his own body. He puts his hands on his hips and turns to ask Shizugui, "Ohoiha. What does that mean?" Shizugui is stunned. This is." He looks at Simajai, rubs his chin, and offers a wry smile. Not bad. Sometimes my instincts warn me for reasons unknown. It is thanks to those instincts that I have survived many battles. Simajai spins the fans attached to his body. He has prepared thoroughly and continues to introduce himself. Hi-ho, hi-her, hi-ha. It means I have prepared thoroughly. His thoughts keep racing, and at this very moment, that instinct is screaming louder than ever. He glares intently at Shizugui. Ha-her. Then let us depart. He hurriedly turns away, thinking this guy is dangerous, especially. Suddenly, he jumps, remembering something. Wait. No, you were the one who brought the information to me. Seeing Shizugui's reaction, Simajai is dumbfounded. He trembles and points, signaling for him to lead the way. Yet deep down he keeps screaming that turning his back on this man is even more dangerous. A golden carp flies over Liu Qingyun's head as he lies exhausted on the carriage frame. Many days have passed since we left Kaifeng for the southern barbarian lands. At this moment, the entire carriage is being carried by a bear. Below is a pond full of houses, with a large fish swimming playfully. The new member is very useful, and thanks to the diverse terrain of the Central Plains, the fragrant aroma of grilled fish drifts through the air. We need not worry about finding food. The bear, a red pigtail maid, Kinger, and Liu Qingyun are enjoying a delicious grilled fish feast. Perhaps it is because we have been together for so long, or just seeing everyone happy. Eating and drinking, Liu Qingyun exclaims about the miraculous power of cuisine. Kinger eats her fish and invites Liu Qingyun, young master, eat with me. Seeing this intimate moment, Liu Qingyun feels a secret joy. Sensing he is closer to her, he scratches his head, blushing in embarrassment. Yes, then I shall take you up on that. A bandit suddenly appears out of nowhere, leveling his sword in a threat. Hand over your money and food. Following the laws of the Jianghu, trouble is always bound to arise. Unfortunately for this robber, he has picked the wrong place. The bear becomes ferocious. Kinger says angrily, "How dare you point a sword at the young master?" The bandit breaks into a cold sweat. Liu Qingyun pleads, "Hey, wait a minute, we can talk this through." But thanks to these powerful companions, we overcome every difficulty with ease. The scene erupts with piercing screams and the crimson hue of blood splattering everywhere. Liu Qingyun turns pale. Grant them a quick death. A spray of blood flies as the bear swings the rope in its hand. Liu Qingyun struggles to drag them forward, and we continue our journey to the southern barbarian lands without further danger. A gecko lurks on a tree branch. It observes the carriage. Liu Qingyun is drenched in sweat. More than just a feeling, it seems the air is hotter than before. It seems the climate here is different. He thinks it's as hot as Southeast Asia. Are we almost there? Kinger and the others are also sweating. It is hotter than a summer in Sichuan. Even the bear cannot stand this weather, letting out a low whine. The red pigtail maid asks anxiously, "What is it? Are you sick?" Suddenly, it turns back and growls fiercely, leaving the maid confused. Huh? What's wrong? I don't understand. She taps the bear lightly. Wake up. She doesn't know there are two suspicious figures following Thema Wolf and its master. Glaring menacingly at Liu Qingyun's carriage, the bear keeps growling, leaving the maid perplexed. What is it? Did you meet? To meet is to eventually part. She looks at everyone and announces the bear's words. It says it will part ways with us here. It says proceeding further will be dangerous. Sometimes there are partings for which we feel no regret. Liu Qingyan and the girl wave goodbye. Kinger also looks at the bear, say, until we meet again. The red pigtail maid looks at the bears receding back and promises, I will not forget. Has the survival instinct signaled danger? A skull reduced to dry bone hangs on a wooden stake. Not long after, we see signs indicating we have entered the territory of the southern barbarian beast palace. Everyone is exhausted and sluggish. Looking at the skull on the stake, the girl speaks up. That must surely be. Liu Qingyan agrees, yeah. The red pigtail maid exclaims happily, a sign welcoming outsiders. Will they prepare a beef feast to welcome us? Liu Qingyan glances around, watching nervously. It looks more like the opposite, he thinks, before advising it's better to be careful. Kinger looks at the map in surprise. According to Uncle's map, we are almost there. He gently suggests let's rest for a moment. Before he can finish, something appears. It is a wolf and a girl who suddenly leap onto their carriage. The impact causes everything to turn chaotic and disordered. Liu Qingyan tries to catch the flying wooden debris. So sudden, the carriage falls apart. As the dust settles, the girl calls out, you dare to trespass here. Liu Qingyan is startled, not knowing what is happening. The girl scolds, damned Central Plains folk. She is Meng, a member of the Southern Barbarian Beast Palace, a human female, accompanied by a male husky and the red pigtail maid. She is surprised to see the remaining maid trapped. Hey, the other maid kicks her legs. Meng's pressure descends, her expression fierce. You filthy Central Plains people, have you come to the Beast Palace to wreak havoc? Liu Qingyan panics. What? We only came here to find someone. She reaches for her sword. Shut your mouth, ugly Central Plains dweller. She quickly steps in front of Liu Qingyan. He is surprised. She brings her blade down. She slashes at Liu Qingyan, but he quickly grabs a ceramic jar. He blocks it. This is all your fault. At this moment, Kinger stands up. After a thud, who is attacking me? Meng slashes wildly, threatening Liu Qingyan die. Liu Qingyan sees this and panics. He shouts, young master. She hears Kinger and orders the dog behind her, which approaches Kinger, growling. Its face becomes more and more aggressive, growling, causing Kinger to fear dog, a dog. At this moment, the red pigtail maid rushes toward the growling dog and bites its tail. It startles the dog. Another red pigtail maid approaches Kinger to check on her. My lady, are you all right? Elsewhere, the dog wags its tail frantically to avoid the girl. The other red pigtail maid has been swiped to the ground by the dog's tail. It growls louder as it faces her. But the girl remains defiant, growling back at it. Kinger is afraid. Watching the scene unfold, Kinger is not yet in her element while Meng strikes and kicks. Attacking toward Liu Qingyan thinks hurriedly, I am about to meet Master Medicine King. On the other side is the confrontation between the dog and the red pigtail maid. Kinger's murderous aura suddenly erupts. The wedding is about to happen. Seeing her, the red pigtail maid calls out to stop her. My lady, calm down. Meng, stop attacking. Liu Qingyan looks back and yells, cold chi. He screams in horror, my lady. Kinger thinks with a cold expression, I will soon be with my husband. I will destroy all who stand in my way. Liu Qingyan fears Kinger. Don't get too excited. But she is struck by Meng's kick of an object in front of her. Cuck. Meng flies toward her with a blade. Is she hiding her strength? On this side, the red pigtail maid is still fighting the dog alone. Just then, Meng also flies toward Kinger. She shouts loudly, how truly cunning. The dog also growls to prevent the battle. Grr. Liu Qingyan, wake up, Kinger. She opens her eyes wide at him. Meng is also suddenly stunned. What? They both glide past each other, yet no one is wounded. Witnessing this leaves Liu Qingyan speechless. Even the dog is surprised, looking on while its foot remains pressed on the red pigtail maid. Meng is very surprised. Impossible. At this moment, there seems to be more harmony between the dog and the red pigtail maid. Woof. She just stands there in thought. Impossible. I thought Central Plains people hated dogs. Meng turns around, glancing back. Meng had mistaken the red pigtail maid for a dog, and clears her throat. HMPH for the first time. I have seen this kind of dog, so I did not recognize the three of you. Qingyan, King, and the remaining red twin-bund maid are all bewildered. Amid the strangeness, Meng Jai notices the dog endlessly licking the maid's cheek and rushes over. But this dog is so cute. Meng Jai extends her hand and pinches the red twin-bund maid's cheek. Grinning mischievously, heh. King steps forward, ready to intervene. Seems like a misunderstanding, but King Yun places his hand on her shoulder, holding her back. King glances at King Yun, tattered, head to toe caked in mud, then looks the other way, thinking, my love, everything depends on you now. Just act like you always do. Mengjai, still cradling the dog, whips around with a fierce scowl. Don't think for a second that I trust you lot. King Yun scratches his head, puzzled, why do the Southerners hate Central Plains people so much? Jing Yi explains to Mengjai, we've only come to find Mr. Medicine King. Hearing this, Mengjai says there's no one like that at the Beast Palace. King Yun deflates, stunned, huh? So our whole journey was for nothing. King goes pale, forcing a smile, and maybe he's moved elsewhere. Mengjai's expression sours. She speaks abruptly, there's a quack here who can't save a single soul. The sky begins to darken. Zhuge King and Liu Qingyuntho's names reek of the Central Plains. They continue walking when someone suddenly speaks, I'll say it again, that quack. Mengjai talks as she walks, leaving everyone and King Yun behind. Impossible to understand, truly beyond saving. She continues, if you still want to see him, I'll take you there. He stares at her hair ornament in surprise. Does she think he's still alive? In any case, she smirks, I don't know why you want to see that man, but you'll definitely be disappointed. He thinks dejectedly, even 1,000 years ago, there was a girl like her, the daughter of the Nanmen Beast Palace chief, named Mengjai. She twists her face in displeasure, if my father hadn't stopped me, then right now. King Yun watches Mengjai, seething with anger. Though he doesn't know why she's so furious, if they want to find the Medicine King, following her is their only option. Hearing this, King turns to him, what if what she says is true? He hears her voice and turns. She says anxiously, we've struggled all the way here. If the Medicine King is just a rumor, in the fading twilight. Mengjai shouts, startles too. Parrots and the two of them as well. King Yun jumps in fright. The two whisper, what was that? She glances at the red twin-bund maid riding atop the dog. I've been courteous enough since you're Central Plains people traveling with dogs. Mengjai's expression shifts, furious, look at you two, stop making those strange gestures or I'll change my mind. He looks at her fearfully, HMPH. Both break into a cold sweat. King Yun thinks, why is she so angry? She spins around and barks, then hurry up and follow me. The red twin-bund maid also sits up angrily, growling at the two. Seeing this, he thinks, you two, huh? Why so angry? Mengjai suddenly halts. We're here. He is drenched in sweat. He wipes his brow and responds, oh. Before them lies the Nanmen Beast Palace, a small village nestled deep in the forest. His face lights up, so this is the Nanmen of Manhua, the very place where Zhuge Liang once led his armies. He recalls that once powerful warlord captured 7 times, released 7 times Manhua. He thinks further a brilliant strategy to win the hearts of the people. The image of the man muttering surfaces, I can't accomplish a single thing. Life is so unfair, I'm worthless, I've even wet my pants. Ha ha ha. But in truth, it was a mental torment, a slow erosion of the enemy's will, crumbling them from within. The image of Zhuge Liang fills his mind, a strategy embodying Zhuge Liang's cold ruthlessness at the twilight of Shuhan, utterly rational, utterly merciless. That is also one of Zhuge Liang's most fascinating qualities. He recalls, then thinks of the descendant who inherited that legacy and can only shake his head in dismay. But his descendant became such a blindly doting father. Dare to touch my daughter and you die, or marry her. He surveys the surroundings. I never expected a place like this in the middle of the jungle. She hears this and snaps back. Did you think we lived in caves like Central Plains beggars? Why is that dog panting with thirst and the girl keeps touching its tongue? Wow, I never knew there were so many breeds of dogs. He looks around and thinks, makes sense. To people of this era, dogs are just wild beasts. He forces a laugh, ah ha ha. All around, the villagers tend to their most loyal companions. She observes and wonders, why does everyone have a dog with them, as if they're inseparable pairs. Hearing her words, he only now takes notice. Come to think of it. King Yun spots a figure huddled in a corner, sighing in dejection. He says to King in surprise, but why does the atmosphere here feel so? She senses it too. Yes. Everyone looks so sad. Mengjai answers his bewilderment, of course. She continues, our village is suffering from a plague. He jolts, covering his mouth, a plague. Her expression solemn, she continues, everyone here has lost someone dear. Seeing her expression, King stammers, miss, have you also? She spins around, furious silence. Follow me, he blinks, huh? I didn't even say anything, Mengjai shouts, leaving only her retreating silhouette and bewilderment behind. It's all that quack's fault, daring to call himself the Medicine King. She seethes with rage. her furious steps pounding the earth as if to crush it. The two of them don't dare utter a word, trailing behind Mengjai in silence. Couldn't save a single soul, yet dares call himself the Medicine King. King Yun immediately asks, "Where is Mr. Medicine King?" Mengjai shouts, "You must greet the chief first. You Central Plains barbarians have no manners." Her shout startles even the resting dogs. He can only swallow his words, not daring to protest. They stop before a house. She calls out, "Father." The three of them step inside. Inside, Mengjai reports, "I spotted these Central Plains people wandering about, so I dragged them back. They say they've come to find that quack." A man dressed in tiger skin garments is burning incense, his lips moving in continuous murmured prayer. When her father doesn't respond, she calls louder, "Father." "Hello, Mengjai." She looks at where her father has placed the incense, then cries out, "3 more died today." King Yan's alarm deepens at her words. "What kind of disease is this? Cholera? Plague?" Her father sheds tears before the spirit tablets. "Dear guests from the Central Plains, I should have yet to offer you a proper feast." His tears stream down as he remains fixated on the memorial tablets. "But today is not the right time. Please allow me to welcome you on another day. He is the chief of the Nanman Beast Palace, Mengjai." King Yan hears this and responds politely, "We understand, it's fine, but Mengjai, she brought he cuts in what feast. For these Central Plains people," she points at King Yun, "we should hang the heads of that quack and these outsiders to comfort the souls of the dead." He thinks so that's what she was planning to do all along. Why? Mengjai holds back his tears and says to her, "Mengjai, don't say such things." He places both hands on her shoulders. "I cannot kill the savior of my daughter's life." But she grows furious. "But father," the two witnesses are utterly speechless. He continues, "Could you take them to Mr. Medicine King?" Mengjai shoves past the two of them, clicking her tongue. "Hurry up and follow me." King Yun chases after her, calling, "Miss Mengjai." She turns around. "What?" he asks, bewildered. "Is the Medicine King really that untrustworthy?" After a long pause, her voice drops low. "I once trusted him more than anyone." Suddenly, a loud shout rings out, "Get lost, you quack." Mengjai turns to him. "He's over there." She continues, "If he could actually save people, I wouldn't say such things." Several villagers are beating someone, cursing as they strike. All his patients have died. The person collapses to the ground. A flicker of disappointment and fury flashes in Mengjai's eyes. "Then you will only be disappointed." A villager clutching a dog glares at the fallen figure. "How could I entrust my brother's life to a quack like you?" Another interjects, "Every patient you've treated has died." He is stunned. Watching the scene unfold, he thinks that person is the Medicine King. No, what's more important is, he looks at the dog cradled in the woman's arms and realizes with shock the patients are dogs. King Yun and King are utterly stunned. He can hardly believe it. So the plague isn't affecting humans. Another villager rushes over with a stick, shouting, "If you don't scram right now, I won't forgive you." He trembles, but the patients. He rushes over, unsure what's happening, but first he must. "Medicine King, did they let you watch over there? You know him." The woman holding the dog adds, "Those strange Central Plains people." He dashes forward to help. "Let me assist you. Come on, get up." He supports the fallen figure. "Careful, sir, we should get out of sight." The person suddenly asks, "Who are you?" She continues also, "Why do you keep calling me sir?" He says, "The Medicine King." Turns out to be so young. She looks at him and asks, "Do I even deserve such a title?" Looking at that face, he thinks so young. She continues, "Am I truly worthy of being called that?" He suddenly realizes, moreover, she's a woman. A moment later, they leave. Oh, she's reading the letter first. The bewilderment of the other two is palpable. King Yun strokes his chin. She's 25 at most. She turns to look at King Yun. "Well then," he startles, looking at her. What? What is it?" He thinks a female physician in ancient China. She finishes reading the letter and bursts into laughter. So that's how it is. Perhaps he recalls his own imagination. He had always pictured the Medicine King as an old man with flowing white hair and a long beard. The image of the Medicine King I had in my mind, the kind that would make my acupuncture seem credible, looked something like this. King Yun gazes at the girl in green before him. Something about her outfit seems oddly familiar. Impossible. King Yun stares at her, lost in thought, oblivious to everything around him. Meanwhile, King, standing beside him, thinks to herself, why does he keep staring at that woman? She recalls something, her face paling with dread. I've heard men can be divided into two types. Could Liu Gongzi's preference really be? King glances at the woman walking ahead. A woman like that, I absolutely cannot lose him to her. She calls out to him, voice trembling, young master, that person seems to be. He startles, she finishes, a scammer. Hearing this, King Yun panics too. What? A scammer. What? Why? She jolts in surprise. He looks at her, firing off questions. It's suspicious, sure, but why? She hears him speaking so loudly and panics. Please keep it down. The woman remains absorbed in studying the map. King blushes with embarrassment. I've heard she's the same age as the Poison King of the Tang family. But that woman looks far too young. She rolls up the letter and says, I don't particularly care for this situation either. Hearing this, King startles. She holds the letter and turns around. The person you are referring to, miss, is most likely my master. This letter was also addressed to my master. King can only stammer, but the woman continues, holding up the rolled letter. If you don't believe me, you can ask Zhuge Qi. Sir, I've visited him with my master several times. Hearing this, King's voice trembles as she apologizes. Behind her, King Yan's face has gone pale. I see, sorry. The three of them cross the bridge together. As they walk, she replies, it's fine, I'm used to it. 20. That's why they call me the Medicine King. She walks ahead while King Yan fearfully clings to the bridge ropes. Master, have you left this place? She's already retired, so I'll have to help you too in her stead. But he interrupts nervously. Forgive me for cutting in, miss, but why did you come to such a desolate place? They reach the far end of the bridge. She answers, we're here. She waves them over because of the affliction that befell the village folk. This way. Welcome to my home. Forgive the humble state of things. He stares at it, utterly bewildered. After all, this is the residence of the Medicine Kingon of the 8 great martial experts. Yet she ducks into a dilapidated shack and continues, let's go inside and talk. King Yan can't help but be puzzled. Just a small shack. Moonlight cascades over the humble roof. As you've seen for yourselves, the situation in the village. She pours water while explaining, I don't have the time to help you too. I need to find a way to cure the epidemic among the dogs first. King Yan looks at her. So this is a research lab for finding a cure? She is utterly exhausted and doesn't respond. Looking at the research papers pinned to the walls, her voice is weary. I know how to treat people, but dogs, that's not my expertise. But I've tried every method and still can't find a cure. She picks up a teacup and sighs, if only my master were here. Hearing her say this, King also gazes at the teacup. Everyone is so unreasonable. She continues, look how exhausted you are, and they still. The woman jumps in surprise. Blushing, do I really look that bad? King blurts out something that makes King Yan spit out his tea. Just because of a few mangy dogs, they've cast you aside like this. King Yan falls into deep thought. Although I am a dog lover from 1,000 years in the future. But the thinking of people in this era is truly hard to fathom. The physician hears King's remark and responds, that's not it. Hearing the denial, King startles. How so? She gazes at the lamp. No matter what it is. As long as someone cherishes and cares for it, she blows on the tea to cool it. It holds its own value. Hearing this, King blushes and hangs her head in shame. I've been too selfish. Hearing her say this, the physician comforts her. It's fine. I didn't mean to make you feel bad. Moonlight blankets the forest. I'm not always despised either. Going back a few years, she was foraging for medicinal herbs. Oh, what's this? Nanmen is a land rich in precious herbs, so I come here often. She suddenly encounters a couple who kneel before her. At her feet, they plead for help. One day, I happened to encounter some villagers who came seeking aid. Please, miss, save our daughter. She responds to their plea and they lead her away. She is brought to see a sick girl lying in bed. She holds the medicine bowl and gently reminds her, drink slowly. She used willow bark to brew medicine for Meng Jai and saved the girl's life. Hearing this, King Yan immediately realizes something. Willow bark contains salicylate, raw ingredient for making aspirin. Then could bismuth also work, a remedy 1,000 years ahead of its time? Medicine King truly lives up to her name. After saving the girl, she is treated to a lavish feast. Meng Jian smiles warmly. Medicine King, please make yourself at home. The remedy her master taught her had proven effective, and she was warmly welcomed by the villagers. She recalls the house they offered her. They even allowed me to stay and research herbs. She recalls Meng Jian's words, please make yourself at home. She looks at the pile of all-meat dishes with distaste, but I'm not used to the food here. I want to eat something other than meat. She recalls a bowl of noodles and a plate of vibrant pastries that tantalized the sensaso. She taught them some simple Central Plains dishes. Fortunately, they all loved them, and their culinary culture transformed in no time. Meng Jai eats while exclaiming, the Central Plains is truly the best. Superior medical skills, and the food is wonderful too. She feeds her dog, come eat some too, boy. Her face brims with satisfaction. She tells Meng Jian, father, I want to marry a man from the Central Plains. Meng Jian laughs heartily, ha ha ha, of course, my dear daughter. But then one day her dog suddenly coughs up blood, and one night, my peaceful life was turned upside down. Mengjai's beloved dog had contracted the epidemic. Her face is etched with exhaustion and regret, and on that day I made a mistake that can never be undone. A crowd gathers beneath the silver moon hanging high above. On the platform stands a figure, cradling something in their arms. Everyone around is steeped in sorrow. The man weeps bitterly. Beside him, several hounds howl mournful sound soul-piercing. The entire tribe sheds streaming tears. Among them, a maid with twin red ponytails also wails, her cry keening like a wolf's. Under the moonlight, a wolf on the rooftop raises its head and unleashes a long, mournful howl. Both beast and scene are steeped in an inescapable melancholy. Returning to King Yun's side, she gazes at the flickering candle and murmurs as expected, "There's the howling." Together with the wailing cries, it makes both King Yun and King somewhat puzzled. "What sound is that?" "You and your dog?" The physician, her eyes heavy with sorrow, confirms, "I never expected he wouldn't survive the night." Hearing her say this, King Yun and the others recall the dog they saw in the village that afternoon. "Ah, the dog we saw in the village, that little dog." King finds the physician's expression utterly baffling. "Why is she so sad? I just can't understand it." She unconsciously recalls the earlier scene. "Let me explain. In Beast Palace, when a child is born, they choose a puppy born at the same time to be the child's companion." She recalls the image of a person and dog inseparable. They sleep together, eat together, and grow up together. Then, the scene of a dog dying and a boy grieving. She continues, "But a dog's lifespan is far too brief compared to a human's. They believe that when the first dog passes away, a part of their childhood dies with it. The image of a person and their dog, joyful after a successful hunt." She continues, "When they receive their second dog, they become adults working together, recognized as true members of Beast Palace. The boy grows old, leaning on a cane, petting the dog's head. When the second dog passes on, they become village elders, living out the rest of their days with the aid of their third dog. On a peaceful evening, the moon full and round, the physician continues the story. 3 lifetimes, 3 cycles of life and death. This is how the people of Nanmen live alongside their dogs." After hearing her explanation, King feels she truly understands why those people were so filled with sorrow. So that's what they had lost. She lowers her head. "Emma, indeed they are family." The physician takes a sip of tea and continues, "As I said, the epidemic began with Mengjai's first dog." The scene flashes back to the past. When Mengjai's dog falls ill, Mengjai rushes frantically to the Medicine King's home. Medicine King. He seems to be sick. Seeing Mengjai's panicked expression, the physician gently reassures her, "Don't worry, Miss Mengjai, let me take a look." Mengjai urges her to hurry. She recounts, "At first I didn't think the illness was serious. There was no reason to think so." The physician places one hand on the dog's head and holds the medicine bowl with the other. The symptoms were the same as what the dog had been showing all along: vomiting, diarrhea, and labored breathing. "So I brewed medicine from willow bark and administered it without a second thought." Hearing this, King Yun immediately exclaims, "Ah, no good." Seeing his reaction, the physician is puzzled. "Huh?" King Yun waves his hand. "Oh, it's nothing. I was just thinking about something else." He sighs to himself. Aspirin is good for humans, but it's poison for dogs. His odd demeanor leaves King sitting beside him confused. The physician is also puzzled but doesn't pay much mind. She continues, "After taking the medicine, the dog's condition not only didn't improve." She recalls the image of Mengjai watching the dog cough up blood violently. The girl panics and calls out to it. She turns to the physician. "Wait, something seems wrong, doesn't it?" Hearing this, the female physician grows anxious. "That girl, she rushes to the dog's side. Reaching out to push Mengjai aside. "Please step back for a moment. Let me take his pulse." The instant she takes the pulse, her face drains of color. "Damn it, thighs is bad." His pulse is completely different from a human's. With her knowledge of human medicine, there was no way to make a diagnosis. The dog slips into unconsciousness, sending the physician into an even greater panic. The medicine had become poison. "I was wrong. I should have taken the pulse first." Seeing the dog writhing in agony, Mengjai asks, "Why is he in so much pain?" Central Plains medicine is supposed to be so advanced. The physician hears this and has no words. Little Miss Mengjai grits her teeth. Only when she turns back does one finally see the girl's face. Now drenched in tears, she pleads in agony, "Please let me bear this pain in his stead. Please use some kind of art anything." The physician herself is helpless. "I'm sorry, Miss Mengjai, I don't possess such medical arts." She thinks utterly defeated, and so there is nothing I can do. An hour later, the dog breathes his last. Mengjai clutches the lifeless body of Bao, staring blankly into the void. The physician's heart aches with grief as well. Young Miss Mengjai had to grow up far too early. King Yun too begins to understand. So that's why Miss Meng Jai, Zhuge King finishes his thought, is so wary of us. The physician lowers her head and apologizes with deep guilt. It's all my fault. Hearing this, King Yun and the others hastily deny it. Oh no, that's not what I meant. She continues with a heavy heart. After that, the plague began to spread. The dogs in the village fell ill. One by one, the plague spread slowly. But the symptoms were always the same. Despite trying every herb and acupuncture technique, not a single dog survived. Hearing her confession, both King Yun and King feel a deep surge of sympathy. The villagers began to blame me, as if I were the one who brought the plague. She grows even more despondent. Now I think they were right. King Yun picks up a sheet of paper and asks, "Do you mind if I look at these?" He turns the matter over in his mind. To my knowledge, there's no disease that transmits from humans to dogs. She responds absently, "Go ahead." He replies, "Thank you," but she pauses in thought, then says, "There's more." No sooner had the words left her lips than she bends down to search, causing King to panic, afraid that King Yun might catch a compromising glimpse. Oh, she rummages through her things, muttering, "Where did I put it? It's so cramped in here." Terrified King Yun might witness the scene, King hastily redirects his attention. "Young master, look, over there and that too." She points frantically, pulling his gaze elsewhere. The physician sets items on the table and asks King Yun, "Have you studied medicine before?" He merely smiles. With a soft King Yun hears her question and answers gently, "No, I'm just mildly curious." Hearing this, both King and the physician find it hard to believe. King whispers to the physician, "Actually, the young master is extraordinarily humble." This catches the physician off guard. King explains shyly, "He's the one who cured my illness and saved my life, and we're engaged to be married." The physician, her heart stirred like still water, sighs, "How admirable." Meanwhile, King's mind races with possessive certainty. "That's right, but the young master is mine." King starts at the physician's words, "The feeling of saving someone's life, I can barely remember it anymore." King reflects inwardly, "Strange. Lately, I've realized just how selfish I truly am." King Yan, meanwhile, remains utterly absorbed, poring over the documents. He strokes his chin in deep contemplation. Her knowledge is rudimentary at best, yet in this era, such records are as precious as martial arts manuals. Merely identifying the disease's name would vastly improve any chance of treatment. He hesitates, mulling it over. "But I'm no veterinarian. If I want to enlist the Medicine King's help, I need to find a viable cure first." Suddenly his eyes widen in shock. Wait, Thai's list. At that exact moment, the ground trembles violently, scattering the research papers into disarray. King Yan is stunned. King asks in alarm, "This tremor, is it an earthquake?" While they wonder, a small bear cub appears before them, letting out a startled cry. Seeing it, the physician exclaims, "Huh." The physician is the most shocked of them all. She murmurs, "Stunned, if you've come here, that must mean." King Yan and King stare intently at the creature. It babbles something incoherent. It is the physician who speaks, her voice eerily calm. "It seems my time has come." Her words leave King Yun and King bewildered. "What do you mean?" Before anyone can process the meaning, a towering figure bursts onto the scene, ripping the wall panel clean off with brute force. Startling everyone inside, he tears through the wall and steps in, not even bothering to hide his annoyance. The entrance is far too cramped. Witnessing this violent display, King Yun and King are utterly taken aback. Chief Yu really shouldn't be so rough, regardless of the circumstances. He fixes them with an unfriendly glare. HMPH, in the quiet of the night. A deafening crash erupts as the chief hurls the door aside with such force that King Yun and King jolt in fright. At that moment, the physician lowers her head and walks past the two of them. "Thanks to the chief, I was able to research a treatment for the plague." Standing before Meng Jian, who bristles with killing intent, she speaks with steady composure, "But I have failed everyone's expectations. I have nothing left to say in my own defense." The physician kneels before him. "Thank you all for everything you've done for me." The chief's massive hand seizes the physician by the collar and hauls her upward. Seeing the situation turn dire, King Yun rushes forward. "Wait, don't." He thinks without the Medicine King, the wedding. But to his surprise, the chief merely pulls her to her feet, then pats her shoulder. "This is no time for that. Get up." The gesture stuns even the physician. The chief continues, his tone laced with urgency. "Meng Jai's dog Bao seems to be sick as well. Can you save it this time?" Yaoing hears what he says. The physician is even more astonished. The scene shifts to Meng Jai's home. At this moment, the girl is pleading, "Please." She carries a plate of pastries and coaxes, "Gently eat something first, then you can continue." The white-bearded elder stands to the side, at a complete loss for words. Watching the scene unfold, he ventures, "Miss, perhaps you should," but before he can finish, a blade is already pressed against his throat. The old man's blood runs cold. GHK, Meng Jai's icy glare pierces straight through him. She threatens, don't you dare utter such unlucky words ever again. The elder breaks into a cold sweat and stammers, forgive me, I misspoke. Meng Jai's expression darkens like a storm cloud. He remembers the Meng Jai of old, a girl who was once so full of joy. How did she become like this? The plague has not only stolen the lives of the dogs. King Yun and his group burst into the house, severing the elder's train of thought. Leading the charge is the physician. Worry is etched on every face. The physician asks softly, Bao, is he all right? But what answers her is Meng Jai's voice. Cold as steel and laced with contempt, why are you here? I have no need for a quack doctor. Those words strike the physician like a bolt of lightning. Meng Jai gently strokes Bao, murmuring, he's just a little tired. As long as he eats and drinks properly, he'll recover. Please, just one bite. Despite Meng Jai's cutting words, the physician still speaks gently, trying to persuade her, let me take a look at Bao. All right. At this moment, Bao trembles and takes halting steps toward the plate of food Meng Jai has prepared. Meng Jai, ignoring the physician's plea, murmurs back, why won't anyone listen to me? And if Bao really is sick, then Meng Jai's face hardens and she speaks words that chill the physician to the bone. Either way, you don't know how to cure it. I refuse to make the same mistake twice. The physician's entire body goes numb, unable to form a rebuttal. She turns toward the others, lowers her head, and speaks in a voice heavy with apology, Chief. She's right, my medical skills are woefully inadequate. I cannot help. King Yun still tries to salvage the situation. No, perhaps if we, hearing his trailing words, the physician asks, King Yun hands her the book and says, I have a way we can try. Seeing King Yun's resolve, King asks anxiously, young master, what are you planning to do? He pulls the cloth from his neck and answers with quiet determination, I'm not certain, but... The physician finds the passage King Yun had been reading and gasps. This list is... He wraps the cloth around his head and says, there appears to be a misunderstanding regarding this plague. If my theory is correct, then on Meng Jai's end. At that very moment, Bao reacts to the food the girl has brought, filling her with overwhelming joy. That's it. Slowly, he continues, you can clear up this misunderstanding. Hearing his words, she still stares at the book, skeptical. This is nothing but a dog's feeding list. King Yun darts to the dog's side. It's not the medicine king gets me, the food dragon. His sudden movement catches Bao's attention just as the dog was about to eat. What follows is a scene beyond anyone's imagination. King Yun lunges forward and bites into the pastries meant for Bao, leaving every person present utterly bewildered. Chewing and smacking his lips, he directly provokes Meng Jai's fury. She snatches up a blade and charges, what in the world are you doing, you lunatic from the Central Plains? King grows frightened. Tai speaks up, no. Meng Jai rushes over from behind King Yun, her eyes blazing with killing intent, my fault. For letting you all into the village. Meanwhile, King Yun continues wolfing down his food and mutters, just as I thought. He stares at the pastry in his hand, a corner already bitten off, his expression utterly cheerful, all while Meng Jai's blade rests against his neck. There was never any plague to begin with. His words spark a confused chorus from the crowd, so it wasn't a plague, it was the food. He glances at the pastry's filling and quickly explains, exactly. Onions and scallions are nothing short of poison to dogs. After King Yun's explanation, the villagers murmur among themselves, come to think of it. The dogs did start falling ill after eating things other than meat. So we just need to stop feeding them onions and scallions, to think it was the food all along. Food. But something doesn't add up. A curly-haired woman plants her hands on her hips and demands, then why hasn't anyone here gotten sick? A wiry bearded man chimes in, if it were the food, we'd all be sick too. He doesn't know how to make them understand. He can only reply awkwardly, it's hard to explain. Dogs and humans simply have different bodies. The crowd continues to chatter, questioning King Yun's credibility. Besides, he looks like a pervert and he stinks too, even more suspicious. I won't let those Central Plains people deceive us ever again. Suddenly, an old man speaks up, wait, I just heard them call him Food Dragon. Hearing his words, the crowd erupts into murmurs once more. Food Dragon, the one whose cooking makes cherry and plum blossoms bloom out of season with its aroma. When the pot reaches a boil, dragons vie to take flight, soaring to the heavens to clash and devour each other within. That legendary Food Dragon. The title makes even King Yun's next bite of pastry feel heavy with pressure. What kind of absurd rumors are these? After a heated round of discussion, they all turn toward King Yun, their faces lighting up with elation. Then he's the real deal. The pastry flies right out of his hand as they hoist him up, cheering him like a god. The Food Dragon has saved Beast Palace, we won't lose any more loved ones. The female healer also feels an overwhelming sense of relief. Yes, this is more than enough, she tells Meng Jai. This is far more than enough. The healer's silhouette turns away. She walks away amidst the crowd's cheers, her gaze lingering on King Yun. All the food dragon wants is to lie down. He glances at her and deflects. Wait, the one you should thank is the medicine king, not me. Hearing his words, the healer is utterly stunned. She unconsciously turns her head to look back. The crowd doesn't believe him, responding with doubt. What are you talking about? That quack hasn't done a thing. Another chimes in. For years, he hasn't cured a single ailment. Completely useless. Their words weigh heavy on her heart. He continues to explain, there's been a misunderstanding. Standing before the crowd, King Yun speaks clearly, not just about the plague. Does anyone here remember what their dog ate 1 year ago to this day? The crowd responds in bewilderment. Who remembers such things? He presses on. The medicine king documented everything, every single dog in the village, both the sick and the healthy. The healer clutches the scroll tightly in her hand. Hearing his words, the villagers can only exchange stunned glances. And that's not all. Even their fur, their teeth, even their droppings, all meticulously recorded. Upon learning this, everyone is utterly astonished. Is that true? King Yun's expression turns solemn as he speaks the truth. The pain of losing your loved ones, I can hardly fathom it. As Meng Jai stands with her robes fluttering in the breeze, King Yun continues, but the medicine king is different. Meng Jai's face darkens as she strides out from the crowd. Out of the way. King Yun presses on because she could not bear that pain either. Meng Jai approaches the healer and throws her arms around her, choking out an apology. The healer is startled by the sudden embrace. I can't hear you clearly. He gently finishes his thought. She has endured that pain alongside all of you. Meanwhile, Meng Jai buries her face into the healer's shoulder, her voice trembling with regret. I'm sorry for calling you a quack. Not long after, Beast Palace bustles with life once more. King Yun sits by the doorway, looking utterly bored. Days pass without a single new case of illness, and the sick dogs are gradually recovering. A stern woman instructs the dogs firmly, fruits with seeds are off limits too. The villagers have come to understand and accept which foods are harmful to dogs. A spread of beautifully arranged dishes is laid out on the table. I also taught them a few local specialties. Time to eat. In the village, the sight of a little girl growling at dogs, competing with them for food as she eats heartily, has become a familiar scene. But the culture of sharing food and tables between humans and dogs hasn't changed. Nothing to worry about. King Yun reminds the girl helplessly amid the discontented growls of the dogs. Jia Ying, stop imitating the dogs. Outside, a man scolds, you're not eating King Yun's food today. Watching the scene before him, he is at a loss for words. Is she not putting on an act? Is this really pure instinct? On another side, a villager respectfully offers food. Medicine King, have you eaten yet? The one called the Medicine King turns around in surprise. Not yet, the villager continues. How fortunate. Please help yourself. The Medicine King accepts the plate of steamed buns. Thank you. The villager runs off. If you need more, just let me know. The Medicine King sets the plate of buns down. This is too much. I can't finish it all. King Yun says with a laugh, steamed buns. The Medicine King holds a bun in hand. I never expected to be treated by you. King Yun replies modestly, it's nothing. He watches the villagers enjoying themselves. I just happen to know a little. The Medicine King challenges his modest claim, yet you know so much about. King Yun suddenly recalls the image of a beautiful girl hugging a husky, and replies, I was just lucky. He remembers his life before he crossed over. I used to raise a little dog too. King Yun gazes at the bun in his hand, memories of happier times flooding back. I wonder how it's doing now. The Medicine King takes a bite and asks, the old days. She looks up, still chewing. You mean, your previous life? King Yun smiles, yes. Suddenly, the Medicine King utters a sentence that leaves King Yun frozen in shock. I thought so. The bun slips from her hand and falls to the ground. Terror seizes King Yun. He looks around wildly. The Medicine King continues to munch on her bun contentedly, which only makes him more frantic. What do you mean? It's nothing. He grabs the Medicine King and pulls her aside, catching King's attention in the process. Let's find somewhere quiet to talk. King watches them leave, suspicion flickering in her eyes. She snags their sleeves. Where are you two going in such a hurry? In a secluded spot where only wild gibbons cry, a voice tears through the silence. How do you know about that? The Medicine King picks up her brush and writes something down. It's obvious, isn't it? King Yun is baffled. Is it? Seated at her workbench, the Medicine King picks up a medicinal herb and records its details in her notebook. You know precisely how food affects dogs. And you also know the dangers of willow bark. King Yun's voice trembles, but how can you be so certain? The Medicine King explains while testing her medicine. My master, the late Medicine King, just like young Master Liu, also carried memories and knowledge from another world. Her words leave King Yun utterly dumbfounded. The Medicine King continues to answer his unspoken questions. It's not just my master. There are many others across various fields such as martial arts, scholarship, art, heaven, merchants. She speaks while processing her herbs. All of them possess abilities far beyond ordinary mortals, just like young Master Liu, like the sword ghost Teng Xian, like the former merchant Huijing. They are often known by names that inspire equal parts awe and dread. An idea suddenly strikes her. Well then, from today onward, I'll have to add Food Dragon to that list as well. King Yun stands beside her, not at all pleased to hear this. Fear creeps across his face. Sweat pours down his brow. So it's not just me who came from the future. The Medicine King echoes, the future. She turns to face King Yun. It seems you know nothing at all. Let me ask you just one question. King Yun is confused. Huh? The Medicine King poses a question to him. Is the world of your past similar to the one here in the present? Recalling the moment of his transmigration. King Yun thinks to himself, well, back then I was just as confused, so I didn't dwell on it. He strokes his chin, lost in thought. But a martial world. Internal power, it sounds utterly absurd. So what exactly is the Medicine King? Cuts off his train of thought. In truth, I am only trying to piece together what my master once told me. I am still far too lacking to grasp it all, but my master once said. King Yun listens to the Medicine King's words, his face going blank. Time does not always flow in a single direction, nor is it always the same. If one can truly understand that, then one can see the potential within oneself. My master called it reincarnation. King Yun falls silent, offering no reply. King Yun's mind goes as blank as a student who has lost his foundation. I don't understand any of this. Space, time, and the multiverse. How impossibly difficult to comprehend. So you're saying that the person Liu King Yun is me and not someone else? The Medicine King adds yet another layer, leaving King Yun even more bewildered. Of course. If it were someone else, that would be body possession. Surely young Master Liu doesn't believe in ghosts and spirits. The Medicine King waves her hand with a laugh. That would be truly absurd. King Yun secretly sighs. No, I think body possession would actually make more sense. Ink, paper, and books are spread across the table, alongside the Medicine King's voice. I have read Sir Zhuge Ke's letter, and there is something peculiar within it. The Medicine King lowers her mask. As far as I know, reincarnation does not affect one's memories. So the issue with your memories was not caused by reincarnation, but by some other factor. Saying so, she raises her hand as if calculating something. Then let me try this. The contents of the letter materialize before them, although I suspect he has ties to the demonic cult. My medical skills are limited. That is why I had to seek the assistance of Sir Zhuge Ke. The Medicine King ponders to herself, perhaps the demonic cult did something to your memories. King Yun's heart leaps into his throat, another pulse reading. The Medicine King reaches into her robe for something. No. Basic medical arts alone will not be able to resolve this. King Yun breathes a sigh of relief. Bone reading then. Thank the heavens that last pulse reading was a bit. The Medicine King cuts him off. This will be your first time experiencing this method. King Yun blinks in confusion. So he assumes the Medicine King will employ some miraculous technique, and finds the situation increasingly puzzling. The Medicine King appears like a fearsome figure wielding two massive needles, acupuncture needles. King Yun trembles in horror. Needles that big and thick, and she dares without heeding a single protest. She takes up the needles and goes to work. Where to insert them, since the problem lies with memory? Naturally, King Yun resigns himself to his fate. I'm finished. The needles pierce into the Beihui and Tongshan acupoints. The Medicine King declares the head. King Yun lets out a cry of agony. It's too deep, way too deep. The Medicine King sees this and adjusts the two needles, making King Yun yelp. I'll make a slight adjustment to the pressure. Light spills across the Medicine King's face. Her eyes gleam. Done. King Yun's head erupts with brilliant radiance like a fireworks lantern, utterly spectacular. The villagers stare, stunned by the spectacle. What in the world is that? What is happening? Dazzling light radiates from where the two stand, casting a crimson glow across the surroundings. A sword blade closes in on a warrior on the verge of collapse. The man, his face made fierce by a scar slashing across his cheek, speaks. Though I have long since departed from Tianmo, my swordsmanship remains sharp as ever. To think you could only command a few cannon fodder soldiers, and you cannot even employ the soul-stealing art against me. It seems your internal power has deteriorated significantly. A former elder of the heavenly demon divine cult, the blood flower demon Xian Zuhua, stands before the man. You are still reckless and prone to the same old mistakes. Shixugui, the soul-stealing art is far too gentle for the likes of you. I will make you. Zuhua's eyes gleam with savage cruelty. Feel every ounce of agony as your flesh is torn asunder, your bones shattered to dust. And as you draw your final breath, the man hears this and shows not a trace of fear. No matter what flowery words you dress it in, the true nature of the blood flower demoness will never change. Zuhua freezes upon hearing these words, struck rigid as if turned to stone. The man continues his verbal assault. How laughable. All of this is the consequence of your own choices. Yan Zuhua, and yet you dare blame others. Zuhua has clearly been deeply wounded by his words. But the man presses on with his venomous tongue. Though I take great pleasure in this, today we must end things here. It seems we cannot settle this peacefully after all. Zuhua stares blankly, frozen in shock. Next time, make sure you prepare better. She clutches her wounded stomach and crumples to her knees. The man strides away. You must pay the price for betraying Tian Mo. Zuhua suddenly remembers something and cries out, King Yun. She turns to the child sitting quietly in a corner. Are you all right, my son? Zuhua asks anxiously after his condition. Are you hurt anywhere, my son? King Yun's face is utterly blank, as though his soul has departed his body. A replay button appears, cutting across the scene on the screen. The projector flickers to life and a voice speaks. How pitiful you are. Young hero Liu. King Yun scratches his ear. Indeed. The medicine king asks again. Indeed. He strokes his chin awkwardly. Honestly, I don't remember it very well. It feels like someone else's story, as if I'm watching a play. No, theatrical drama would be more accurate. Zaju was a popular art form during the Song dynasty. The medicine king glances over as if in contemplation. His breathing and pulse are both stable. He is not lying or concealing anything. Thinking so, she moves closer to the projector. However, the son of a demonic cult elder, let me watch just a bit more. King Yin turns and asks, may I eat this popcorn? The medicine king casually agrees. Help yourself. I have no idea what that is. King Yun explains it's a type of snack made from corn kernels. The medicine king's eyes light up with realization. Ah, food from a destitute world. King Yun hurriedly denies it. No, that's not it at all. The sky stretches a clear, endless blue, and the rustling of leaves speaks to the serenity of this place. Beneath the small house, a young boy practices martial arts against a straw dummy. King Yun, his expression grave and earnest, strikes the straw dummy relentlessly. Suddenly, his eyes widen in shock. The wooden sword slips from his grip and flies straight up into the air. It spins several loops in the sky before plunging straight into the ground. A voice calls out, my son. Zuhua appears, bandaging King Yun's hand. You must be more careful. Practicing martial arts is commendable, but you must remember sometimes a blade is not only aimed at the enemy. It can just as easily be turned against oneself. King Yun gazes coldly at the bandage wrapped around his hand. Of course, no one understands that better than you, mother. Zuhua freezes at her son's words. What do you mean by that? King Yun rises to his feet, staring straight down at the blood flower demoness. What did you just say? Zuhua's expression goes rigid. That name, I have already abandoned it long ago. King Yun says coldly, if it weren't for you. He turns and walks away. Father wouldn't have died the way he did. Zuhua cries out, King Yun. She stares at her own hands, riddled with scars and wounds, in disbelief. King Yun seizes the wooden sword and strikes the straw dummy with savage force, as if what he's beating is not a dummy, but someone's very heart. Mother Zuhua clutches her chest outside. The medicine king munches on popcorn and sips her Coca-Cola. My, this is something. She watches the innocent child with rapt attention. King Yun, sitting beside her, is speechless. Her adaptability is truly remarkable. King Yun thinks to himself, even so, with this frail body of mine, there's no way I can practice martial arts. On the screen, night descends, the moon climbs high, and a voice cuts through the tranquil silence like a blade. Hey brat. King Yun is kicked hard from behind. Several men stand around laughing, mocking him, just a brat who knows nothing of martial arts. One of them sneers, I heard you've been investigating the demonic cult, so I came all this way to test your skills. The man shoves King Yun into the pond, then turns and walks away. But what a disappointment, you're nothing but a powerless child. Come on, brothers. Back to the tavern for drinks. The others snicker amongst themselves in the end. This brat knows nothing at all. King Yun wipes the blood from the wound on his face and speaks, I have no desire to waste my time on useless swordsmen like you. The man bristles as if his tail has been stepped on. What did you say? I was going to let you off. He raises his sword and brings it crashing down. But you want to bleed. The men behind him burst into laughter. You've got some nerve, brat, daring to provoke our big brother. A flash of crimson fabric appears along with a sinister voice. If he had known, then none of this would have happened. The men jump in shock and shout, what? Who are you? The moon shifts to a vivid blood-red hue. I have no common name for the likes of you to utter. the man, as if possessed by a demon, turns his own blade against his throat, sending the other two into a panic. "Elder brother, why are you pointing your sword at your own neck?" King Yun trembles, his young voice cracking with fear. "Stop!" But Zhu Hua pays no heed and strikes without hesitation. "One flower blooming tonight is more than enough." King Yan stands frozen, utterly dumbstruck. He watches the scene unfold before him, single soul-stealing art cast under the blood moon. The man's head blossoms open like a grotesque, beautiful flower, while the mysterious moon hangs high above. Yet even its radiance cannot pierce the gloom of this cursed darkness. Zhu Hua stands right before him. King Yunj has just beheaded the man. Blood erupts skyward like a geyser, spraying across the night air. King Yun stares at the bloody spectacle before him in the dead of night, paralyzed and speechless. He is drenched head to toe, having fallen into a puddle. The dead man's blood now stains every inch of his body. After sending the man to the Western Paradise, Zhu Hua calls out to her son with an expression as if nothing happened at all. Delivering the same lesson she has given him countless times, revenge solves nothing. The corpse, utterly expelled from the world of the living, crumples face down into the water before his shell-shocked eyes. Zhu Hua slowly approaches the catatonic King Yun. The soulless shell of a boy stares at nothing as she continues, "Thank the heavens you're unharmed. But if you keep living like this, a great calamity will befall you someday." She reaches out to gently touch his face. "You're not seriously hurt, let's go home." Yet after witnessing all her savage brutality, he can no longer bring himself to acknowledge this cruel woman as his mother. "Don't come near me." King Yun is utterly terrified and bewildered, thrashing in the water and screaming without end, "Help!" high above. The full moon shines round and wholly a symbol of a love that was once whole and unbroken. Yet at this moment, seeing the sheer terror King Yun directs at her, the love she holds for him seems to wither and fade. It appears this is where it all ends. Everything Zhu Hua has done was nothing more than living inside a hollow, illusory dream. Her real life is over, completely destroyed. By her own hands, she had dared to dream a sweet dream, but these hands are stained with the blood of countless souls from the Central Plains. She could never grasp happiness with them. Perhaps from the very beginning, it was never meant to be. Before Zhu Hua, King Yun recoils in utter disgust and terror, tears welling at the corners of his eyes as he flees. "If this continues, before long I will turn this blade against that fragile throat once more." She extends her hand forward and resolves to do one final thing for him. "The only thing I can still do for King Yun no erase every painful memory he has." As Zhu Hua pulls King Yun into an embrace, he fights back with desperate, violent resistance. "So that you may begin anew." True to her word, Zhu Hua unleashes a technique upon King Yun. Soul-stealing art. Oblivion, his consciousness dissolves entirely, sinking into the void of dreams. Yet nothing lasts forever. The memories erased by the soul-stealing art will one day return. The gray, grief-stricken sky gradually fades, replaced by the brilliant radiance of the mysterious moon hanging high above. And all things shall come full circle once more. What I am about to do to King Yun, I neither beg for forgiveness nor understanding. Zhu Hua cradles him in her arms and walks forward. King Yun has completely lost consciousness in her embrace, yet no matter how she deliberates, there is no other path left for her. Fireflies illuminate the entire night sky. Their gentle lights trail after every step she takes. "This one last time, let me nag just a little longer." Then, with the boundless heart of a mother, Zhu Hua gently lowers him into the water. A sword is not meant for killing alone. Though she never fell into the demonic path as her mother did, she knows full well that she has gone too far to ever turn back. So now Zhu Hua desires only one thing. But as long as you find your way, you can still win the hearts of others. I beg of you, whether you forget everything or remember everything. Now the fireflies carry within them the light of purification, illuminating the entire surface of the dark lake. Though every action Zhu Hua has taken from start to finish is utterly unforgivable, these final words to her son are the truest she has ever spoken. And don't forget your mother's last nagging words. "I'm sorry, my son King Yun. In our next life, let us stay together a little longer." Zhu Hua now leaves behind everything from this life and transforms into a streak of light soaring into the heavens. As for King Yun, at this very moment, a profound transformation overtakes him. Soul-stealing art of reincarnation, water turns the color of jade. It envelops King Yun's entire body. He sinks slowly into the depths, and time itself seems to freeze in place. Shifter, reviewing the entire sequence of events, finally understands. "Now I see why your memories are incomplete and why Liu Xiaoxia knows nothing of reincarnation." King Yun awakens inside the theater, still railing. Unable to comprehend what has just occurred, the Medicine King announces, "You appear to be in severe shock. I'll stop the session here. Yet King Yen still has far too many unanswered questions haunting his mind. He begins frantically rummaging through his belongings. Impossible. The Medicine King, sensing King Yen's deteriorating condition, suggests Liu Xiaoxia, let us end the session here. We can schedule another appointment. But he does not stop searching. Impossible is it? At last, King Yen has found what he was looking for. Without hesitation, he shoves the tape into the projector and insists, just a little longer. I only need to confirm one more thing. The Medicine King pulls down her mask, her eyes widening in shock as she stares ahead. This is too much. The acupuncture session has dragged on far too long. My internal power is nearly depleted. Gazing at the unfolding images, the Medicine King suddenly realizes, are these Xiaoxia's memories from another world? The scene shifts to a hospital room. A patient monitor stands beside the bed, its screen glowing. It displays the erratic rise and fall of someone's heartbeat. A deep, grief-laden voice speaks, I'm sorry. I tried everything I could. The fact that she has survived until now is already a miracle. The man standing beside the doctor asks with a voice heavy with anguish, then how much longer does she have? Perhaps the woman's remaining time is not long at all, hence the doctor's advice to prepare himself emotionally. The person lying on that hospital bed on the verge of death is perhaps King Yen's mother, and the child weeping inconsolably beside him. King Yen's mother grips tightly onto his small hands, her own fingers entangled with tubes and wires. Mother, her face has withered into something gaunt and hollow, like a dried branch. It is clear that King Yen's mother has endured a long, agonizing battle against her illness. It's happening again, Mom. I'm sorry, my son. Because she knows she is about to leave this world, she seizes this fleeting moment to speak a few final words before it is too late. Her eyes overflow with regret at departing too soon, at having to leave him behind. Yet on her lips rests a gentle, relieved smile. This time, Mom wants to stay by your side a little longer as she looks back upon this moment. Only then does King Yen realize something strange. Those were his mother's words from when she was still very young. His expression shifts to one of startled recognition, as if he has just grasped something profound. Wrong, and she was gravely ill at the time, so he never thought those words were strange. It must just be a coincidence, right? She lowers her head, then speaks slowly. My master once said, no matter how life changes, no matter what is altered or forgotten, fate will always find a way to connect us. Suddenly, she collapses, right before his eyes. Seeing her fall, King Yen lunges forward and catches her in his arms. The Medicine King, unable to understand why she has collapsed, panics for a moment. She presses her hand against King Yen's shoulder and explains, I seem to have overexerted myself. A short rest and I'll be fine. The flickering flame within them dims to stillness. The glow fades and the atmosphere shifts without warning. Thank goodness, but then why is there such a freezing wind all of a sudden? A few seconds later, King Yen turns aroundly to find Zhuge King standing right behind him, visible as plain as day. The young miss wastes no time on pleasantries, confronting him with an expression of barely contained fury. How deeply do you fancy her? A burst of five-colored chi erupts from her body and she faints. But it doesn't end there. The Medicine King collapses next, falling straight into King Yen's arms. Terrified that King will misunderstand, he stammers out an explanation, Miss, this is all a misunderstanding. But she refuses to believe his words. She will only trust what her own eyes have witnessed. Young Master Liu is a nobleman of the martial world, acclaimed as a dragon among men. Even if he takes concubines or secondary wives, I would understand. Indeed, before this shared tribulation of matrimony, King is absolutely determined to have it out once and for all. But the first wedding night must belong to me. And of course, to avoid making a mountain out of a molehill, King Yen hastens to promise, of course. You have my word, miss. At that moment, the world outside transforms into a realm of bone-chilling cold. Snow cascades from the sky in relentless sheets, setting two dogs into an incessant frenzy of barking. The cat-eared girl is equally baffled by this drastic, inexplicable shift in the weather. Why did the weather suddenly? They now stand before her home, caught off guard. Indeed, this erratic and bizarre weather is utterly inexplicable. This is the Poison King's residence. The brash young man raises his hand and catches the thick white snowflakes drifting down. Hold on, what is this cold thing? He brings his hand to his lips and tastes it. Must be snow. My first time seeing snow. The snowfall grows heavier by the second, and the frigid air howls with increasing ferocity. What in the world is happening? Inside the Poison King's residence, the three of them now face one another in a tense standoff. King has come all this way to deliver a single, unmistakable warning: he is mine. But King Yun has no desire to see the two women become enemies over this, so he pleads, "Miss, this is a misunderstanding. Please listen to me first." Her hair, her appearance at this moment, the beauty, the gentle, virtuous grace of King has all but vanished, replaced by a terrifying presence like that of a snow queen. "I cannot forgive this." Before the ominous words spilling from her lips, King Yun can only stare in bewilderment. What is she talking about? Surprised, from beneath the ground, under the force of King's power, razor-sharp spires of ice erupt violently upward. The monster within her has truly awakened. Not content to stop there, King conjures even more jagged ice spikes, each one a release of her mounting, unbridled fury. Oh heavens, what she's doing right now is tantamount to a declaration to the Medicine King: "Stay away from King Yun. This man will become my husband." Her ice spikes, no different from flying darts, shoot straight toward them. This time is worse than all the others. Now that King Yun can no longer reason with her through words, all he can do is seek shelter from King's fury. He should have settled this ages ago. He shouldn't have lingered in this chaotic place any longer. King Yun suggests they flee outside first, but she stops him. "Wait, young hero Liu." Only after both of them feel the situation calm do they dare lift their gazes. It seems she has regained her composure. "That's right. What is it?" But this seems to be only the beginning, and King has no intention of sparing them. He looks up ahead and realizes something. "Wait, that's..." King, her expression grim and sorrowful, prepares to unleash yet another technique upon them. "If it's not mine, then no one else shall have it." But that stance is all too familiar. It makes King Yun recall that fateful moment from before. The finger-flicking art this time is laced with frost chi. A primal terror surges through his heart as he realizes she's about to unleash that killing blow. If she uses that move, fleeing would be pointless. "I'm dead." Seeing the desperate situation, the Medicine King also devises a plan on the spot. "Young hero, this is going to hurt a bit," thinking she was referring to King's impending attack. He retorts, "It's not just going to hurt, it'll shatter my bones and tear my flesh." There's no time for more words, so without another syllable, she drives the needles straight into his head. At their wits' end, the Medicine King is forced to resort to this method. "If my master sees you reusing needles like this, he'll fly into a thunderous rage." King's eyes blaze white, rage blinding all reason. She has completely lost control of herself. He'll rage on about sanitation, about infections. The Medicine King holds nothing back now. She pours everything she has into saving both their lives. There's simply no time left to worry about trivialities like that. Without hesitation, the Medicine King launches the needles straight into King's chest, striking the Jugu acupoint and the Xiangtai acupoint. After throwing the last needle, she is too exhausted to remain standing and collapses. Seeing this, he calls out, "Hey Medicine King, are you all right?" She lifts her head and explains to King Yun, "I've sealed her demonic and unconsciousness acupoints. An ordinary person would faint, but given the young lady's current state, it will only hold her for a moment. So before it's too late, make her swallow this pill." Seeing the strange round pills she hands him, King Yun asks, "What are these?" The situation is already dire. The needles from moments ago are about to lose their hold on King. The Medicine King has no time for lengthy explanations, so she urges him, "It's all a blur, I'll explain later. The acupoints are about to unblock." Then she shoves King Yun's body forward, sending him hurtling ahead. Hurry, in mere moments. The needles embedded in King's chest lose their effect and clatter to the ground. King Yun hasn't had time to do anything. Everything now seems far too late. It appears the acupoints have unblocked. Before King Yun's terrified eyes, King shows no mercy. She charges straight at him. From the very beginning, she was alone. Perhaps her heart was too vast and the misunderstanding too deep, blinding King's reason and driving her to attack without restraint. With Plan A a failure, the Medicine King now considers Plan B. Run, that's the wisest course. Flee, she's too fast, too dangerous. Yet as a man of conviction, King Yun refuses to flee so easily. He stands his ground. "Stay right there, young lady. I don't understand what you're saying, but in this world, conflict is inevitable." He shows no fear before her terrifying, bone-chilling power. Instead, he tries to reason with her even as the words leave his mouth. King Yun shoves the pill straight into King's mouth. But arguments can't always be settled this way. In that moment, as King's attention wavers, King Yun forces her to swallow the pill. What? Sure enough, the fearsome Snow Queen vanishes, and the gentle King returns. "We were arguing," no longer consumed by rage, she has returned to normal and embraces King Yun tightly. After the earth-shattering quarrel, the little girl now wrings out a cloth to tend to King. The origin and composition of the miraculous pill are finally revealed: chamomile, Pinellia tuber, jujube seeds, and schizone petaherbs with calming and hypnotic properties. It can temporarily suppress frost chi, but as you know, the symptoms of the young lady's condition cannot be cured. This is her innate nature, and power simply hasn't learned to control it yet. Two opposing yin and yang energies coexist within a single body, erupting as she matures. It will take time to achieve balance. While King rests, the two of them discuss her condition. Worry fills King Yun's eyes as he gazes at King, but he cannot foresee which direction this power will take. The Medicine King sips her hot tea and continues. It may balance itself out, or it may lean to one side. Time will tell all. King Yun is dejected, blaming himself. This is all my fault. Everything turned out like this because of me. She then reveals more. You're saying the young lady's symptoms didn't appear until after you cured her strange illness. But it seems King has overheard their conversation. She sits up and answers, that's not true. He whips his head around from the lady's own lips. The truth carries far more weight. She begins to clarify. Before meeting the young master, I've known about this power since childhood. But even without this power, everyone still mocked and shunned me. Memories of her painful past come flooding back unbidden. If they knew I had this power as well, so I buried my emotions and turned a blind eye to reality. She makes to rise from the bed, and the girl quickly drapes a coat over her. It's not your fault. I thought I was doing so well. Her gaze now carries a faint, wistful sadness. I thought I could live like that forever. Then King suddenly thinks of him, but after meeting the young master, she recalls the moment of their first meeting. When King Yun praised her Aisho, everything changed. I thought I could live like a normal person. The girl gently combs King's hair straight. Then King's voice turns more melancholic than ever. But with this ugly, cold body, I don't deserve to be loved. But then, King Yun swiftly ties a red headband around the young lady's forehead. Look, and it's clear he's about to unleash his culinary genius once more. Are you hungry? Confused, she asks back, why do you suddenly ask that? Today, King Yun decides to cook for King to lift her spirits. It's been a while since I've cooked, and I want to make a dish for you. A man of his word, King Yun wastes no time and rolls up his sleeves to enter the kitchen. I'll call you when it's ready. But before King Yun can even leave, she calls after him, young master. Wait a moment. King, hesitant, makes a request. If it's not too much trouble, could I eat alone here? King Yun is somewhat puzzled by this and asks, that's no problem, but why? The reason, it turns out, is simple. King is insecure about her appearance. My hair has become as hideous as an old crone's. I feel too ashamed to face anyone. Unable to bear seeing her like this, King Yun suggests, young lady, would you like to come over and take a look? However, before King can even see anything, the girl has already darted outside to look first, startling her. What? The Medicine King is also curious and raises her eyes to gaze through the barbed wire at the scenery. Beyond unbelievable that such a sight could exist in the land of Nanman. Not wanting King to catch a chill, the red pigtailed maidservant wraps a fur cloak around her. Quickly, young lady. King Yun also wants her to witness the sight before them, so he urges, hurry. Encouraged by everyone, King finally relents. Then I'll just take a quick peek. And indeed, spending a few precious moments of one's life gazing upon this breathtaking scenery is time not wasted at all. Before her eyes, all things are blanketed in a layer of pristine white snow. Children and villagers alike revel in the snowfall, playing with abandon. King's jaw drops at the spectacle. Blanketed in this utterly dreamlike snow was all of this, caused by me. More astonishing still, it was King's own frost chi that created this wintry paradise. It's a bit cold, but Noth's scenery is beautiful, isn't it? King cannot deny the snowy wonderland stretching before her eyes. Yes, he seizes the moment to deliver his line, just like the young lady herself. Hearing these sincere words from his lips, King's face flushes crimson. What? At the sight of such blatant couple flaunting, the third-wheel girl feels utterly nauseated and can't stand it. Now alone together, King hesitates as though she has something to say. Young master, no unexpectedly. Not yet, old man. The very next instant, King changes how she addresses him and throws her arms around him. Husband, thank you. After shining brightly in the kitchen for some time, King Yun presents before everyone a top-tier dessert that leaves every eye wide with wonder at this one-of-a-kind creation. He then introduces his unique creation, try it. This is shaved ice with syrup. To make it more fitting for the era, King Yun has given the name a slight tweaks, come up with something more appropriate. Gazing at the dish before her, she's curious, is this something made from ice? What is it exactly? But as for what it truly is, only King Yun understands the reality. It's a type of common pastry, most popular variety being red bean pastry. Of course, for the Song dynasty of this world, it is something utterly alien, especially here in Nanman. If not for this precise moment in time, it would have been impossible to make. And the crucial, indispensable component is the well-soaked red azuki beans used for the filling, said to be the very foundation of the pastry. The next step is the most important, the one that will determine the entire flavor: heating just enough milk with sugar to prepare condensed milk, a soul of the dessert. Though ingredients are scarce, his ingenuity makes this a trivial matter. A pity he couldn't find Western vegetables, given the tropical climate, but he's prepared a variety of distinctive tropical fruits as accompaniments. As for the ice, he selected it with the utmost care. Freshly fallen snow melts far too fast, making it unsuitable for shaved ice. A solid block of ice will have to do. Frozen from the village's drinking water source and crushed fine enough to serve as shaved ice. His arm strength is so immense that the girl thinks snow is falling once more. Snow flurries again. And now, the final step: assembly is the part he enjoys most. Simply layer the prepared ingredients into a bowl in order, and the crowning jewel called red bean shaved ice is complete. Despite King Yun's enthusiasm, the brash fellow delivers a crushing remark: "Isn't this more like a snack than a proper meal?" Disappointment is written all over his face. I had such high hopes for the food dragon's cooking, but seeing that the others are still hesitant, he adds, "That's true, it's more like a proper meal meant to fill the stomach, while the others still hold back." But before anyone else can speak, King has already scooped up the first spoonful and put it in her mouth. Sometimes a sweet, cold little treat like this is all it takes to warm a weary heart. Through this shaved ice filled with his wholehearted devotion, King finally understands she never imagined ice could become this sweet. "I think I know what you wanted to say now, husband." The others follow her lead and scoop up spoonfuls of their own. "It's food for dogs. Eating it shouldn't be a problem, right? Seems like no issue at all. However, sugar isn't exactly good for dogs, so as long as there isn't too much." Learn something new today. The Medicine King takes a bite, feeling the cool sensation spread across her tongue. The chill travels from her mouth straight to the crown of her head. Thanks to young Master Liu, she has learned many new things and lightened the burden upon her shoulders. A heavy one at that. After finishing his meal, the tiger-like youth feels a familiar sensation rising within him. Reflecting on it, it has been a long time since he last enjoyed a meal simply for the sake of pleasure rather than sustenance. As the cat-eared girl tastes the exquisite flavor, a sweet sense of nostalgia washes over her. She had long since forgotten such sweetness, buried under the lingering pain of losing her family to an unknown cause. The tiger-like youth shovels the food into his mouth with genuine delight. "I understand exactly what you mean." At this moment, Liu Qingyan bows his head, lost in thought. Indeed, everyone. They were skeptical at first this food, but now everyone enjoys the bingsu with pure delight. The weight of the words touches the heart, a paradoxical warmth in this world. 1,000 years later, I once described that warmth in this manner. He offers a relieved smile, gazing into the distance. A refreshing sensation surges within him. It is known as sugaha, or shaved ice, the sugar ice of the Central Plains. Generation after generation, it was believed that cold food was the root of all illness, a cultural aversion deeply ingrained. A great minister of the Ming dynasty drank cold water every morning to hasten his own end. Yet despite such beliefs, this shaved ice delicacy managed to weave its way into the fabric of Chinese culture. According to ancient records, the Song dynasty boasted a vibrant culture of frozen desserts, including ice porridge, snow cream, water ice, and cherry cakes. Among them, the honey sand ice in the history of the Song bears a striking resemblance to shaved ice. Red bean paste. Throughout China's long history, why only the Song dynasty's records remain so clear remains a mystery. Everyone has finished the ice to the last drop, leaving the gluttonous girl fuming she didn't get a single bite. How truly outrageous. "You humans!" The maid with red twin tails heads to the courtyard to play with two dogs amidst the pristine snow. "That is enough for now." The two stand on the balcony, gazing outward. At least it is resolved. Who knows what would have happened if it weren't for the young master. Not at all, it was merely good fortune that allowed us to settle it smoothly. He then reaches into his robes. Liu Qingyan produces the medicine pouch from before. "So our current problem has been resolved to a certain extent. Therefore, young miss, you should return to the Zhuge estate to prepare for the marriage." However, Kinger's next response catches him completely off guard. "No," she stops hiding and tells him directly, "Master Medicine King has already told me about your mother." Liu Qingyan is visibly startled, never imagining this would reach her ears. On reflection, it is only natural. She is the prized daughter of a prestigious martial arts lineage. Liu Qingyan becomes utterly flustered. "Where did you hear that?" "It is nothing." The Zhuge family has its own complications, and issues like this are sensitive. It is impossible to marry into the family of a demon cult elder's descendant. She bows her head, sharing her grief with a melancholic air. You cannot simply pretend not to know and proceed with the wedding. So my small wish has vanished like smoke. She blushes slightly, adding, we must pay our respects first after all. Liu Qingyan is stunned, struggling to understand. We cannot just hold the wedding without greeting the mother-in-law. Only then does he grasp her meaning. All right, I thought. Hearing this, Kinger is deeply curious. What did you think? Nothing at all. A mangy dog wanders past. A figure suddenly emerges from the pristine snow. Found you at last, young miss of the Zhuge estate and your son-in-law. The snow in the village begins to clear and the sun grows harsher. Everyone has their own paths to walk, so they bid their farewells and prepare to depart. It is a pity to see you leave so soon. In any case, I wish you a safe journey. Many thanks, Patriarch. Before they depart, he bows to express his sincere gratitude. Thanks to everyone's hospitality, I have been able to rest well. Once preparations are complete, I will send the wedding invitation to the west. Having deeply appreciated his time here, he makes an offer. What you have done for our tribe is priceless. Take this jewelry so that I may be at ease. Before leaving, Liu Qingyan still has something to discuss with her Master Medicine King. A word with you. Just a moment. Kinger stuffs a note into the maid's hand. Little one, return to the main estate and tell my father. I want to request preparations for the wedding. As soon as she returns, the two red-haired maids worry endlessly about her safety. Is it not dangerous to return alone? That pervert knows nothing but cooking. Faced with their concern, she reassures them the place is not far. I will simply pay my respects and return immediately. So you need not worry. Master Medicine King senses his approach and remains wary, hoping to avoid a repeat of the previous encounter. Is there something? The young miss will not misunderstand. He confirms, for they have already spoken clearly, so there will be nothing to worry about. It is nothing else, merely a matter concerning the previous elder of the Medicine King. Surprised by this sudden inquiry, she is confused, As they walk, Liu Qingyan asks, could I perhaps meet them directly? There is much I wish to ask. However, even you, an insider, seem to know nothing. Truly, I do not know where my master is. One day, he simply left a letter and vanished. The two begin to discuss the contents. What did the letter say? Truthfully, it said nothing. It was rude of me to pry into personal matters. However, she quickly changes her tune. No, that is not what I meant. The content, the letter really was. He left it for the Master Medicine King, containing only one simple character, Gui, return, as in returning to the origin. Having said all she knows, she adds, thus, I truly have nothing else to share. After hearing her explanation, he speculates, meaning a return to the origin. Could it be? Master Medicine King understands his intent and confirms, yes. Perhaps Liu Qingyan's guess is correct. He is stunned that his random thought could be right. Could it really be possible? Master Medicine King's knowledge reaches its limit there, so she cannot reveal more. I do not know. While they are conversing, Kinger runs over excitedly, young master, we are late. Seeing her failure to provide useful information, she feels apologetic. Forgive me for not being able to help you. Kinger urges Liu Qingyan to leave. Hurry, we must depart before it is too late. Liu Qingyan responds and expresses his gratitude. I am coming. I owe you too much already. Master Medicine King waves it off. Not at all. If anyone is in debt, it is I who owe you more. Seeing the two girls causing mischief ahead, Liu Qingyan scolds, you too. That is the rations, the provisions. Watching his figure, Master Medicine King reflects, Liu Qingyan, whatever it is that you seek. The young master finds them struggling with each other, creating a chaotic, lively scene. Even as they leave, she feels a pang of regret for not being able to do more. My shallow knowledge and experience could not aid you. My only hope is that you do not end up like my master. I hope you find what you seek in this world. Now here, night has fallen, leaving only the light of a full moon hanging high in the sky. Now is not the time. The one-horned female demon feels the time has come and tries to persuade them. This is not the best opportunity to strike them. Why has that beast left them now? However, the scarred man refuses to listen to a word she says. He snaps in anger, too noisy. Not yet, he replies while chewing on the salamander meat, refusing to let her impatience ruin his plans. I cannot spoil the moment I have waited decades for. The one-horned demon is startled. The scarred man decides to wait a while longer before taking action. That boy will soon find his mother. Only then will I quietly follow from behind. Sitting before the flickering flames, the scarred man suddenly recalls something. Moreover, that girl, you said she is the daughter of the Zhuge family, correct? The one-horned female specter immediately confirms, then adds, yes. Her surname is Zhuge. She is a person of extreme cunning and meticulousness. I cannot act rashly, I must calculate and consider every angle. Even at the North Sea Ice Palace, possessing frost chi of that caliber is far from ordinary. She could prove to be a most unexpected obstacle. Now, after a long night of travel, the sun finally peeks through the canopy of trees, heralding the dawn. They have traveled quite a distance by now, yet their destination remains far. Gyeongju, the island at the southernmost tip of the Central Plains, later known as Hainan, the last destination etched in his memory. Basing his search on the acupuncture clue he vaguely recalls, he isn't even certain whether his mother is truly there. King Yun suddenly recalls the image of that dangerously scarred man. Back then, because of that man who sent chills down his spine, his mother had been forced to change her place of residence. After a grueling month on the road, the distance proving far too great, King Yun is drenched in sweat and utterly exhausted. The bigger problem is that it's much farther than he had thought. Already 15 days of walking have passed. The journey is anything but short, it stretches on as if endless. At this moment, King Yun suddenly recalls the modern era, when technology was far more advanced. But now he must rely entirely on his own 2 feet. 1,000 years from now, a flight would take less than 2 hours. Hainan in this era is a land inhabited by fugitives and convicts. Naturally, there are no proper paved roads, only paths of gravel and stone. They press on through a bamboo forest, as this is a remote stretch of wilderness with few villages or landmarks suitable for rest. They have no idea how long it will take to reach their destination. King Yun can certainly endure such hardships, but King, a woman of noble birth, may find it too much to bear. I'm already used to this kind of life, but what worries me is Miss King. Seeing that King is showing signs of exhaustion, King Yun asks gently, "Are you all right? If you're tired, let's rest for a while." Although her hair has become completely disheveled, and her clothes are in utter disarray, looking far from presentable, King still puts on a brave face. "I'm not tired at all." A moment later, she fixes her hair and asks, "Instead, I have a question." Yet what King is curious about is the very thing King Yun wishes to avoid most. "You've never told me what your mother is like." Every time he recalls Yan Zuhua and the atrocities she committed, a shiver of fear runs down his spine. King shows great, an eager enthusiasm to learn more about his mother. "Could it be that your culinary talent was inherited from your mother? What's wrong?" But faced with this question, King Yun doesn't know how to respond. His mother's cooking is truly a crime beyond imagination. In stark contrast to King Yun's innate culinary talent, Yan Zuhua possesses a cooking skill that plumbs the very depths of culinary horror. The atmosphere suddenly turns melancholy and awkward. Just thinking about it is enough to make one heave a heavy sigh. And yet, a mother's cooking is always something profoundly special. But the truly strange thing is, even though the dishes were terrible, he still remembers them. Compared to the finest delicacies, it is far warmer. A family meal is always the most fulfilling meal, the meal where one has the blessing of hearing a family's happy laughter. Thinking of it now, no matter how terrible the food was, it remains a beautiful memory in his heart. He doesn't know that memory, so long ago, could have been even more beautiful than this. The breeze that blows through her hair stirs an indescribable feeling within King. "I don't know, young master, but I can say for certain, your exceptional culinary talent," watching his retreating figure, she silently concludes, "it resembles someone." King also realizes that King Yun shares a deeply special bond with his family. Yet she is quite surprised when they stop before a gravestone. It is only then that she suddenly understands. She lowers her head in silent grief. A gravestone. On it, words that have yet to fade read, "Next time I will try to cook many more delicious dishes for you, my child." But perhaps she can no longer keep that promise. He had always thought he wouldn't care this much. Yet before he knows it, King Yun breaks down and weeps like a child. "No, mother, next time I'll cook terribly too, just like you." King Yun's homeland is a place of crystal-clear beaches and white sand, where seagulls wheel overhead in endless circles. At the southernmost tip of the Central Plains, Gyeongju, now Hainan, is where the famed northern song poet Su Dongpo endured 7 years of exile. He likened this desolate land to his own fate, with nowhere left to advance, and penned his immortal verses. Before a place regarded as a symbol of parting and reunion in love, he exclaimed, "Tiania Heijio, this is the edge of the world." Before King Yun's eyes now lies a land of utter remoteness, the very edge of the heavens. A desolate shore at the farthest corner of the sea and sky. The edge of heaven, the corner of the sea, Tiania Heijio, from that day forward became the name of this land. And at the same time, it carries the weight of eternal parting. King Yun places his hand upon the gravestone, his expression deeply sorrowful. The sorrow of separation, with no known day of reunion, with a backpack full of cooking ingredients slung behind him. He cannot help but feel a sharp pang in his heart. I so badly wanted to cook you a good meal. King stands beside him. Seeing King Yun so dejected, she cannot bring herself to smile when she should have been delighted to meet his family. Young master, yet not long after visiting Yan Zuhua's grave, the nightmare that haunts him descends once more. It is him. The scarred man speaks. What is this? Hearing a stranger's voice from behind, she startles and whips her head around. Who's there? So this is how it ends. He continues in his bone-chilling voice. Has the blood flower demoness truly met such a wretched end? King Yun turns around as well. Seeing the man standing there plainly in the open, he cannot hide his shock and a trace of fear. Perhaps even the scarred man standing before Yan Zuhua's gravestone cannot help but wonder the blood flower demoness's fate. She was an elder of the heavenly demon divine cult, the right hand of the heavenly demon himself. A calamity upon the central plains, and yet she meets such an end. King watches the scarred man speak of such eerie things and grows wary. These people must be, though no one asks. He continues, I wanted to end her life with my own hands, but it seems I am too late. Sensing that the situation is far from safe, King Yun immediately shields King, the one who killed my father. They are certainly people of the demonic cult. Is that so? Leaves swirl in the wind, carrying with them a deep, somber mood. With nowhere left to turn, the blood flower demoness was forced to meet her end on this desolate island. Whether he is putting on a false show of righteousness or speaking from the heart, the scarred man sits down beside the blood flower demoness's gravestone. As one who once served under the heavenly demon, I, the bloodthirsty ghost, offer my sincere condolences. King Yun's face grows taut, tighter than a bowstring. How did you get here? He had made a painful decision, abandoning everything to protect this woman. Ma Jai now flashes a sly, mocking smile. You didn't expect things to turn out like this, did you? Upon seeing his appearance, their eyes go wide and jaws drop in utter disbelief. Ma Jai. Stepping out from behind the scarred man, he finally reveals himself and sneers, as if I haven't been waiting for this day for ages. Did you think that after humiliating me, you would pay no price? What's the matter? But the two of them, one puzzled, the other astonished, show no fear of him whatsoever. Who are you? Seeing himself treated as a complete nobody by these so-called demonic cult lackeys, Ma Jai seethes. You dare pretend not to know me, you son-in-law. Both of them jolt in shock at those words, suddenly realizing the identity of Ma Jai from the Ma family. I told you, didn't I? Seeing that they don't remember him in the slightest, he is rendered almost speechless. That name, I cast it away long ago. Upon hearing this, King Yun is utterly baffled. What are you talking about? After a long pause, Ma Jai finally cuts straight to the heart of the matter. I have shed the glamorous facade of a martial arts noble family, all for the sake of revenge. Then, brimming with confidence and fury, he confronts the wounded and enraged one before him. That is who he truly is. Call me Ma Jai the Vengeful. Hearing every word crystal clear, King Yun breaks out in a cold sweat, unable to believe his own ears. King Yun truly never imagined Ma Jai would transform himself into this, all over something so insignificant. All because he lost a bet over steamed buns. And what about you? He isn't one to back down and retorts sharply. And what about you? Even if it was a small contest, losing to the Zhuge family is an insult our Ma family cannot endure. I cannot simply close my eyes to such humiliation. After hearing this, King Yun not only fails to empathize with Ma Jai's grievance but concludes the man is beyond saving. Our father-in-law has created a monster. After a long tirade of wild gesturing and endless words, Ma Jai yields the stage to the scarred man, Lord Bloodthirsty Ghost. Rain down the heavenly demon's wrath upon that country bumpkin's head. The scarred man then advances toward them, leaving King Yun and King stunned. Seeing that their enemies will certainly not allow them to leave so easily, King immediately summons her ice arts in preparation for defense. If they attack, young master, hide behind me. Yet just as they expect him to strike, the scarred man merely retrieves his staff. There is no need for needless bloodshed. Faced with the scarred man's unexpected response, Ma Jai is utterly baffled. What are you implying? Hearing this, the deranged pervert could wait no longer and urged the scarred man to act. Hurry up and finish him for the Tianmo cult. Seeing the grass-like weakness of his opponent, the scarred man seemed to have lost interest in the fight. Blood Blossom Witch, I have no reason to remain here anymore. He refused to give up, insisting on calling out to him. But the scarred man had transformed from a fierce predator into a relaxed man. I have wasted too much time chasing Yin Zuhua. I want to rest now. That is enough. Let us return. Watching them turn away, Liu Qingyan wondered, is it truly over? However, was it really that simple? The next second, the man flipped his attitude faster than a pancake. Ending it like this felt a pity. Isn't it? Then, to Liu Qingyun's confusion, he asked, I hear you are called the food dragon. I assumed it was just nonsense rumors from the Central Plains. The scarred man then uttered words that left Liu Qingyun frozen. Time truly flies. The child who wept by his father's side back then is now called the food dragon. Far from being ashamed, he made a request. We will likely never meet again, so this is my final chance. May I ask a favor of you? Dragon's dish. Hearing these 4 words, Liu Qingyun stood stunned for 5 seconds, his eyes widening at this final request. As the sun, like a ball of fire, dipped behind the mountains, Liu Qingyun began to prepare his craft. Sima Jai and the scarred man's subordinates huddled outside, waiting. I smell a fragrance. It must be delicious, authentic Central Plains food. Their stomachs began to rumble with intense hunger. So hungry. I still have some lizard meat left from yesterday. His face was now gloomier than ever. At this rate, I can neither avenge my clan nor obtain the woman I love. Under the sunset, his mood plummeted. What have I become? Inside the room, Liu Qingyun was hard at work, black smoke billowing incessantly, thick and stifling. As he tossed the pan over the roaring flames, Liu Qingyun asked himself how things had come to this. I cooked this dish to avenge my clan. But if this dish can end the blood feud with the cult, then it is worth it. However, he realized that holding onto hatred would solve nothing. He decided to let it all go. After this, I will lay all matters to rest and hold a wedding with Miss Kinger. Liu Qingyun envisioned the bright future awaiting him, a life of happiness. As the masterpiece was completed, he placed it before the eager eyes of the scarred man. It was the signature dish Liu Qingyun used to conquer the entire martial world, Sichuan jjajangmyeon. Sichuan jjajangmyeon is a black soybean paste noodle dish developed and localized in Korea, having little relation to Sichuan cuisine. Made with black bean paste, or soy paste. At this moment, the scarred man felt a pang of regret. I was such a fool. I nearly acted like a barbarian devoid of manners. He set down his wine jar and offered, sit, I shall pour you a cup. The scarred man poured a clear spirit from the jar. This is fine demon wine, a rare brew, perfect as a return gift. However, at the first whiff, Liu Qingyun frowned in disgust. What is this smell? If it is not to your liking, you need not drink. It is quite strong, perhaps too much for you Central Plains folk. Ignoring the taunt, Kinger picked up the cup, determined to prove she could handle the liquor. The sky had shifted to the deep, warm hues of sunset. And, inside the small hut, Liu Qingyun tasted the wine the man had poured. It tastes like rotting herbs. Yet, despite the difficult flavor, Kinger downed it all and set the cup aside. Watching Liu Qingyun's pained expression, Kinger drank it with ease and remarked, this wine is mild, perfect for a meal. Her calm reaction intrigued the scarred man. To my liking, that very spirit without a doubt. True daughter of the Zhuge line. She picked up the jar and bowed, serving only 1 cup is a breach of etiquette. Please accept this cup as my formal respect. He ignored her, his attention fixed solely on the bowl of noodles. Pay me no mind. But food dragon, he shoveled noodles into his mouth, muttering, such tall tales, truly unbelievable. However, the moment the scarred man tasted the noodles, he was stunned by their quality. The texture of the noodles triggered an explosion of sensation within him. What is this? How can these noodles be so chewy and soft? It is as if every tooth feels a resistance, yet they melt in the mouth like clouds. Extraordinary. And the flavor of this pasta, never have I heard of it, let alone tasted it. Stunned by this one-of-a-kind dish, his concept of delicacies and culinary essence shifted. Even if he had tasted every ingredient at least once before. Yet these ingredients defy my understanding, sweeping everything into a distant consciousness, as if things I thought I knew appear before me like a miracle. The novel sensation brought by this flavor left him deeply contemplative. Bloodthirsty demon, how can I describe this flavor? Is the word delicious too ordinary? Though the ingredients were simple, the technique turned them into a dish that even the demon realm would admire. The dish was so divine that he had no words left, only silence. The scarred man felt as if he were floating through space while savoring a flavor beyond the cosmos. Something the existence of which I did not even know and cannot describe with words. The scarred man now also felt that with this one bowl of noodles, I have grasped the mortal world. My life, stained with blood and blades, why has it become so meaningless? In this tiny bowl, the Central Plains and the entire world are contained. The flavor of the special noodles sparked an awakening and enlightenment in him. Not only that, but it seems all things and the Tao are wrapped up in this. Unable to resist the flavor, the scarred man finished every last drop. After witnessing the skill and tasting the masterpiece, he realized he had been wrong. Food Dragon indeed, the title is no exaggeration. Once the culinary art reached such a peak the next second, his attitude flipped 180 degrees, becoming dangerous. The scarred man slammed his hand on the table, shattering it to pieces. He standing outside startled. What? His subordinates saw Simajai appear and shouted, "Now get ready. You arrived later than I thought." For a man as treacherous as the scarred man, he certainly had no intention of turning over a new leaf. How is this dish any different from the soul-stealing technique? Indeed, bloodlines cannot lie. I almost fell for it. Things were dire. They had been tricked. Kinger, in her attempt to impress, had drunk too much, and now only Liu Qingyan was conscious. Though his state was poor, "What did you put in this?" He finally revealed his true face, and from the flickering flames, the scarred man drew his sword to finish him off. The true face of a devil emerging from the fire. Indeed, letting you live is impossible. Before Liu Qingyan's blank stare, he continued, "Naturally, I never intended for you to leave this place alive." The space was engulfed by fierce flames. They were in a perilous situation since the hut was made entirely of wood. It was consumed by fire in moments. Kinger remained unconscious, unaware that her life was in danger. In a flash, everything was destroyed, and Liu Qingyan was bound helpless. Facing this, he could only worry for her. Young lady, indeed, the scarred man was not only treacherous but also insidious. Bringing Liu Qingyan outside to watch Kinger burn, he intended for this naivety to lead the Central Plains to kneel before the Tianmo cult. He truly did not want to involve Kinger, so he begged for mercy. "Kill me, just killing me alone is enough." The scarred man slammed his staff into the ground, stating, "It seems you misunderstand." He revealed his true intent. "I will not kill you here. You must be the bait to lure the Blood Blossom Witch." Liu Qingyan's eyes widened in fear. "What?" The scarred man sneered. "You actually believe Yin Zuhua is dead? Anyone can see it was a shallow trick. Such ruses only fool the weaklings of the Central Plains. Did you think you could deceive me? Perhaps your time in the Central Plains has made you sluggish." Liu Qingyan was torn between doubt and hope. Is mother alive? Seeing the fun, Simajai could not resist joining in. "How is it, foolish son-in-law? This is the outcome for those who dare look down on the Sima clan." He laughed triumphantly at Liu Qingyan. "The outcome for those who dare to look down on the great Tianmo." The scarred man turned and called Simajai. He quickly replied, "Do you have instructions, bloodthirsty demon lord?" Staring at the burning hut, he ordered, "I am talking about the daughter of the Zhuge family. I must make this clear." He began to change his plan. "Initially, she needs half a day to wake up. Before that, you must end her yourself and bring her head here." Simajai seemed displeased. "What? But what about the promise?" The scarred man was unyielding. "That wench will sooner or later become an obstacle to our Tianmo cult. Is this not a good opportunity for you to earn the trust of the great Tianmo? Could it be that you speak of the Tianmo cult without the resolve to face the great Tianmo?" His face went blank, unable to speak. Simajai refused to involve himself. No way. If this was the will of the great Tianmo, he could not bear such cruelty any longer. "Stop it." Simajai gripped his weapon, standing before the raging fire, feeling guilty. How did it come to this, even after shedding the skin of the so-called martial arts clan? The suffocation is even worse. I have donned the hollow title of the demon cult. He tightened his grip on his dagger. This is not. Before Simajai's wavering reaction, the scarred man assesses it thoroughly. Only naturalthas had all been within his calculations. Trash, not allowing the scarred man to spew such filth about him any longer. Simajai retorts, "This is not my path, nor is it the path of the Sima family. If this continues, what face do I have left to meet our ancestors?" Now Simajai resolves not to let the scarred man's words manipulate his mind any longer. He steadies himself and reclaims control. "I am Simajai, eldest son of the Sima clan. I will not heed such senseless orders." Yet before those words, the scarred man pays them no mind. He simply points forward and issues his command, expecting nothing. "Useless anyway, kill him first." "You lot." The scarred man's underlings surge forward with eager, bloodthirsty excitement. "At last, the moment I've been waiting for." Simajai slumps to the ground in a daze, never expecting the scarred man to be so heartless. He would kill me for such a trivial reason. Yet even the scarred man is forced to call a halt as a wave of white frost chi erupts from thin air. What in Thuhat is this frost chi? At that very moment, Simajai whips his head around, eyes widening at the sight before him. "Surprised, old man, you thought King had already been subdued. By that wretched whine of his butt she has awakened, and unleashes her ice arts in a devastating ambush. Massive pillars of ice slam into where they stand, catching them completely off guard, leaving them drenched in blood. spraying everywhere. Both the scarred man and Sima Jai freeze in shock for a full 5 seconds. He had calculated everything meticulously. How could King possibly regain consciousness midway? This is impossible. So much soul-confusing powder was mixed into that medicine. How could she have broken free? But it was his misfortune to have tangled with King. The woman emerges slowly, her entire body radiating killing intent. Yet the scarred man quickly realizes, no, wait, has she not truly awakened? And indeed, he may be right, for her eyes are a milky white, devoid of any semblance of consciousness. Seeing this, the scarred man's nerves light up with savage delight. He bursts into raucous laughter. Just as I thought, mindless fools. You lot are going to be defeated by nothing more than a primal reflex. That's right, after ingesting that much soul-confusing powder, having full consciousness would be absurd. I thought I had made some kind of mistake. Yet Liu Qingyan is no pushover either, meeting the scarred man's words head-on. A mistake you have indeed made, and a far greater one at that. The scarred man refuses to let Liu Qingyan monologue to himself, making his own position known. Have we all lost our minds? Even if she can command the power of the North Sea Ice Palace. But with her consciousness incomplete, she is nothing more than an ordinary woman. The scarred man's entire body erupts in blazing flames. You think you can look down upon me, Shixugui, to such an extent? But how could the scarred man possibly know? Can he truly understand King as well as Qingyan does? Let Qingyan explain. It seems you still don't understand. Because she retained just enough clarity to refuse his violation, even at a disadvantage, I would protect her at all costs. It is precisely because of her effort, that power, that everything remains intact. Shattering those chains was your greatest mistake. Surprised? No sooner are the words out of his mouth than King's ice arts slam into the scarred man from behind. Not bad, caught off guard. The scarred man feels no fear of anything, delight. Without hesitation, he recovers his composure and counterattacks with a blazing sword. Yet with speed swift as the wind, King dodges effortlessly. At least this won't be boring. Is she not magnificent? Though unconscious, she attacks and defends with flawless precision. She drops to one knee, presses her palm to the earth, and summons razor-sharp pillars of ice that surge toward the scarred man. King's eyes remain a milky white, yet they burn with killing intent enough to make any onlooker's blood run cold. Yet before such a formidable opponent, the scarred man's eagerness for battle only intensifies. Exceeding all expectations, for King has unleashed every ounce of her power. The scarred man refuses to disappoint. He matches her with his full might in return. When was the last time I reveled in madness like this? Both sides now clash with two diametrically opposed elements, igniting a ferocious battle that refuses to determine a victor. After a stretch of fierce combat, the scarred man still brims with vitality, eager for her next attack. Is that all? Give me more time to savor this. King naturally refuses to let him toy with her any longer. She conjures waves of glacial catastrophe and hurls them at him. With Sima Jai having shown genuine remorse, Qingyan wastes no time grabbing him and pulling him along. It's dangerous move now. Wherever Kinger launches her glacial onslaught, the scarred man blocks, sparking an intensely thrilling and ferocious clash. More, give me more. Even Sima Jai never expected things to spiral this far. I never imagined it would come to this. I once thought of the huge patriarch, that stubborn old man, coddling her in the palm of his hand, only to leave her fragile and utterly unfit for the Jianghu. King, however, shows no sign of exhaustion. Quite the opposite, Tesh brims with energy, preparing to unleash a decisive blow against the scarred man. Seeing that her ice seal fails to faze him, she goes all out, charging in with a devastating headbutt. Who could have known King was such a terrifying woman? Witnessing the heroine clash head-on with the villain before his very eyes, even Sima Jai feels a twinge of dread. How terrifying, and how fortunate she is not my woman. King and the scarred man are no longer two people fighting, they have become two monstrous titans colliding. Seeing that a single headbutt wasn't enough, he staggers. Without a moment's hesitation, King delivers another bone-shaking blow. Qingyan cannot help but worry watching King fight with such reckless abandon. Miss, enough is enough, please regain your senses and flee. Yet at this moment, King, just like that previous bout of jealousy, has lost herself to blind fury, relentlessly attacking her foe. Even the scarred man begins to lose his amusement, feeling the situation turn troublesome. Have I indulged too deeply in emotion? If things go south now, it'll be disastrous. Sima Jai has committed far too many sins now. His only recourse is to atone with action. It's my turn. Human strength has its limits. It seems even King has begun to tire. After a stretch of fierce combat, Sima Jai, now fully aware of his transgressions, resolves to put an end to all of this once and for all. Though I'd rather not admit it, all of this came about because of my jealousy and pride. King Yun doesn't dare step into the fray, choosing instead to observe the situation from behind the brush. So what exactly do you plan to do? Does the Sima family still have some secret martial technique hidden up its sleeve? No, the scarred man now holds the upper hand, his staff alight with raging fire, ready to end King. A pity, but it all ends here. Yet a man of his word, Sima Jai wastes no time on empty boasts. He charges straight at the scarred man to settle the score. You wretched barbarian, test my blade. But he is no match for the scarred man. In an instant he is pinned down. Cowardly rats, beyond ambushing from behind, what else can you do? You actually thought that pitiful skill of yours could accomplish anything. Not only does the scarred man show no fear, he openly mocks Sima Jai. Watching Sima Jai's spectacular self-destruction, King Yun is left speechless. On the contrary, you've only made him angrier, absolutely useless. Yet as the saying goes, patience grinds iron into needle. Though outmatched, Sima Jai remains stubbornly defiant, refusing to yield. He never intended to beat the scarred man with martial prowess, that was never the plan. Reflecting calmly, King Yun realizes he isn't too worried after all. He knows Sima Jai. He still has an ace up his sleeve. After all, the Sima family was never a clan of martial prowess, it was a clan of strategy and cunning. Could he be hiding some scheme, poison arts perhaps, or illusion techniques? Even the scarred man grows curious. Challenging him, don't tell me you're concealing something as mundane as dark chi. If the scarred man truly wishes to know, Sima Jai is more than willing to oblige. I hide nothing. If you want to see, I'll show you everything. Indeed, the Sima name is legendary for good reason. The very next instant, Sima Jai unleashes his ultimate techniqueen, succeeds, contaminating both of the scarred man's eyes. What are you doing? That's disgusting, absolutely revolting. King Yun never saw this coming either. Cornered and desperate, Sima Jai has thrown his dignity into the gutter. So be it, thine is all my karmic retribution. Yet at this very moment, Kinger regains consciousness at the most opportune time only to witness the pervert's grotesque display of flexibility. The scarred man is psychologically devastated, his attack ceasing entirely. After what you've done to my eyes, I will never forgive you. Not only has Sima Jai shed every last shred of dignity, even begins to dance. Not yet. Mocking the scarred man, the atmosphere turns unbearably awkward. You've never seen anything like this before. The barbarian, of course, refuses to let Sima Jai's sacrifice of dignity go to waste. King seizes the moment, snatching up a blade beside her and, while the scarred man is utterly distracted, drives a lethal strike into his abdomen. The scarred man never imagined that after all his years, he'd be lured into such a ploy. He lets out a bitter laugh. I must be getting old, falling for a trick this foolish. Yet he appears entirely unfazed, calmly pulling the blade from his flesh. But with a toy sword like this, King, however, is far from finished. She speaks to him, consider this your warning, Gan, my apology in advance. Surprised old man, that sword was merely the bait. The real attack starts now. She conjures pillars of ice that impale straight through his body. What? Finding himself utterly immobilized, the scarred man is bewildered. What are you doing? King has now fully regained her consciousness and cannot help but feel the weight of guilt. I'm sorry. But even so, in his final moments, the scarred man refuses to give up, resolved to play his last card to the bitter end. If I cannot live, then neither shall you. Don't make me laugh. I will not die alone. Even if I must leave my dream of overthrowing the Central Plains to Lord Tianmo, I will drag at least one of you down to the Yellow Springs with me. Only now does King sense something deeply amiss. Why is he channeling all his internal power into that weapon? The blazing inferno now engulfs him entirely, a flame as fierce as his undying devotion to Tianmo. Long live the heavenly demon! All demons bow in reverence. With nothing left to lose, Tianmo conjures a raging inferno that engulfs his own body, as if seeking to incinerate the entire world. Seeing King swallowed by such a violent blaze, King Yun, standing outside the flames, cannot help but worry. Miss Yuge has already identified her target, but destroying it is far easier said than done. All she needs to do is shatter that thing and it will be over, but the heat is simply too great. Her internal power is completely spent. Even her frost chi refuses to answer her call. She cannot even draw near. And in that moment, standing at the very precipice of death, the first face that surfaces in her mind is King Yun's. If this truly is the end, I wish I could see young Master Liu's face just one more time. Now completely enveloped by the inferno, King's heart is a tangled storm of emotions. Memories and thoughts surge unbidden through her mind. She does not want to drag him into this deadly ring of fire, and so she can only silently whisper her gratitude. Yet even so, why does her mind keep drifting back to him? Is this how it ends? Thank you, my husband. But with a love that burns brighter than any flame, King Yun would never abandon her. They have weathered joy and sorrow together, and now, no matter the peril, they will face it side by side, never to part. It's scorching. Seeing King Yun throw himself without a shred of self-preservation into the deadly inferno just to save her, King is seized by terror. But how can he not? Why does he risk so much for me? Because no matter how fiercely the flames sear his flesh and scorch his bones, not even that can make him falter. How fierce can the flames be? If a man flinches at a mere tongue of fire, how can he dare call himself a chef? King Yun stops retreating. He turns to face the inferno head-on. But after only a brief moment, the flames are completely dispelled. King wastes no time. She rushes to King Yun's side in an instant, her voice trembling with anxiety. Young master, are you all right? The evil has been vanquished. Every trial and tribulation has finally passed. With only the two of them remaining, King Yun finally speaks the words he has kept buried deep within his heart all this time. I know the order of things is a bit muddled, but I have never done this properly before. This is a proposal, no, a plea to marry me. In this moment, every other thought is swept from King's mind. All she hears are King Yun's sincere, heartfelt words. The two of them quickly lay bare the depths of their feelings for one another. Miss, will you take me as your husband? Yes, wait, I haven't even said anything yet. Yes, no matter what you say, my answer is the same. And so, under the radiant moonlight, high above the same moon that bore witness to their every step, from their very first meeting to this moment where they become husband and wife, the story draws to a close. The evil has been vanquished and love